You are just an ordinary high school student who can secretly manipulate the Korean underground world with assets worth billions. Even Elon Musk would have to call you on the phone. Tycoons and politicians dare not breathe heavily in front of you, and that is our world. You have to realize that being a low-level employee is just normal. Even with a grandfather who's a usurer king, as his grandson, you get nothing. They see you just as a useless kid. Because of his outstanding work performance, he was awarded a ticket to the observation deck. But in the end, he was looked down upon and cunningly targeted for destruction. However, instead of a cold death, a blinding flash of light suddenly engulfed his mind. Moo Hyuk suddenly wakes up, realizing he's lying on a long sandy beach under the blazing sun. He looks around in confusion, his eyes full of amazement at this unbelievable reality. He jumped up, panting in terror. What's going on? Looking down at the old school uniform and the name tag with Kim Moo Hyuk pinned upside down on his shirt, he suddenly realized he was still alive. Before he could recover, a powerful sunrise kick from behind suddenly sent him tumbling into the water. Kim Moo Hyuk staggered to his feet, his eyes cold as he observed the scene before him. A large-scale brawl is taking place right on the beach with dozens of students in uniforms fighting fiercely, creating an extremely chaotic scene. Even heaven is chaotic, isn't it? Amidst the tumultuous beach, Bak Hui threw a thunderous punch to the opponent's face, sending him flying backward. Facing the chaos, Moo Hyuk remained calm and puzzled. But what is going on here? The blue-shirted boy rushed over cursing, but without any wasted movement, he instantly knocked that guy out. The powerful strike sent him soaring high into the sky before crashing down into the water. Moo Hyuk clenched his fists, feeling a miraculous change in his veins, his body feeling lighter, just like when he was young. Just then, another group charged in, shouting, Kim Moo Hyuk. Moo Hyuk cast a quick glance over with a cold, sharp look full of menace. He quickly kicked high, hitting the leader in the face before he could react, and just as he was about to enjoy feeling young again, he had to test it in real combat. Taking advantage of the momentum, Moo Hyuk spins around to perform a series of precise combat moves, easily taking down the remaining opponents. The group of blue-shirted students lie scattered on the sand, overwhelmed with pain, as Kim Moo Hyuk continuously delivers powerful punches, leaving the enemies no time to react and taking hits to the face. Another one rushes to ambush, but Moo Hyuk swiftly ducks and counters with a sharp hook to the ribs. In an instant, the group of green-shirted boys are sprawled on the sand, groaning in pain, standing amidst the wreckage. He looked down at the defeated crowd with a cold expression and roared, "Get lost, you little punks!" The threat from Moo Hyuk made the boys panic and stammer, and they ran away. Then, they panic and run away from the beach. When the enemies have all retreated, Moo Hyuk collapses exhausted onto the sand, breathing heavily and looking worn out. "Where do you think you're running off to?" Lee Mi-uk appears, always coming after us. "Whenever we fall, we'll give you a good beating." Turning to look at Moo Hyuk struggling to get up, Mi-uk-soo asked anxiously, "Muheka, are you okay?" Then he started to complain. "I came here to pick up girls, but all I get is to lean on others?" Seeing my friend still stunned, Mi-uk-soo gestured with his hand. "Muheka, you're sweating too much. Want a wipe?" Moo Hyuk stared at Mi-uk-soo in disbelief, thinking to himself, what is this? Is this person really a student? His eyes lingered on the name tag on the opponent's back, his mind shaken. Lee Mi-soo. My childhood best friend was Lee Mi-uk-soo back then? Just then, a strong arm draped over Moo Hyuk's neck, accompanied by praise. Just as we expected, our Moo Hyuk is the best at fighting. You beat them all by yourself. Moo Hyuk was startled to realize that the person who just appeared was Bak Hun-sung, another close friend from high school. His father is a police officer, so he can handle anything even if it gets more complicated. A true soft power support from childhood, still not exhausted in reality. Moo Hyuk stammered, "But where are we?" The silly question made Mi-uk-soo can't help but smile. Is he being played? Where? It's Wang Ali. Hearing the place name Wang Ali, Moo Hyuk froze in utter amazement. Mi-uk-soo started to worry when seeing your strange behavior. What's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly talking so weird and asking about this place? Did they hit you on the head? He absentmindedly rubbed Moo Hyuk-see's head to check and muttered to himself so hard like this. Is his brain still functioning normally after all? Moo Hyuk looked dazed, sweat beading on his forehead, and softly asked his two friends, "What year is it? What day is today?" Lee Mi-uk-soo looked at you as if seeing a strange creature and replied, "Of course, it's 1990. September 21st, 1990. Seeing that your friend seemed unwell, Mi-uk-soo pinched your head and asked suspiciously, "Are you really hit on the head?" Moo Hyuk grimaced in pain. Oh, it hurt so much. All he could think about were the numbers 21st September, 1990. In the distance, the hot air balloon with the words welcoming the 1990 Hwang Ali Sea Festival was floating in the sky. Old-fashioned cars cruising through the streets serve as a reminder of a bygone era. Moo Hyuk stunned, feeling he nearly died after falling into the sea. But then he was transported back 30 years. Meanwhile, Mi-uk-soo patted his stomach and sighed. "I'm hungry." Brother Dung also excitedly agreed. "Yeah, let's go eat noodles, my treat." Suddenly, a flash of lightning streaked through Moo Hyuk's mind, his eyes wide with terror. Wait a minute. September 21st, 1990. No time to explain. He turned and sprinted desperately across the sand. Mi-Uk-Soo called after him in confusion, "Oh, Moo-Hee-Uk, where are you going?" Moo-Hee-Uk ran while grinding his teeth, screaming inside. That day, today, my only family member, a painful memory just awakened, immediately turned into a terrifying reality because today is the day she died. And in that sorrowful memory, Moo-Hee-Uk saw her lying collapsed on the cold floor of the dark room. At the funeral, you completely broke down, kneeling before the incense altar with smoke rising. Your grandmother passed away from a stroke. People say that if someone had discovered her and called for help earlier, she wouldn't have died. Thinking about it, Moo-Hee-Uk pushed herself to run with all her might, her eyes shining with a fierce determination to change this cruel fate. Under the blazing red sunset, Kim Moo-Hee-Uk rushes desperately toward the old house of the two grandmothers. Seeing the familiar figure standing at the top of the stairs, her aunt can't help but look up in surprise and ask, "Class is over already. You're home so early." Grandma gently touched his hand, her warm, wrinkled palms making Moo-Hee-Uk feel as if he would never touch them again. Seeing the kind face of his beloved grandmother, Moo-Hee-Uk choked up and said, "Grandma, childhood memories flow back like a slow-motion film, from the time she fed him rice, bathed him, to the birthday parties, just the two of them." The grandmother gently stroked his face and asked worriedly, "Are you out of breath because you're hungry?" Seeing her grandson suddenly tear up, she pressed further. "What's wrong? Is something the matter?" Moo-Hee-Uk could only stammer through his tears, "No, it's just that I miss you so much." He hugs her tightly, burying his head in the shoulder of his only family, and she gently pats him, smiling softly. "Oh my, why are you suddenly like this?" Seeing Moo-Hee-Uk cry, she feels like he's just a little child again. Grandma fondly remembered how you used to be so adorable, whether crying or laughing. "When did you grow up so much?" Moo-Hee-Uk whispered. "Grandma, I'm here." He quickly wiped away his tears, his eyes becoming very serious. "Grandma, this is not the time. You have to go to the hospital right now." The old woman was confused and didn't understand what was happening. Moo-Hee-Uk urgently persuaded her, saying she could faint at any moment and needed to go to the hospital for a checkup. Although she still wondered why she had to go, she wasn't in pain. But Moo-Hee-Uk quickly grabbed her hand and urged her to move faster, saying she would die if she didn't, his words tense as if trying to reverse fate itself. Grandma chuckled softly at her grandson's determination. "Aigu, why would I die? I will only die after seeing you get married and have children." Grandma held tightly to Moo-Hee-Uk's trembling hands and offered a gentle, reassuring smile. "So, don't worry." Grandma smiled gently and urged Moo-Hee-Uk to go to his room. She would finish cooking quickly. He silently watched her slender figure walk away, his heart filled with unspoken emotions. A hot meal was soon served with simple dishes. Seeing his intense gaze, she hesitated and asked, "Not much food, right?" She thought so, but for him, that was the most complete meal in the world. Moo-Hee-Uk couldn't hold back and replied while devouring his food, "No, I like everything. I will eat it all." Seeing him eat like a hungry tiger, Ba-Fi chuckled teasingly. "Oh my, slow down. Everyone will think you've been starving for a year." She stood up and went into the kitchen and said, "Wait here. I will make your favorite corn water too." Watching her shadow, Moo-Hee-Uk quietly thought to himself, "Yes, I only need a simple meal from her." Tears streaming down his face, blending with the bitter taste of rice. He bitterly wondered why he had to serve Tasan and the house like a dog. The more he thought about the blind loyalty of his past life, the more he felt an overwhelming regret, having sacrificed everything only to end up with a heartbreaking emptiness. Suddenly, a strange noise from the kitchen startled Moo-Hee-Uk. He rushed over in panic and was stunned to see her collapsed on the cold floor, the broken vase and everything in chaos. Moo-Hee-Uk shouted in despair, her face pale and her breath faint, plunging him into utter panic. Immediately, she was taken to the emergency room, lying motionless on the bed, surrounded by wires. Moo-Hee-Uk's heart clenched tightly. In the office, the doctor sternly warned that if they waited any longer, it would be very bad. The doctor said the current situation is very promising, but more tests are needed and surgery might be necessary. He looked directly at Moo-Hee-Uk and emphasized how serious it was. "If we keep going like this, your grandmother could faint again at any moment." Moo-Hee-Uk was stunned and in disbelief, his eyes wide with worry. Moo-Hee-Uk stared at the two small coins in his palm, bitterly realizing he once held billions, but now has nothing left. Andon hurriedly hands over the small amount of money to the nurse to cover a part of the hospital fee. Seeing his friend in difficulty, My-Uk-Soo immediately lent Moo-Hee-Uk the pocket money he just received from his father. Knowing that My-Uk-Soo's family owns a major entertainment venue in Nam-Po-Dong, Moo-Hee-Uk hesitated but accepted and promised to return it soon. Immediately, Hyun-Sung brushed it aside and affirmed that this was the group's gesture of gratitude for her over the years, having been grateful for her meals all this time. He patted Moo-Hee-Uk on the shoulder, telling him to take the money and promising that the group would visit more often. In the midst of despair, friendship becomes the warmest salvation, but even with friends' help, My-Uk-Soo remains worried about the cost of medication and long-term treatment for her. In the office, the doctor announced that Mrs. Moo-Hee-Uk needed urgent surgery to prevent the risk of a stroke recurrence. If not, she could faint again at any moment. When Moo-Hee-Uk asked about the cost, the answer left him speechless. "I'm not sure, but maybe around 10 million coins. With a powerful director in the previous chapter, this amount was nothing. But for a poor student who had just been reborn, 10 million won was an impossible problem when he only had a few coins left. Moo Hyuk clenched his teeth, fists tight in utter helplessness, the gap between the two chapters never clearer than now. To pay for her surgery, Moo Hyuk had no choice but to go to the public phone booth at the hospital gate in the middle of the night and desperately insert his last coins into the machine. After a long ring, the other end answered and introduced themselves as Pyeongchang East. Kim Moo-wook took a deep breath, gathering all his courage to carry out his daring plan. "Good morning, sir. I am Kim Moo Hyuk, and I would like to deliver an important message to Chairman Tron Taesun." Under the dim glow of the phone booth, Moo Ha-Usi's face turned cold and resolute. He firmly asked the person on the other end to deliver a message. "Please tell him it's Kim Moo Hyuk, the son of his only daughter, John Mi-suk, who wants to meet his grandfather, whose identity has been hidden for so long now becomes the only key to survival. Life really is like a movie." Standing on the rooftop of Daehan Busan Hospital, Kim Moo Hyuk quietly gazes down at the city. In 1990, when tall buildings were still rare, I secretly remembered that time. I really did go back to 1990, but the terrifying memories of being submerged in the deep sea still haunt me, and I know I will be killed again, but not for another 30 years. Moo Hyuk begins to suspect those who could be Mew's owner or Chairman John Soo-min. He is the only one who can command his henchmen to eliminate him, but he still feels that something is wrong. Why? I'm pretty sure I still have memories of him from back then. Raising my hand to my chin in thought, I ask myself, could it have been someone else? The next names in the Jon family are John Soo-han and John Ji-won. Moo Hyuk-see's calculating cold gaze. Who could the one who killed him be? Even though I haven't found the culprit yet, I clenched my fist with fiery determination because this is my chance to destroy the Jon family and take over the Taesun Fund. "Hey kid, I'm talking to you." In front of you is a burly man with tattoos covering his neck and arms, his body wrapped in bandages, casually sitting on a bench smoking and nodding. "That's right. Hey, I'm talking to you. Come here for a moment." Moo Ha-Uts looked at him with suspicion. "What? Who is he?" The stranger still kept a strange smile on his face and asked, "What is your name?" Moo Hyuk coldly replied, "Why are you asking for my name?" Judging by the opponent's rough appearance, he silently assessed that he was a thug with a strong, pungent smell that was recognizable even from a distance. The fat man next to him chuckled happily and said, "Huh, what's wrong with this kid? Why are you so stubbornly holding on?" The tattooed guy with scars on his face also sneered and provoked, "You're beaten already." He started to get angry at Kim Moo Hyuk-se's trembling attitude. "You damn kid, why are you acting like that in front of adults?" Moo Hyuk calmly replied, "Shouldn't you be the one to introduce yourself first before asking for someone else's name?" He sighed deeply and confidently declared, "It doesn't matter. I am Pak Dong-soo." "Pak Dong-soo?" he asked smugly. "Have you ever heard that name before?" This name made Moo Hyuk freeze for a moment, and instantly memories of the person in front of him flooded his mind. He knew very well about him, Pak Dong-soo, the second in command of the notorious Sa-sung gang ruling Dong district in Busan. He is a legend, the one who took only 5 years to become the next leader of the gang. But in 1990, during the fight against crime, he had to take the blame for the boss, and was relentlessly pursued by the police. The fate of this legend was tragically cruel, found murdered in a motel at only 29 years old. Returning to the present, seeing Moo Hyuk silent, Dong-soo was surprised and said, "Huh, you really don't know me, do you?" Moo Hyuk pretended not to know anything and smiled vaguely, not knowing. His answer left Dong-soo stunned, while the man with him burst into laughter. The legendary martial artist was about to be cool, but was asked for hourly rental prices first. Dong-soo held back his anger and urged, "Whatever, kid. I've already given my name. Now you tell me yours." He coldly replied, "My name is Kim Moo Hyuk." Hearing this name, Dong-soo started teasing, trying to read it as Kim Moo Moo, then burst out laughing. "Damn it, you have the name of that murderer." Moo Hyuk looked at him with contempt, secretly judging him as too childish, pretending to mock him for being at a kindergarten level but still very confident. Dong-soo suddenly changed the subject. "Are you the lucky guy from the 400 nin room rumor?" Seeing Moo Hyuk look confused, he explained further. "The whole hospital is talking about the rumors about you, about how you take care of your grandmother and do everything she needs." Moo Hyuk firmly stated, "She is my family. That's only natural." This statement made the gangster pause for a moment before smiling and nodding. Yeah, you're right. It's natural." Dong-soo looked at the uniform and asked, "Are you still in school? Looking at your uniform, are you attending Rongsung Vocational School?" Moo Hyuk admitted and asked back with a fearless expression, "So what about you? Are you a playboy?" Dong-soo quickly denied with a confident look, "No, why would you think I fell?" Moo Hyuk just looked at the wound on his body and coldly said, "It's like someone stabbed me, and I had to go to the hospital." Mr. Dong-soo sat comfortably, casually saying that a real man getting injured a few times in life is normal. He looked down on a kid like Moo Hyuk, thinking he would never understand the world of adults. Seeing that you still keep a trembling attitude, Dong-soo impatiently asked, "Hey kid, aren't you afraid of Mr. Ha? So why are you still standing confidently in front of him?" Moo Hyuk coldly replied with a question. "Should I be afraid of him?" His excessive calmness made the gangster furious, but he could only helplessly watch Moo Hyuk leave. Before Mobius, Mu Hyuk disappeared from sight. Dong-soo loudly called him King Mumu and told him to take good care of her, and to meet her again. Mu Hyuk silently walks away. Secretly judging the opponent as just a scoundrel, the lecture on mature men ends in silence because the student didn't bother to register. Inside, Mu Hyuk begins to piece together information about Bae Dong-soo of the Sasung gang. You know well that at this point, that gang hasn't reached national influence, but already has considerable power. Mu Hyuk quietly calculated that someday he would be useful to me. As he returned to the hospital room, he was stunned to see a handsome man in a suit standing next to his grandmother's bed. Mu Hyuk's grandmother weakly said, "Mu Hyuk, someone is looking for you." The man turned back, his sharp eyes fixed on you, and asked, "Kim Mu Hyuk?" Recognizing the familiar face, Mu Hyuk froze in shock and thought, "Randak Ha." They looked at each other tensely for a moment before My Eung-hun ordered them to leave and spoke. At a nearby coffee shop, My Eung-hun officially introduced himself, saying, "My name is Ha Mi Eung-hun. I work for Chairman Jon Tae-san." Mu Hyuk quietly holds the business card, his mind racing as he faces the chairman's right-hand man. He is the closest relative that your grandfather trusted until the end of his life, and memories of the past life come flooding back. It was My Eung-hun who appeared at your grandmother's funeral to reveal the shocking truth about your mother's father, Mr. Jon Tae-san. My Eung-hun suggested that Mu Hyuk come to Seoul with him, but was met with a challenging question. Why didn't the chairman come himself? The question made My Eung-hun stunned. He couldn't believe that a teenager could exude such calmness and an overpowering attitude. My Eung-hun quietly assessed that these eyes and demeanor definitely did not belong to a student, but the sincerity in his words made him unable to doubt. Regaining his composure, My Eung-hun replied that the chairman was very busy and did not have time to meet him that day. "I'm not asking him to meet me." The suggestion to go to Seoul was dismissed as quickly as a spam call. I looked directly at him and assert, "I'm talking about my mother, his daughter, Kim Mi-seon." Mu Hyuk fully understands his grandfather's personality and knows for sure that the old man would look down on him if he heard this request. Mu Hyuk's eyes sharpened as he recalled the past pain. He didn't even visit her remains after she passed away, right? He firmly set the condition, and although the chairman might seem to be acting emotionally, it was actually a direct blow to his pride. Facing a stunned Ma Yu-kwon, Mu Hyuk quietly recalled his past life. At that time, he was just an orphan child with no choice but to obey. He recalls the scene of Ma Yu-kwon appearing at her funeral, coldly stating he would cover the funeral expenses and demanding that he go to Seoul to meet the chairman as soon as everything was over. At that time, the help from Taesan Group was like a giant hand from the sky, forcing a small Mu Hyuk to just bow and accept in order to continue his studies. But now, the current Mu Hyuk is completely different. He understands the true nature of Jon Tae-san and will never let history repeat itself. Mu Hyuk stood up, decisively ordering the chairman's right-hand man to deliver a message for him. If they want to meet, they should come here themselves. He glanced at My Eung-hun with an air of superiority and bid farewell. "I am leaving now, Director Ha My Eung-hun." Mu Hyuk nodded slightly and then walked straight out of the shop. Watching the young boy's back, My Eung-hun suddenly realized he was trembling. The overwhelming presence and fierce aura emanating from Mu Hyuk made even an experienced man like him feel a sense of fear. Those who leave go quietly. Those who stay have hearts pounding like they just ran a deadline. The report says he's just someone who causes trouble or gets into fights. Maybe they're mistaken. The only daughter of the chairman, Kim Mi-seon, and her only son, Kim Mu Hyuk, are not like other children. At Daehan Busan Hospital, Mu Hyuk's grandmother exclaimed upon hearing the news that the chairman told her to become a superwoman. He calmly confirmed, "Yes, I told him to come here and visit your mother first. Your daughter has been dead for 17 years, and he has never visited her grave. It's so ridiculous. The report says the kids fought, but in reality, it's an undisclosed boss." The lady worriedly asks, "Mu Hyuk, do you know what kind of person your mother's father is?" Mu Hyuk confirmed that he knew everything, even revealing that he had used the secret phone number his grandmother had always kept hidden to contact his grandfather's people. Surprised, she asked why he should treat someone who had ignored the existence of both of them for 17 years. Despite her tearful attempts to persuade him, Mu Hyuk remained resolute and cold. He gently embraced his trembling grandmother to comfort her, saying, "It's okay, don't worry, just take care of your health. As long as I have you, I don't need anyone else." Looking at the only remaining family member, Mu Hyuk painfully remembers the past life when she had to say goodbye to her without any warning. He clenched his arms tightly, silently promising himself that this time he would make her happy. Meanwhile, in Seoul, at the Sahwa Villa, Chairman Jon Tae-san repeated his granddaughter's request with a mocking expression. He said, "If I want to meet him, I have to go there myself." Mi Eung-hun respectfully bowed and reported, "Yes, Chairman. He said he would meet on the day of his mother's grave visit." Tae-san smirked maliciously, thinking to himself that this kid must be either out of his mind or crazy to make such an unreasonable request, a simple request that directly hit the ego of the S-Class chairman. However, that arrogance sparked the curiosity of the powerful old man. Tae-san straightened up and declared, "All right, it has successfully caught my attention. I will go to Busan to see what kind of person it is." He smokes a cigarette in one breath, his eyes showing a cold and calculating look. If it defies him, he will make it work like a slave for this house. When Mui Hee-uk returns to Dongsung Technical High School, surprised by his own return, he is warmly greeted by Mui Uksu, his close friend, who waves and shouts, "Hey, Mui Hee-uk, you're here." Mui Uksu politely asked about her health, and Mui Hye-uk smiled and replied, "Yes, with you she was discharged already." Seeing that my friend has been back to school for a few days, Mui Uksu excitedly suggested, "Shall we skip class and go for a beer?" But instead of agreeing as usual, Mui Hee-uk quietly opened his bag, pretending to take something out, and replied, "Beer what? Like you said, I've been going to school for a few days now." At this moment, his mind was in a state of intense turmoil, not expecting to return to high school after 30 years. With the determination to change our future, we need to prepare our lessons. Mui Hye-uk's diligent efforts inspire Mui Uksu and the whole class. Mui Uksu shouted in shock, "What's wrong with you, Mui Hye-uk?" as he read his book and studied diligently. He hurriedly held Mui Hye-uk's head and lamented, "It's only 1990. There are still 9 years until the end of the world. What's wrong with you?" Mui Hye-uk could only shake his head in frustration at his friend's exaggeration and muttered, "What are you talking about?" Looking at the page of the book, Mui Hee-uk quietly reflected on the past, realizing that back then he didn't go to school just to learn. He knows that the real turning point that made him dive into studying was only after a fateful encounter, because it was only after meeting his grandfather that he started to learn. It turns out his motivation wasn't for the future, but because his grandfather was difficult to live with. Mua faces her powerful grandfather in a room full of books, the atmosphere becoming extremely tense. Chon Thi-sun looks at his granddaughter with contempt and delivers a bitter remark, just to insult her. The old man stood up confidently, declaring the future he had already planned out. "From now on, you have only one goal, Korea University Law School." Even though he knew Mui Hye-uk's current ability was 0, Dai-san coldly affirmed that right now, there was no hope for you to get in. "I will use that as a measure of your worth." The old man turned his back and walked away, not forgetting to leave a promise full of condescension. "As long as you still live in this house, I won't let you die." Mui Hye-uk quietly listens, his eyes shining with a mysterious determination before his first challenge in this new life. Success means survival. Failure means disappearing. But if you fail, your relationship with the Jon family will come to an end. Chon Thi-sun's stern warning still echoes as he quietly turns his back and walks away. Mui Hye-uk knows that to survive in this family, he must earn his grandfather's approval. In his past life memories, he had to bury himself in books, studying tirelessly to get into Korea University Law School. Although he finally succeeded in becoming a subordinate of the Chwangjioi, the price he paid was being ruthlessly exploited by the Jon family. Seeing the scars and bandages wrapped around his back, Mui Hee-uk bitterly realized he was no different from a servant with shared blood, but despised without mercy. "After graduating from university, I didn't move up in life, but was forced into a high-level slave existence. But this time will be different," Mui Hee-uk told himself as he diligently wrote in his notebook in class. He would study for a completely new purpose. The quiet atmosphere of self-study time was quickly broken by noisy sounds from the hallway. A teacher with a fierce expression holding a wooden stick slammed it against the wall and shouted loudly at the troublemakers. "You're almost at class, but still standing there." Not long after the quiet, the side boss with a stick appeared right outside the classroom. Walking into the classroom with a tense expression, the teacher growled. The class monitor stepped forward to the podium, slamming a stack of files onto the desk to face the students. Immediately, the class monitor saluted, and we all greeted the teacher. However, the tense atmosphere grew even more when the teacher glared at the back of the class and shouted loudly, "Kim Moo Hee-uk, come up here." Moo Hee-uk glanced briefly with an annoyed expression. As soon as he stepped onto the podium, he received a stern command to lie down. The teacher, wielding a bamboo stick, repeatedly struck Moo Hee-uk's head and began questioning him with a sarcastic tone, asking how many days he had been attending school, whether he thought school was a playground, and if he could go wherever he wanted. Moo Hye-uk stands in front of the podium, quietly apologizing, "I have to take care of my grandmother." Immediately, a slap lands across his face. The old teacher sneered sarcastically. "Damn it." He continued to scold with contempt. "You troublemaker, like you should take care of that old woman. Probably out drinking somewhere again, right?" The teacher swung his hand repeatedly at Moo Hee-uk's face in front of the class. Holding a baseball bat in his hand, he glared and shouted, "How dare you mess around? Lie down quickly." Moo Hye-uk quietly looked at the teacher, recalling in his mind, I remember now, first-year homeroom teacher. He stared straight at him with a cold gaze, making the teacher even more furious. "How dare you look at me with that look? You must be crazy." The teacher swung his hand again, attacking his student like an animal. He shouted in fury, "Get down now!" Moo Hee-uk quietly assessed, "Haha, he's probably over 30 now. You know the real reason behind this hatred? There's another reason why he's treating me like this." He kept demanding bribe money from her after visiting his house at the beginning of the year. The memory flashes back to her trying to hand over the 10,000 coin note, but Moo Hee-uk firmly stopped her. Because he didn't get the money, he kept trying to beat you all year long. And his way of talking is so capitalist, only missing the posted price list. Mu Hyuk is forced to lie on the classroom floor under the pressure of the baseball bat. The teacher, while scolding, prepares to swing the bat. Do you think I don't know you're always fighting? Guys like you, after graduation, will only end up as street beggars. Old Dak triumphantly asked. Am I wrong? That idiot. Suddenly the classroom door swings open and a man rushes in. The old teacher is surprised. Ha! The teacher from the north. What's wrong, vice principal? The vice principal of this school is Kim Moo Hyuk, right? The old teacher, confused, exclaimed, huh? While still holding his cane above Moo Hyuk, who was about to strike when suddenly a luxury car appeared and stopped right in front of Dongsung High School, attracting everyone's curiosity. Myung-han stepped out, elegantly opened the car door, and said, You are Kim Moo Hyuk. Come in. In front of the astonished students and teachers from the upper floors, Moo Hyuk quietly entered the luxurious car. The shocking event left the old teacher and the students stunned, exclaiming, What? Oh, is that an exotic car? Just settled into the back seat, Moo Hyuk was startled to realize a powerful man was waiting there, calmly reading a newspaper with an extremely commanding presence. Moo Hyuk looked straight at his grandfather, his eyes shining with determination mixed with complex calculations. Outside, Myung-han still stood respectfully beside the sleek black car. Jon Tae-sun put down the newspaper, looked at his grandson with a sharp gaze, and asked, You are the son of Mi Suk-ku. Seeing the stern yet powerful face of Jon Tae-sun, Moo Hyuk thought to himself, It seems my grandfather and I are meeting again this time. He recalls that in his previous life, the last time he saw his grandfather was the day before he passed away, 20 years ago. Facing his grandfather's question, Moo Hyuk confidently confirms, Yes, my father is Kim Tae-soo, and my mother is Jeon Mi-suk. This reunion is not fate, but a second round that was planned in advance. Hearing the answer, Jon Tae-sun slightly pursed his lips with a sinister smile. The old man looked at Moo Hyuk and confirmed, You asked me to come. I looked straight into his eyes and asked, Have you visited my mother's grave? Tae-sun quietly looked out the window and replied in a deep, hoarse voice, Yes. Moo Hyuk sat quietly in the car, silently assessing the actions of this unfaithful grandfather. He knew well that over the years, the old man had never once visited his daughter's grave after her passing, so he must have stopped there before coming to see him. Moo Hyuk looked straight at the powerful man, his voice calm but firm. And also, the woman who raised me is no longer able to defend herself. He added a challenging statement, so I won't apologize. Jon Tae-sun was amazed by his brave attitude. The old man observed and silently evaluated, looking at this kid, so young yet still fearless when facing him. The old man broke the tense atmosphere, wondering if you knew who he was. Moo Hyuk still kept a cold expression, but deep down he was certain he knew exactly who he was. You know that the man in front of you is a legend in South Korea's private lending industry. Coming from the South during the war, starting as a day laborer, Jon Tae-sun gradually became a force in the political and economic circles by 1970. Back then, no tycoon or politician had never borrowed money from him. And even in the 90s, he still dominated the entire country with trillions of dirty money. He was the king of loan sharking, Jon Tae-sun. Back in the present, Moo Hyuk calmly replied, Just a little. I heard you're running a small business, with a resume as impressive as the end boss of a server. Jon Tae-sun modestly said with false humility, I am running a small private business in Seoul. He looked directly at Moo Hyuk and asked sharply, Do you understand what the term small private business means? Moo Hyuk secretly smirked at that humble yet calculating attitude, yet he said small private enterprise. Without giving you a chance to react, Tae-sun went straight to the point. So why do you want to meet me? What do you want? Moo Hyuk lowered his head, hiding the calculating fire in his eyes. I just want one thing, sir. Small businesses like this are probably just for show. Moo Hyuk looked up, a proud and ambitious smile clearly on his face. In his mind, he had clearly identified the ultimate goal of this new life. The thing he needed to overthrow the Jon family was money. The only revenge Moo Hyuk could exact on the Jon family now was money. You are determined to seize all the inheritance assets that they will leave behind after Jon Tae-sun's death for yourself. To carry out this plan, Moo Hyuk understands that he must secretly build a strong enough capital to compete with them without letting the Tae-sun family find out. Sitting beside me in the car, Chairman Jon Tae-sun coldly speaks, telling me why you want to meet me? What do you want? Moo Hyuk looked directly into the old man's eyes and replied, Please give me the money. His response made Tae-sun secretly despise him, so it was all just for money? He turned out to be a pathetic loser. The old man asked again, How much do you want? Moo Hyuk calmly explained, My grandmother, who raised me for 17 years, needs money for surgery. I need 10 million soldiers for that. If you add any other requests, I also need you to give me 1 million soldiers each month until I graduate from high school for my tuition and living expenses. Asking for money in such a clear and straightforward way sounds like you're presenting an investment proposal. Tae-sun repeats the figures with a confident tone. 10 million and 1 million a month, I can easily provide those for you. But in the old man's mind, he looked down on Moo Hyuk, thinking he had no real skills and only dared to call him out here just to pay a small debt. Unexpectedly, Moo Hyuk spoke up firmly. I'm not asking for money from you, I'm just borrowing it for a while. Thinking he was asking for aid, it turns out to be the start of a student loan contract. The statement made Teeson feel excited, and the old man looked intently at his grandson, feeling amused. Well, it's not hard for a loan shark to lend money to others, but the high-interest lender won't lend you money just like that. The old man looked sternly at Mu Hee-wook, who felt the pressure, and he needed to be capable of paying back the debt. Do you have anything to pawn or use as collateral? In response to the collateral question, Mu Hee-wook pointed to his head and confidently declared, I want to use my brain as collateral. John Tisson's eyes narrowed in scrutiny at his bold proposal. If you lend me money, I can attend Korea Law University. You firmly assert that you will use that as collateral for the principal and interest. Seeing Teeson's contemplative expression, Mu Hee-wook silently thought that in the previous life, he was the one who made this request. But in this life, it is you who took the initiative to propose it. Mu Hee-wook understands very well the powerful man sitting beside him. John Teeson always harbors a strong desire for academic achievement because in the past he was deprived of proper education due to poverty. Therefore, once his career was stable, Teeson became even more obsessed with his children's education. But his sons John Suman and John Ji-won are both incompetent, only able to get into mediocre universities in Seoul after wasting a lot of his money, and still failing to meet educational KPEs. Although Mu Hee-wook's mother once got into a prestigious university, she eventually dropped out and left him. Mu Hee-wook knows that having a grandson admitted to Korean Law University would be an extremely tempting offer for Teeson, as it could erase his long-standing inferiority complex about education. Teeson secretly doubted that he was planning to enter Korea University Law School, but from what I know, his academic record isn't enough. The old man looked at Mu Hee-wook with a mocking smile, as if he was talking to a genius in the making on one side, and a current resume that made you want to turn off the device on the other. The old man sneered and said, You're really confident, then coldly asked, What if you fail? Mu Hee-wook knew well that he had failed once before, but in this game, nothing is certain. You understand that you need to gain this old man's attention and trust through your words. Mu Hee-wook confidently declares, If I don't succeed, I will give up my head and my body. Is that enough? Mu Hee-wook confidently offers himself up. Then, after a moment's thought, the old man nods in agreement, saying that's fine. Mu Hee-wook immediately makes his next demand. If I succeed, give me a gift to celebrate. You're curious about the gift. Is there anything else you want? Mu Hee-wook smiled mysteriously and replied, I'll tell you after I get into university. You lean close to your grandfather's ear, full of ambition, and say, I plan to ask you for a very big gift if that happens. Sitting in the quiet space of the luxury car, John T. Sands gazes out the window. Then suddenly, a sinister smile gradually appears on his aged face. The old man chuckled happily, his laughter echoing through the car with a triumphant tone. All right, I'll wait to see what big gift you want, but then his gaze hardened, exuding heavy pressure as he looked straight at his grandson. But if you fail, laughing might be fun. But everyone knows behind it is a blood contract. The old man confirmed firmly about the price to pay, just as you said you would belong to me, and you will have to listen to everything I say. John T. Sands smiled wickedly, threatening a dark future that even the devil himself would fear. Behind the old man, a giant shadow with glowing red eyes like a demon materialized, engulfing the space as if to swallow Mu Hee-wook whole. Faced with that terrifying intimidation, Mu Hee-wook still kept a cold, calm expression and replied indifferently. All right, Grandpa, if you want to play, then let's see if you can beat your grandson. The shiny black car sped down the dusty road, leaving Mu Hee-wook standing alone in the silent emptiness. Watching the fading shadow of the car, he sneered sarcastically. That damn old man dares to threaten children. Mu Hee-wook put his hand to his mouth, clearly displeased as he repeated his grandfather's threat. The devil keeper indeed, underestimating the target, because this child has already survived through the music stage. Standing in the windy schoolyard, Mu Hee-wook pondered the proposal from John Tesson and softly said, I like that idea. His eyes suddenly turned a fierce red filled with malice, a cold smile appearing on his face. I will become a demon if that's what he wants. The one who will destroy the Tesson family into ruins is on the move, as the powerful chairman's car weaves through the busy city streets. Sitting in the back seat, John Tesson gently strokes his chin thoughtfully. He's an interesting kid. Hearing the unexpected comment from the boss, my Eung-hun driving ahead couldn't help but be surprised. My Eung-hun, while driving, admitted he was quite shocked that the blind man was completely different from the reports he had received. Sitting in the back seat, Chairman John Tesson pondered, reminiscing about the countless types of people he had encountered in the business world. From those who default on loans but still want to borrow more, to thugs bringing alcohol to threaten, or even desperate people stabbing their own stomachs to threaten suicide, and even selling their children to pay debts after facing all kinds of people for a long time, he is confident he can judge anyone's character from the first meeting. Through their eyes, expressions, voice, and body language, he can understand their innermost thoughts. But with a blind person, he admits he can't figure anything out. Even John Tesson had a strange feeling that it was the young boy who was actually judging him. Seeing the chairman look pleased, my Eung-hun thought it seemed like he liked the boy already. As he drives, he softly repeats the mission name full of affection. The first time the reading machine encounters the word B-U-G and gets stuck, reading it backwards as well. John Tessin leans back in his seat, gazing with contemplative eyes as the car speeds along the roads toward Dahan Busan Hospital. At Dahan Busan Hospital, Kim Moo-hyuk bowed his head earnestly to the doctor and asked him to take care of my grandmother. The doctor reassuringly replied, "Yes, don't worry, it's not a difficult surgery." Moo-hyuk quietly walks down the corridor with a thoughtful expression as the surgical notification board glows brightly. As he strolls among the passing crowd, a sudden voice calls out from behind, "Hey, Kang Moo-moo!" As Kang Moo was walking down the hallway, Dong-shu suddenly approached from behind, slinging an arm around his shoulder warmly and asking if he still went to school regularly and ate 3 full meals a day. "Then come up to the rooftop and smoke with me." Moo-hyuk remained calm and composed, replying coldly, "You're saying that to a high school student, huh? I'm very busy. I have to study." Dong-shu looked surprised and shouted dramatically, Come on. You're just a kid. What do you need to study for? Enjoy your childhood first. My logic is, the future can wait. Right now, just smoke." Seeing he couldn't persuade the stubborn kid, Dong-shu reluctantly conceded, "Fine, if you need to study, I can't stop you." He took out a pack of chewing gum from the patient's shirt pocket, handed it to Moo-hyuk, and said, "Here, whenever you're sleepy, just chew this." Then he casually walked away, not forgetting to wave goodbye and say, "See you later." Moo-hyuk realized that Bok Dong-shu was an unexpectedly interesting person, but he also knew well the tragic fate awaiting him when the gang wars broke out. The image of Bok Dong-shu severely injured, lying motionless amidst the tragic scene, flashed in his mind as a warning. Suddenly, Moo-hyuk looked out the window and saw a group of people disembarking from cars parked in front of the hospital gate. One of them secretly pulled out a sharp weapon from his shirt pocket with a threatening look. Moo-hyuk narrowed his eyes in suspicion. Those guys. Could it be that Bok Dong-shu just thought of the death flag and the scenario immediately unfolded as planned? In the hospital corridor, the gang members passed by, and they looked even better than those city boys. Everyone's faces were tense and serious. Witnessing this scene, Moo-hyuk quietly affirmed that he was not going to let him die today. His eyes flash with a cold, calculating look as he watches the figure of the gangster, seeming to think he can bring him to his side. At the hospital reception desk, a man in a brown vest and his henchmen stride over aggressively to ask about Bok Dong-shu's room. The nurses and teachers seem hesitant and ask about the patient's relationship. Han slams the energy drink can onto the table and shouts loudly, "Miss Moo, I'm here to visit him." Just as the atmosphere was tense, Moo-hyuk suddenly appeared from behind and asked back, "Are you looking for Big Brother Dong-shu?" Moo-hyuk smiled kindly, claiming to be Bae Dong-shu's younger brother and offering to lead them to the hospital room. While the clueless fools followed without realizing they were walking into a trap, Moo-hyuk's eyes suddenly turn cold, and he secretly feels furious. How dare these outsiders cause chaos in the hospital while she's undergoing surgery? Determined to protect her peace, Moo-hyuk decided to chase them out first. Instead of heading to the hospital room, Moo-hyuk led the strangers deeper into a quiet alley behind the hospital. Realizing something's wrong, the leader Mark Vest now froze, pointing at Moo-hyuk's back and growling, "You bastard, what the hell are you doing leading us somewhere?" Moo-hyuk silently stopped, turned around with a cold gaze, and asked straightforwardly, "Are you here to kill Bok Dong-shu?" leading us enthusiastically but heading to a private area. Having his true intentions exposed, Mark Vest now furiously pulls out a sharp knife and shouts, "Who the hell are you?" Moo-hyuk remains calm and still, ready for a confrontation. Hey, what are you guys doing?" He looked at the crowd surrounding Moo-hyuk and sneered, "These damn gangsters, aren't you ashamed?" Pointing a knife at a high school student, when he saw the real target, the green-jacketed thug shouted wildly, charging forward and throwing a powerful punch straight at Bok Dong-shu's face, igniting a fiery clash. As Hayek quietly watched the battle unfold from afar, a thunderous punch to the forehead stunned the henchman. The guy in the green jacket was knocked back, crying out in pain, while Bok Dong-shu, still dressed as a patient, delivered a powerful kick that sent his opponent flying. The patient fights like he's in the UFC finals, refusing to play the weak role in the hospital bed. The henchman collapses to the ground, eyes filled with shock and terror as Dong-shu charges like a beast, swinging his fist into the opponent's face and then smashing his head into the hard ground. The other 3 accomplices who just arrived were forced to stop in their tracks by his dominance. Dong-shu quietly smiled, removing his patient's gown to reveal a body wrapped in bandages and adorned with phoenix tattoos, emanating an icy aura. You'd think he was a weak patient, but when he revealed his skin, it was Boss Funnel. Macvest Snow crazily charged forward to attack, but Dong-shu swiftly knocked away his weapon arm and then kicked him to the ground. The remaining henchmen, trembling, watched their comrades fall quickly. The toothy bastard stomps hard on his slippers, then charges forward like an arrow. Dong-shu leaps into the air, executing a powerful spinning kick aimed at the panicked crowd. A fierce collision erupts, leaving the enemies no time to react. Dong-shu puts all his strength into his final flying kick, causing the enemy to completely fall at his feet. A bald thug suddenly pauses when he sees the glass panels on the wall, devising a treacherous plan and immediately lifting a large glass frame to ambush Dong-shu from behind. However, Bok Dong-shu quickly spun around and delivered a thunderous punch through the thick glass, aiming straight at the attacker's face, causing shards of glass to shatter everywhere. Dong-shu stood there panting heavily, while Moo-hyuk quietly appeared from behind, watching the whole scene with a very calm expression, smashing both the glass and the opponent, and the hospital was probably about to add damage to the facilities. As Bok Dong-shu strolled down the hospital corridor, he happily exclaimed, "Wow, it's been so long since I had a proper rest like this." Ga started explaining about the recent territorial war and confirmed that he had anticipated they would come here to seek revenge while he was in the hospital. Dong-shu looked at Moo Hyuk with an amused expression and said, "I had my eyes on them, but you brought them here." "You're pretty brave, you bastard. You didn't even seem afraid when they pulled out the knives." Moo Hyuk replied calmly, "Because I knew you would come. I even noticed your subordinates guarding the hospital, and even if I didn't intervene, the outcome would be the same." Deep down, Moo Hyuk knew that Bok Dong-shu could handle those little pests no matter if he got involved or not. Dong-shu put his arm around Moo Hyuk warmly and declared, "I still owe you, so you think I'll just let this go, huh? Tell me what you want and I'll give it to you, money or women." Looking at the snarling man in front of him, Moo Hyuk quietly confirmed that Bok Dong-shu would be the first tool in his plan and was determined to bring him under his control at all costs. Moo Hyuk calmly made his first demand. "So just bring only your closest subordinates and hide somewhere for about 3 months. Bok Dong-shu roared in shock. "What are you talking about? I asked what you want, but you're just talking nonsense. Why should I go into hiding?" Moo Hyuk remains calm and composed, predicting that the president will soon declare war on crime and issue nationwide arrest warrants for all criminal organizations. Hearing the 4 words crime fight, Dong-shu is stunned into silence. As Moo Hyuk predicted, in October 1990, the president issued a special decree to crack down on crime and change the corrupt political situation. The announcement of this fight against crime was on an entirely different level. A large-scale campaign to wipe out all criminal organizations, big and small. Moo Hyuk seriously warned Dong-shu to keep the hideout secret. Not even other members of the organization should know. Especially, be careful of your boss, Lisa Seong. Dong-shu was wide-eyed in shock at the chillingly accurate information. Moo Hyuk turned away and walked off, leaving a decisive statement. "That's what I want. Now the decision is yours." He quietly calculated that if Dong-shu survives this ordeal, there will surely come a day when he needs him. 1 month later, in the quiet Jirsan Mountain Forest, the fight against crime and violence to eradicate criminal organizations was officially declared. France has now granted the president full authority to wipe them out. On October 13, 1990, shocking news spread across newspapers and television. When I read the news, oh my god, what is going on? All prosecutors have been mobilized and all organizations in Busan have been arrested. Even boss Sa Song, who was hiding to lure them, is now a rare survivor after opening the newspaper. Bak Dong-soo is now resigned, sitting quietly as he orders his men not to do anything, just stay here and not cause unnecessary trouble. Understood? The subordinates respectfully responded, "Yes, boss." Looking at the newspaper in his hand, Dong-shu suddenly realized that everything happening was exactly as that kid had said. "I remember when I dismissed Moo Hyuk's words. What were you really trying to say? Whether you want the country to reunify or not, I hope that wish will come true in Germany, not because of us." I thought I was talking to a kid spouting nonsense, but it turned out I was facing the very crisis of the future. However, on October 3, 1990, the reunification of Germany actually happened exactly as Moo Hyuk had predicted. Faced with undeniable truths, Bok Dong-shu trembles, his face showing pure horror. All he can think about now is one huge suspicion. Who really is Kim Moo Hyuk? Once we guessed they were just lucky, but if they know the entire history of the world, it can only be ChatGPT. He's the one who handles everything very efficiently. Nam Cheon apartment, Moo Hyuk takes her home and helps her settle in. "Grandma, don't say anything. I took it from the man I met after 17 years, and I also received living expenses from him, so you don't need to work anymore." The old lady still hesitated, nervously asking if she was okay accepting these things. Moo Hyuk smiled reassuringly, her eyes full of sincerity. "You've worked so hard raising your grandson alone, you deserve even more. Please wait a little longer. I will make sure you can live a comfortable life. Just take care of your health, okay?" Seeing her eldest grandson grow up, the old woman tearfully calls out Moo Hyuk's name. Just then, a voice calls from the door. "Grandma, congratulations on your discharge from the hospital." Lai Mai Eung-soo and Bak Hwin-dung happily walk into the house carrying large bags of food. Mai Eung-soo excitedly exclaims, "Oh my god, look who's here. We bought pork belly for you, Grandma. Today we have to grill some meat for a proper barbecue, and the small room is filled with laughter as everyone gathers around the delicious grilled meat." Moo Hyuk quietly smiles, feeling the simple happiness he had lost before. Plot twist quickly shifted from a high-ranking strategist to a member focused on grilling meat in an instant. The autumn weather was cool and pleasant, but the atmosphere at the high school was extremely tense because today was the day to receive test scores. Mai Eung-soo sighed gloomily. The weather is so cool and pleasant, yet today there's a test score announcement. Seeing that, Hwin-sung chuckled smugly. Mai Eung-soo got annoyed. "Hey, don't laugh. You're no different from me," Hwin-sung puffed up proudly. "What are you talking about? I'm better than you. At least I'm in the top 500 out of 520 students." Mai Eung-soo immediately retorted, "Get lost. I'm 451st. Don't show off in front of me." Turning to Moo Hyuk, Hwin-sung curiously asked, Moy Hyuk, how did you do on the test? You studied really hard. Moy Hyuk modestly replied, I just improved a little. I need to try harder. In his heart, Moy Hyuk thought to himself that it's been a long time since he studied, so he found it a bit difficult. But he had done well. Sitting in class, a hurried friend ran over to deliver shocking news. Hey Moy Hyuk, do you know the news? You ranked first in this exam. Both Mai Eung-soo and Hyun Sung were stunned, huh? Really? The friend confirmed confidently. Yeah, I heard it in the teacher's lounge this morning. At that moment, a teacher appeared at the classroom door and loudly called out, UHA, Yuka! The homeroom teacher called him to the office. Moy Hyuk quietly stood up and left the class, surprising all his friends. Just as he was about to faint, he was suddenly pulled back with a faint burnt smell. Hearing that Kim Moy Hyuk was called to the office, Mai Eung-soo couldn't help but get excited and ask, Wow! What's going on? Maybe he's getting a reward. His enthusiastic friend urged him to go quickly. In the teacher's office, the homeroom teacher sat arrogantly on his chair, crossed his arms and asked haughtily, Kim Moy Hyuk, do you know why I called you here? Moy Hyuk, still stunned and not understanding what was happening, was suddenly struck hard across the face. Seeing the violence through the glass window, Mai Eung-soo and Hyun Sung were stunned. The teacher stood up, glaring fiercely, and asked again, Do you really not know why you were called here? Moy Hyuk wiped away the pain and thought to himself, What is he doing? With that, another sudden blow came crashing down. The teacher shouted in anger, pointing in his face and demanding to know what you did during the exam, whether you cheated, isn't that right? He yelled like a madman, firmly asserting that someone like Moy Hyuk, who was at the bottom of the class, couldn't have ranked first in the second semester unless he had cheated. Moy Hyuk quietly endured, understanding that the root of this situation started a few days ago when the homeroom teacher called him in for an inquiry, and I heard that the old man hinted at a demand. Since he's the homeroom teacher, he should also come to see the teacher, right? Moy Hyuk, when he realized the trashy nature of that guy, damn this bastard, he really wants to be trashy, even worse than I remember. He pretends to ask about students, but in reality, he's just trying to get VIP contacts for photos. You coldly reply to put an end to the old man's plan. Your grandfather lives in Seoul, so if he wants to meet him, he should go to Seoul. The teacher's grip slips from your hand, and the old teacher hesitates, asking again, Isn't he going to visit you again? The old man warned him thoroughly, saying that when he meets me, he should tell me about the teacher. Moy Hyuk quietly bowed and asked for permission to leave, saying there's nothing more, so I take my leave. Back in the present, the old teacher shouted, Hey, Kim from UHA! He pointed the burning stick at your face threateningly. Did you cheat? Was it just you, or did another AI help you? Facing the oppression, Moy Hyuk's eyes suddenly turned cold and fierce, and he confidently declared, No, sir. I didn't cheat. If I can't get benefits, I'll switch to homemade justice. You need a bit of jungle law to make it easier. The old teacher sneered, raised his stick high, and swung it down fiercely. Look at this brat. I've forgiven all your troublemaking before, but now you dare to cause chaos during the exam. The crazy old man lost control, even dragging your family members into this chaos. Is this how your aunt teaches you, huh? Moy Hyuk's mind was boiling, secretly thinking this bastard had crossed the line and was truly a twisted person. The old teacher keeps acting aggressively. What are you looking at? I might blind you soon. Face the insult, Moy Hyuk calmly demands. Just apologize. He firmly stated that whether he studied honestly or cheated had nothing to do with her and ordered the teacher to apologize immediately. The teacher went berserk, losing his mind and attacking violently. The old man shouted that he knew he was cheating without even checking, then tore up the exam paper and declared he would give him 0 in all subjects. With a sinister smile, he announced that Moy Hyuk would be suspended from today and even wanted to expel him immediately. Moy Hyuk confidently challenged, Do you want to compete with me? Surprised, the teacher was asked if he wanted to take the test with me, and I offered to redo the entire exam right here, in front of him, just like I did during the test. Moy Hyuk boldly states that if the scores don't match, he will voluntarily drop out. The surrounding teachers start whispering, amazed by the student's terrifying confidence. Alone, he can hold his own against the entire teaching staff, making it seem like he's about to challenge them to a battle of intellects. Moy Hyuk continues to escalate by declaring that if the scores remain unchanged, the teacher will have to resign from this school. Offended, the old teacher clenched his teeth and swung his cane to attack, but Moy Hyuk quickly blocked the strike midair, leaving the old man stunned. He looked straight at the old man and sneered, So you're not confident, huh? Moy Hyuk roared with authority, demanding the old man bring out the test papers immediately. But before he could scold, the student shot back like flipping a switch, cutting him off instantly. Rumors about the exam scandal quickly spread throughout the school corridors, drawing a crowd of students gossiping excitedly. Inside the office, under the close supervision of teachers, Moy Hyuk calmly reviewed the exam questions. The homeroom teacher, sweating profusely, nervously held the exam papers to cross-check. The harsh truth revealed itself as all subjects scored nearly perfect. History 100, Math 100, Physics 90, Literature 100, and Social Sciences 100. Another teacher hurriedly informed Mr. Back that if Moy Hyuk finished the English exam correctly, he would score perfect marks in all subjects. Sitting at the desk, Moy Hyuk calmly announced that he had reached the last question. He looked straight at the sweating teacher and warned him of the price to pay. If he did it right, the teacher would have to leave this school forever. Moo Hyuk warns that if the old man doesn't keep his promise and still comes to school, don't expect him to treat him like a teacher anymore. Outside the window, My Eung-soo and Hyun Sung are anxiously watching every move. Moo Hyuk suddenly offers a sarcastic escape, saying if the teacher apologizes now, she won't solve the problem anymore. Teacher back stammers, unable to believe his own hands. What? At that moment, the vice principal stepped in to stop everything, stating that Moo Hyuk had proven he was not cheating. He sternly reprimanded Teacher Bak to not make a bigger fuss and demanded that he apologize for failing to recognize the student's progress. Teacher Bak stood frozen, his face pale with shame. A single apology, worth more than 1,000 words of honor, had to be spoken. In front of everyone, the teacher was forced to awkwardly apologize, saying, "I misunderstood you." Moo Hyuk quietly stands up from his seat, decisively slamming his test paper onto the desk as a declaration of his absolute victory. He calmly asks for permission to leave the classroom, then walks past the stunned teacher and out of the staff room, reuniting with his friends waiting in the hallway. My Eung-soo and Hui Sung cheer triumphantly, fists raised high in victory. Moo Hyuk walks hesitantly through the school corridor amid the enthusiastic cheers of his friends. Mendy looks confident with her aura shining, as if she just cleared the final boss. At the school bulletin board, students are excitedly discussing the recently announced exam results. At the top of the list is the name Kim Moo Hyuk from Class 3, far ahead of the other students to take the first place in the entire school. My Eung-soo and Hui Sung just walked down the stairs, laughing triumphantly. My Eung-soo smugly asked, "Did you see Han's proud face?" Han was so angry he turned purple. Hui Sung was still in shock. He looked at Moo Hyuk and wondered, "So you really are at the top of the school? Are you really planning to go to Korea University?" Moo Hyuk asked as he sat among the fallen yellow leaves on the stairs. You look at your two close friends and then seriously suggest, "My Eung-soo, you should also study seriously. I will help." Hui Sung, you should train in judo again and get into university through direct admission. Moo Hyuk knows your true strength. My Eung-soo used to have high grades in middle school and was fully capable of entering a social sciences university, but he chose a vocational school just to follow his passion. Hui Sung was once a promising judo athlete in middle school, but because he didn't want to leave his friends, he accepted to attend a school that didn't even have a sports team. But my Eung-soo just scoffed and shook his head, saying, "What's the point of studying now? I just need to take over my dad's nightclub." Hui Sung also looked discouraged. "My body now feels completely stiff. I plan to work at this factory, one as a future manager, the other as a future worker, while currently being lazy and unorganized in studying." Moo Hyuk approaches, puts his arm around both of their shoulders, and calls out, "My Eung-soo and Hui Sung." His eyes became incredibly determined as he revealed his upcoming plan. "I have something important to do at Zeun. So doing it alone is very difficult, so I hope you guys can help me. Let's work hard to get to Zeon together." Standing before the cityscape at sunset, Moo Hyuk quietly calls them my friends. Deep down, he understands that knowing the future doesn't mean he can face his revenge alone. No matter what, Moo Hyuk still needs loyal teammates who will never betray or stab him in the back. The call to go to Zeun to start a career, like multi-level marketing luring amateurs into a scam. Seeing the carefree smiles of My Eung-soo and Hui Sung, Moo Hyuk told himself he could completely trust them. He continued to focus on his studies at Dongsung School. His relentless efforts paid off as Moo Hyuk easily secured the top position in the second semester final exam. Once again, the name Kim Moo Hyuk topped the charts, earning admiration and amazement from all teachers and students in the school. Although not yet the highest, Lee Myung-soo's scores have gradually improved significantly. At the same time, Bak Hui-sung also started practicing judo again, his punches and throws gradually regaining their former strength. Everything gradually fell into the plan that Moo Hyuk had set out. That winter, snow blanketed the capital Zeun from the towering Namsan Pagoda to the high-rise buildings shrouded in cold mist. Kim Moo Hyuk stands silently in the snow, gazing into the distance while My Eung-hoo quietly waits beside the luxury car. He softly mutters to himself, "I'm back here again." In front of him is the impregnable fortress of the Jon family, a scene as beautiful as a film. But behind the visuals, an all-out family war is about to erupt. Beong Trangdong in Jongno-gu, along with Han Nam-dong, is one of the wealthiest areas in the entire country. This is the grand residence of Jon Tae-san, once ranked number 1 among those capable of raising enormous funds. Through the upheavals of different governments, from military coups to regime changes, the fortress of the king for usury still stands firm, protecting enormous wealth from all political forces. In short, politics may change colors, but this family's wealth remains stable over the years. Inside the luxurious villa, in the quiet space only filled with the soft clinking of dishes, Moo Hyu and Jon Tae-san sat together at a grand long table. In his previous life, it wasn't until he entered Korea University Law School that he met Jon Tae-san again. Sitting together now means his grandfather's view of him has completely changed. I hear you've been ranked first for 2 consecutive years. Jon Tae-san gently set down his teacup, a satisfied look in his eye, as he looked at his grandson's report card. He admitted that although the school Moo Hyo is attending isn't top tier, these results proved he's not just a talker. The old man points to his head, asserting that it's proof of your intelligence. Seeing the slight smile on Moo-hyu's lips, Tae-san excitedly declares that because he kept his promise, he has a gift for him and asks what he wants. Moo-hyu still remained calm and reiterated his previous statement. As I said, I will tell you after I get into university. John Tae-san nodded in agreement, promising to give Moo-hyu anything if he entered Korea University Law School. However, the chairman still urged him to try to say what he wished for right now. Deep down, Moo-hyu wondered if he was pretending to be a good grandfather, so he decided to ask for a sum of money. Moo-hyu looked straight into his eyes and confidently asked, "Then give me a share of the company." The statement stunned the powerful chairman in surprise, and he asked back with a suspicious look about the company share. "Do you know anything about the stock market?" Moo-hyu calmly replied, "I don't know much. So I asked you, Grandpa, while others asked for lucky money, you want to buy shares in the company." I continued to corner him with a question, if possible. Which company's shares should I buy? Moo-hyu quietly calculated that if he requested stocks instead of cash, the old man would just see it as a cute request from his grandson. Tron Tae-san gently smiled, then called Ha Myung-hoon over and asked about the number of Dahyun Group shares he held. As soon as he received the answer of 4%, he immediately ordered the kid to leave. Tae-san also advised Myung-hoon to settle all related taxes to avoid future troubles for his grandson. People ask what stocks to buy, but he just keeps repeating the same thing. Moo-hyu couldn't help but be stunned when he heard the name Dahyun. In his memory, Dahyun was at that time an unbeatable top conglomerate leading the Korean financial world. However, after the founder's death, the empire was torn apart by bloody conflicts among the heirs. Moo-hyu understood that Dahyun's shares were not just about money, because having a lot of money didn't necessarily mean owning them. He stood up, bowed to thank his grandfather, still in shock, thinking the old man only intended to give him a small amount to get familiar with. But unexpectedly, it was a gift beyond his imagination. As the tense atmosphere settled, the sound of the door opening and the announcement, "Dad, we're home," echoed through the room. Kim Moo-hyo immediately sensed the familiar aura of hostility, his eyes narrowing in suspicion as he looked at the two men who had just entered. Two hateful names echoed in his mind: John Suman. John Suman, who just entered, exuded a villainous boss aura, with floating text introducing himself even while standing still. One of the two people stepped closer, looked at Moo-hyu with a fake smile, and asked, "Are you Masuku's child?" Seeing the smug face of the person in front of him, Moo-hyu quietly confirmed to himself, "Aren't they the ones I've been searching for all along?" A vivid memory of being submerged in the deep sea flashes back vividly, along with a firm declaration that those who ordered my elimination are the ones behind it. Chairman John Tyson breaks the silence and greets, "Go ahead. They are your uncles." Standing before those who are most likely the ones responsible for killing me in the past life, Moo-hyu reminds himself to be extremely cautious because he still has no solid evidence. He quietly bows and performs the greeting, saying, "I am Kim Moo-hyu." Outside, they are polite enough, but inside, they have already planned their full HD revenge. Schumann smiles kindly with a theatrical flair. "Oh, that's right. I hear you grew up in difficult circumstances without a mother. Raised only by your grandmother? I'm glad to finally meet you." Han gently places a hand on Moo-hyu's shoulder and offers a falsely comforting word. "If you need anything, just feel free to tell me. After all, we are family." As night falls, in the warmly lit study room, a private family meeting takes place. John Tyson sits majestically in the armchair, beginning to question about the in-laws' business situation and how things are going with your mother-in-law. "I heard Samsung is having difficulties, but my daughter-in-law quickly reassured him that it's nothing serious. The media is just making a fuss. You know what your father-in-law is like?" Tyson softly pursed his lips, affirming that he knows very well that he is an extremely indifferent person. However, with the cunning of an old fox, he still advised them to let him know they could rely on him if needed, because luck was not on his side, and he couldn't ignore them. After receiving thanks from his daughter-in-law, he turned to ask his son, "How is Mr. Kim doing?" The son reported that his father-in-law is still fine and actively involved in politics without any trouble. Tyson coldly ordered, "Tell him to come see me if he needs money and say he doesn't need to worry about money laundering." Suddenly, his tone turned sharp as he inquired about another person. "By the way, has anyone among you sent money to Chairman Lee Hak-soo recently?" Asking about this way sounds more like checking KPI for money than family matters. Tyson's face turned terrifying as he roared about the principle of using his money. "That's not how we use money. We must make them come crawling and begging before us. Never pull out money unless they kneel." Faced with his father's fury, John Suman broke out in a sweat, stammering as he warned about the forces backing Lee Hak-soo. "Ha! But father, you don't know who is backing Chairman Lee Hak-soo if we break our promise." Another member, also afraid, added, "That's right, father. If we do that, Trong-pang won't accept peace." The name Trong-pang glows like a heavy threat filling the room as the pouring rain outside the window falls silently. John Tyson gazes into the void with a stern, calculating expression. Under the heavy rain, Kim Moo-hyu quietly stands in his mother's old room at the Chon estate. This place still looks the same as in his previous life, with towering bookshelves and an eerily silent atmosphere. Moo-hyuk walks over to the bookshelf, his hand gliding over the old book spines before stopping at a decorated red photo album with intricate floral patterns. He slowly opens it, revealing a faded color photograph inside. That is a centered photo of Chairman John Tyson and his mother. Mrs. Jon Masuk. Mu Hyuk secretly thought, "This is the only photo of my mother that I could find from the previous life. Your grandfather doesn't seem to have left any other photos except this one, as if he wanted the whole world to forget about your mother." Lost in thought, the sudden sound of the door opening breaks the silence, and a man with an arrogant expression walks in and asks, "Hey, are you Masuka's son?" Mu Hyuk immediately recognized that the person who just appeared was Jon Ji-won. He thought to himself, "Ah, right. Jon Ji-won, this bastard is here too." In Mu Hyuk's memory, Ji-won is the one who was likely sent to kill him in a past life. Perhaps in his eyes, Mu Hyuk's appearance is a thorn because he's eyeing the inheritance that was long ago assigned to him. Ji-won calmly stepped closer and began to mock. "You were in Busan before coming here, right? How does it feel to go from the countryside to a city like Seoul? It must be hard to adapt, right?" Mu Hyuk looked coldly into his eyes and asked back, "Who are you?" Your tough attitude makes Ji-won hesitate. He sneers contemptuously and says, "What's this? Why do you need to act like that? You know I'm older than you. Don't people from Busan countryside know manners?" He immediately insults his hometown, throws in some childish taunts to look tough. But judging by his attitude, Mu Hyuk thinks this guy is still just a reckless kid, consistent and truly impressive. "What does it matter if you're older? You were rude to me earlier, and now you expect me to respect you?" Ji-won said angrily, his face turning purple, stammering as he shouted, "What? You?" Being pulled back suddenly, your system crashed in the middle of the scene, and you haven't had a chance to restore your dignity. Mu Hyuk carefully assessed that Ji-won probably never expected to react so fiercely, because this is likely the first time someone has openly shown hostility towards him. It turns out his father is the eldest son of the king, and has a heavy loan business in Gyeongdong, and his mother is the eldest daughter of a prestigious Samsung Group director. With such an illustrious background, no one has ever dared to disrespect that damn Ji-won. He started shouting, "How dare a nameless punk like you be so arrogant, huh?" But then, Ji-won responded with a furious look, placing his hands on his hips with a smug expression. "All right, I get why you're here, but this isn't the place for you." Ji-won sneers and makes a contemptuous offer. "How much do you want to leave this place? Is 100 million enough for you?" He even added that with 100 million, Mu Hyuk could live comfortably like a true upper-class person in Busan. Hearing this, Mu Hyuk realized that Ji-won was still speaking the same words as in the previous scene, the time when he only knew how to stand there like a fool. This time, Mu Hyuk smirked provocatively and said, "Wow, no wonder you're the older brother. You're so generous. Planning to give this little brother some pocket money, huh?" Seeing Ji-won still stunned, Mu Hyuk continued mockingly, "Isn't 100 million just chump change for her? If we go to Gogochi's seafood market, we'll only be able to buy a plate of sashimi with that much money." Ji-won's anger exploded, and he started insulting your family cruelly. "Ha, that's why you don't have parents. You say your mother is supporting you, right? Looking at you like this, I can tell she's in a terrible situation now." Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as Mu Hyuk threw a powerful punch and shattered the wall right in front of Ji-won, causing her to break apart. In front of the terrified young master, Mu Hyuk, full of murderous intent, nodded yes. "Do you want a punch from this country bumpkin?" He grabs Ji-won's collar, presses him against the ruined wall, and growls. The kid who hasn't learned any magic because he has no parents. Ji-won's shoelaces come undone, sweat pouring down like rain, and all he can do is stammer a desperate threat. "You think you'll be safe after doing this with the eldest son of the family?" Ji-won shouted in helplessness. "I will tell the boss. The ultimate power, from the ruthless thug to the obedient grandson of Uncle Ho in panic." In response to that childish threat, Mu Hyuk coldly swung his fist, smashing the wall right next to his head, leaving Ji-won stunned in terror. "Calm down, you idiot. Stay still." Mu Hyuk begins to reveal the dark secrets of the young master about his heroin addiction and his collusion with the drug dealers. He insists that if this gets reported, it will be a scandal that shocks the nation. Ji-won stammers, "What are you talking about?" Mu Hyuk didn't stop. He continued to remind him about the drug parties at the hotel and the girl who had to be hospitalized. At this point, Ji-won was completely overwhelmed and asked in horror, "How do you know about that?" Mu Hyuk looked down on the person opposite with contempt and spoke dismissively. But the important thing was that he was still just a kid. He casually suggested they both go downstairs to talk to their grandfather, causing Ji-won to panic and stammer in fear. In his heart, Mu Hyuk saw through all the sins this bastard had committed in the past, and even the current incidents were nothing compared to what was to come. He placed a hand on Ji-won's shoulder and harshly reminded him, "Brother, if you want to be treated like an older brother, you have to behave properly." Ji-won could only grit his teeth and endure the humiliation with a sinking feeling. Feeling annoyed, Mu Hyuk sat on the bed and politely dismissed him. "Can you leave now? I'm a bit tired. I say it politely, but honestly, I'm more exhausted by your face than by the end-of-month deadline." Before leaving, Ji-won tried to throw some warning tone. "Don't tell anyone about this, or one of us will have to die. Do you understand?" Mu Hyuk stared directly at Han, questioning with a tense voice. Is that a request or a threat? Mu Hyuk's dominance made Ji-won feel terrified, and Han immediately softened, saying it was a request. Han reluctantly agreed to keep silent and quietly left after Mu Hyuk's commanding words. "I understand now. Get out of here. Ji-won stomped out angrily and slammed the door shut to vent his frustration, leaving Moo Hyuk alone in the silent room, deep in thought about the person who just left. He wondered with suspicion, was John Ji-won really the one who killed him? Did I really get killed by someone like that? Feeling that Ji-won's weakness and cowardice do not match the cold-blooded killer from his memory, Moo Hyuk quietly leaves the room, descending the mansion's stairs with a serious, calculating expression, as if about to face the final boss. Seeing Moo Hyuk about to leave, John Tae-san asked, "Are you leaving?" Moo Hyuk stopped, turned around, and bowed politely. "Yes, I have your permission, grandfather." The old man waved his hand casually and said, "All right, go ahead." Before leaving the mansion, Moo Hyuk bowed once more and promised, "I will visit you often." Standing by the window, John Tae-san quietly takes a puff of his cigarette, watching as his granddaughter's figure disappears into the grand estate. Leaving the luxurious mansion behind, Moo Hyuk stands amidst the bustling heart of Seul under the clear blue sky. In a quiet corner of the street, Mai Eung-hun suddenly appeared and handed him a thick envelope. "This is 100 million. Please take it." He explained that it was a gift from the director because he thought that only the shares of Da Hyun Corporation were not enough for him. Mai Eung-hun reminded him that the password is the Memorial Day of the Lady Boss. No, I mean the Memorial Day of Moo Hyuk's mother. Hearing that, Moo Hyuk silently marveled at how terrifyingly meticulous Chanta-san is in everything. He sends his regards and asks you to thank him. Just as Mai Eung-hun suggests with a gentle smile, "Tell him to call him himself. I'm sure he's waiting for you." Moo Hyuk stands quietly in the middle of the street, his mindset now completely changed. Time has passed quickly, and Moo Hyuk is now a second-year high school student. Although he had to transfer to a different class, he still kept an eye on his friends. Lee Eung-soo is still studying diligently, while Pak Hui-sung is also giving his all in judo practice. One is improving grades, the other is improving skills. Looking at themselves, they are improving the plot. Everyone is trying their best in their own way to keep the promise of meeting at the prestigious Seoul University. But amidst those peaceful days, that person suddenly appears. Moo Hyuk was sitting pensively in the classroom when the door suddenly opened, and the homeroom teacher entered with a strange male student. Peace didn't last long before chaos erupted. It's the law. Trouble always follows. Teacher Jung-jok introduced her, saying she's a transfer student from Seoul, so everyone should pay attention and help her out. He then turned to the class and said, "Everyone, say hello." With a handsome appearance but sharp eyes, he confidently introduced himself, saying, "Hello, my name is Hong Jin Pyo, and I come from Seoul. Nice to meet you all." Staring intently at the newcomer, Moo Hyuk silently concluded in his mind that he was a crazy monster. At Jugaeum-sung ramen shop, Hong Jin Pyo leisurely smoked his cigarette before suddenly asking the group of boys eating, "So who is the head of this school?" One of the group members looked up suspiciously and asked, "You mean the same person, right?" He explained that there is no official head of the school, but the one closest to that position is none other than Kim Moo Hyuk. Hearing the strange name, Jin Pyo curiously asked which class Moo Hyuk was in. The male student confirmed he was a second-year student, the strongest guy, straightforwardly introducing himself with a boss-like vibe, but pretending to be just an ordinary student. He started recounting the events from the beginning of last school year, when the upperclassmen tried to establish order by calling out those with potential, but Kim Moo Hyuk was just lying asleep at his desk in the middle of the class. The two senior guys stormed in, one shouting angrily, "Hey Kim Moo Hyuk, didn't you hear us calling? Are you still sleeping?" But he remained unmoved. The guy was so furious he slammed his hand on the desk with a powerful strike to vent his anger. Moo Hyuk suddenly sat up, causing the older students to step back, rubbing their necks and yawning sleepily. Moo Hyuk's indifference made the senior so angry that veins bulged on his forehead. Moo Hyuk quietly looked on with a sharp, cold gaze that instantly froze the atmosphere in the classroom. The others were all talk. The senior suddenly froze, sweat pouring down as he felt the terrifying pressure emanating from the young teen. Immediately, a swift chain of actions unfolded, knocking him far away and crashing him into the back of the classroom. In an instant, the two tough senior boys were sprawled on the floor, unable to resist. Moo Hyuk stood hesitantly among the wreckage of tables and chairs, then quietly returned to his seat. Before lying down to sleep again, he firmly said a sentence that made the whole class hold their breath. "I'm sleeping here. Don't wake me up." At the restaurant, a junior brother recounted that after that incident, no senior dared to mess with Moo Hyuk anymore, but now he's only focused on studying. The other guy asked in surprise, "So what?" Now he only lives in hiding and focuses on studying even though he's the strongest. Hearing that, Hong Jin Pyo calmly lights his cigarette, smirks arrogantly, and says, "Haha, he's just a proud kid. The best part is waiting for guys like him." Seeing Jin Pyo's dismissive attitude, the subordinate nervously asks if he's planning to fight Moo Hyuk and advises not to confront him without a good reason, because Moo Hyuk is on a completely different level. Jin Pyo confidently replies that being good at fighting doesn't mean you'll win. He looks at his two underlings and asks if the implication is that they follow him because they lost to him. That's not true, right? Jin Pyo leaned in close, revealing a sinister smile and asserting that his henchman's obedience was because his father is the chief prosecutor. He sneered and asked about the opponent's background. What does that guy's father do? When he learned that Moo Hyuk had no parents, only living with his grandmother, and a mysterious grandfather, Jin Pyo curled his lips with obvious contempt. So what? So this guy has no parents either. I thought I found his weakness for Freck, but turns out he's digging his own grave. At the schoolyard, Moo Hyuk and My Eung-soo are sitting and chatting on the steps. My Eung-soo notices Hyun Sung returning to the sports club after a break to focus on intense training for university. He laughs and teases, "Oh, our little Hyun Sung is about to grow up. Whether he's mature or not, all I know is his muscles are leveling up faster than his grades." Suddenly, My Eung-soo changed to a serious tone and asked Moo Hyuk if he had heard about Hong Jin-pyo, the new transfer from Zaeun. He looked visibly annoyed, like a spoiled brat, and he even spoke with a local accent from Zaeun, which was really irritating. Hearing the name Hong Jin-pyo, Moo Hyuk paused and silently confirmed in his mind, "I remember." My Eung-soo continued to boast that while the older guys were away, Jin-pyo had formed his own gang and even the newcomers looked intimidated. My Eung-soo sighed, "This school has become his playground." As he spoke, My Eung-soo exclaimed in surprise when he saw a group of students walking across the schoolyard. Moo Hyuk coldly identified, "There's that spoiled rich kid." Hong Jin-pyo leads his henchmen, walking arrogantly with a smug expression. Hong Jin-pyo passes by with a triumphant smile, but Moo Hyuk only responds with a cold, wary stare. Sitting on the schoolyard steps, Moo Hyuk calmly reminds his friend, "Hey, My Eung-soo, never get involved with that guy." My Eung-soo casually replies, "Huh, why would I get involved? You worry too much." But Moo Hyuk still couldn't shake his unease and emphasized seriously, "But really, stay away from him. I'm serious." Seeing his friend so tense, My Eung-soo sneered and said, Yeah, you're always overthinking. Does that guy know your weakness or something? No wonder you're so worried." Moo Hyuk's eyes follow the shadow of Hong Jin-pyo leaving with his henchmen, a bad feeling rising in his heart. Tiredly reading a book in class, the silence was suddenly broken when Hui Sung rushed in shouting loudly, "Uha, something terrible has happened." Hui Sung gasped for breath, his face showing clear panic. Moo Hyuk stood up abruptly, demanding to know what happened as Hui Sung painfully announced that he was injured in the leg during the fight and could no longer use that leg. Rage erupted as Hui Sung shouted in hatred, blaming everything on Hong Jin-pyo, the traitor. You should be the one exposing injustice, but because his father is the chief prosecutor, he wasn't even questioned. How could he do that? Hearing the news, Moo Hyuk fell silent to an eerie degree, quietly sitting down with his hands clenched so tightly that the pen in his grip broke into 7 pieces. Moo Hyuk's eyes now turned cold and sharp than ever before. The memory of her past life suddenly floods back, how she coldly pushed away her friend, saying it had nothing to do with her and telling him to leave because she needed to study. I realize now that in the past I was too blind to see, avoiding involvement to protect myself, even ignoring my best friend Myung-soo. But in this life, as Moo Hyuk looks at Myung-soo sitting beside him, he vows silently that this time he won't give up anyone who means anything to him, no matter who they are. In a past life, I avoided drama, but in this one, I just dived straight into it. In the classroom, Lee Myung-soo was quietly studying when a group of boys suddenly approached. The leader, Hong Jin-pyo, called out, "Hey, Lee Myung-soo!" Myung-soo looked up cautiously and asked, "What?" Jin-pyo smirked maliciously and pressed him about his relationship with his best friend. "You're close to Moo Hyuk, right? I heard Moo Hyuk is really good at fighting. Is that true?" Myung-soo coldly replies, "Don't worry about it. Right now, he just wants to focus on studying. He has nothing to do with you." Jin-pyo still wears a triumphant look. He asks whether Moo Hyuk will let him take over this school. "Too troublesome, Myung-soo. Just take care of it. Whether you burn or fry this school, Moo Hyuk doesn't care." But then Jin-pyo suddenly changed his expression, almost whispering, claiming that Moo Hyuk was making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Myung-soo angrily stood up and shouted, "What are you doing? Moo Hyuk, why do you keep picking fights with someone who just wants to learn?" Jin-pyo leans in close with a sinister smile, revealing that he hates when others think someone is better than him. He glances around the class, bitterly realizing that the students seem to fear Moo Hyuk more than they fear him. Seeing the tense situation, Myung-soo sternly warned, "Don't bother him." Immediately, one of Jin-pyo's henchmen rushed forward recklessly. "You idiot, who do you think you're talking back to?" He insults Myung-soo, saying that without Moo Hyuk's protection, he's nothing and should have known to hide in the corner. Jin-pyo leans in close and whispers threateningly, "There is one truth about me. I always get what I want, and I always crush everything I set my eyes on." Myung-soo angrily retorts, "You bastard, are you crazy?" As soon as he finishes, a thug violently forces his head down onto the desk, injuring him. Jin-pyo looked at his suffering friend and casually said, "It's because you're close to Moo Hyuk, so don't take it too personally." He turned his back coldly and ordered his henchmen to drag him away. Moo Hyuk was sitting in class when a male student hurriedly rushed in and announced, "There's a big problem. Jin-pyo has taken Myung-soo away. He told you to go to the music room in the annex building." Hearing the news, Moo Hyuk stood up in shock, then immediately rushed out of the classroom. No need to think. His legs moved faster than his own mind. As Moo Hyuk ran desperately, he bitterly realized that no matter how much he tried to avoid it, bad things still happened just as he predicted. Bak Hun-sung hurriedly chased after from behind, calling out loudly, "Moo-hee-uk." He asked in surprise, "What do you mean Myung-soo was taken by a guy named Jin Pyo?" Moo-hee-uk hesitated, then stopped his friend and firmly said, "Hun-sung, I'll handle this myself. You stay here." Hun-sung angrily shouted back, "What are you talking about? How can I stay calm when Myung-soo has been taken by some bastard?" Moo-hee-uk knew well that after a year of training, Hun-sung was considered a judo talent in Busan, and if he got involved in school violence, he would have to give up his dream. Moo-hee-uk gripped your shoulder tightly and growled, "Calm down, you're an athlete. If you get involved in this, it will hurt your chances of getting into university." Hun-sung yelled in frustration, "Stop talking nonsense. Do I look like I care about college right now? If something happens to Myung-soo, I will deal with that bastard Jin Pyo. I told you, right? I have something to do in the future, and I need you and Myung-soo to help me, so leave this to me." Hun-sung watched helplessly as Moo-hee-uk quietly picked up a nearby stick and handed it to him with the final task. "Don't let anyone enter, not teachers or anyone else. Just do that." Bak Hun-sung looked worried and asked, "Are you really going alone?" When Moo-hee-uk remained unshaken, he turned his head back as he walked and responded confidently, "Have you forgotten who I am? I am Moo-hee-uk." With a wooden stick in hand, Moo-hee-uk confidently marches into the annex building, beginning a tense confrontation. Inside the music room, a heartbreaking scene unfolds as Myung-soo, badly injured, lies collapsed on the floor, surrounded by a fierce crowd. Hong Jin-pyo sat back in his chair, a triumphant smile on his face as he saw Moo-hee-uk appear just as he predicted. Wow. So they weren't joking, huh? They said if anyone touched Myung-soo, Moo-hee-uk would show up, and they were right. He looked down at Myung-soo in pain and coldly threatened him. "If you hadn't shown up, I would have broken his leg and sent him back. You're lucky, huh?" Myung-soo, weak and injured, looked up at his friend and whispered in pain, "Moo-hee-uk, what are you doing here?" The boss scene appeared so smoothly, only missing the teeth to sit and watch the movie. Seeing Myung-soo with a face full of wounds, Moo-hee-uk's anger surged uncontrollably. He voice asked Jin Pyo, "If you have something to discuss with me, then you should meet me." "Why did you touch my grandma?" Standing in the ruined room, Moo-hee-uk clenched his weapon tightly, facing the arrogance of his enemy head-on. Jin Pyo burst out laughing like a crazy person, clutching his stomach. "Oh, really? Why did I do that?" Singing softly, "Why did I do that?" He looked thoughtful for a moment, then smirked and responded with a crazy reason. "Oh, right, I remember now. It's just because I was having fun." Moo-hee-uk clenched his teeth, his fists trembling with rage, and then stepped forward to give a commanding order. "All right, let Myung go and play with me. Are we filming some brotherly love drama or what?" Immediately, he ordered the trembling gang members to step forward. "Hey, come here." One side is seriously demanding respect, while the other seems to be filming a drama scene. Jin Pyo shouts triumphantly, reminding his henchmen of his father's power. "Hey, what are you guys doing? Have you forgotten who my father is?" "My dad is a prosecutor. He promises to fully protect his underlings so they can rest easy. This is an action. If that guy dares to touch you, I guarantee he'll spend his whole life in prison. Don't worry about the consequences." Ordered to beat him up, the thugs armed with sticks began to surround Moo-hee-uk, one aggressive thug raising a metal pole high. However, Moo-hee-uk acted faster, stabbing the end of his stick into the other's throat, causing him to choke and collapse to the ground, coughing violently. Using the momentum, Moo-hee-uk delivered a thunderous kick to the opponent's face, then spun around to execute a series of precise strikes that sent a few more flying in an instant. One thug took the opportunity to ambush him, but was quickly knocked out cold. His powerful punches and kicks overwhelmed the henchman, who couldn't react in time, taking painful hits to the face and body. Moo-hee-uk kept unleashing deadly strikes, knocking down anyone who dared to stand in his way. He swept the opponent's legs with his stick, causing them to fall, then struck them hard to send them flying away. Standing amidst the remaining enemies, Moo-hee-uk glared fiercely and roared, charging in. "You bastards!" He clenched the iron bar tightly, ready to crush anyone who dared to step closer. Jin Pyo stared in horror at the overwhelming force of his opponent. Across the floor, the henchmen lie scattered, battered, and in pain after being completely defeated. As Moo-hee-uk stands amidst the wreckage, his face covered with bruises but his eyes still cold and sharp. Cornered, Jin Pyo frantically grabbed Myung-soo, holding him hostage and shouting, "Hey, you dog, stay still." But without hesitation, Moo-hee-uk shot forward like an arrow. Jin Pyo collapsed on the ground, blood streaming from his nose, clutching his stomach in pain, while screaming in despair, "You bastard! Do you think you can get away with this? My father is a prosecutor." "He's a prosecutor, right?" He glared threateningly. "Still not understanding, huh? A prosecutor can keep you in prison for life, yet you're still bragging even while lying on the floor, typical of a braggart." Moo-hee-uk hesitated for a moment before grabbing his collar, pulling him up and sneering, "A prosecutor, huh? What can a prosecutor do when fists are easier to use than laws?" Moo-hee-uk punched Jin Pyo hard in the face. "This is for bullying my Myung-soo?" A punch that was quite enough, all because I was annoyed during a precious class. You grabbed Jin Pyo tightly, eyes blazing with fury, and finally, it was because you kicked Myung-soo's leg. Jin Pyo hurriedly put on his shoes, stammering as he frantically begged, "Please don't do this," and he immediately dealt with this spoiled brat, only hearing his desperate screams. At Nambu police station, Kim Moo-hee-uk was quietly sitting in the detention room when Hui-sung's father appeared. He said he had heard his son recount everything and understood that Moo-hee-uk's actions were to save Myung-soo, and he was relieved to hear that his friend was only lightly injured and not in danger. Moo-hee-uk secretly thought that help from a police officer like Hui-sung's father might solve this dilemma, but the situation was complicated because his opponent was the son of a powerful prosecutor. Hui-sung's father helplessly admits that even as a police officer, he can't intervene in this case, and apologizes for not being able to help him. In the face of this deadlock, Moo-hee-uk calmly makes a suggestion. Can I ask you for a favor? You just need to ask Uncle to make a call and confirm that this will only take a few minutes. If others are clueless, they find a lawyer. If you're clueless, call the hotline. At night at Nambu police station, a loud noise breaks the silence as the cell door is forcefully opened. He glared at Moo-hee-uk and growled fiercely. So it was you, huh? You were the one who beat GINPO. Is it our house or not? Moo-hee-uk admits to having fought, but also points out the injustice of judging someone when there are 10 people against him and only he gets caught. The prosecutor sneered and dismissed Moo-hee-uk's reasoning, saying, "Ha, are you kidding me?" He immediately ordered the director to take Moo-hee-uk into the interrogation room for processing. Although Director Kim hesitated because Moo-hee-uk was still a minor, he had no choice but to comply with the prosecutor's threats and demands. The prosecutor stepped closer, eyes full of malice, and assured Moo-hee-uk that he knew how to handle scum like him in the most brutal way. In the suffocating interrogation room, Kim Moo-hee-uk faces the cunning man with glasses, who begins the questioning with a sarcastic tone. "Hey, Kim." "Moo-hee-uk, I hear you've become quite notorious right now." The old man pulls out statements from your former homeroom teacher to accuse you of belonging to a criminal gang that roams around and extorts money inside and outside the school. Looking at Jean Pio's injuries, he is certain this is definitely not the first time Moo-hee-uk has acted like this. Faced with the accusations, Moo-hee-uk remains calm and asserts, "I was just defending myself. If I don't do that, I'll get beaten up badly." The man immediately looked shocked. "Too much? What do you mean? That was self-defense." "I ask again, answer honestly. Why did you attack your friends?" One side explains with a clear logical reason. The other still insists, "No, I don't like this answer." Moo-hee-uk is not wrong at all. He recounts that he only came to save his friend and that Jean Pio's group was the one who started the assault. He looked straight at the man and asked back, "So I had no choice but to fight back. Does that mean I was wrong?" Seeing that words couldn't persuade the young boy, the man quietly unfastened his belt, wrapped it around his hand, and coldly declared, "If words don't work, then I'll use this." Immediately, 2 henchmen behind him restrained and held Moo-hee-uk tightly. The man twisted his waist against the heavy blows and again asked, "Why did you do that?" Despite the brutal hits that injured him badly, Moo-hee-uk clenched his teeth and endured, his breath ragged but still maintaining his stance. It was just self-defense. Despite being beaten to the point of breathlessness, Moo-hee-uk still firmly stuck to answer A, defending himself and remaining resolute. His stubbornness drove the man crazy, who roared, "You stubborn brat! All right, I will make you give up that stubbornness." The continuous blows caused Moo-hee-uk to collapse, his breath becoming increasingly exhausted. "Now tell me quickly, why did you do that?" Moo-hee-uk painfully confirms that he was defending himself. The man with glasses, full of pressure, snorts. "No matter how stubborn you are, you'll lose. You know that, right?" Master Han stepped closer, glaring as he asked his final question. "I'm asking you one last time. Did you attack unilaterally with a weapon?" "Is that correct?" Moo-hee-uk still maintains his stance. "What I said is the truth." Jin Pio even brought a knife, his anger boiling over. "That damn glasses-wearing bastard, you've really pissed me off now." "Tie him to the chair." The subordinate hesitated and asked nervously, "He's going crazy. Don't make me repeat myself. Do you all want to disobey my orders?" The henchman, terrified, quickly restrained Moo-hee-uk and tied his hands tightly to the chair in the middle of the room. The man in glasses sat down opposite and coldly declared, "Moo-hee-uk, this is the consequence of your own making. So don't blame me." Moo-hee-uk quietly looked at the weapon in the opponent's hand, his face full of wounds yet unflinching in the face of the threat. Suddenly, Moo-hee-uk let out a sinister laugh that startled the man in glasses, who shouted in surprise, "What are you laughing at? Are you so scared you've lost your mind?" Moo-hee-uk kept sneering, his sharp eyes staring directly at him and whispering, "You're doomed." You sneered and challenged, so using a weapon and wielding a weapon are the same thing, right? Moo-hee-uk's overwhelming attitude made the bespectacled man stammer and exclaim, "What, this bastard is in a helpless position but acts like he's about to read the verdict." The bespectacled man lost his composure and shouted, "Hold him tight for me." At that moment, the door burst open and a hurried man rushed in to deliver urgent news. Prosecutor. Prosecutor, cut off angrily, "Why are you here? I'm not finished yet." The door suddenly swung open. A commanding man stepped in amidst surprised looks and frantic calls. The chief prosecutor. That is Il Chang-ho, the chief prosecutor of Busan District. The corrupt prosecutor froze in shock, sweat pouring down as he realized his superior was standing right in front of him. Il Chang-ho roared in anger, then swung his hand with a slap that shattered the man's glasses and sent him crashing to the floor. He was so furious. "Is this the Republic?" What are you doing with a minor like that? Yul Chang-ho rushed forward, grabbing the collar of the subordinate, and scolded harshly. You bastard! If you want to die, die alone. Why did you come to Busan and do this kind of thing? He is extremely frustrated because his foolish actions forced me to leave my work in Seoul to deal with the consequences. And does he think I came to Seoul? And now he's causing trouble that makes me have to rush back again. The corrupt bastard stammered, his face drained of blood, trembling. Prosecutor General, why are you hesitating? Yul Chang-ho gritted his teeth and shouted, Do you know whose nephew that is? No. If you knew, you wouldn't have acted so stupid. A minute ago, you were the boss. Now you're being scolded like an employee clocking in. Faced with the man's confusion about the teenager's identity, Yul Chang-ho nearly revealed that he is the chairman of Peong Trang-dong. The prosecutor was still in shock, muttering helplessly. Peong Trang-dong, the chairman, without giving him time to recover, pointed at Moo Hyo-wook, who was tightly bound to the chair, and revealed the shocking truth. Why, he is actually the grandson of Chairman Chow En. Looking at Moo Hyo-wook, the corrupt man now completely shattered, his face showing extreme horror upon realizing he had just crossed the most powerful family. At the Sa-hwa estate in Peong Trang-dong, Chairman Chon Tae-san stared coldly at the wounds on his grandson's face and asked, Why are you hurt like this? Moo Hyo-wook, who did not flinch, calmly recounted the incident, saying they abused their power and interrogated him improperly, so he asked for his grandfather's help. Chon Tae-san narrowed his eyes with suspicion, but the nephew could evade it. Moo Hyo-wook quickly explained that if it were just a direct attack, he could completely avoid it, but the reality was much worse. It was because the people around him held him back to let the attack happen, so he had no choice but to find a way to stop them. Moo Hyo-wook sat on the sofa, his battered face still burning with determination. He didn't want others to be involved because of him. He wanted to protect his loved ones. That's how he lives. Moo Hyo-wook admitted he owed his grandfather, but to safeguard those he cherished, he had no choice but to ask for his intervention. Chon Tae-san quietly observed his granddaughter, then suddenly posed a challenging hypothesis. If I don't help, how do you plan to handle this? Do you really think everything will just end like that? Faced with the coldness of the powerful grandfather, Moo Hyo-wook did not flinch, but made a shocking declaration. Then perhaps our relationship will end here. The tense ascent in the air was so thick that even a breeze would need permission to pass through. This statement left Chon Tae-san stunned and amazed, and Moo Hyo-wook continued to press with sharp words, saying that if he had the ability but refused to help his nephew, then his position in the family would no longer matter. Faced with the arrogance and cunning of his grandson, Chon Tae-san suddenly burst into loud laughter. Ha 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 ha! This is the kind of laugh that honest people don't know whether to join in or run away to be safe. The old man chuckled happily as if he had just found a treasure, his laughter echoing throughout the office. Tae-san nodded confidently. That's right, as the head of the family, you can't avoid that. No matter the cost, Moo Hyo-wook silently looked at his grandfather, secretly affirming that those were his most sincere words. Deep down, Moo Hyo-wook recalled what the old man had said, realizing that life's harsh truth is that if you can't avoid them, you must make them disappear so they no longer attack you. He understood that a clumsy victory or forgiveness only gives enemies more reasons to come back and seek revenge. Chon Tae-san stands up, passes by Moo Hyo-wook, and leaves a powerful warning. Don't forget that. Hearing this lesson, anyone faint-hearted would immediately wish to switch to a lighter life. Looking at her granddaughter, Chon Tae-san coldly imparts the lesson that if she makes it her own, she will surely catch her. If not, the only way is to uproot and destroy. My Eung-hoon respectfully replied, Yes, ma'am. Immediately after, Chairman Tae-san inquired about the progress of the case in Busan. My Eung-hoon reports that the inspectors are conducting searches and have found that the prosecutor is involved in a series of crimes from bribery and torture to manipulating cases dating back to Seoul. The exposure is happening so fast that even netizens would want to learn the trade. He insists that putting him in jail is as easy as flipping his hand, and Prosecutor Yul Chang-ho is waiting for the chairman's final decision. Chon Tae-san then shifts the conversation back to the school. My Eung-hoon confirmed that the boy in charge of Miyu and all the related students have received expulsion notices. Even last year's homeroom teacher, who previously gave false testimony against Moo Hyo-wook, has been detained for accepting bribes multiple times. Turning to Moo Hyo-wook sitting on the chair with a bruised face, Chon Tae-san asked, Do you feel satisfied with this result? Moo Hyo-wook was silent for a moment, then suddenly made a request. I have something to ask of you. Can you hand over that chief prosecutor to me? The question made your grandfather gasp in surprise and exclaim, What? Why? At a luxurious restaurant called Taesan Bakship, the atmosphere inside was extremely tense as a man in a Mac vest asked about the corrupt prosecutor's situation. Eun Chang-ho, with a worried face, reported that he was currently detained for investigation and would surely face the harshest punishments. Standing behind, My Eung-hoon coldly issued a stern warning, and throughout his name was not mentioned. Do you understand? Prosecutor Eun quickly confirmed, Yes, I understand. Immediately after, My Eung-hoon announced that someone wanted to see him. The sliding door opened, revealing the silhouette of a familiar figure. Prosecutor Yoon exclaimed in surprise, Kim Moo-hee-uk. Sitting silently before him, Moo-hee-uk, with a face covered in bandages, still maintained an astonishingly calm gaze. In the quiet space of a traditional restaurant, Kim Moo-hee-uk sits across from the Busan district prosecutor at a lavish table, silently listening to the earnest apology from the powerful man, his face still wrapped in bandages. Moo-hee-uk, I apologize to you for what happened the other day. It was my fault. As long as I am working at the Busan district prosecutor's office, incidents like this will definitely not happen again. Despite the opponent's worried appearance, Moo-hee-uk remained calm and polite. Feel free to speak casually. No need to hold back. I know the chief prosecutor is not involved in that matter. He subtly mentioned my powerful grandfather as a subtle threat. My grandfather doesn't bother with such trivial matters. However, this is the first time your lord's nephew has been in such a situation. I'm sure he won't be lenient. Seeing the tension on the prosecutor's face, Moo-hee-uk continued. So I asked my grandfather for permission to meet the prosecutor. Unexpectedly, he stood up and performed a deep, respectful bow. Sorry for putting the prosecutor in an awkward situation. This action startled the prosecutor, who waved his hand to stop it. That was my fault for not properly managing my subordinates. No matter how many times I apologize to you, it will never be enough. Moo-hee-uk sat silently, a calculating glint in his eyes. Thank you, Your Honor, for understanding. I want to change the way I speak, but I don't know how. After a moment full of meaning, he paused and then calmly said, Prosecutor, seeing that the other party was listening attentively, Moo-hee-uk went straight to the point. Could you help me a bit more? At first it seemed polite, but anyone could tell something complicated was coming. The chief prosecutor nodded without hesitation. No problem. Just go ahead. Moo-hee-uk skillfully reassures to put the other party at ease to cooperate. Of course, today it will not affect the prosecutor at all. But only the chief prosecutor can help me, with a promise of assistance within his capacity. Moo-hee-uk smiled softly. Thank you. I will also tell my grandfather. The chief prosecutor doesn't need to take any responsibility for this case. The long-standing tense atmosphere finally eased, and the chief prosecutor sighed in relief. I understand now. Thank you. I feel a bit more at ease, and I hope next time we meet, things will go well. Moo-hee-uk lightly mentioned the future, saying he would also move to Seoul, right? The chief prosecutor nodded in confirmation as Moo-hee-uk stood up to leave, feeling like he had just escaped a verbal exam without knowing if he answered correctly or not. He casually announced his personal schedule, saying he would start school again tomorrow after taking a few days off because of this incident. Watching Moo-hee-uk's hesitant figure walk away, the prosecutor could only force a stiff smile, sweating nervously at the young boy's feigned innocence. Haha, you're still a student. Haha, see you next time. Moo-hee-uk walks out of the room, leaving my Eung-hun sitting and pondering at the lavish table. Watching the young boy's back, he silently assesses that Moo-hee-uk, despite being a student, is remarkably calm and well-mannered. My Eung-hun wondered if this extraordinary talent was due to the blood of the ruthless King Jon Hee-jang running through his veins. After the upheavals, Moo-hee-uk's school life gradually returned to peace. He spent most of his time buried in books, even dozing off at his desk from exhaustion, as days slipped by with endless training on the track and intense martial arts practice. The outside world was also full of upheaval with the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991. Moo-hee-uk and his friends shared unforgettable memories of youth, from outings together to witnessing historic, sporting, and political events shaking their homeland. While others spend their youth growing up, you go straight into history. And finally, the 1993 university entrance exam has arrived. This is the final exam before the system switches to the CSAT format. At the Jon estate, my Eung-hun hurriedly rushed into the office to report, Sir, I checked Moo-hee-uk's scores through a professor at Hankook University. President John Tae-son eagerly asked right away, So, did he pass? Old Ron's eyes widened in shock as he held the result sheet in his hand, unable to hide his amazement at the numbers displayed before him. Perhaps with some dramatic background music, this scene would still be shocking even after 3 replays. At the same time, in front of Dongsuong Industrial High School, a crowd of reporters surrounded Moo-hee-uk, eager to get his story. Amid the crowd, an enthusiastic reporter asked, How does it feel to have scored a perfect score on your final exam? Moo-hee-uk calmly held his phone and did not boast about his unprecedented record. In the recent exam, I set a record as the first student to score a perfect 340 points. The crowd of reporters jostled to ask questions. What was your study like in high school? What's your secret to studying? Do you have a private tutor? Moo-hee-uk smiled modestly and replied, I never wanted a tutor or to join any cram schools. I only studied from textbooks. When asked to send a message to next year's students, he looked straight into the camera and confidently said, Guys, studying is the easiest thing in the world. In the office, Chairman John Tesson stared intently at the newspaper headline, exclaiming in shock, VKFA, look at this, under the bright neon lights of the city at night, Kim Moo-hee-uk and his close friends gathered at a seaside nightclub to celebrate. Brother Bok-sung excitedly raised his glass and shouted cheers for eternal friendship, and Ma Yog-soo also enthusiastically responded, Long live. Seeing his friends causing a commotion, Moo-hee-uk frowned and reminded them to keep it down. Ma Yog-soo blushed from the alcohol and giggled, saying he had studied hard for 3 years and needed to let loose today. His close friend proudly boasted that it was his father's place and he would cover everything from food to seats. My Uksu proudly lifts the bottle. Look at this. This wine is very expensive. As he looks at the glass in his hand, Mu-Hyuk silently marvels in his heart because of his position. He has tasted all kinds of alcohol from cheap rice wine to bottles worth tens of millions of coins. To your delight, my brother nodded in agreement. All right then, let's party tonight, even though deep down he vaguely sensed that expensive and delicious often had nothing to do with each other. But as soon as the first sip touched his tongue, Mu-Hyuk was stunned to realize the flavor was unbearably terrible. He widened his eyes in disbelief, the strong aroma of the wine making him gasp, his throat feeling like it was on fire. Seeing my Uksu eagerly ask for his opinion, Mu-Hyuk could only force a stiff smile and reply, well, yes, it certainly broadened my horizons. He silently reminds himself not to drink too much because he still has to meet my Uksu's father later to broaden his horizons literally, or he might see the light at the end of the tunnel. Just then, a beautiful girl in a stylish office suit approaches their table. My Uksu quickly and confidently introduced herself as the most beautiful customer of the day, and the girl smiled charmingly while wishing luck to the whole group. While my Uksu and Huyen turned red with excitement, Mu-Hyuk remained calm as usual. The girl took the initiative to start a conversation with Mu-Hyuk, who seemed young. How old are you? I am 21. Mu-Hyuk calmly replied that the whole group is only 20 years old and just got into university a few days ago. When the girl curiously asked about the school they attended, my Uksu was about to blurt out something awkward, but Mu-Hyuk quickly covered his friend's mouth. He modestly said it was just a small school in Seoul. Suddenly, from behind, a stranger appeared and called out to the girl, "Hey, you here? Minding your own business when drama finds you." A man in a purple vest and his henchman suddenly appeared with a fierce and sinister look. Han stared intently at the girl sitting with Mu-Hyuk's out on his group nearby. I wonder if she'll turn back. It turns out she's having fun with these kids. With that attitude, she looks like she's about to play the main villain in a B-grade action movie. The girl shows annoyance and coldly replies, "I can't meet with you guys now. Where's that guy who still yells loudly? What is this?" "So, what do you plan to do now?" "You guys who are drunk." Without holding back, the girl stood up and yelled directly, "I haven't even had a sip of alcohol in your room. I don't like seeing my ugly face on you. You're no different from a wild boar." Offended in front of everyone, the man broke out in a sweat from anger and growled, "Damn it, I'm going crazy." As Mu-Hyuk quietly observes and feels annoyed by being caught up in this pointless argument, he silently decides it's best to leave quickly. Mu-Hyuk stands up, politely speaks up, and asks for permission, saying we have to go now. He turned to call his friend, "My Aosu, let's go." But at this moment, my Aosu was already drunk, head down on the table, suddenly swearing, "Damn it, what a cursed life." The man with the purple beard groped himself happily before roaring in fury, "What did you just say? Do you dare to swear an oath to me?" Mu-Hyuk quickly pulled my Aosu up. "Hey, are you drunk? Let's go." "Did I say something wrong? We're here to drink. Why should we be afraid of them? These people are blocking my father's business." Despite Mu-Hyuk and Hunsung trying to pull him away, the man in purple is completely out of control, shouting, "Hey, you bastards, where do you think you're going?" "Stop right there." A frantic waiter rushes over to intervene, trying to explain. "Please calm down, sir. This is our boss's son and his friend. They probably just graduated from university, so they drank a little too much." The rage reaches its peak as he violently swings and knocks down the waiter. "Let me go, you bastard." Han kicks hard and the employee falls to the ground, cursing non-stop. "You bastard, do you think I'm just a joke?" Amid the chaos, the furious man takes out his anger on the innocent waiter. The unluckiest person is always the one not involved in the drama. The chaos engulfed the nightclub as screams echoed loudly. "Oh my god, what is happening? Please, stop." Among the crowd, the bar owner is desperately trying to stop the fierce man in the purple suit. He nods threateningly. "Boss, I don't know if we've already taken control of the Nampo area." The owner still tried to stay calm and negotiate. "Of course I knew that, so we've been drinking together for a long time to end things on good terms. But if you keep acting like this, observe his attitude when Mu-Hyuk is secretly suspicious whether it was him who did it." Relying on false pretenses, Bei Hui-sheng standing beside him also can't help but be shocked by the tense situation. The owner of the shop softened and hurriedly apologized. "You know, my son is still young and a bit naive in his actions. On its behalf, I apologize to you. Relax, I will serve you attentively. Hurry up and get your group to leave. Don't you have something to do? Go quickly, go home and wait for your father." Mu-Hyuk quickly grabbed your friend's shoulder. "Let's go, my Shu." Immediately, the purple-faced man roared, "Where are you going? Stay right there." The shop owner hurriedly stepped in to stop him, saying, "Let me teach the kids a lesson. Let's go inside." Suddenly, he threw a punch that made the shop owner stagger. Mu-Hyuk, Huidong, and Myung-Soo all turned around in shock at this act of violence. The thug fiercely pushed away the man clutching his face, saying, "My words are no joke. I respect you because you're older, but that doesn't mean much." He grits his teeth in fury. Damn this damn night. With no mercy at all, he delivered a powerful kick that sent the shop owner crashing to the floor, teaching him to behave properly. Witnessing his father being assaulted, Myung-Soo's face turned dark with rage, that bastard, and he charged straight at the man to settle the score. He may be rough, but his filial piety is always at full throttle. However, my Su was easily caught and slammed to the ground by the thug. Han grabs you and threatens you with a knife. Hey, are you the young master's son? Today I will teach you a lesson you'll never forget. If you dare to attack an opponent you don't even know who they are, you'll invite trouble. Seeing his son in danger, the shop owner kneels down and pleads desperately. Oh my god, please stop. It was all my fault. Can you forgive him this time? If you're angry, just hit me. The fat man sneered mockingly at the scene before him. Ha ha! Ah, damn it. The fatherly love is truly touching. Han's face changed color as he roughly declared that, in that case, he would violently attack the innocent father. At that moment, a strong hand suddenly reached out, blocking his punch midair. When Wu Hu appeared with a cold gaze, he calmly demanded to stop. It's gone too far. Surprised by the sudden interruption, the thug widened his eyes in shock. What else? You dare to stop my hand. And so the main character finally stepped in at the most intense moment, not a second too early or too late. Mu Hu remained calm, looking straight at the man and reminding him that no matter how angry he was, he must not hit the father in front of his child. You stand between the aggressor and the Myung-soo family. Questioning him, isn't that enough yet? Stop it. The man raised his hand to his face, smirking condescendingly. Ha! Kids these days are so brave. Han glared fiercely and shouted, Do you know who I am, huh? Then he crazily swung his fist at Mu Hu. That kind of question usually means you're about to get beaten up right after, you know. The man roared angrily, Hey, what are you looking at? Then he continued to pounce on Mu Hu like a beast, but Mu Hu didn't give him any more chances. A quick counterattack caught him off guard, and he exclaimed in shock, What? Before receiving a powerful punch straight to the face. The man collapsed to the floor, lying motionless at Mu Hu's feet. Just then, a voice called out, breaking the tense atmosphere, Hey! Looking at his subordinate lying on the ground from behind, Bak Dong-soo asked sharply, What were you doing while I was away? Realizing the presence of the notorious boss, Mu Hu softly called out, Bak Dong-soo? Bak Dong-soo smiled arrogantly, looking straight ahead with a commanding gaze. Amid the chaos of the nightclub, Bak Dong-soo confidently approaches and faces the overweight man causing trouble. He still hasn't realized the danger, sneering sarcastically. Haven't you been caught yet, you punk? To the point that even the police can't do anything about you. He confidently asserted his position. Bak Dong-soo, I am still standing here. In response to the provocation, Dong-soo only sneered and asked back with disdain, So what? Nam-po-dong used to belong to you, but now I'm back. If you know what's good for you, get out of here before I smash you to pieces. The heavy threat makes him break out in a sweat, standing frozen in silence. Immediately after, Dong-soo completely changed his attitude, happily waving goodbye to Mu Hui-uk's group. Hey there, dear Jokomumu, how have you been lately? It's really great to see you again. Your speed of change is as quick as switching stunt doubles. Putting aside all the recent tension, Dong-soo enthusiastically suggests, Shall we have a shot of soju? I saw you in the newspaper. Your score is always at the top of the country. I thought you were a weird guy. But turns out you're so smart. Mui Hyuk took a sip of his drink and asked in a low voice, When did you leave? Dong-soo replied casually that it hadn't been long, but restoring the old territory without attracting attention took some time. Hearing Mui Hyuk's question, he nodded in confirmation. Yes, from Nampo Line to Bosu Line and Yeongdo, all of them belong to us. He explained the current situation. Although taking control again might take some time, everyone has experience in this, so no major conflicts occurred. Reflecting on the turbulent past, Dong-soo sighed. The battles I once fought in have been completely wiped out. If you hadn't warned me beforehand, I'd probably be in prison now. Dong-soo looked directly at Mui Hyuk with a sincere and grateful expression. Thanks to you, I managed to escape that fate. He set his glass down and solemnly asked, So what do you need me to do now? Mui Hyuk smiled slyly and suddenly asked a question that made the other person pause. How long do you think it will take for me to take control of the entire Busan? Bak Dong-soo frowned and asked back, Hey buddy, I'm asking what you need from me. Why do you ask about business matters? Mui Hyuk coldly confirmed. That is exactly what I want right now. Dong-soo pondered and calculated, then gave a realistic estimate, at least half a year. Maybe a year if unforeseen issues arise. Since everyone has been caught now, only a few small-time thugs remain out there. And listening to the plan felt more like discussing taking over a small company than controlling an entire city. Mui Hyuk decisively issued the order. Good. So you should quickly take control of Busan. Try to avoid the attention of the police and prosecutors. Also, you need to tightly manage everything. He continued emphasizing the crucial rules for survival. The last one being not to get caught. Oh, and also not to get involved with Mate. Mui Hyuk warns of a coming upheaval and a large-scale crackdown on crime that will happen soon, and anyone involved with the police or prosecutors will be caught. You look directly at Dong-soo and advise him to gradually shift from the darkness to the light during this time. Dong-soo sneered sarcastically at the somewhat crazy idea. The light. Listen to what this kid is saying. People like us can never step into the light. The gangster explained the harsh rules of the underground world. If I do that, others in the shadows will rise up. Chan Tren will keep repeating itself. Mui Hyuk immediately dismisses it sharply. That's just a bluff. If you follow the law, there's no need to fear those women blowing up. We revealed the real situation about the shifting powers, and the Zeon gangs have started to cooperate in business. You need to move quickly in Busan too, or the guys in Seul will crush you to death. Mui Hyuk is urging Dong-soo to change his operations immediately. You should hire a good lawyer and start the business right away. After taking control of Busan, you can expand to Schwan. You're running a gang but had to learn to be a businessman in one night. Dong-soo was so stunned he choked on his drink. What? Zaeun shouted loudly in awe. Hey, Mui Hyuk! You think it's easy to take down? Seul is like a battlefield where everyone from all over comes to fight. Mui Hyuk calmly pours the wine, smiling with full confidence. Don't worry, I'll help you. Just trust me and get it ready. Dong-soo nodded and sighed, but inside he was starting to be swayed by the young boy's determination. Ha, you sound like you're joking. But I don't know why I still feel convinced. Finally, the guy raises his glass, excited to accept the risky proposal. All right, not a bad plan. Let's give it a try. Zaeun initially opposed strongly, but 5 minutes later was ready to go. In the luxurious space, the sound of wine pouring into a glass echoed sharply. Kim Mui Hyuk calmly made a decisive proposal. I have one condition. The opponent looked surprised. The condition? Mui Hyuk said firmly to the man across from her. During that time, my identity must not be revealed. My uncle and I are not connected in any way. Taking a sip of his drink, Mui Hyuk silently resolved not to let others discover who he really was. Until I am ready to fight the Chon family and undertake major tasks, I must still maintain my level of anonymity. At a luxurious mansion, the news that Kim Mui Hyuk scored perfectly on the academic ability test is dominating the headlines with the title, Studying is the easiest thing in the world. Holding the newspaper in his hand, Chairman Chon Tae-san laughed triumphantly, chuckling loudly. Mi Wong-hon standing nearby saw this and asked, Is it such a happy day? The powerful old man couldn't hide his excitement, of course. Why wouldn't he be happy? Not only did he get my family's name into the law university, but also scored the highest in the country. The old man took a sip of tea, looking relaxed. Now I can feel at ease whenever I talk on the phone with that Samsung executive. Chon Tae-san quietly recalled the kind words from the past, you know. They used to look down on me, thinking my family was just rich and arrogant, with their children getting into top universities and studying abroad, something like that. You smoothly and tactfully added, but in reality, even now, they still rely on your money as the chairman. The old man smirked faintly and said, That's right, they look down on me from behind, but when they need something, they come begging. And even if they wait for me for hours, they wouldn't dare say a word. That's just their nature. Tae-san's eyes suddenly became dull as he recalled his life's regrets. I couldn't finish my studies and had to go out into the world early to earn money. My children are also not good at studying. The old man looked around the spacious office and bitterly declared that if it weren't for my money, none of them could have gone to university. Mi gently reminded everyone of another family member's achievement, her Jisoo, your second granddaughter, who graduated from Korea University as the second top student last year. At that time, he also gave her a 1% stake in Samsung Electronics. Mi-eung nodded. Yes, Jisoo is a smart girl. But then the old man looked at Moo Hyuk's photo in the newspaper and sighed, I really like this kid, Moo Hyuk. If only he weren't my nephew but my own son, that would be perfect. Ha! Setting aside family matters, the old man turned to ask about the political situation, whether there was any news about the incoming president. Mi Eung-hon reported seriously that he was still quietly urging government members to support, shifting from family affairs to national issues in one breath. Mai Wong-hon reports to Chairman John T. Son that this time he has the opportunity to recommend personnel for 2 important positions. Because this is a new civilian government, there are many strict requirements, forcing the powerful old man to consider both positions carefully. Hung, I think it's better to choose which one. Mi Eung-hon suggested appointing one person to a high leadership position in the economic sector and the other in the political field. Hearing the words politics, T-san pondered for a moment. Mi Eung-hon explained further that controlling the political faction means having the upper hand over both the police and prosecutors, which would bring enormous benefits to the corporation. Basically, controlling politics is like having an extra invisible layer of protection. John T. San nodded in agreement with the plan. All right, let's do that. They can go straight to the greenhouse, right? After receiving a nod from his subordinate, the old man began to inquire about the situation of Suhan and Su-moon. Mi Eung-hon hesitantly reported that the second son was planning a risky business venture. Noticing something was off, T-san pressed further. Is there a problem? Mi Eung-hon revealed the shocking truth. This business is connected with the Underworld. Hearing this, the powerful old man couldn't contain his fury and roared in shock what the T-san couldn't believe, thinking that all gangs had been wiped out in the previous campaign. Mi Eung-hon explains that there is a faction secretly growing under the protection of Thanfong Society. The name Thanfong Society makes the old man pale with rage, grinding his teeth in fury. What? Thanfong Hoi? Why are they teaming up with each other? When he found out they were running illegal slot machines together, T-san was so angry his face distorted, and he scolded his son for gambling machines. This kid can only do that, huh? Gambling is your thing. Just hearing about it makes me smell money laundering. Number 8. Mi-young also adds that his father-in-law, Senator Kim, took bribes to secure the license, thus gaining significant political funds. Jon T-san grimaces in frustration, asserting that Senator Kim will pay a heavy price for this foolish son-in-law. Even though I warned them not to get involved with Than Fong Society, they ignored it. As for whether we should intervene or not, I ordered decisively, just keep watching them and make sure they don't cause any more trouble. Mi-young salutes respectfully and then quietly withdraws. Left alone in the room, Jon T-san sinks deep into dark memories of Than Fong Hoi. He regrets the mistakes of his youth when he abused his power to climb up. With a tired sigh, he admits bitterly that this is the punishment he must pay. The old man's eyes suddenly turned cold and determined. T-san silently vowed to himself to settle this endless cycle before he closed his eyes forever. Kim Moo-hee-uk stood at the grand gate of the mansion, softly calling out, "Grandpa," as the large gate slowly opened to welcome his steps. Seeing a family member waiting already, Moo-ha-uk gently said, "I'm here." President Jon T-san smiled kindly and replied, "Oh, you're here already. I've been waiting for you." In the luxurious office, Chairman Jon T-san leisurely sips his hot tea while Myung-hoon stands by attentively. He kindly asks his two grandchildren, "Have you found a house in Zaewon yet?" Without waiting for Moo-ha-uk to answer, he continued to offer generous benefits, asking where the child wanted to live so he could find a house near the school. He also said he would hire a helper for the child, so all they needed to focus on was studying. In response to that concern, Moo-hee-uk suddenly made a bold proposal, asking if it would be troublesome for him to live here, which made the powerful chairman exclaim in surprise. Moo-hee-uk calmly explained that from the first time he set foot in this house, he had wished to live here. His eyes gazed towards the garden with the fountain, where memories of his late mother flood back, because this was the house where his mother lived when she was young. Every time he comes back here, he feels close to her. He looked straight at his grandfather and added a convincing reason. If he stayed here, he could see him more often. Moo-ha-uk's sincere and clever words completely won over the wise old man. "Ha ha ha, you really know how to please me. If you feel comfortable, just do as you wish." Facing your grandfather, Moo-hee-uk quietly reminisces about his bitter past life. "At that time, I was only allowed to come here whenever he called, absolutely not allowed to join any family gatherings, and was always shunned by the other members of the family. I painfully remembered being treated no better than a servant in the house. This time, everything has completely changed. With a perfect score at the law university, Moo-hee-uk has officially been recognized as part of the family. This shift in status has earned him a much more special treatment than before." As he pondered, Chairman Jon T-san suddenly recalled an old promise. "Oh yes, I remember. You said 8 years ago that after getting into Korean law school, you would tell me the gift you wanted. Now go ahead." Moo-hee-uk slightly smiled with confidence, noticing his grandfather's intense curiosity about his top exam results. To casually spoke, his grandfather must be very curious, so right after graduation he called him here like this. Facing each other in the luxurious room, Chairman Jon Tyson admitted that attending a Korean law university is not something you can just get into with willpower alone. He looked straight at his grandson and asked again, "Now tell me what you want. What do you need me to give you?" Without hesitation, Moo-hee-uk made a shocking request, asking him to teach her about the work he's doing. The surprising request made Jon T-san feel excited, and Myung-hoon standing behind couldn't help but be amazed. The chairman asked again to confirm, and Moo-hee-uk nodded and replied yes. T-san usually treats it like lending money and collecting debts. Moo-hee-uk calmly admits he doesn't fully understand, but because he knows this is a complex high-interest lending field, he wants to learn more about it. While Jon Tyson was considering, Moo-hee-uk was secretly calculating his next move. His head was working at full capacity, and if the cooling fan inside him was working, it would be making a loud whirring noise by now. You understand that to seize the huge fortune and take revenge on the Jon family, asking for money, stocks, or real estate at this point is possible. However, taking over such a vast amount is too simple and could raise suspicion. With knowledge of the future, making money is not difficult for Moo-hee-uk, but he needs a safe disguise to avoid suspicion. Moo-hee-uk knows that if he reveals himself too early, Uncles Chon Soo-man and Chon Soo-han will surely try to eliminate him before he has enough power to protect himself. The situation is so dangerous that if there were a warning sign, it would probably say game over from the start. The best choice now is to pretend to be a studious grandchild, asking to apprentice in order to gain the absolute trust of my grandfather. From that position, Moo-hee-uk will secretly earn money and manipulate Chairman T-san to follow the path he has laid out. Watching his ambitious grandson, Chon T-san repeats thoughtfully, "Wanting to learn my craft." Chon T-san looked thoughtfully at his grandson, thinking this request could be seen as a reward for the 8 years of hard, wasted study he had endured. After hearing it, he still felt like this reward might be a bit excessive compared to the 8 years of instant noodles. However, the old man still wondered why Moo-hee-uk chose something so distant instead of asking for something more easily within reach. He slowly quoted an ancient saying, "Giving a sweet fruit is not as good as teaching how to grow the tree." Moo-hee-uk still maintains a calm expression and firmly states that he thinks it will help him in the future. Facing that determined attitude, Chon T-san turns to ask the opinion of his right-hand man, the department head, What do you think? My Han hesitated, wondering if it was too soon, and suggested that waiting until graduation might be better. Immediately, Moo Hyuk interrupted with a shocking statement, saying he had no interest in studying at all and wanted to start right now, leaving Taesun and my Han stunned in shock. Chairman Taesun stared in shock and asked, "What are you talking about? That's a Korean law university." He couldn't believe his grandson, who just graduated top of his class, was so dismissive of studying and pressed further, asking if he had ever wanted to become a lawyer or a judge in the future. Moo Hyuk quietly stood up, looked straight into his grandfather's eyes, and revealed the truth. He took the exam to prove his abilities and determination to him, and he clearly stated his true ambition, to become a person with great power like his grandfather. John Taesun silently observed as Moo Hyuk continued to make a compromise. Of course, if he wanted his grandson to become a lawyer, he would still follow his wishes. He confidently affirmed that he was ready for the judicial exam, and Mi Eung-hun, standing beside him, couldn't help but marvel, hearing his grandson talk about the exam as if just walking into the room would guarantee passing. Deep down, Mi Eung-hun started to feel nervous about Moo Hyuk's unpredictability. He wondered whether this young boy possessed extraordinary abilities beyond his imagination. After some consideration, John Taesun decided, fine, let's give it a try. His decision was so quick that if this were a company box, the department heads probably wouldn't even have had time to open it wrong. The old man turned to give a firm order to Mi Eung-hun, the head of Department H, telling him to start handing over the tasks he was working on to the young boy. Mi Eung-hun bowed respectfully and obeyed. Yes, Chairman. The lights from the mansion still shone brightly in the quiet night. In the office, Mi Eung-hun begins his first training session for Kim Moo Hyuk about the true nature of this financial empire. He sits facing Moo Hyuk and explains seriously, the work I am doing for the chairman is basically lending money. Mi Eung-hun openly exposes the true face behind the numbers. In harsher terms, it's called usury and debt collection. Although it's labeled as usury, Mi Eung-hun insists all activities must comply with the law, so he demands Moo Hyuk to thoroughly learn the legal regulations. With transactions reaching enormous amounts, knowing the collateral assets is a matter of life and death. Mi Eung-hun listed that collateral assets are usually real estate or types of bonds. Please note that accepting shares is possible, but due to their high volatility, it is only recommended when the company holds direct equity. Mi Eung-hun further analyzes the stature of Chairman John Taesun, who works directly with major domestic enterprises. He specializes in handling urgent or unpayable loans from traditional banks. And in the context of underdeveloped banking, the high-interest lending business of the chairman is a hot industry in credit and finance. Most businesses at that time grew in tandem with entrepreneurs like him. To start, Mi Eung-hun emphasized that Moo Hyuk needed to learn the legal procedures and how to verify the information of the collateral owners. He demands that you memorize the main government laws related to collateral. As he finishes speaking, Mi Eung-hun throws a towering stack of documents onto the table, creating a loud crack right in front of Moo Hyuk. Looking at the massive stack, Mi Eung-hun coldly introduces this is a ledger of expenses, contracts, and legal documents related to collateral. The towering pile of documents makes it clear why many people choose to give up halfway. You set a tough challenge. In 3 days, learn everything and then summarize it before sending it all to me. Facing the huge pile of documents, Moo Hyuk silently sighed in frustration. With the knowledge from the previous lesson, he admitted, yeah, I already know all the content, but still. Moo Hyuk looked at the pile of documents with a displeased expression, even considering whether to pretend he was just trying to memorize them. A week later, in the quiet midnight at the Round Taesan estate, President Taesan asked about the situation. So how is the boy doing with his studies? My Eung-hun stands respectfully reporting with an admiring expression, noting that Moo Hyuk has a deep understanding of the flow of money and the ability to uncover the hidden picture behind the dry documents. My Eung-hun admits that these things usually only come from long-term real-world experience and can't be learned or understood instantly. But Moo Hyuk understands everything so strangely, as if he already knew everything in advance. Hearing that, Tron Taesan slightly raised his eyebrows with interest and murmured, "Is that so?" My Eung-hun continued describing Moo Hyuk's demeanor when facing business managers. He didn't show any signs of nervousness or pressure. Instead, he acted very naturally and professionally, so calm that it looked like he was taking a walk rather than negotiating billions. My Eung-hun admitted he was surprised. He didn't need my help at all. Tron. Taesun gazed into the void in silence, only able to exclaim in amazement, so it's true after all. My Eung-hun praised Moo Hyuk's rapid progress and believed that in just a few days he would see him again. But Tron Taesun decided it was time to give his granddaughter a real challenge. My Eung-hun worriedly tried to stop him, saying it might still be too early since those companies probably haven't acknowledged her yet. My Eung-hun still worries whether Moo Hyuk can handle the tough opponents like directors Chon Soo-man and Chon Soo-han. Taesan coldly asserts that sooner or later they will have to face it, so it's better to start with the unprepared, not giving anyone time to get ready. He decisively orders to find our directors for the roles and to recover everything back. Not a single coin can be missing. My Eung-hun nodded and accepted the order. Yes, I understand. Looking at Moo Hyuk's performance record, Taesan quietly assesses that this kid is worth testing once. In a skyscraper office building at night, news of Mu Hee-yusi's new mission spreads quickly, and a man exclaims in surprise over the phone, "Why meet with business owners?" Standing by the window looking down at the brightly lit city, John Ji-won can't hide his rising dissatisfaction. Han bitterly wondered what Dad was thinking to let a kid get involved in this. Now, Ma Eung-dong appears lively, but behind that bustle are the hidden corners of the financial world. It looks like a glamorous shopping district on the outside, but inside it's like a battlefield of money. Sitting in the car, Moo Hyuk wondered why they came here, and Ma Eung-hoon explained that Ma Eung-dong is the center of high-interest lending in Korea. Because the headquarters of the five largest commercial banks are all concentrated here, the high-interest lending market naturally developed around this area. Ma Eung-hoon continued analyzing the power structure of the major corporations personally managed by the chairman, while small and medium enterprises were entrusted to directors Chon Soo-man and Chon Soo-han. In addition, Ma Eung-dong has deputy directors overseeing other networks considered the most important people in this area. They are the biggest usurers in Ma Eung-dong, smaller in scale than the chairman, but their daily transactions can reach tens of billions of won. Ma Eung-hoon said that the chairman has entrusted them with the money as the investor, and now Ma Eung-dong's task is to supervise whether they are managing that money well or not. It sounds like checking on their work, but in reality, it's about scrutinizing who is doing honest business. Truly a domineering capitalism. You didn't forget to give a heavy warning. They all have years of experience in the loan shark industry. I'm done. Hearing Ma Eung-hoon's concern, Moo Hee-uk subtly smiled with confidence. You can rest assured, I will handle it. His eyes burn with determination, thinking that eventually he will have to face those challenges, so starting a bit earlier might be better. The reputation of Ma Eung-dong's boss has always been a terror in the industry. The illegal lending industry at this time is a ruthless world where people fight and compete constantly. Even black gangs back then had to fear them a little. Those who have maintained their positions for decades and earned the trust of the old boss are the leaders of Myeongdong. Moo Hyuk understood that they are figures who absolutely cannot be underestimated, those who had to try very hard to achieve their current status. However, he quietly affirmed to himself that he was also an experienced person in this industry from the previous life. With a deep and intense gaze through the car window, Moo Hee-uk was confident in himself because he had already died once, so he could handle anything. The car stopped in front of a modern building, and as he stepped inside, a man with a cheerful smile was already waiting and greeted him. "Hello, head of department Ha." Her bright smile makes her look like she's entertaining a VIP, but she's actually an undercover financial expert. That is Kim Ho-sik, one of the four pillars of Ma Eung-dong. The man cheerfully continued, "It's been a while since we last met. I heard you would be coming today, so I waited." After asking about the chairman's health and receiving confirmation from Ma Eung-dong, Kim Ho-sik's gaze shifted to the young man accompanying him. He curiously asked, "So this person is the grandson of the chairman, right?" Moo Hye-yu silently observed the opponent, beginning his encounter with the first influential figure in the Ma Eung-dong financial circle. "My name is Kim Moo Hee-uk. I look forward to your help." The other person smiled warmly and shook hands, saying, "It's a pleasure. I am Kim Ho-sik." The guy patted Moo Hee-uk on the shoulder in a friendly manner when he heard that the young man was about to enter law school, and he said he heard this year he would be entering law school. "I also graduated from law school, so feel free to address me as senior brother." Moo Hye-yu-si politely replied, "Yes, senior brother. I hope you can help me inwardly." Moo Hee-yu-si was secretly evaluating this Kim Ho-sik. After hearing his profile, anyone with a weak heart would have given up from the introduction. This is a pet-loving student who graduated from Korea Law University, ready to give up a prestigious degree and a promising career to pursue this path, and has been a steady owner for 10 years. A character who is far from ordinary and extremely difficult to read. Sitting in the office, Moo Hee-uk got straight to the point. "So first, I want to take a look at the financial ledger here." Ho-sik was a bit surprised. He sneered and advised, "No need to rush into things just yet. Calm down a bit, Junior. Let's talk over a cup of tea first." Not wanting the other to delay, Moo Hye-uk was determined, since he's still not used to this work and needs some time to review, it might take a little while. So he wanted to see the cash flow ledger first, hoping for his help. Seeing how forceful the kid was, Ho-sik took out the ledger and said, "Here, the cash flow book. Just take a look once." He handed over the book with a look that said, "Go ahead, you'll find nothing anyway." And he was quite confident. Moo Hye-uk took it and thanked him. As he focused on reading, Ho-sik leisurely sipped his tea and smugly played the junior, but there was really nothing worth looking at. His major is business administration, so he's confident he has never made a mistake when it comes to bookkeeping. Indeed, this expense ledger is handled very meticulously and clearly. But Moo Hee-yu looks on with suspicion, noticing that the level of orderliness seems more suspicious than usual because the Kim Ho-sik he knows is not someone so meticulous. Moo Hye-uk closes the notebook and comments, "You keep very detailed and meticulous records." Then he makes the next request. "Can you let me check the bank books too?" Ho-sik quietly walks to the file cabinet, takes out a bank book, and places it on the table. Moo Hee-uk quickly counts again. 12 in total. "That's all right, isn't it?" Ho-sik confidently affirmed, "Of course, the bank books are the most important thing. Missing one would cause a lot of trouble. I handle the bank books daily. I definitely don't leak any information about the accounts. Moo Hyuk took the bank book and confidently said, "Yes, you've worked hard. I'll take this now if you don't mind." The boy quietly took the documents and left. Upon hearing the request to withdraw all bank books, Kim Ho-sik's face changed as he stammered, "What do you mean?" Moo Hyuk remained calm and firm, confirming that the chairman had ordered the withdrawal of all bank books registered under the names of the regional directors they are responsible for managing. Seeing the other person's expression was off, Moo Hyuk added a question with a hint. "Senior, do you see any problem here?" In Ho-sik's mind, he was overwhelmed with thoughts about whether this was truly the chairman's order, secretly realizing that Moo Hyuk seemed to have uncovered the mess in the ledger. Ho-sik tried to make an excuse, but in this tense moment, if you suddenly withdraw like that, what should I do? Moo Hyuk coldly retorted, "Is that really the chairman's order?" The other party is still hesitating, but I insist, why would I need to lie to the director? If you're still suspicious, you can call Pi Chang-sung right now to confirm this. Ho-sik's face was now covered in sweat, and he was in a state of extreme panic. Moo Hyuk was sweating profusely as if he had just run a marathon rather than standing and talking. Moo Hyuk refused to let go, continuing to press him. "Also, what is the reason you can't withdraw the bank account number?" He spoke softly, with a heavy pressure behind his words. "If there's anything, just say it, Senior." I didn't want things to get tense between us from the very first time we met. To save face, Ho-sik quickly forced the awkward smile and said, "No, there's no problem at all. I just reacted that way because I was caught off guard." Moo Hyuk calmly replied, then got up and turned to look at Ho-sik's subordinate standing behind, saying, "I have something private to discuss with you." Understanding, Mi Eung-hun glared fiercely. "What are you still doing there? Didn't you hear everyone was told to leave?" Although the henchmen were annoyed, they began to quietly leave, while Mi Eung-hun silently stepped forward to supervise. Suddenly, to assert his dominance and hide his embarrassment, Ho-sik swung and delivered fiery slaps to the faces of his subordinates. The guy roared fiercely. These bastards, in front of the young master, pretending to be deaf and blind, just fought, and he shouted to chase them out. "Get out now, quick." "Useless losers, and you're still standing there." Moo Hyuk just silently watched his cunning seniors act. When only the two of them were left in the room, the atmosphere grew tense. Ho-sik lit a cigarette, regained his composure, and apologized. "Oh my. Sorry about those guys. They weren't very quick. Please forgive them." The man smoked a long cigarette, his eyes turning cold as he looked at Moo Hyuk and asked, "What did the junior want to talk to you about that created such a tense atmosphere?" As the lights flickered, he quietly lit a cigarette, preparing to face the true intentions of the grandson of the powerful family. Moo Hyuk stepped closer, leaned into Kim Ho-sik's face, and issued a heavy warning. "If you're going to be a servant, then treat him like a proper servant, understand? Given your reckless attitude, I sharply question you. Don't you realize the situation yet, you idiot? Or do I have to let you get beaten so you can finally understand your place?" Anger erupted. Kim Ho-sik slammed the table and stood up shouting in fury, "You brat! What did you say? Sit down now!" Suddenly, a loud shout from Kim Ho-sik startled him in surprise. Back to the previous scene when you were still in the car, Moo Hyuk calmly asked for help. "Department head, please help me with something." My Eung-hun silently drove and asked again. "Go ahead." Moo Hyuk made a very firm request. "Later when you talk privately with Director Kim Ho-sik, no matter what sounds are in the room, don't come in." My Eung-hun looked worried and warned, "That guy is not someone easy to deal with. Are you going to be okay?" Moo Hyuk looked out the window with a determined gaze and replied, "If I can't face someone like that, how can I deal with the CEOs of major companies in the future?" After my Eung-hun left the room, Moo Hyuk hesitated for a moment before speaking to Kim Ho-sik, who was slumped in his chair, and ordered, "Hey, Kim Ho-sik, stop pretending. Listen carefully to what I'm saying. I know you've already taken out the secret bank account. You seem to understand when mentioning his family burden. You also have to live to support the little ones in your family, so I can somewhat sympathize with you." Immediately, Moo Hyuk stepped closer with a cold, penetrating gaze, still holding the secret bank book of the chairman's account. "So why isn't the book brought out here, huh?" Ho-sik was stunned, sweat streaming down his pale face, trembling as he wondered how a kid like Moo Hyuk knew about the secret ledger that only he and the chairman were supposed to know. His mind is racing, his heart probably overclocked. As he sees the complete collapse in the opponent's eyes, Moo Hyuk subtly smirks. He's outsmarted them. Looking directly at the pale face of the opponent, Moo Hyuk cautiously mentions the uncle's secret account. That is one of the main accounts Kim Ho-sik is directly managing, and he firmly orders to bring out that bank book. The panic is clearly visible on Ho-sik's sweaty face, and his expression alone reveals his turbulent inner state. Moo Hyuk knows a shocking secret. In the past, his grandfather entrusted 4 accounts under non-existent names to 4 trusted subordinates to manage. Those names were completely fake, non-existent in real life. Each of these accounts contains an enormous sum of up to 100 billion yuan, meaning a total of 400 billion yuan is being dispersed. Moo Hyuk discovered this while searching for his secret inheritance after his death in a past life. You remember the fateful moment in August 1993 when the official identification system was implemented? All 400 billion troops in those accounts vanished without a trace. Surely back then, Kim Ho-sik must have celebrated wildly after successfully embezzling that huge sum of money. Returning to the present, Moo Hyuk coldly asked again, Why are you so flustered? Do you think I don't know? Kim Ho-sik's mind raced, wondering why this kid knew so much about the secret account only the chairman and he knew. Had the chairman told him everything? Without giving him time to gather himself, Moo Hee-uk urged impatiently, "Bring him out immediately, hurry up," with a tone that sounded like a countdown to a bomb explosion. Kim Ho-sik is now completely collapsed, stammering and begging for more time. Moo Hee-uk turns around and asks with a cold tone, "Time." He calmly sat down on the sofa, crossed his legs with authority, and questioned Director Kim. "Is this a matter that requires more time?" Moo Hee-uk's eyes were sharp as he decisively ordered, "Bring out the account book immediately. If you don't bring it within 10 minutes, I will report everything to the chairman." Kim Ho-sik desperately begged, "Just 1 month. Give me 1 month. Please give me more time. I beg you." "Why are you like this, Director Kim?" Moo Hee-uk asked with a cold smile, staring directly at the person begging in front of him and pressing hard. "Do you think this is the attitude of someone pleading for mercy? If you try to bribe and flatter like this, it's obvious it probably comes from the parking lot." Faced with Moo Hee-uk's absolute dominance, Kim Ho-sik's face turned pale. Kim Ho-sik begged for a month to handle the secret accounts, but Moo Hee-uk coldly cut him off and gave him only 2 weeks. He stood up, looked down at the submissive man, and warned him to be prepared with every penny. Moo Hee-uk directly called out Director Kim Ho-sik's name to make sure he remembered this order clearly. Ho-sik's face was covered in sweat, his mind completely overwhelmed by the dominance of his grandchild. Moo Hee-uk warned that only 2 people are allowed to know about today's matter, then forced a fake smile, declared that the books and accounts are all in order, and praised him for his hard work. Before leaving the room, Moo Hee-uk reminded him that he would return in half a month to check again. He confidently walked down the corridor with the demeanor of a superior. The henchmen blocking the way immediately step aside as Myung-hun loudly orders them to get out of the way. The henchmen, terrified, watched Moo Hee-uk and Myung-hun calmly pass by without daring to resist. They rushed into the room and saw Kim Ho-sik sitting absent-mindedly on the sofa, his shirt soaked with sweat. In the midst of chaos, Ho-sik realized he had completely underestimated Moo Hee-uk, thinking he was just an ordinary kid, but young, yes, and his reputation was that of a final boss. At the Sahwa estate, Myung-hun was reporting the situation to Chairman Chon Tae-san. He said he has finished checking the books and recovered all 12 accounts registered under other names, and Director Kim also promised to report regularly every 2 weeks. Chon Tae-san nodded and asked, "So Moo Hee-uk has no issues with Jorge, right?" Myung-hun honestly replied that at first Director Kim seemed to look down on the young master, which surprised the old man, exclaiming, "What, another person choosing the hard mode for life?" Myung-hun continued recounting the strange events, but after their private conversation, the young master approached with a very composed demeanor. Hearing this, Chon Tae-san pondered for a moment before asking, "All right, who's next?" Myung-hun also respectfully replied that it seems the young master intends to meet Director No-XC, sir. Seeing everything going smoothly, Tae-san ordered, "Well done. Go rest now." Myung-hun nodded and said yes, Chairman, then quietly left the room. Alone in the office, Chon Tae-san immediately picked up the phone to call Kim Ho-sik. The other end quickly answered, "Yes, Chairman, I am Kim Ho-sik." Ho-sik hesitated for a moment before finally giving his assessment over the phone, saying he resembles the chairman even more than Director Soo-man and Soo-han. Chon Tae-san narrowed his eyes and asked again, receiving a firm confirmation from Ho-sik. The old man then began to probe about their private conversation, asking what they had discussed in secret. Seeing that Ho-sik still hesitated and didn't answer, Tae-san felt overwhelmed and kept pushing, asking what he had talked about with the boy. At this moment, Ho-sik revealed the shocking truth that he had mentioned the secret account assigned to us by the chairman, which no one else knew about. Chon Tae-san widened his eyes in astonishment, his mind completely confused by a single question: the secret account. How did Moo Hee-uk find out about that? This shock is probably as big as hiding money under the bed and having someone point out the exact spot within a centimeter. Tae-san silently listened to the other end of the line, then sternly asked, "So what happened next?" Ho-sik nervously reported that in 2 weeks, Moo Hee-uk's team must compile and return all the accounts, and he asked if the money could be transferred directly to the chairman. Tae-san calmly agreed. "Just go ahead," as if approving a breakfast expense. Not hundreds of billions. As Ho-sik was about to end the call, Tae-san suddenly called out his name with an intimidating tone. Ho-sik hurriedly apologized and nodded, but was immediately scolded by the chairman, who said, "Do you dare to raise your voice at my nephew?" Chung mi ông rồng hoảng hốt, lập tức cúi đầu xin lỗi và hứa sẽ không để chuyện đó xảy ra nữa. Anh mặt Tae-san trở nên lanh lung, lao nhẹ nhàng nhắc nhở về thân phận dạy tổ ra ân sung mặc xuống nên quen mắt không dục ngồi cùng mầm với chu. The old man whispered softly, reminding him not to forget who helped him get to where he is today. Ho-sik could only sweat profusely, nodding in silent agreement that it would be deeply etched in his heart. Tae-san turned off the device, and the room fell silent again, deep in thought about the secret accounts that only the hive overlords kept. A big question arose in his mind: how did the boy find out about them? Even though Soo-man, Soo-han, and trusted subordinates like Myung-hun had no idea they existed. Tae-san wondered why Moo Hee-uk could make Ho-sik agree to surrender so easily that it seemed suspicious, like asking for money that was handed over faster than during a robbery. The old man recalled his subordinate's comment that the young master resembled the chairman even more than his two sons. His eyes, once full of authority, suddenly dimmed, and he softly smiled with satisfaction as he called out the name of the foreign dog, Moo Huk. So it turns out the boy resembles him this much. As night falls in the luxurious villa, Kim Moo Hik lies deep in thought on his bed, secretly confident that he has uncovered Kim Horchit's weakness. But he still wonders if the other directors at Myeongdong are involved in those bookkeeping practices. The 400 billion military figure in the anonymous accounts is the target Moo Hyus is aiming for. He knows full well that if the real name financial regime is implemented in August this year, that huge sum could very well disappear without a trace. If he can seize that money, it will be a strong foundation for Moo Hyuk to enter a life and death battle with the Chon brothers. He rested his arm on his forehead, focusing on how to take it before the official announcement of the cash-based financial system. The next morning, Moo Hee-wok went to the headquarters of another member of the Four Pillars of Myeongdong to continue his plan. Seeing the bank book placed on the table, Moo Hee-wok calmly declared, "No problem. I will just check the accounts once a month from now on. You must firmly recover all these bank books and ask with pressure. Is that clear?" Facing the Chon family heir's dominance, the man across can only bow and answer humbly, "Go ahead, young master." The man facing Moo Hee-wok is OXX Ong, one of the four pillars of power in Myeongdong. Moo Hee-wok suddenly digs deeper into the issue. "Hey, you little troublemaker. If I remember correctly, you still have the chairman's bank book, right?" By observing the panicked reaction of the other party, Moo Hee-wok secretly realized that Kim Horchit had not revealed his knowledge of the secret accounts to the others. He subtly smirked, quietly appreciating that the Kim guy was truly not stupid for knowing how to keep his mouth shut to preserve his own life. Moo Hee-wok looked directly at Mr. X and declared that the chairman had given him a secret notebook that no one else knew about, and now he wanted me to take it back. X. Ong was stunned and exclaimed, "What?" The old man, sweating profusely, stammered and insisted that only he and the chairman knew about this. Moo Hee-wok calmly reassured him to be at ease and handed over the secret book, secretly thinking that the chairman revealing this secret proved he had gained absolute trust from his grandfather. Moo Hee-wok realized that from Kim Horchit to no XX Ong, everyone knew that the money in the account wouldn't disappear on its own when the new regime was implemented. He saw through their hearts. In fact, they had secretly divided all that money, sharing it so carefully that no one would suspect. But unexpectedly, they encountered a real-person financial scrutiny machine. Moo Hee-wok, looking at the scheming individuals, thought about how they all rose to their positions with his grandfather's support, yet they dared to betray him behind his back. He coldly asked, how long do they need to hand over the notebook to him, and XXE begged for half a month, or at least a week. Moo Hee-wok sighed softly and agreed to meet Lau again next week. Before leaving the room, he warned that he would not report this to his grandfather for now. Moo Hee-wok reminded Lau that his current position was largely thanks to his grandfather's support and deeply probed his fear by asking if he intended to go after that notebook. Moo Hee-wok asserts that his grandfather, though pretending, is still very sharp, so it's best for the old man to act carefully. He then compares it to a dog that betrays its master, implying the consequences are clear. Noi Ich-se sat there in silence, sweat pouring down his face in terror. After leaving the high-rise office building, Moo Hee-wok went to a different location. SSS. He sat quietly on the sofa, beginning to flip through and carefully examine each page of the secret notebook he had just retrieved. The next person Moo Hee-wok sought out was Shin Seong-in, a former wrestler supported by his grandfather since childhood. Among the directors at Myeongdong, I think he's the most loyal to Chairman Chon Thi-san. Putting the documents down on the table, Moo Hee-wok confidently said, I have checked these bank accounts very thoroughly. You look Shin Seong-in straight in the eye and ask about the most important thing. So can I check my grandfather's secret notebook too? Shin Seong-in is stunned and surprised, standing up to ask back, so does that mean you want to retrieve that notebook again? After a moment of contemplation, he asked you to wait for him. Shin Seong-in moved toward the portrait of Chairman Chon Thi-san on the wall, quietly pushing it aside to reveal a highly sophisticated secret safe. The old man quickly opened the safe, took out a package, and Moo Hee-wok quietly assessed that this person didn't seem to embezzle, truly the one he trusted most. In a crowd of people dividing spoils, he finally found someone honest. Leaving the office, Mr. Shin respectfully saw Moo Hee-wok and Ma Young-hoon off to their car. The old man bowed farewell, promising to meet you again. Moo Hee-wok also politely responded. Next time, I will meet you in a more relaxed situation. Thank you for your cooperation, Shin Seong-in nodded politely as the car started to roll. On the way, Ma Young-hoon reminded about the final target. And there's only one left, right, sir? That is Director Yu Ji-kong. He emphasized that he is the most cunning and experienced among the four pillars of my Myeongdong. Sitting in the back seat, Moo Hee-wok quietly reviews information about his opponent, Director Yu Ji-kong. He was trained and mentored by him before starting his own career here, and he was already a notable figure in this industry. Ma Young-hoon, while driving, asked cautiously, do you know what Yu Ji-kong's nickname is? Kim Moo Hee-wok quietly pursed his lips and calmly replied, I already know him. No need to be sure about PT because the criminal record is automatically stored in my mind. That's the person who once used a hammer to deal with the gangsters trying to take over the market for this boss in Myeongdong. The so-called hammerhead shark once created tragic scenes, causing opponents to be seriously injured and unable to resist under brutal blows. In his office, director Yoo Kang with long, slicked-back hair was focused on handling paperwork at his desk. As Myeong-hoon led Moo Hyuk inside, he still didn't lift his head and coldly ordered, "Wait for me a moment, you two sit there." Yoo Kang calmly instructed the guests to wait in the sofa area of the spacious room. Myeong-hoon gently signaled Moo Hyuk to sit down first, while he stood by silently, both waiting quietly in the stillness, where only the ticking of the clock echoed steadily, marking the slow passage of time. The clock hand slowly moved past the hour markers, and the atmosphere in the room grew even more suffocating as Yoo Kang continued to ignore the presence of the two guests. After a long silence, he suddenly pushed his chair back, hesitantly walking toward Moo Hyuk, who was sitting patiently with a serious expression, approaching like a final boss activating phase 2.
Yoo Kang entered the room with a triumphant look. Han apologized insincerely, saying sorry for making you wait. I also need to review the books before handing them over to the chairman, so it will take a little more time.
Han took a puff of his cigarette, looking at Moo Hyuk with a condescending gaze and adding, "I guess you don't mind that either, right, little girl?" Moo Hyuk calmly replied, "All right then, bring out the books for me to see." However, Yoo Kang ignored that request. Han turned to Myeong-hoon, and I heard that lately the department head has been working really hard. Bringing along a kid who's still got a runny nose running around like this is just too exhausting, and he's always making snide remarks, more interested in stirring up drama than actually working. Han teased that the chairman was too harsh to make Myeong-hoon, an experienced person, babysit a kid, and added that he must be very tired. Ji-Kang continued to scroll, saying if he felt exhausted, he should leave this controlling and guiding task to me, and I will show this kid the way. Han was so angry that he said to director Yoo Kang, "You should be careful with your words. He is still the chairman's nephew." But the fox-like man just sneered, stubbed out his cigarette, and declared, "This is a new era now. No one cares much about those formalities anymore, especially since he's just a kid." Calling him a rookie is already quite flattering. After saying that, he probably thinks he's cool, but in others' eyes, he's just a reckless kid. Han warns Myeong-hoon not to impose blind loyalty on him, and affirms that his experience for the role is unmatched. Turning to see Moo Hyuk, focused on reading the documents, Gi-Kang Myanmar asks, "Do you understand what you've been reading all this time? If not, just let the department head take a look." Moo Hyuk quietly looked at the file folder, secretly assessing in his mind, does he think saying that is provoking me to lose focus? He sensed something unusual because this ledger was completely spotless, with no gaps at all. Moo Hyuk decides not to waste time on the smokescreen and focuses on the main goal.
From what I see, this ledger seems fine, but I wonder if you could hand me the secret ledger.
The question stunned Yoo Kang in shock. "What do you mean?" Moo Hyuk added that the chairman wants to retrieve it for inspection. Kang's face suddenly changed, and he calmly but firmly said, "Tell the chairman about this. He needs to come here in person that day." He emphasized that it was the chairman himself who handed over that notebook directly to him. So if they wanted to retrieve it, they also needed to come here in person on that day. Yoo Kang forcefully stubbed out his cigarette, looked at Moo Hyuk with a tense gaze, and asked, "You understand what I'm saying, right? Even if you look like you don't understand,
You have to understand, there's no second option.
Myeong-hoon warned, "Director YOA don't mess around too much." Yoo Kang sneered arrogantly, joking all along, "Have I ever played around with business matters?" Han crossed his arms, looked directly at Moo Hyuk, and affirmed, "I am seriously disciplining the young master. In business, procedures and formalities must be clear." Han turned to quietly warn Myeong-hoon, Manager Ha, "Even about such basic things you haven't taught the young master yet." Yoo Kang leaned in close, revealing a sinister smile. "You're too lax about this." Faced with the provocation, Myeong-hoon's face darkened with anger. Moo Hyuk remained calm and composed, gently instructing Department Head Ha, "Go outside and wait for a moment." Myeong-hoon exclaimed anxiously, "Young master." Moo Hyuk smiled and told his subordinate to go outside and get some fresh air. Despite his worries, Myeong-hoon nodded and obediently left the room, leaving the private space for the upcoming confrontation. Now that only the two of you are left, Moo Hyuk leans back in his chair, his eyes turning cold. "Director EU, stop pretending and hand over the bank account book to the young master. Oh, and the secret account of your grandfather too." "EU." G gently strokes his chin, a calculating smile clearly on his face. "Oh, I hear there's also a secret account involved. It seems the chairman wants to properly train that young master, smiling all right, but he's probably running 1,001 countermeasures in his head." EUG continues to look at Moo Hyuk with a mocking smile and asks, "But what's so special about him?" Han confidently asserts that the notebook is no different and challenges him to come and take it himself. Witnessing that arrogant attitude, Myeong-hoon stands up abruptly and shouts loudly, "EU, Director." Immediately, EUG roared back fiercely, "Who do you think you are to dare to act arrogant and rude to me?" Han began to boast about his achievements with a fierce expression, saying, "I've been following the chairman even before they came to cause trouble for him." After saying that, he probably realized he deserved the honorary title himself. EUG glared at Moo-hyuk and insulted him. You're just a kid. You have no right to talk back to me. He insists that only the chairman can order him and even claims that the chairman's illegitimate son, the director, has no authority over him. So Moo-hyuk has no right to act arrogantly. Yuji's tone grew more warning Moo-hyuk not to dream of being treated equally just because he's the chairman's nephew. So Yuji forcefully slammed the hammer down on the table, creating a loud bang and sparks. Han tightly grips the hammer in his hand, looking at Moo-hyuk and threateningly asks, "Do you know how many times I've used this hammer to save the chairman?" The hammer-headed shark recalls the heartbreaking scenes when Han used this weapon to smash the thugs who dared to cause trouble at the office. EUG proudly asserts that this hammer is a living witness to the history of Myeongdong and the existence of its credit market. Han points directly at Moo-hyuk and shouts, "So don't be arrogant in front of me, kid." Moo-hyuk still kept a calm demeanor and coldly asked back, "Are you trying to make a big fuss?" The question made Yuji laugh even more. Han sneered that a spoiled kid who doesn't know anything about the underworld shouldn't speak up. Faced with such provocative words, Moo-hyuk quietly realizes that the opponent is deliberately provoking him, and he silently looks at him with a sharp, calculating gaze. Your gaze is fixed on EUG, who is holding a hammer with a challenging look. The way you look at me doesn't matter what you're doing. I only need the money. Moo-hyuk coldly gives an ultimatum. Director EU, I will give you one more day. Tomorrow, prepare all the account books completely. Hey, young master. As soon as Moo-hyuk turned his head back, the hammer-headed Sharkman charged wildly at him. It was a fierce clash that erupted in the room, but instead of falling, Moo-hyuk calmly raised his hand to block the attack right in front of him. EUG smirked maliciously, full of cunning as he watched the opponent's defiance. The distance between the hammer and Moo-hyuk's face was now only a hair's breadth. EUG lowered the hammer, smirking sarcastically. At least the chairman's nephew has some guts. I thought you'd be scared shitless. But Moo-hyuk stared straight at him and shot back sharply, yet with a piercing gaze. If you dare to touch my nephew, your courage is even greater. You think I'm afraid of those threats? You're mistaken. I repeat my final request. If you want to stay safe, prepare all the bank accounts by tomorrow. I've emphasized what's important many times, so much that if you still don't understand, I might as well print it out and hand it to you directly. Walking out of the office with an air of authority, Myung-hoon left a cold warning. If things are like this tomorrow, watch your head. EUG stood frozen, overwhelmed by the opponent's dominance, once wielding a fierce hammer, now standing still like a student called by their parent. As the black car drove away from Myeongdong, Myung-hoon, still holding the gun, asked Moo-hyuk casually, "It was so noisy earlier. What happened?" Moo-hyuk calmly lowered his head to review the file folder and replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing." But then he suddenly shouted out that made Myung-hoon's blood run cold. He was going to smash my head with a hammer. The screech of brakes pierced through the busy street. Myung-hoon turned around in shock and yelled out in disbelief, "How is Director EU okay?" Amidst the traffic honking and congestion, Moo-hyuk still maintains a calm smile and gently reminds, "Manager Ha, this is in the middle of the street." Immediately after, at the Jon estate, the atmosphere in the office becomes tense. Chairman Jon Tasain glares angrily when hearing the report. What did that EUG bastard say? Myung-hoon solemnly recounted the traitor's challenge, saying that the chairman had to come personally to retrieve the account book. Tasain sat in silence, contemplating, then pressed for more details. And when Myung-hoon reported that he intended to hit the young master with a hammer, the powerful old man completely lost control, roaring in fury. What? Although Myung-hoon assured that everything was fine, Tasain's eyes still burned with a cold fury. The old man sternly and fiercely cursed, "EUG! That bastard, why did he do this?" Myung-hoon stands in the office, looking thoughtful as he reports to Chairman Jon Tasain. "I just can't understand it either. Although in the past, when I first entered Myeongdong, he was an opponent of the chairman. But since I followed the chairman, he has never behaved like this. Today is really strange, as if they are deliberately provoking us." In response to their arrogant attitude, Jon Tasain coldly ordered, "Head of department, handle this yourself. Use your judgment and decide what to do. Resolve it smoothly and don't leave any consequences." Myung-hoon bowed respectfully and accepted the order. "Yes, Chairman, I understand." Meanwhile, on the speeding car through the night, Yoo-jae-kang casually laughed mockingly on the phone. "Ha ha ha. It's just a little kid. I only scolded him a bit. He's nothing special." He sneered to himself. Even the chairman has gone senile. Suddenly, a large truck with blinding headlights sped directly at him, crashing into his car with a terrifying impact. At a deserted construction site in the dark, Yoo-jae-kang awoke in a battered state. He was tied tightly to the chair, his mouth sealed with tape, only able to produce desperate, stifled cries. Suddenly, a tall, shadowy figure approached from behind, causing him to panic in terror. The figure that appears is none other than Myung-hoon, with a face as cold as ice. Yoo-jae-kang frantically struggles when he sees the other calmly gripping an iron hammer in his hand. Myung-hoon raised his weapon, staring directly at the trembling director, and said with a commanding tone, "Director EU, can we have a little chat?" Myung-hoon stood silently in front of Yoo-jae-kang, who was tied up and quietly tore off the tape covering his mouth. Yoo-jae-kang struggled and exclaimed, "Truong Fong Ha!" He tried to brace himself to threaten, "Do you think you can do this to me and still live peacefully?" All Myung-hoon gives back is a cold, "Huh." Like in an action movie but without heroic music, only the smell of fear. Myung-hoon raised the hammer high, pointing it directly at the traitor's face and close to his head. I heard you killed the young master, is that true? Without hesitation, Myung-hoon brandished his weapon directly at the target. Euga Kang, terrified, closed his eyes tightly and screamed in despair. The hammer stopped right next to Oj Kong in an instant. Myung-hoon coldly questioned, "So what do you think?" "What were you thinking at that moment to do such a thing?" Yuaj Kang, sweating profusely, stammered in panic. "I just wanted to test his courage. I just want to know if the chairman posted the job and assigned it to the right person." He begged and pleaded. "I would never dare to think like that. Please trust me." He kept pleading desperately. "What do you think I would dare do to the chairman's grandson? Just think about it. I'm telling the truth. Trust me." To save my life, Euga Kang confidently handed over the exchange item. "I will give all my secret bank accounts. I won't act recklessly like that anymore. Please forgive me." Suddenly, a loud noise came from the door. Uja Kang looked terrified as he saw two men quietly pushing a blue barrel into the scene. Myung-hoon stared directly at the trembling director and asked who ordered him. "UGE." Kang hurriedly denied it. "No one ordered me to do that. What are you talking about?" He tried to explain desperately. "I told you I only threatened him to test him. Believe me." Myung-hoon remained completely unmoved, silently signaling his men to push a large wooden table close to the man tied to the chair. Despite his weak resistance, his hand was tightly pressed down and I looked down with a cold, icy gaze, reminding him, "Director EU, I advise you to be honest from now on. Do you understand?" He hesitated and asked one last time. "I ask again, who ordered you to do that?" "AUJ, Kang still stubbornly screams and cries, "I told you no one ordered me. Who could possibly give me an order?" Myung-hoon's patience had completely run out. Without a warning, he suddenly raised the hammer and struck a brutal blow down on the hand tightly restrained on the table. Hugh strikes so hard that Euge Kang screams in horror from the pain, his hand severely injured and bleeding, making this a brutal survival game at its hardest level. Faced with someone trembling from shock, Myung-hoon coldly repeats the question. "Who ordered you to do this?" Euge Kang is now completely broken down, sweat and tears streaming down his pale face. He pleads in ragged breaths. "No one forced me. Please believe me." He glares into the void with a look of utter terror. Myung-hoon swung the hammer down on the locked hand, causing Uga Kang unbearable pain and unable to resist. Myung-hoon's face twisted in pain and sweat dripped down, but Euge Kang stubbornly yelled out, "Are you crazy? I told you, it's over!" Without hesitation, Myung-hoon raised the hammer again, preparing for the next punishment. Amidst the deserted construction site under the pouring rain, the harsh sounds of blows echoed, signaling a brutal interrogation. Myung-hoon looked down at the fallen figure and gave the final ultimatum. "Your last chance. Think carefully and speak quickly." Euge Kang could only scream in despair as his hand was weighed down heavily. Myung-hoon quietly moved the hammer to the other side and declared, "Now it's in your right hand." The tense atmosphere was so thick that if anyone sang anything, it would surely be mistaken for a signal to attack. His eyes cold as ice, he repeats the question with pressure. "Who is it? Who ordered you to do this?" Seeing the opponent remain silent, Myung-hoon decisively orders his men to hold him tight. Cornered by the depths of his physical pain, Euge Kang begins to tremble and cry out, "Sang, sang." At this moment, he is so weak that even a strong wind could knock him down 3 more times. He looked up at Myung-hoon with pleading eyes and begged, "Stop it." In the height of panic, Euge Kang finally revealed that the true mastermind behind Myung was director Chon Soo-man. As the answer was just given, memories suddenly rewound to a week earlier in a luxurious mansion at night, where powerful directors gathered around a large marble table for a secret meeting. Outside the corridor, 2 rows of subordinates bow deeply as they see the 2 powerful men walk by. As they enter inside, the man in the gray suit greets everyone, saying it's been a while since he last saw them. Immediately, everyone in the room stood up, bowing respectfully to greet them. Under the dim lighting and the slow-turning ceiling fan, the atmosphere of the meeting became extremely serious. "What's going on, Director? Calling all 4 of us at once is quite unusual." John Soo-man sat casually on the sofa with a calculating look and then got straight to the point. "I believe everyone already knows about the little boy my father recently accepted into the family, right?" "Yes, he's my nephew." Another director confirmed the information, "So that boy is the chairman's grandson, right?" "He's the son of the late Miss Mi-suk," and his tone sounded more like gossiping about family than discussing company affairs. John Soo-man nodded affirmatively. "Yes, and I believe everyone has heard already. That kid has been following the HHA manager to learn the business lately." Hearing this, the man with red hair showed clear discontent, suddenly wondering where this kid came from after so many years of not seeing his face. "So, you mean he will be learning the business from his father after quietly sighing in frustration? It's really beyond words." John Soo-man quietly observed everyone's reactions and then suddenly asked, "Besides that, haven't you heard any strange rumors lately?" Which made his wife look confused and repeat, "Strange rumors." John Soo-man calmly began to use persuasive words to win over his allies. "The directors in Myeongdong are like a close family to me, having been together for so many years, all about to inherit the chairman's legacy. but that position is about to fall into the hands of a kid. The remaining directors began to fall into contemplation upon hearing about the threat to their long-standing interests. Suman continued to deepen their fears. Honestly, my father is also getting old. Living or dying, we must now learn to worry about the future of Kim Moo-hyuk's presence, a foreign dog who suddenly appeared after years abroad, and I mean he might be trying to distract the chairman's judgment. The director sternly warns everyone to be careful with their words because this is no joke. He affirmed that the chairman is still very clear-minded and capable of overseeing everything. Under that pressure, John Suman calmly admitted he had misspoken and later referred to the directors as loyal dogs. He asked the director to reconsider, then sneered and confirmed that cleaning up those troublesome people around the chairman was truly his current intention. Director Kim immediately objected, reminding everyone that Kim Moo-hyuk was the chairman's nephew, so they could not interfere in their family affairs. Suman dismisses it, declaring this is not a family feud. He sips his wine, asserting he's not afraid of the kid, only worried that his father might make a wrong decision. Suman emphasized the unstable political situation after the recent presidential election, where every decision they make directly impacts the company's business. And the silent directors are observing his attitude. Not out of agreement, but weighing their options like gamblers choosing the most advantageous side. He announced that Department Head Ha would soon take Moo-hyuk to meet everyone, causing the whole room to stir in shock. With a calculating look, Suman proposed testing the kid's strength to see how capable he really was. The whole room fell into a deadly silence before this treacherous plan was revealed. Then a loud bang on the table echoed in agreement with Suman's idea. The only thing is, it's unclear whether he's genuinely supportive or just trying to make it seem like he has a say in the meeting. He firmly states that he will test Moo-hyuk once to see what he's capable of in this field. EUG can calmly pour wine, showing contempt for a 20-year-old kid daring to step into a field not everyone can handle. He wants to see what Moo-hyuk knows, while Suman entrusts him with the task of guiding the boy. The henchman tried to flatter that the presence of the EU director made everyone feel at ease. But Suman, sipping his drink, warned everyone to think carefully because his father's era could not last forever. The directors exchanged tense looks at the implied power shift, and finally Suman gazes directly with a fierce purple stare, demanding everyone take good care of his grandson. In the office, Chairman John Tessa looked at the file on the table and closed it with a serious expression, confidently stating, "I knew it, Suman was involved in this." Standing before the chairman, Ma Eung-hun respectfully reported on the son's dark intentions, saying that he wanted to test the young master's strength. Ma Eung-hun then revealed the identity of the one who directly carried out the act, and among the directors at Myeongdong, Director EUGK volunteered for this task. This kind of voluntary sacrifice is obvious. He's willingly giving his life. John Tess's eyes sharpened as he asked about the fate of the traitor. What's happened to GK now? Ma Eung-hun, with a serious expression, replied that although he had taken him to the hospital for surgery on his arm, it was highly likely that his left hand would never be usable again. Despite being betrayed, John Tessa still felt a tinge of sadness when mentioning his longtime subordinate. After all, that person had been with him for 30 years. After 30 years of service, ending with an involuntary retirement, it's more bitter than black coffee. He made his final decision, asking Ma Eung-hun to give him enough money to live on and to let him retire early. Seeing that, Ma Eung-hun asked nervously how to handle the chairman's sons, and whether Director John was hesitant about them, and if we should send someone to warn them once. After a moment of silence, he looked full of menace. Those children of yours will have to deal with it themselves. Meanwhile, in another office, John Soo was terrified when he received the news, and his aunt's love only grew stronger. Soo-man widened her eyes, sweat pouring down her face as she asked her subordinate, "Did you say the head of department broke both of that guy's arms?" Sitting opposite, John Soo-han anxiously continued, "That's right. What should we do now, brother?" "It seems my father knows everything." Soo-man was about to scold for the disturbance when the landline suddenly rang repeatedly. He irritably answered, "What's the matter? My aunt told you not to bother me?" This guy is as annoying as someone at the top of the food chain. The person on the other end of the line nervously apologized and said that the chairman was demanding to speak with him. The line went silent as he heard his stern father's voice come through the receiver, and Soo-man asked if Soo-han was also there with him. Soo-man immediately changed his attitude, meekly agreeing and nodding, so quickly that even the wind couldn't catch up with his sudden change of face. John Tesson directly addressed the issue with a commanding tone, revealing that you had instructed the silent directors to conduct the blind obedience test. Standing before his powerful father's interrogation, Soo-man was terrified and stammered in denial. "Yes, it's not true. What test are you talking about? It's not like what you think." He tried to defend himself in panic. "I just asked them to take care of the boy." Chairman John Tesson, furious, shoved the phone aside and shouted, "You brat, I am your father. How old are you already and you still haven't grown up?" On the other end, John Soo-man trembled, sweating profusely as he listened to his father insult him for acting so terribly just because he was afraid of a 20-year-old kid. Tesson sternly warned that this incident makes him reconsider the inheritance, and even reminded about raising Moo-hyu as the next successor. Soo-man nervously stammered, "No, Dad, I really didn't do that." But he immediately silenced him, saying, "I don't want to hear it." The anger of Chairman Tesson still hasn't subsided. Dan Thep warns him, "I warn you, As long as I hear rumors that you're planning to harm Mu-hyu again, Jon Tessin, with a cold expression, declares that he will show his children what true authority really means. The imposing figure of the old man cast a shadow of fear over the brother Su-man, like a ghost pressing down with pressure. Su-man was speechless, while the younger brother sitting beside him anxiously asked, "Brother, what did Dad say?" The rage almost exploded. Su-man roared, smashing the phone brutally amidst the wreckage, his face distorted with fury. His mind was filled with hatred as he called out Kim Mu-hyu's name. He gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, "How dare a despicable person like you divide my father's relationship with my family?" Here, my Eung-hoon is reporting the latest political situation to Chairman Tesson. Is the newly elected President Kim Man-sam restructuring the Haohoi? My Eung-hoon explains that Haohoi was originally a powerful private organization within the current military. After taking office, the president wants to overhaul the military structure on a large scale, causing those with origins from this organization to leave the military. It looks more like a personnel restructuring session, but the scale is very capitalist. Therefore, the members of the lower house are gathering regularly to discuss ways to counteract. Hearing this, Chairman Tessin pondered deeply, realizing that the president had a strong intention to dismantle the organization, and once that happens, it would be like a fish in water. My Eung-hun quietly reflected that the current president hadn't suffered many disadvantages under the military regime, and he analyzed that although he had allied with the military faction to seize power, maintaining this relationship was ultimately very difficult. You can recognize them at a glance, but it's not the same as clearly writing it down to avoid guessing. My Eung-hun expressed concern about whether the military side would leave this matter alone, given that the country still leans towards a military regime. In the luxurious office, Ma Eung-hoon continued to report the government's concerns about the possibility of a coup. Hearing this, Chairman Jon Tessin murmured repeatedly, "A coup?" He raised his hand thoughtfully, then suddenly turned to ask his grandson sitting and reading the newspaper what he thought about this. When Mu-hyuk quietly put down the paper, his confident eyes affirmed that the military would not resist. Mu-hyuk began analyzing the high-level personnel situation he was well aware of, speaking with a confident tone as if he had just sat at the round table with them, explaining that the new president had quickly replaced the entire key military structure, including the chief of staff and the head of military intelligence. This rapid change happened within just 4 hours after the Minister of Defense was summoned. Mu-hyuk continued to analyze the political situation, and even if the coup supporters were dealt with, the ruling power still maintained the appearance of a conservative government. So overwhelming that even those involved probably haven't fully understood what happened, he confirms that only the members of the underground society support the coup, while other soldiers do not. Moreover, even if the military stages a coup to take back power, they will no longer have the support of the people. Seeing how sharp your understanding is, Jon Tessin couldn't help but admire and say, "Oh, Mu-hyuk seems to know a lot about politics." Mu-hyuk calmly replied that politics is one of the biggest changing factors in his grandfather's work, so he always keeps a close eye and never misses any information. Deep down, Mu-hyuk secretly felt proud because he already knew all the major events that would happen over the next 30 years. Jon Tessin continued to press for details beyond the Haohoi, asking if there were any other events and what the new president was currently pushing forward. My Eung-hoon reports that very few people currently know the VIP's plan, not even the embedded secretaries, but he has overheard that the government is planning an anti-corruption campaign. To the chairman's surprise, Mi Eung-hoon confirmed that they intend to disclose the assets of high-ranking officials. Despite facing many opposing opinions, Mi Eung-hoon affirmed that with the character of the new president-elect, this will definitely be carried out. Chairman Jon Tessin contemplatively noted that the situation was developing at a concerningly rapid pace, impressed about the possibility of implementing the real-name financial transaction system. Ma Eung-hoon immediately reports that the president has not mentioned anything about this. Even the secretaries and major corporations are completely in the dark. Turning to Mu-hyuk, he asks, "How do you feel about it?" Mu-hyuk softly said with a determined look that the real-name financial transaction system will be implemented this year. The answer left the powerful old man stunned in amazement. This year? In response to his grandfather's question, Mu-hyuk explained that although this system had been postponed since the 70s due to political opposition, this time it would be different. With the new president's determined personality, he would secretly assign a small group to handle it first and then suddenly announce it to the public. If anyone with a weak heart hears this plan, they'd probably have to ask for some sweet water to lower their blood pressure. Hearing this, Jon Tessin burst into cheerful laughter. Ha 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 ha, this kid is truly a genius. But he still doesn't fully understand the nature of politics. He affirmed that once you step into the whirlpool of finance and politics, no one can escape. That is the fate of an experienced politician. The chairman emphasized that when the true name system is implemented, all funds should be managed properly, and this cannot be done overnight. Although I agree with your point, I think from now on we should handle anonymous and nameless accounts to avoid unexpected situations. Seeing your concern, Jon Tessin reassured you that he has divided and entrusted the money to the most trustworthy people. Mu-hyuk looks at his grandfather with a cold gaze and warns in a low voice, "Grandpa, people's hearts are unpredictable. Everyone has greed." Moi Hu-uk calmly analyzes the situation, and since the current holder of the seal is still Grandpa, I think there shouldn't be any problem. But if the system is implemented and only the owner can withdraw funds, then problems will definitely arise. In Moi Hu-uk's memory, his grandfather suffered an enormous loss due to the real name financial transaction system. Money in all anonymous and unnamed accounts vanished in an instant because of this policy, accounting for up to 25% of his assets, with the money disappearing so quickly that even illusions had to learn a trade. Moi Hu-uk emphasized with pressure that the real name financial transaction system will be implemented in August, just after next month. If not handled now, his grandfather's losses could reach tens of trillions. Jon Tessin paused thoughtfully, stroked his beard for a long moment, then asked, Moi Hu-uk, do you really think the real name financial transaction system will be implemented this year? Is it just your intuition or what? Moi Hu-uk looked straight into his grandfather's eyes and confidently confirmed, yes, it is my intuition. This can be done within the first term, at worst by the end of the season. However, the experienced chairman still has one major concern, but I wonder, you know about the secret bank accounts I entrusted to the directors in America and Mr. Dong, right? The old man looked at his suspicious grandson, knowing that no one else besides us and them knew about this. So why does my grandson know about it? Moi Hu-uk silently wondered if he had been waiting for this question for a long time. He calmly explained that when he was assigned to recover all the bank accounts, he noticed that the expressions of those directors were not sincere. Moi Hu-uk continued with the excuse of intuition, feeling that they had something suspicious, so he suggested a private conversation, and when he asked, they admitted it. Jon Tessin asked again to be sure, is it really just your intuition, Moi Hu-uk, that led you to this conclusion? And she confidently affirmed yes after a moment of silence. Then, unexpectedly, Jon Tessin made a shocking decision. Moi Hu-uk, I will transfer all 4 trillion in the secret account you obtained from the directors Mai and Dong. Moi Hu-uk was stunned in amazement at the enormous sum beyond his imagination. The chairman explained that if the real name financial transaction system is truly implemented this year, that amount of money will most likely disappear completely. He looks at Moi Hu-uk with absolute trust and declares, I trust you to manage the money well, so I will authorize you to use it as you wish. In simple terms, this is both a reward and a test, and if it disappears in an instant, your career will be over. Juan. Jon Tessin looked intently at Moi Hu-uk and warned him with serious weight, but if that money vanishes without a trace, this will be the last time I entrust you with money. You understand what I mean, Moi Hu-uk? He nodded confidently. Yes, I definitely won't let you down. Deep inside, he was overwhelmed with joy, amazed that he was entrusted with everything when he only hoped for a little. With the 4 trillion just recovered from the directors of Myeongdong, Moi Hu-uk is confident that this will soon allow us to celebrate 3 days and nights of victory. The image of the 2 scheming uncles appears in his mind, and Moi Hu-uk secretly feels pleased because building trust with his grandfather was indeed the right move. At the estate, Jon Tessin began acting on what Moi Hu-uk had warned him about. He ordered Myung-hun, we need to handle the accounts now. Gather all anonymous and hidden accounts. He emphasized that there isn't much time left. With the last deadline in July, Myung-hun respectfully bowed his head and said, I understand, Chairman. With orders like this, I thought we were preparing for total mobilization, not just collecting accounts. Sitting alone, Jon Tessin pondered the prophecy of his grandson, wondering if the real name financial system would be implemented around August. If so, he looked at Moi Hu-uk with admiration and silently confirmed that Moi Hu-uk was surely born with the destiny of a leader, his eyes so bright that they could light the way and save a whole month's electricity bill. On February 25, 1993, the inauguration of the 14th president officially took place, establishing a civilian government led by President Kim Man-sam, a civilian rather than military. In addition, the government quietly prepared for the launch of the real name financial system. That same year, the 1993 enrollment ceremony at Korea University was also held grandly. Kim Moo-hoo-uk stepped onto the stage to receive his enrollment certificate from the principal amid applause from the students. As he left the ceremony, Lee Myung-soo sighed in boredom, oh so boring. He turned to Moo-hoo-wok and asked, Moo-hoo-wok, what are you planning to do now? The classes start tomorrow, Moo-hoo-wok calmly replied. Dad, I plan to go to the library. Myung-soo was stunned by the answer and shouted, What library? This guy is crazy to want to study from day one. Moo-hoo-uk smiled softly and explained, After all, now he's a university student, he has to go to the library at least once. Myung-soo narrowed his eyes in suspicion at his friend's change. Why? But why do you speak Zaewon so fluently when you came to Zaewon a few days earlier than me? He draped his arm around Moo-hoo-uk's neck, teasing him, probably to impress Zaewon, right? The mischievous Myung-soo excitedly suggested, Yeah, we're already with Zaewon. Maybe we should go to Apgujeong together. We have to celebrate your enrollment. Moo-hoo-wok repeats the old promise. You said you wouldn't drink with me anymore. Myung-soo waves his hand to brush it off. That was just a slip-up. There won't be a next time. Go ahead. Let me ask again. Are you only thinking about having fun and not planning to study for the bar exam? Myung-soo confidently declared, Yes, I will pass the bar exam on my first try within 2 years. But today, Just go ahead and have fun, he kept urging. Let's go to Apgujong. Faced with his excessive enthusiasm, Myung-soo had to give in. So just a little drink and then back home. Myung-soo happily agreed, of course, as night fell amidst the vibrant city lights. A white car sped through the bustling Seoul streets. The promise to drink just a little was clearly just a bluff. Amid the lively neon-lit atmosphere of the Rock Cafe, Lee Myung-soo was so excited to join the dancing crowd. He enthusiastically exclaimed, "Wow, this is the real taste of youth." Myung-soo turned to call his friend. "Hey Moo-hee-uk, look over there. This is a rock music cafe in Busan. There's nothing like this anywhere else. You explained that this place isn't like a nightclub because there's no matchmaking service. People just come to dance and have fun on their own." Unlike his lively friends, Kim Moo-hee-uk sat quietly at the table with a beer in hand. If you threw him into this crowd, people might think he had wandered into a class reunion for hyperactive kids. At that moment, a girl wearing a purple hat and her friend approached and asked in admiration, "Is it true that Kim Moo-hee-uk, the top student of Korea University, is really him?" Recognizing the boy who scored perfectly on the recent exam, the second-year seniors couldn't hide their admiration, and he looked even more handsome up close. With that face, and being the top scorer nationwide and studying law, they proactively suggested, "Can we kiss too?" Moo-hee-uk politely but tactfully declined. "No, thank you, seniors. We'll just have this and go right away." But Moo-hee-uk-soo immediately cut in enthusiastically, "Got it! We plan to party all night. One wants to go home, one wants to party till morning." Friendship tested to the max. The whole group sits together amid loud music echoing throughout the room. The older sister started chatting. "This is Kim Moo-hee-uk, and your friend is Lee Mee-hee-uk-soo. You two have known each other for a long time." Mee-hee-uk-soo confidently confirms, "Yes, we are friends from before and hometowns." Mee-hee-uk-soo quickly introduces, "We are from Busan. Have you all been to Busan recently?"
Wang Ali is very handsome. Your enthusiasm is charming, and with a little more local accent, you could even become a Busan tourism ambassador.
Seeing that Moo-hee-uk remained silent, they chuckled and said, "Well, being handsome and silent is fine. Just looking at you makes us happy suddenly." A deep voice interrupted the fun. "Hey, La Yuri, why are you here, Moo-hee-uk?" Moo-hee-uk looked up at the suddenly appearing stranger behind Yuri. Suddenly, a voice rang out that made Kim Moo-hee-uk turn around. He thought to himself, this voice is familiar. A man approached with a surprised look, and that was John Ji-won. Seeing that, the girl accompanying him asked, "Are you familiar with these people, Ji-won?" Moo-hee-uk quietly took a sip of his beer, feeling annoyed by the sudden appearance of these flies, and he thought it was best to avoid them. Moo-hee-uk politely stands up and says, "We'll take our leave now. Myung-soo, let's go." Myung-soo, still hesitating with regret, said he was going to drink a little with the ladies here, but Moo-hee-uk insisted they would only have one drink and leave immediately. Ji-won said with a condescending tone, "Go ahead and have fun, but don't go too far or cause trouble." Moo-hee-uk turned to look directly at him and called his name, causing Ji-won to be so surprised he turned pale. When Moo-hee-uk was about to leave, the girl called after her, "Hey Kim, Moo-hee-uk, where are you going?" Immediately, Ji-won roughly grabs her wrist and sneers, "Hey, why are you playing with these people? Are you of low class?" Saying this without feeling embarrassed shows true psychological depth. The girl clearly shows her annoyance at his pretentious attitude, always acting so high and mighty. "What are you talking about? I hang out with whoever has nothing to do with you," she snaps. "Let go." Moo-hee-uk sighs tiredly, wondering why every time he goes drinking, he ends up in trouble. The girl is still arguing fiercely with Ji-won. "Are you crazy or what? Let go." Unable to watch anymore, Moo-hee-uk stepped forward, placed a hand on Ji-won's shoulder, and calmly said, "Hey, stop it, please." Ji-won, furious, shouted and pushed him away. "How dare this bastard grab my arm?" His reaction was faster than Wi-Fi connecting. He swung his arm forcefully to break free from Moo-hee-uk's grip in a fit of rage. Ji-won has caused many big and small troubles since he was young, making his grandfather very worried. When Moo-hee-uk calmly approaches and calls his name directly, this is Ji-won. "You're joking. I also want to pretend I don't know you to avoid embarrassment, but don't cause trouble in front of so many people." Moo-hee-uk saw through Ji-won's true nature and added, "In the end, your grandfather will have to clean up the mess for you." Ji-won broke out in a cold sweat, muttering in anger. "What is this crazy guy saying?" He roared, "Today you're dead with me," and called over the henchmen nearby who were having fun. One of the group members sneered and asked who this guy was. Moo-hee-uk silently assessed him. Sure enough, he had backing. Ji-won contemptuously introduced him as a filthy rat who had infiltrated his house. The Ju-Con gang sneers and orders Ji-won to clean up the mess after they finish. Ji-won confidently states that this isn't the first time, so there's no need to worry. "Tell Myung-soo to take the seniors outside first." Seeing your worry, I ask if it's okay, and Moo-hee-uk confidently retorts, "Have you forgotten who I am?" But Myung-soo cares more about those people. "No, I mean, are they okay?" Moo-hee-uk insists firmly. "Absolutely not okay." Immediately, he launched thunderous strikes that sent the henchmen flying away, one being blasted into the wall and crashing down hard on the floor. Moo-hee-uk stood amidst the scene, smiling arrogantly and confidently. He blinked and looked down at the ruined scene in the club, with broken glass scattered all over the floor. The henchmen lay scattered, unable to resist after being completely defeated by Mu Hee-uk, with a massive 50% discount lying on the floor in disarray. Standing in front of Gi-won, who was gasping and panting, Mu Hee-uk coldly called his name, Gi-won. Seeing his opponent startled and confused, Gi-won, "Don't come any closer. Get right up in their faces and give a clear warning. Stop messing around with these guys. You think your grandfather doesn't know about these things?" Mu Hee-uk stared with pressure, asserting that it's time for Gi-won to end these crazy mischiefs. Cornered, Gi-won clenched his teeth in fury, secretly cursing Mu Hee-uk as a terrible person. Without giving him a chance to resist, Mu Hee-uk continued to issue a final warning. "If this happens again, even if we are cousins, I won't forgive you. Do you understand?" Faced with such a terrifying threat, Gi-won could only stammer and humbly admit he understood, feeling humiliated. From the eldest brother to the youngest, all in just a few minutes. Mu Hee-uk quietly turns away, ordering him to clean up the mess himself and absolutely not to call and bother him again. "You better watch your back, because if not, we'll meet again." Jae-won stands silently in the chaotic room, his face distorted with frustration and deep hatred. At Korea University, the atmosphere of study is extremely serious. In the lecture hall, the stern professor asked, "Can you tell me what Article 1 of our Constitution states?" A bespectacled student quickly raised his hand and replied, "Sir, the Republic of Korea is a democratic republic." The professor nodded in satisfaction and continued questioning. "All right, then what about Clause 2? Faced with the tricky question, the male student stammered nervously that, my brain is running out of 5 grams of gold and can't keep up, and the professor doesn't wait. The stern professor explained that sovereignty of the Republic of Korea belongs to the people, and all power comes from the people. He looked down at the class and emphasized professional ethics, even after you graduate and pass the judicial exam to become prosecutors. Lawyer or judge, the enforcer of the law, if they lose sight of that, they no longer deserve to be an enforcer. Kim Moo-hyu sat quietly below, his eyes deep in thought, as a loud call echoed from the hallway after class. Moo-hyu. Lee Myung-soo hurried over to remind him not to forget the appointment tonight with Hyun-seong. Moo-hyu smiled and replied, "Of course, lately Hyun-seong has been busy training, so it's rare to get him to go out with me." As he was strolling, a delicate female voice suddenly called his name. "Kim Moo-hyu! Moo-hyu! Moo-hyu!" He turned around and saw a beautiful woman in an elegant white outfit waiting nearby. She gently asked, "You are Kim Moo-hyu, right?" and looked at him with a mysterious expression. Myung-soo was stunned, stammering in amazement. "Wow, oh my god." Angel Sister, before even asking her name, he wanted to start a fan club. He quietly asked his friend Moo-hyu, "Who is that?" The woman introduced herself confidently, looking straight into his eyes and asking with a hint of meaning, "You know, don't you?" Moo-hyu, an observer, felt a surge of complex emotions deep inside. Although this was his first face-to-face encounter, her expressions and gaze felt strangely familiar. He immediately recognized her identity. She was the daughter of John Soo-man and the granddaughter of the Samsung Group chairman. Moo-hyu gazed deeply into John Ji-soo's eyes, vividly recalling the danger this woman represented. Her gaze was like that of a venomous snake. Looking at the woman before him, Moo-hyu silently thought that she was the one who had once regarded him no better than a pest to serve the Jon family. She took the initiative to speak first. "You should talk to me for a while." Myung-soo, standing behind, couldn't help but be surprised by the appearance of the mysterious woman. Moo-hyu silently observed with a cold, wary gaze. In the quiet space of the underground parking lot, the woman sighed softly. "I should have greeted you earlier. It's been a long time since I visited my grandfather, and now we are both sitting in the backseat of a luxury car." She started to probe. "I hear you're the top student in law. I'm also studying here in the business administration faculty." Contrary to her enthusiastic tone, Moo-hyu coldly interrupted, "I don't have much time, so get straight to the point." GK subtly smirked, teasing her gently. "After all, this is our first time meeting, sister." Moo-hyu responded coldly without showing any respect, saying, "Lately, I've been honored to be sternly taught by you guys. So whenever you mention my family, I become alert. If words could hurt, this conversation alone would have been enough to send me to the emergency room." GK avoided the issue and mentioned his recent achievements. "Oh, I've heard about that already. You really defeated all the representatives of Mai and Mr. Dong-sao." She admitted her true purpose, and that's why I came to find you. "Moo-hyu, let's work together." Moo-hyu looked suspiciously and repeated, "Working together." Those 2 words sounded like he was being asked to sign a soul-selling contract. GK calmly expressed his opinion, honestly saying that we don't need to build our own empire because I'm not interested in my grandfather's usury business. So, no matter what you want to learn or do under his protection, I don't care. Her eyes suddenly turned cold and ambitious as she revealed her ultimate goal. "My only concern is the Samsung Group and his car." Moo-hyu-wook was stunned and immediately thought to himself, as I suspected, the Samsung Group is also my target. Sitting in the quiet space of the luxury car, John Ji-soo began to play his hand. She proposed to support Kim Moo-hyu-wook to easily take over his grandfather's position in exchange for his help. Jisoo analyzed that before Moo Hyuk appeared, the succession order had already been decided from Father Ko to John Ji-won. But now the situation has completely changed because of your presence. She insists that Moo Hyuk and his brother will definitely have to fight a life and death battle to claim that seat of power. To win Moo Hyuk over, Jisoo promises to provide secret information to give him a better chance of victory. Moo Hyuk still kept a calm demeanor and skeptically asked, "So what do you think that scoundrel John Ji-won can do?" He straightforwardly questioned whether she was judging his brother too superficially because of blood ties. Jisoo immediately warned Moo Hyuk not to underestimate her opponent, because after all, Ji-won is the eldest grandson of the Jon family. She emphasized that even if Moo Hyuk is favored by his grandfather, he will still only be considered a grandson and cannot compare to Ji-won's position. If Samsung gets involved, Moo Hyuk's life will be in serious danger. The threat of death is real, Jisoo warns coldly. Moo Hyuk directly confronts the issue, demanding a fair exchange. Jisoo sets the condition that if Moo Hyuk inherits his grandfather's position, he must support her with all the shares he holds in Samsung. Moo Hyuk still seemed to not understand and wondered why she didn't ask her own brother for help more easily. Jisoo chuckled softly, asserting that once she sat in the chair, Ji-won would definitely take over Samsung rather than help her sister. In her eyes, her brother is just an ungrateful, narrow-minded, and greed-driven person. Moo Hyuk secretly assesses her cousin's ambition, knowing that Samsung has already designated an heir, but things are not as simple as they seem. Jisoo clarifies that she does not intend to swallow the entire group because she does not want to take reckless risks, but her goal is to control at least half to protect her mother, Seul Hee-kyung. Moo Hyuk quietly observes, memories of the past life vividly resurfacing. He clearly remembers that after the Samsung chairman's death from a heart attack, Jisoo went on a frenzy to fight for power. Although she ultimately gained a third of the company, that brutal internal war caused such heavy damage to Samsung that it could never recover to its former glory. Kim Moo Hyuk secretly assessed the woman in front of him, knowing that John Jisoo was not someone easily subdued and was willing to backstab anyone for her personal goals. Yet now, this very venomous snake was proposing to cooperate with him. Moo Hyuk sincerely questions the absurdity of this situation, but isn't it all too unreasonable? If she goes through with it, she'll definitely suffer great losses. And right now, we're just having a straightforward talk. Yet I can already smell the foul play lingering in the air. Moo Hyuk added more doubts about trust. If I don't become the heir, then you have nothing, and even if I do, aren't you afraid I might betray you? John Jisoo admitted that was true, and she also felt this situation was extremely unfair. However, her eyes suddenly turned cold with fury. But I couldn't just stand by and let that bastard John Ji-won monopolize all the assets while pretending to cooperate, as if preparing for a family war part 2. Jisoo openly revealed her brother's possessive nature from a young age, always wanting to take everything for himself. I'm so angry I could explode. I'd rather let someone else take everything than let John Ji-won steal it all. Seeing my cousin's determination, Moo Hyuk slightly pursed her lips with a cunning smile and declared, "Fine, I will consider your offer, cousin Jisoo." Jisoo quietly observes, then presses with an urgent tone, demanding Moo Hyuk to give an answer as soon as possible because she is not a patient person. Before leaving, she doesn't forget to deliver a veiled threat, saying that if he refuses, she has no choice but to find another way. You understand what I mean? And the luxury car sped off right after, leaving Moo Hyuk to walk alone in the parking garage. Just then, Lee My-eung-soo hurried over and called out loudly, "Hey, Moo Hyuk thought you had gone ahead." Seeing my friend just step out of the expensive car, Ma-eung-soo couldn't help but feel admiration and wonder who that girl was. Is it true that every day you meet a different beautiful girl? This society is so unfair. Moo Hyuk calmly replied that she was my cousin, and this was our first meeting, as the drama shifted from family feud to a chicken noodle drama in the blink of an eye. Hearing the word cousin, Ma-eung-soo immediately changed his attitude, eagerly approaching with a mischievous look. "Oh, you're so easy. Sorry, I didn't recognize your potential earlier." Ma-eung-soo rushed over and grabbed Moo Hyuk, causing him to shout loudly in shock. "Enough already. Let go and step back." Moo Hyuk quietly walks away, his mind racing with plans about John Jisoo, flipping his attitude faster than flipping a pancake, from complaining about injustice just now to accepting family ties. He silently reflects on the woman who once looked down on him in a past life. Yet now in this life, she proactively proposes cooperation. Although he knew this was an opportunity that would benefit him greatly, he couldn't help but feel suspicious about what was coming next. Moo Hyuk wondered whether this was a new chance or a hidden danger waiting for him ahead. Returning to Sahwa Manor after the first lesson, Moo Hyuk faces his grandfather's intense gaze. Over a cup of hot tea, Chairman John Tae-san gently asks Han how the first lesson went. "Isn't it interesting?" Moo Hyuk calmly replied. "I have met Jisoo." Hearing the name of his granddaughter, the old man slightly frowned. "Jisoo." Tae-san sipped his tea and slowly advised his grandson to try to build close relationships with his cousins since he has no siblings. Moo Hyuk politely agreed and confirmed that he would meet with Jisoo more often. But deep down, he was secretly plotting a cunning plan to let Jisoo take control of Samsung while he held onto his assets. He placed the teacup down on the table and went straight to the point. So what is it that you want to see me about right after you get home? Moo Hee-uk didn't beat around the bush. He clearly explained about the 400 billion in the secret account entrusted to him and expressed his wish to transfer all the money, causing him to be momentarily stunned. Moo Hee-uk continued to persuade him, saying that if he didn't plan to use the money immediately, he wanted to take it abroad for investment in the international market. Jon Tae-san looked at him skeptically and asked if he was confident enough to carry out this deal. He warned Moo Hee-uk about the warning when handing over the account, saying this could be the last amount he grants him, and hearing those words one last time, the pressure weighed down like a deadline pressing on his neck. Tae-san believed that keeping such a huge sum within the country was not an option, so he was curious about the future. He understood that transferring the money now was already difficult and would become even more complicated once the official real name financial system was implemented. He affirms that with his grandfather's supreme power, this is well within reach, claiming it's international investment, but really it's about money making money first. Moo Hee-uk stands up and sharply analyzes the political situation, making him think that this government will continue to implement policies that are unfavorable to him, including the real name financial system. I warn you that although you are not the direct target as part of the underground economy, you will suffer the heaviest losses. Therefore, transferring assets abroad is an urgent necessity. Moo Hee-uk plans to use the foreign branch networks of large corporations indebted to him to transfer 400 billion quickly and smoothly before the service can respond. Jon Tae-san admits that transferring money isn't difficult, but still doesn't fully understand why such urgency is needed.
Isn't it a bit hasty to respond to that hesitation? Moo Hee-uk looked straight into his eyes and pleaded, "Trust me and help your grandson." Grandfather, your honesty left the old man momentarily stunned with power. Moo Hee-uk thought to himself, although a bit hesitant, a direct approach is the best in these cases because he can't tell his grandfather everything that will happen in the future. Suddenly, Jon Tae-san burst out laughing happily. The old man looked at Moo Hee-uk with interest inside. Your uncles are so afraid of you they don't dare say a word, but I can't tell if you're fearless or just too confident. Thanks to you, I've been smiling more lately. The old man nodded in agreement, so just transfer the money. Moo Hee-uk confidently requested that all 400 billion be transferred to his account in the U.S. and that for the next 7 years until 2000, they should not ask him about the money. Trust me, old man. This deal is sure to win.
Tae-san, eyes wide with surprise, asked again, so my 400 billion investment won't be questioned for 7 years. Moo Hee-uk firmly confirmed, yes, but I assure you that the 400 billion will never be lost. Seeing your determined attitude, Tae-san agreed, all right, let's see what happens. The old man stood up and announced, I will instruct the secretary to transfer everything to the U.S. However, the old man still warned sternly, if you lose the money, you won't get a second chance. Do you understand, Moo Hee-uk? Yes, sir, I will remember. Deep down, Moo Hee-uk is calculating that he needs that money to fight against John Soo-min and John Soo-han. If I use that money domestically, they will definitely intervene. I don't know if I can handle the huge workload, you think to yourself, but I have too much to do to manage 400 billion won myself. I need someone to manage this money for me. At that moment, a name came to Moo Hee-uk's mind and he thought of someone. Super Ant is actually an agent of foreign investment companies, a Korean man who shook up the stock market in the late 1990s. Although he is currently going through a tough period with consecutive failed investments and is now in a wheelchair after an accident, 10 years later, he will earn hundreds of billions of won. That is the stock market god, Hang Ki-eung-yang. Chapter 25 begins with Moo Hee-uk visiting an old house called Jia-ma. Standing in front of the building at sunset, he thought to himself that this must be the place according to Myung-hoon's information. The target Moo Hee-uk is aiming for is currently burdened with huge debts, so finding out his whereabouts isn't too difficult. But as he looked at Hang Ki-eung-yang's records, Moo Hee-uk couldn't help but wonder why it was him. The romantic sunset scene was beautiful, but behind the scenes, he was drowning in debt. Life really isn't like the movies. I'm looking for someone. Is there anyone named Hang Ki-eung-yang here? The old woman pouted and explained, in such a rundown boarding house, who would bother writing the correct name in the register? Moo Hee-uk calmly rephrased his question. I don't know what Hang Dung's real name is, so is there a young man in his 20s staying here long term? The old woman, resting her chin on her hand, pondered and said, is there any young person here? Her gaze was sharp enough to resemble a senior investigator, asking more sharply than the police. Sensing her intent, Moo Hee-uk took out a few large bills and pushed them through the door. Seeing the money, her attitude changed completely. She smiled broadly and said, oh, when I saw your face, I remembered now. The old woman with the yellow dust coat flipped through the register, searching. Let's see. The room. Let's see. The room. Ah, there it is. That person. Just then, a disheveled young man wearing glasses and a green sports outfit stepped out. The old lady immediately shouted, hearing her real name called out. Hang Ki-eung was startled and horrified, his face turning pale. Without wasting a second, he instantly turned around and sprinted up the stairs. Moo Hee-uk desperately chased after him, shouting loudly, Hang Ki-eung. Wait, let's talk for a bit. But he seemed deaf to everything, rushing crazily through the door leading to the rooftop. Mu Hyuk shouted in despair. Hong Ki-Wai-Ang, wait! As he stepped onto the rooftop, Mu Hyuk was stunned to see Hang Ki-Wai-Ang rushing straight to the edge, about to jump down. His speed could win a gold medal if it were an athletic competition. Seeing the other person about to jump, Mu Hyuk shouted loudly, "Don't do that! I'm not here to collect money. Just want to talk a little," and hearing his name called correctly, Hong Ki-Yang asked nervously, "Are you a loan shark?" Mu Hyuk stunned exclaimed, "Oh, the loan shark. I misunderstood. I was about to explain, but my mind went blank and things got worse." He looked up at Mu Hyuk with confusion and asked why he was looking for him if he wasn't there to collect a debt, thinking he was a loan shark here to kill him. Observing his miserable state, Mu Hyuk silently concluded that this was Super Honor T, Hang Ki-Wai-Ang, who would later be known as the god of the stock market. But at this moment, he is just a miserable person hiding from the debt collectors. Mu Hyuk helped him up and suggested, "Come on, let's eat and talk." "Take your time eating. You'll choke if you rush. How long has it been since I last ate meat? Since I have no money and have to run from my creditors, I can't go out to buy anything." Mu Hyuk quietly poured water and then got straight to the point. "So, how much money did you borrow from the loan sharks, and are you competing in a survival challenge to see who can eat faster?" Hang Ki-Wai-Ang calmly admits that his original debt was only 5 million won, but now it has skyrocketed to 25 million won, and upon hearing about the high interest rate, Mu Hyuk quietly sighs. He paid off his debt in a week, but got caught in the vortex of stock manipulators. He confidently claimed that with just 10 million more, he could defeat them all. Facing that desperation, Mu Hyuk calmly made a shocking offer. "I will pay those 25 million for you. And then, work with me." Hang Ki-Yang suddenly sat up in horror, suspicion flooding him. "Are you trying to trick me? Deceive me?" He couldn't believe that a stranger would offer to pay off his debt, invite him to work, and even not treat him to a hearty beef meal instead of taking all his money and organs. Mu Hyuk could only stare in surprise and say, "Huh," at the other's exaggerated imagination. Hang Ki-Yang seemed to have made up his mind. He raised his hand to signal and declared, "If that's the case, let's add 4 more portions of beef. If I have to die, I want to die full and satisfied." In the awkward state of the future stock god, Mu Hyuk could only hold back, with a face full of question marks. He stood up decisively and asked, "Where did you borrow the money when you heard the name Dong Onion Noodles?" Mu Hyuk immediately urged, "Right? Let's go there right now." Under the silent night, Mu Hyuk led Hong Ki-Wai-Ang to an old building housing the headquarters of Jo-Un Capital Financial Company. Standing in front of the faded iron door, Ki-Wai-Ang straightened up and asked, "We're here, huh?" He couldn't hide his fear and worry as he advised, "It'll be okay. Really, these people here are scary." "Unlike your companions' panic," Mu Hyuk calmly replied, "I'm just here to pay my debt, so there's nothing to be afraid of." And with that, he decisively pushed the door open and stepped inside. Inside the shabby office filled with the smell of instant noodles, 2 henchmen were busy eating when they suddenly jumped in surprise. A long-haired thug exclaimed in shock, "Hey, who is this?" The guy next to him immediately recognized the familiar debtor. "Ki-Wai-Ang, is that you?" The long-haired thug stood up aggressively, pointing directly at Ki-Wai-Ang, as if daring him to come closer and face death. Then he roughly reached out to grab Ki-Wai-Ang, but he could only stumble back, frozen in place. Standing still not because of calmness, but because the mind hasn't processed the situation yet. Immediately, Mu Hyuk swiftly blocks the gangster's arm, twisting his wrist suddenly, causing him to scream in pain. Mu Hyuk shows no mercy, locking the guy's hands behind his back, causing him to writhe in pain. "Damn it, let go now." Mu Hyuk, with a commanding presence, says, "I am here to settle the debt, so stop making a scene and call your boss out here." A big commotion made the man in the white vest rush out from the room and shout, "What's all this noise? Haven't even finished eating your shrimp noodles and you're already causing drama." Seeing Hong Kong-yang, he froze for a moment, then smirked maliciously. "Oh, so it's Hang Kyung-Wai-Yang." The old man stepped closer, feigning friendliness with a sarcastic tone. Well, well. "Hang Kyung-Yang, we've been searching everywhere for you because we miss you so much." He glanced at the debtor and asked directly, "Do you have the money with you?" Facing the creditor, Mu Hyuk straightforwardly declared, "I will pay with him. How much?" The old man in the white vest leisurely flips through the ledger on the table. "So let me see. After last month, he borrowed 5 million with a 30% interest rate." The old man mutters while calculating the detailed interest. Compounded interest is 28% overdue. Interest is 12%. "Stop listening to that nonsense from the books and just tell me how much money you want." The old man calmly announced the final amount after deducting all the petty expenses, leaving 50 million. Just 50 million and everything will be over. Hearing this, Mr. Yang immediately panicked and shouted, "What the hell are you talking about? A few days ago he said 25 million, so where does this story of borrowing 5 million and ending up with 50 million after half a year come from? If the interest rate increases without warning like this, it's probably 100 times worse." Ignoring the debtor's protests, the old man calmly leaned back in his chair, relaxed and unbothered. "All the terms are clearly outlined in the contract, you know, because of this indifferent customer." The old man began listing the unreasonable fees to justify the 50 million, including overdue charges, and the 17 million we spent to find you. Plus 8 million for emotional damages because your reckless actions kept me awake. So the total is 50 million. Witnessing this madness, Moy Yeok frowned and silently reflected on a world where a 5 million loan can turn into 50 million, a place where the essence of usury is draining the blood of desperate people. When Mr. Yan stood beside, trembling with frustration and helplessness at the absurdity of the situation, seeing the attitude of the two young men, the creditor suddenly slammed the table and shouted loudly, still proud despite the debt not being fully paid, "Do you still believe I won't deal with you?" When Mr. Yan was so scared his face turned pale, Moy Yeok remained calm and composed, asking one last time, "Is it just 50 million to settle everything?" The old man nodded in confirmation. "Yes, plant the 50 million in front of me and I will tear up this paper immediately." Moy Yeo glanced at the phone on the table and asked, "Can I use the phone here?" After getting the nod from the old creditor, I directly called my assistant. "This is Moy Yeok here. Can you give in 50 million calmly like you're ordering bubble tea and send it to the address I will send now?" After a moment of silence, Moy Yeok calmly announced to the creditor that the money would arrive in 15 minutes. The young man's confident attitude surprised and pleased the creditor. So straightforward. The thug looked at them with wide eyes, asking about their relationship. But what kind of connection do they have that makes him willing to pay his debt? "Family or friends?" Moy Yeok calmly replied. "We just met today." My answer surprised the creditor and his henchman, and Moy Yeok continued explaining that he wanted to collaborate with him, so he was just helping him pay off the debt. Seeing Moy Yeok's confident demeanor, the debt collector started to reconsider recruiting him. "You're young but quite capable. I'm beginning to like you. Do you want to work with me?" Moy Yeok immediately refused. "I'm still a student." Hearing that, he chuckled happily and said, "Well, student, if you still can't find a job after graduation, contact me and I'll pay you well and you can work collecting debts and traveling at the same time." Deep down, Moy Yeok secretly despised the man in front of him. He had no impression of this loan shark. Maybe he's just one of the loan sharks who disappeared after the financial identity verification policy was implemented. You look around the office and say with a teasing tone, "I don't care. How much money can you make in a place this small?" The insult hit the creditor's pride, leaving him stunned, while his henchmen roared in fury. "This kid is really rude." They rushed to punch him, but Moy Yeok calmly rebuked them. Even legal usury should have some limits. "You think it's fun to hire gangsters to bully debtors and take their money, huh?" The loan shark smirked and admitted with a sneer, "Huh? Of course it's fun." Immediately after, the old man turned pale and shouted loudly, "And you, kid, aren't being properly disciplined, talking back to adults like that." Moy Yeok sneered with a mocking smile. A bunch of usurers who ignore morality and talk about proper discipline. How laughable. Pushed to the limit of anger, the debt collector pointed and ordered his men to catch him. "Forget about the money for now. Today I need to teach this kid a lesson. If words don't work, then we'll resort to violence. That's the law of the jungle." Mr. Yang, standing beside Moy Yeok, was sweating profusely out of fear, while Moy Yeok remained calm and composed, glancing at his watch and quietly thinking that the person he was waiting for should be arriving soon. Just then, the office door swung open and Moy Yeok gently greeted with a slight bow. He arrived just in time. The main character's aura, as Myung-hun confidently stepped in wearing a sharp black suit, calmly asked, "Yes, is there anything I can help you with?" The henchmen, still unaware of who they were dealing with, were suddenly approached by a man in a white shirt who aggressively grabbed Myung-hun's shoulder and shouted, "And who are you supposed to be?" Han Ding-kwang insults Myung-hun, demanding to know who allowed him to enter and threatening him, accusing him of being an accomplice of that Na guy and coming to eat the money. Lang Lu looks up and shouts, "Stop right there. Don't do this, you fools." His face turned pale with sweat pouring down from fear as he saw Myung-hun. He stammered to call the boss, then hurriedly ran over, bowing respectfully and greeting, "Hello, Mr. Secretary, Myung-hun." Myung-hun coldly looked at the trembling man in front of him and asked, "You know me?" The creditor nervously replied that no one doing business at Myeongdong would not know the secretary, the one working for Chairman Jon T-sang the Powerful. The old man couldn't understand why someone of his stature would bother coming to this rundown place. Myung-hun didn't say much, quietly placing his briefcase on the table. The creditor immediately understood the message, quickly informing Moo Hyuk that the 50 million was for the young master. Moo Hyuk calmly watched, knowing everything had been resolved as planned. The money not yet opened, and his attitude was even faster than the interest rate. The creditor's face turned pale, sweat pouring down like rain, trembling in horror. He stammered, "Sir, young master?" A terrifying thought crossed his mind. Could he be the grandson of Chairman Jon? At that moment, Myung-hun approached and handed the money bag to Moo Hyuk, politely asking what was going on. Moo Hyuk calmly took the bag and replied, "It's nothing. I just paid a debt using an acquaintance." He turned to look at the creditor with a cold, sarcastic gaze. But it seemed the creditor, no matter how much he owed, was quickly learning to be more humble. The creditor was terrified and immediately knelt on the floor, trembling as he begged for forgiveness. The old man bowed to the ground, trembling with fear. "I didn't recognize you, so I offended you, sir. Please have mercy on me and see that my followers are still standing there in shock." watching. The crazy old man also turned back and shouted loudly, "What are you all doing? This is the grandson of Chairman John T. Sanday. Kneel down quickly." Immediately, all the henchmen panicked and knelt down flat. Dongten Benhai, I apologize and beg the young master to forgive us. Ki Ang Yang, standing behind, watched this scene without asking, stunned and amazed by the true identity of the benefactor. Mui Hee-uk remains calm, quietly approaches, places the briefcase of money on the table, and instructs Ki Ang Yang to keep his money here. Mui Hee-uk softly smiles with confidence, leaving behind the crowd kneeling in absolute obedience.
When Mui Hee-uk placed the full suitcase of money on the table and sternly asked the boss to check again, the creditor nervously counted each stack of cash. After confirming the total of 50 million yuan, he hurriedly bowed and reported. But Mui Hee-uk didn't let him rest and immediately demanded the debt papers.
The old man hurriedly handed over a brown envelope and respectfully said, "Here are the papers and documents." Counting the money now is probably more stressful than taking the university entrance exam. Mui Hee-uk takes the envelope and hands it to Hong Ki Yang Yang for inspection. Ki Yang Yang's trembling hands violently touch the papers that have imprisoned his life for so long. He looked at the legs and the pile of papers inside with an emotional expression. Suddenly, Ki Yang Yang frantically tore all the debt papers into pieces, scattering them across the floor. Relieved to be free from the 1,000-pound burden, he let out a breath of relief as if reborn. Mui Hee-uk looked at the creditor and confirmed, "So from now on, your debt to Hang Ki Yang Yang is settled, boss." The old man, sweating profusely, hurriedly nodded and said, "Yes, of course, that's obvious." Deep down, Mui Hee-uk silently thought that now the real story was just beginning. "Then it's my turn. I think you and I should settle our accounts as well because they end the story here, but you are just starting Act 2. Mui Hee-uk still had to stay strong despite the threats I had just heard. The old man could only gasp in surprise. "What do you mean payment?" "Huh?" in shock. Mui Hee-uk continued to take more money. Second, the fee for finding An Hong Ki Yang Yang and bringing him here, plus 15 million more. Seeing the money in the suitcase dwindle, the creditor panicked and shouted, "What are you doing, kid?" Mui Hee-uk calmly calculated, "Secretary Ha is very busy, but just to pay you, Secretary Ha has to carry the suitcase and pay the old man in Myanmar. I'm only calculating the debt the way you do." Not stopping there, Mui Hee-uk continued to take the remaining money, and on the fourth, compensation for the loss of my time. 15 million after draining all the money, you packed the suitcase and asked back, "If I calculate, this amount should be exactly 50 million, right?" Mui Hee-uk calmly picks up the empty suitcase and says, "Then I'll take this money suitcase with me." "Are you saying I calculated wrong? Isn't it true that I calculated exactly the way you did?" You coldly added another pressure-filled question. "If not, then how did you calculate the money?" The debt collector's face turned pale and sweaty, his face drained of blood, only able to stammer in despair. That. Seeing everything was settled, Mui Hee-uk calmly grabbed his suitcase and left, declaring that it was done, and that they were heading back first. Come on. An Hung Ki Wong, if the logic doesn't hold, the only option is to stand frozen as the background while others finish the show. Before leaving the office, Mui Hee-uk turned to quietly instruct Miu Hung with a cold gaze. "From today on, I don't want to see these people appear at Miu Ong Dong anymore. Not even a single hair. Please handle this matter for me." Miu Hung bows respectfully and nods to accept the order. "I understand now, young master." As Mui Hee-uk and Hong Ki Ung-yong just stepped outside, Miu Hung Hon quietly slammed the door shut with a sharp bang, leaving an oppressive atmosphere filled with tension over the remaining people. Inside the office, Zeo Kang-ho and his henchmen nervously watched as Miu Hung Hon calmly sat in the chair with the demeanor of a master. He sternly asked who is in charge here, and the frightened creditor hurriedly bowed down. Stammering, he replied, "Yes, I am. My name is Zeo Kang-ho." Miu Hung Han narrowed her eyes at the old man and revealed his shameful past. "Director Zeo Kang-ho, you used to work as a debt collector, right?" Faced with his stunned silence, Miu Hung Han sneered with deadly intent. "A crying scoundrel like you dares to cause trouble for our young master. If this gets to Chairman Tron, you're dead meat. You just sat down, and before you could warm the seat, you're already being interrogated faster than Google can search." Exeuk Hang-ho's soul leaves his body as he collapses to his knees, begging desperately with tears, "I know I was wrong. I made a mistake. I swear I didn't know he was the young master of the chairman's house." Miu Hung looks at the old man with contempt and repeats the ultimate command. "You heard what the young master said just now, right? If I hear or see any of you in Myeongdong again tomorrow, I will take each of your legs and give them to the young master." The creditor fell silent in horror, sweating profusely as he heard the deadly threat, while Miu Hung Han quietly stood up and issued his final ultimatum. "If I've said it, then get out of Myeongdong tonight. Everyone who needs to leave this area only after witnessing the authority of Secretary Ha Miu Hung Han." Returning to the quieter scene at a roadside tent at night, Han Ki Hung Young sat silently, shedding his burdens with a sip of strong alcohol. He forcefully slammed the cup onto the table, still unable to believe he had just escaped from hell on earth. Kim Moo Hee-uk calmly broke the silence, now feeling more at ease since the debt had been settled. Hong Ki Hung Young looked up at Moo Hee-uk with a mix of suspicion and admiration, wondering how someone like him could earn 50 million in an instant, and why those social circles would cower before him. Faced with the relentless questioning, Moo Hyuk calmly pulled out his student ID and smiled. "I'm just a student. If you don't believe me, here's my student card." Ki Hung Eong shook his head in frustration. He didn't accept that somewhat vague answer. "Don't keep pretending. I'm serious. I really want to know who you truly are." "Is that really important to you?" "I'm here because I need Ki Hung Eong's help. Someone with everything like you shouldn't need help from a broke nobody like me. When someone who has it all seeks out someone with nothing, it's usually because they need something that money can't buy." Moo Hyuk looked straight into the future stock market god's eyes and confidently asserted, "No one is better than you at this, Ki Hung Eong. Help me with the stock trading." Ki Hung was so stunned that he dropped his glass, stammering, "You mean a poor guy who borrows money, loses everything, and runs away because of stocks like me is helping you trade stocks?" Moo Hyuk stood up, his back exuding authority and full of calculation. "Surely you never thought of this, right? Right now I have nothing but money. As long as I have capital, no matter what power or strategy I use, I will confidently fight and crush everything. People fear losing money, but you see money as bullets for a bigger game." We sit silently at a roadside stall and he adds bitterly, "But the real problem is dying without money." Moo Hyuk quietly pushed a bankbook towards the other person and ordered him to open it and go ahead. The young man confidently declared that from tomorrow on, he could use this money to freely dive into the stock market. Moo Hyuk looked straight into his eyes with a very serious expression, saying that even if he wiped out all the money in this account, it wouldn't matter. Ki Hung Eong was stunned, sweat pouring down as he held the notebook in his hand. The number 100 million, clearly written as 100 on the page, shocked Ki Hung Eong greatly. 100 million. Moo Hyuk remained calm, saying this is just a deposit for the beginning between us. Seeing him gasping in shock, I continue, "I will lend you money, and your task is to prove your Nung Li to me." Moo Hyuk set only one condition. "If I want you to buy or sell any stocks, you must obey my instructions. You only need to do that one thing, Ki Hung Eong. But in the end, why do you trust me so much when you don't know anything about me? People usually go through 3 interviews before hiring, and you just threw 100 million to see my resume." He wondered anxiously, how could I take this money and escape abroad? In response to that doubt, Moo Hyuk calmly said, "I can do that too." Your answer leaves Ki Hung Eong stunned, exclaiming, "Huh?" Moo Hyuk looked straight into his opponent's soul. "But with all that money in hand, are you sure you can still play the stock market?" Ki Hung Eong was stunned, only able to stammer in despair. Moo Hyuk affirmed that he didn't care who he was or what kind of person he was. "It's not that he trusts people, but it's the mindset of a gambler. I'm only giving you this chance with 100 million, and you just need to show me your ability." Looking at Ki Hung Eong stunned, Moo Hyuk recalls a future where he once wrote in his autobiography that if the Korean stock market was a place where rules and common logic were accepted, just give me one chance, and I would definitely become a capitalist dog abroad and return to Korea. Moo Hyuk firmly declares, "I will give you that chance, but this time you will become my pawn, and you must fight for me." Deep down, he calculates that if Ki Hung Eong's plans seem to be exposed, the financial issues to confront the Koi brothers will be settled. Moo Hyuk takes a sip of his drink, his eyes burning with determination to find more people willing to fight for him. He tells himself he needs his own gang to achieve his grand ambition, and the two sit quietly under the warm glow of the tense light in the silent night. "So now we will cooperate with Bak Jeong-soo and divide the territories." Hearing this, the man with the suspicious edge on his lips immediately asked if they should do it now, and Vet Hong explained that Jeong-soo's golden badge currently controls almost all of Busan, but in reality, his subordinates are not many and are just clinging to Jeong-soo for protection. It sounds like a big strategy, but in reality, it's a meeting to legitimize the lynching. He insists that instead of pointless infighting, they will focus all their strength on protecting Jeong-soo. Looking around the allies, Vet Hong emphasized that we will act quickly and focus only on Bak Jeong-soo to finish it. The man with sunglasses pondered and asked about the next step after the target is taken out, especially how the territory division will proceed. However, another member of the group still seems worried and urgently says, wait a moment. Before we proceed, we need to agree on one issue. He fears that after Jeong-soo is overthrown, the current gangs will turn against each other to fight for power. Jia Jiamep immediately agreed because if that scenario happened, everyone here would have to die. The man wearing sunglasses tried to reassure the crowd that everything was still under control and warned that if chaos broke out now, a bloody war would erupt and everyone would pay with their lives. Vest in Pink coldly dismisses all fears, asserting that he will personally take responsibility for this mission. He reveals that his side has been closely monitoring Bae Jeong-soo and will be fully responsible for the upcoming action. His fierce gaze burns with authority as he orders to kill North Gyeongsu. We will take full control of Busan. The scene shifts to Busan prison. Inside the visiting room, it was stuffy. In the visiting room of Busan prison, Bak Jeong-soo sat quietly facing his boss, Lee Sa-sung, the leader of the Sa-sung gang. As soon as he saw his face, Gyeong-soo asked anxiously if his big brother inside was still okay, and Lee Sa-seong calmly smiled, questioning why his junior came all this way to see him. Hearing Jung-soo care about his health, the boss casually joked that if he tried it himself, he'd understand. Reviewing this prison experience online might even get a 5-star rating for its realism. He leaned back in his chair, expressing satisfaction with the disciplined life in prison, honestly saying that his health might even be better inside. No alcohol, always active, 3 full meals a day. Lee Sa-seong remains optimistic that with this pace of life, he could live to 100 years old. The only thing bothering him right now is his wife and children at home, while he himself is completely stable. When Jiang-soo said that Hee-young-soo really wanted to meet him, Sa-seong nodded and thanked him for handling everything outside on his behalf. Jiang-soo lowered his head in regret, apologizing for being the only one outside. Sa-seong immediately reassured his subordinate not to worry too much, because it was thanks to his presence that he felt less anxious. The boss began to inquire about the situation in the area, and how things were going in the region he was handling, whether everything was stable. I heard that most of the big guys have been arrested, so now Busan is mostly under your management, right? Young-soo humbly explained that he was only representing the reputation of the Sa-seong gang, and that almost everything was handled automatically by his subordinates. He sighed regretfully, wishing the boss was outside so everything could have been settled long ago. Young-soo confirmed he would temporarily manage the area until the boss was free. Seeing how dedicated his junior is, Sa-seong asked in a low voice, "So if I get out, you'll leave too." Now that he's getting older, he advised Jiang-soo not to worry too much about him and to focus on managing his own career well. The conversation was interrupted by the warden's announcement that time was up, and Sa-seong, feeling regretful, stood up and said, "Oh, it's over already. It's been a long time since I saw you and it feels really good." He advised Jiang-soo to focus on his work outside and not to visit often. Before quietly returning to the sad prison, Sa-seong didn't forget to leave a message. "Jiang-soo, take care of your health." Jiang-soo stood up, watching his seniors back and shouting loudly, "Take care of yourself too, boss." The emotional farewell scene, but anyone who doesn't know would think they just saw each other off at the airport, the only difference being one-way tickets. On the way back, 3 cars sped down the street. Sanji softly asked, "How did the meeting go?" Mi Young-hoon gazed quietly out the window, his sad eyes responding. He looks much older after all these years. "I feel really worried." Sanji remarked that the two of them seem to have a very special relationship. Mi Young-hoon begins to recall a bitter past, when both his father and mother left when he was young, and he was raised entirely by his grandfather. But when he suddenly passed away, the old house became deserted as no one came to visit. In that loneliness, Mi Young-hoon heard that in his youth, his grandfather used to help the boss, Cha Se-ung. That's why, when he passed away, only he came to see him off and shared the grief. Mi Young-hoon once considered dropping out of school to work and earn a living, but Cha Se-ung generously gave him 300 million coins and asked him to continue his studies. At that time, 300 million was an enormous sum, equivalent to several years of hard work for ordinary workers. After graduating, Mi Young-hoon hurried to repay the favor. Just like this time, Cha Se-ung gave him 10 million coins and told him to think it over before coming back. Sitting in the car, Mi Young-hoon continued to tell Sanji about the value of that money, when the first prize in the lottery at the time was only about 3 million coins. A month later, he returned to meet Cha Se-ung with the 10 million kwon and confidently declared that he would be happier working under him than with that money. Since then, Cha Se-ung officially became Mi Young-hoon's boss. Remembering the boss's expression back then, he chuckled, "These two are really crazy. All right, I understand what you want now." Cha Se-ung actually hoped that Mi Young-hoon would use that money to run away and find a better life. Now, with only Mi Young-hoon outside while the boss is still in prison, he can't help but feel worried. He recalls 3 years ago when he advised the boss to lay low for a while. But thanks to the advice of a certain student, the boss was able to come through safely until now. Mi Young-hoon suddenly remembered and asked Shanji, "Oh right, Shanji, I haven't met Moo Hee-uk before, have I?" He chuckled happily and said, "That kid's not simple. He's the team leader disguised as a top student." On this trip to Busan, Mi Young-hoon decided to go meet that kid. The convoy changed direction and headed straight for Cha Se-ung's building. As soon as he stepped inside, Mi Young-hoon waved enthusiastically and called out loudly with a familiar nickname. Still full of energy, seeing Moo Hee-uk, he quietly marveled at how much the boy had grown, taller than before. He walks over, pats his shoulder, and teases him, now all grown up and no longer weak. Moo Hee-uk smiles and asks, "Are you doing well, uncle?" Mi Young-hoon replied cheerfully, still feeling great. "Do you skip school these days too? Talking like parents when we meet at the headquarters?" Baek Jung-soo introduces Kim Moo Hee-wok to his new companion. "Oh, let me introduce you. This is my lawyer." Lawyer Gong-gin introduces himself. "I am Lee Sang-gun." Baek Jung-soo explained that converting an underground organization into a legitimate business involves many complicated issues, just as Moo Hee-uk had warned, so he decided to hire a professional lawyer to handle it. Moo Hee-uk calmly asked about the progress, how much of Busan has been handled, and when everything will be finished. Jiang-shu said only the HAU area remains. Then he will hand over the management to the most trusted subordinates. He sighed at how quickly time has passed. It's been over half a year already. Then turned to ask Moo Hee-uk if he's in a hurry. However, the organizations will quickly retake control, so we need to expand our territory and seize Seoul as fast as possible. Talking about it sounds like a company branch expansion meeting. Suddenly, a loud noise shakes the space, and a frantic subordinate rushes in to report to boss Jiangshu. We are under attack. Jiangshu's face darkened as he asked where Diko was. The frantic subordinate reported multiple locations from Seoul, Ilsan to Boshun and the surrounding areas, most key points being attacked simultaneously. The report so rapid it sounded like urgent news broadcast. Jiangshu immediately rushed outside, where chaos reigned with shattered glass scattered across the floor.
A group of aggressive men wielding sticks rushes down the corridor, shouting loudly when they spot their target, and that person is Beak Jiangshu. Leading the troublemakers is a man dressed in purple, holding a sharp weapon in his hand. He sneered with a sinister and sarcastic smile. North Jiangshu, you poor thing, you're still living well, sleeping peacefully. North Jiangshu gritted his teeth, recognizing his old enemy, and quickly prepared to fight. In the corridor, Hu Uk, lawyer Lee Sang-gun, and Bak Jiangshu stand facing a dense circle of dozens of henchmen armed and ready to strike, with the crowd surrounding the passageway, creating an oppressive atmosphere that feels suffocating. Standing in the middle of the encirclement, the man with the buzz-cut eyes moved Hu Uk, silently wondering if this is the same boy from before. He smirked maliciously, feeling confident that this was quite a big catch. He looked directly at Bak Jiangshu and sneered that it seems today he has used up all his luck. Moi Hu Uk quietly watched the strangers, full of suspicion because he thought Busan had been cleaned up long ago. Bak Jong-soo immediately identified the leader as Bae An Song-ho and demanded to know who was behind the orders. Song-ho coldly drew his knife, asserting that Jiangshu brought this fate upon himself, and revealing that all four representatives here share the same thoughts. The four leaders stepped forward amidst the crowd of henchmen. GMF apologized insincerely, while the sunglasses-wearing man asked Jiangshu to understand their situation. Hu Uk secretly hoped that their senior-junior relationship would earn them some respect, but Jiangshu could only bitterly ask why they were treating him like this, as their apology sounded more like a warning of impending action. Jia Jemep firmly stated that if Jiangshu's mouth knows how to bite, then they do too, and they can't let him swallow Busan and make them sit in the fog. The sunglasses-wearing man also criticized his attitude towards the seniors. Jiangshu painfully realizes that his kindness has been betrayed cruelly, but he calmly announces that reinforcements will arrive in 10 minutes. This drives Byron into a rage, and he swings his weapon, shouting to end everything immediately, because it's too troublesome. Seeing Jiangshu lost in his hatred, Moi Ha-uk placed a hand on his shoulder and asked if he was feeling uncomfortable, then offered to help him out. 10 minutes may seem short, but in reality, it's enough to turn the game around 3 times. Jiangshu was stunned by the young man's proposal. Immediately, Jia Jimep affirmed that he was indeed the North Jiangshu of the Sa-chung faction. The fierce melee erupts as Jiangshu charges straight into the enemy encirclement. Chaos ensues with bat swings and deadly stabs from henchmen clashing with each other, and amidst the chaos, Moi Hi-uk moves swiftly, delivering a thunderous punch aimed at the opponent's collarbone, knocking them out instantly. The fierce battle rages on. The lawyer looks scholarly, but reacts lightning fast, even skilled with a knife, both fighting fiercely. But if lawyers have to beat each other up like this, maybe we should raise the service fee. Seeing his henchmen start to falter, the leader Mark Festum shouted in fury, "What are those guys standing there for? Quickly punch him to death. First, take down these thugs. Then we settle the score." After agreeing on a plan, they charged in to wipe out the remaining enemies. Cornered, the leader with a crazed expression raised a steel bar, roaring in fury, ready to attack and fight to the death. Bak Dong-soo throws a powerful punch to the opponent's face, knocking him back and dazing him. Without giving the enemy time to recover, he follows up with a forceful kick that sends the guy crashing to the floor. Seeing the beast lying there, Dong-soo stepped forward with a fierce gaze burning with rage. The frightened onlookers looked up in helplessness, only catching a glimpse of the savage figure looming above, about to crush them with a heavy blow. This combo probably isn't in any martial arts manual, but its effectiveness is undeniable. Big brother, a junior rushes over in panic when he sees Bak Dong-soo holding his severely injured and exhausted head. Amidst the circle of henchmen wielding clubs, Dong-soo's group is in great danger. Suddenly, a steel-sharp scream calling his name echoes from behind. Bảy An Song, Hồ rộng lên diễn cuồng lao tới kiểm soát Dong-soo. Giới hạn xuống sàn nhà, hoàn toàn không còn khả năng phản kháng. Even if I die, don't hate me too much. I'm just revealing the reason for this cruelty. It's all because you embarrassed me in front of everyone. Everything was caused by your own actions, and the cold blade started to inflict serious wounds, making Dong-soo's eyes bulge in pain. Suddenly, a powerful punch directly hit Bae An Song-ho's face, knocking him back and causing him to fall to the ground. When Mu Hee-uk quietly appeared, he bent down to look at his uncle lying in a tragic state and asked, "Uncle, are you okay?" Bak Dong-soo gently smiled bitterly despite his bloodied face. "Truly, it's so humiliating, I can't bear it." The crazy purple-haired guy rushes forward with a knife, shouting, "You bastard!" Gripping the handle tightly, he coldly declares, "Fine, if that's what you want, I'll send you off first." He angrily swung his knife to attack, but Mu Hee-uk swiftly dodged. He continued cursing in his rage, "This damn dog. It's all because you like to meddle in other people's affairs." The continuous stabbing at the vital points while Mu Hee-uk skillfully dodged each attack, he roared in bitter hatred, "Because of you, everything has come to this point. I keep missing when I fight, and only the others catch every move."
As soon as the opponent let his guard down, Moo Hyuk quickly grabbed his knife-holding arm to prevent him from reacting, then delivered a vicious hook punch to the face, causing him to spurt blood. Moo Hyuk seized the opponent's shoulder, using momentum to deliver a brutal knee strike to the groin, rendering him completely unable to resist. This combo probably costs a lot, but they graduate right on the spot. The purple vest guy's face contorted in pain, blood streaming from his nose, and he collapsed to the ground. Genji gasped, even exhausted, he still desperately swore and stared threateningly with blazing eyes. Do you think you can survive after messing with me like this? I swear I won't let this go easily. If I get out of here, I'll hunt you down and kill you. Got it? Moo Hyuk silently leaned in, close to his ear, and whispered, but Moo Hyuk coldly questions who is responsible for this, his eyes blazing with purple aura, making the other man sweat profusely but unable to speak. Facing the silence, Moo Hyuk decisively throws a heavy punch, ending it, leaving him completely unconscious. At this moment, the scene is asleep alongside the scattered bodies among the ruins, when suddenly, a loud shout echoes from the entrance. Boss, are you okay? Behind him, a group of people in black suits with batons charged forward like a storm. One of them growled out an order. Who are these scavengers? Kill them all for me. The purge will proceed quickly as the henchmen are subdued and completely defeated on the floor. Reinforcements are here. They arrived late but still managed to save the KPI. The defeated enemies and traitors were cornered and forced to kneel on the floor before the overwhelming presence of Director Back. Seeing those who were once brothers now become enemies, he bitterly exclaimed, "Why did it have to come to this?" Questioning in frustration, "This area I hold in my hands, but I entrusted full authority to you to manage and oversee everything. Yet in the end, I was betrayed so cruelly." Dong-soo recalls the old bond when everyone worked under Mr. Sa-seung and shared the same boat. He affirms he never intended to cut off anyone's livelihood, yet in return, he faced bitter betrayal. I look straight at those who are bowing their heads and roar, "You conspired again! Stabbed me in the back like this! Don't you feel ashamed?" In the face of the silent cowardice of the traitors, Dong-soo shouts loudly, "What are you saying? Why are you treating me like this?" The traitor's name is GMF Trembles, his face covered in sweat, and stammers as he finally utters a late apology, begging for forgiveness. Sorry to you." Director Back kept pressing the mastermind, asking quickly who ordered them, who instructed them, who handed them over. Despite the intense interrogation, GMF remained silent. Still silent in fear, Dong-soo turned to look at Baen Song-ho kneeling nearby and ordered him, "Tell me." Unlike his frightened accomplices, Baen Song-ho still maintained a challenging expression and muttered arrogantly. His stubbornness, like pouring oil on the fire, made Dong-soo lose his composure. He called out Shu Hyung's name and suddenly acted decisively. Dong-soo forcefully presses his face down onto the hard ground, then coldly draws his sharp spear and strides toward Baen Song-ho with a blank, deadly gaze. Facing the one who stabbed him in the back, Dong-soo firmly declared this was your own doing. He clenched the spear handle, looked at his enemy one last time, and coldly said, "Don't blame me." Baen Song-ho is pinned to the floor, panic-stricken, waiting. Suddenly, a sharp spear pierces straight down. "Who told you to do this, Back? Speak quickly, you bastard, ha ha ha." Rage erupts as my Eung-hun recounts the threat, saying you'll regret for the rest of your life on that truck. Song-ho, unable to face the brutality, screams in despair, Wait, don't throw the stone." When stubborn, he's formidable. When the sword touches his tongue, he immediately begs for mercy. In the chaos, he reveals a shocking truth, and my Eung-hun pauses in awe when hearing the name of his respected boss. Song-ho continued to assert that before he left, he ordered them to handle you, and that he was the one who was wrong. My Eung-hun gritted his teeth in fury. "This bastard, how dare you slander Sa-seung? You said he wronged you, so why did he do that?" You shout in the deepest anger, unable to believe in your own hands. "How could he do this to me?" This kind of twist probably wouldn't even fit the main actor's script. At this moment, Bak Young-soo quietly steps forward and confirms that Bae-eun Song-ho's words are the truth. He went to find Mr. Sa-seung, asked for his help, and he agreed. My Eung-hun was stunned, his face pale from shock at the betrayal of someone he had been completely loyal to. Bae Gyong-soo continues to deepen his pain, as Sa-seung had suspected for a long time, why everyone else was caught but he wasn't. My Eung-hun, overwhelmed by the henchmen, kneels on the floor in despair. Bae Gyong-soo finally declares the matter closed, believing you colluded with the police. Dong-soo finally fixes the East Ho to set an example, and the battle ends there. Jung-soo sat quietly in the office, his body wrapped in bandages, his white shirt now crumpled. He tiredly leaned back on the sofa, trembling as he held the glass of alcohol, trying to numb the physical pain. A man in a black suit approaches with the report. I took the injured to the hospital, and the important people have been monitored. Jung-soo gazes into the distance, his face showing clear signs of tears and deep disappointment. The report meets the KPI, but did Sa-seung really order them to kill me? Jung-soo looked down at the still bleeding wound on his stomach, his heart aching as he thought about his betrayal by the boss. He choked up, "I don't understand. I tried so hard to prevent him from suffering. I also take responsibility for his family. But why did Sa-seung do that? What did I do wrong?" While Jung-soo was drowning in despair, as Moo Hyuk quietly appeared from behind. Moo Hee-uk looked at Gyeong-soo and silently reflected on the tragedy from before. Back then, they also killed Bak Gyeong-soo even though he had stepped up to bear his burden. Moo Hee-uk asserts that Lisa Seung has never been an honest person like North Gyeong-soo was. He looks directly at Gyeong-soo and warns that no matter what plans he has, if he continues to turn a blind eye to that person, this will keep happening. Gyeong-soo was stunned and shocked by Moo Hyuk-see's harsh words. He emphasized that it was because of his indecisiveness in handling things that they kept pushing forward, feeling like a direct feedback during the end-of-year class. Looking straight into the eyes of the man covered in wounds, Moo Hee-uk coldly offers a pragmatic piece of advice. Those who deserve mercy should be shown mercy, but those who need to be eliminated cannot be hesitated, as doing so will lead to unpredictable consequences later on. Your sharp gaze and blunt demand to deal with Lisa Seung stunned the director, who roared in indignation. Be careful with your words, you don't understand him at all. But I am different. However, Moo Hee-uk remained unshaken and continued to press with ironclad reasoning. Lisa Seung, the person you see as a father or mother, just need to look at what he has done to understand. What era are we in that you still talk about honor and chivalry? Are you still immersed in those things? Moo Hee-uk saw through the opponent's hesitation and delivered a powerful psychological blow. Everything he does is understandable to everyone. It's time for you to wake up and face reality. Outraged by the arrogance of the much younger kid, the director suddenly stood up loudly. This kid. Despite that fury, Moo Hee-uk remained coldly declaring, "Please end Lisa Seung. Otherwise, our partnership ends here." With that, Moo Hee-uk quietly turns and walks away, while the director calls out in helplessness. When Moo Hee-uk, the kid, just walks away without a word, I don't know what to do anymore. Moo Hee-uk lingers by the door, glancing back with a tense look. Are you still looking at me like that high school kid who used to stand on the rooftop talking to you? I gave you the chance to join me in a plan I've dedicated my whole life to, but you walk away still leaving that heavy, oppressive aura behind. You issued a final ultimatum with such pressure that I fear I must reconsider. If by October you still haven't finished cleaning up Busan, our partnership will be considered over. The door slammed shut with a dry, cracking sound, leaving an atmosphere thick with tension. The director sighed heavily, thinking, that kid really is arrogant. Kim Moo Hee-uk isn't an ordinary person. Deadlines are clear. Pressure is obvious. Only the KPI board on the wall is missing. Sighing in admiration, he's only 20 but has already gone through so much to mature so quickly. The most experienced director admits it. You also realize it, right? That kid is not an ordinary person. After some reflection, he painfully realized the truth in Moo Hee-uk's words. Moo Hee-uk was not wrong. If you only rely on strength to survive, living late won't guarantee stability for long. I also understand that. He hesitated to stand up, his eyes burning with a new determination, wanting to show some kind of heroism or something. But first he needed money. Without money, even the most passionate words are just empty talk, because this world always runs on money. What is this? The director puts his hand to his head in frustration, then clears everything out and gets in the car to drink. At a high-rise hotel, a staff member and a man in a brown vest are standing in front of a door, knocking repeatedly. The staff member nervously announces, "Sir, it's past 4 o'clock. Checkout time according to the rules." Seeing the unusual silence inside, the man coldly orders, "Open the door and leave." As soon as the door opened, a horrifying sight struck her eyes, causing the staff to scream in terror. Meanwhile, in a parking lot, a man in a blue jacket is annoyedly watching a car blocking the way and muttering to himself, "Who parked here like that?" He tries to call, but no one answers, his anger rising. Why is no one picking up? So frustrating. When suddenly, a loud and deafening crash echoes as a body falls from above, smashing through the windshield of the car right in front of him. I was about to call the owner, but unexpectedly the owner was busy, and the busy atmosphere filled all the stalls. From the cold storage, a man's voice called out loudly, "Kim, help me get the ice from the freezer and put it in the bag, then step inside." But as soon as he stepped into the warehouse, he was stunned with amazement, barely able to scream in horror. Right among the cold, icy stones was the body of a man sitting motionless, no longer wearing any clothes and covered with bruises and wounds from brutal beating. In the silent darkness of the old house, heavy, painful breaths echo. As a land vehicle speeds across the ground, its wheels squeaking dryly along with the ragged breathing of someone desperately hiding in the shadows. In the deserted port, the man on the truck was gasping heavily, trying to hide in the darkness. From behind, the shouts of henchmen in suits rang out repeatedly. "Go check over there." He hides behind the green containers, his heavy breath showing his exhaustion. Looking at his severely injured legs, he grits his teeth in hatred. "Dong-shu, you bastard! My leg is already shattered, and now you want to push me to my death?" He rushes the runaway wheel, boiling with the desire for revenge. "You bastard, I won't let this go easily. I will definitely get revenge. I swear I can do it," he shouted in his mind. "Do you think I'll die that easily, Dong-shu? I will definitely take revenge suddenly." The wheel hit a large stone right at the edge of the cliff. He only managed to cry out in despair before both he and the vehicle plunged into the deep sea. Splashes of water echoed through the night, leaving the sea surface eerily still. The desire for revenge was intense, but the plot disappeared too quickly. At Busan Detention Center, the atmosphere in the meeting room was extremely quiet. Lawyer Lee Seung-gae-yoon sat facing a prisoner and said, "I am lawyer Lee Seung-gae-yoon. Today I am here on behalf of Director Bak Dong-shu. The man asked in surprise what happened to Dong-soo. The lawyer calmly announced that a few days ago, Director Bak Dong-soo was attacked, and the members of the previous gang were responsible for the assault. The man repeated in shock, "What do you mean Dong-soo was attacked? I see you're worried. The director is now safe and everything is fine." Hearing the good news, but luckily escaping unscathed, the man quietly tended to his medicine and softly said with relief, "So that's good. Just in time with the bad news, my heart also skipped a beat." Lawyer Lee Sang-gae-yoon calmly adjusts his glasses and reiterates the testimony from those involved in the purge. Yes, according to what they said, Mr. Sa Se-eung ordered them to attack. Hearing the shocking accusation, Sa Se-eung's expression froze as he touched the medicine on his hand. The old man immediately erupted in fury, shouting angrily, "What are you talking about? Do you even know who you're blaming?" The rage exploded. Sa Se-eung glared and questioned, "Are you saying I ordered Dong-soo's death? Where's the proof? What basis do you have to say such nonsense?" The old man's trembling hand violently slams into the lawyer's face in frustration. Dong-soo believes that, in his rage, the medicine on his hand falls to the floor. Sa Se-eung tries to regain his composure, slams his hand on the table, and demands, "Fine, if you're still suspicious, then have Dong-soo come meet me directly. Call him here so he and I can clarify this mess once and for all, just missing the sign saying I'm innocent to complete the set." He slowly took out a tape recorder and placed it on the table, then coldly said, "Go ahead and listen." The cassette tape started playing, and Dong-soo's somber voice broke the tense atmosphere. "I'm truly sorry, I can't come today, so I asked my lawyer to deliver my message." Dong-soo tearfully admits in the tape that, "I know you're suspicious of me, and you have reason to be because I wasn't there when everyone was arrested." Dong-soo, sitting in deep thought, appears. He confesses his feelings. "So I tried to fix my mistakes. I am working hard so that when your sentence ends and you are released from prison, you can live a peaceful life afterward." The voice in the recording continues to recount the horrifying event from a few days ago when Dong-soo and his group were surrounded by a crowd wielding sticks. He bitterly reveals that you were attacked a few days ago, and they said they had your permission, but I don't believe what they told me. He will never do those things to me. Trust still remains, but the situation is becoming harder to believe. However, even within that loyalty, a small crack still exists. Tell you, Dong-soo's voice grew heavy, but like him, I also have a monster called doubt inside me. The story is nearing its end with Dong-soo's final promise to the big brother sitting in prison. "You. I will still take care of your sister-in-law and your family, so I will." Dong-soo's eyes now turned cold and determined. Ja Se-eung quietly left after hearing the final words from the recorder. "Goodbye to you." Dong-soo's voice sounded full of sadness and determination. "If you live, that monster inside me will become even more uncontrollable and furious. If that happens, I will have to witness even more rivers of blood." Dong-soo sat motionless at his desk, head bowed in exhaustion as he confessed that if the elder brother didn't agree, the distance between them would only grow wider. He earnestly begged Ja Se-eung to make a decisive decision right now. Hearing this, Ja Se-eung stunned repeated the name of his close brother, Dong-soo. He couldn't believe it and asked the lawyer again, "Dong-soo, did he really say those words?" The lawyer, calmly wearing glasses, affirmed as you heard. Ja Se-eung lowered his head to the table, his mind completely shattered by the harsh truth. "Dong-soo, did you really say that, Dong-soo?" The old man, no longer sure if he recognized the loyal younger brother he once knew, pressed further. "Dong-soo, he has already swallowed Busan. What more does he want now?" The lawyer calmly explained that protecting Busan isn't something you can do just because you want to. He revealed that after everything is settled, Dong-soo will hand over the area to trusted subordinates. The lawyer looked straight at Ja Se-eung and announced a shocking plan. "We intend to take over Ja Se-eung, confirming our ambition level mark." Hearing the name Ja Se-eung's eyes widened in shock as he asked again, "Ja Se-eung, you mean to take over Ja Se-eung? Dong-soo?" The old man let out a surprised breath and suddenly burst into a hearty laugh. Ha 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 ha, his laughter echoing throughout the infirmary, breaking the long-held suffocating atmosphere. Looking into the void, Ja Se-eung softly muttered with pride, "That kid Dong-soo has truly become a boss now, hasn't he?" The old man stood up silently, turned his back and walked away, asking the lawyer to pass on his apologies to Dong-soo. Ja Se-eung also reminded his younger brother to take care of his health and not to get hurt. The old man muttered with absolute trust, "My family depends on him. It sounds like a lifelong savings deposit." Outside, the heavy rain poured down on the old buildings in the heart of Busan. In the quiet office, a figure sat silently pondering beside the wooden desk, preparing for the next move in the fierce power struggle. A subordinate entered with shocking news. "Director, Mr. Ja Se-eung, I received the news. That day's tragedy has passed." Hearing that the boss had taken his own life in prison, Dong-soo froze and put his hand on his forehead with a bitter expression. The purge began at Handy, and Dong-soo's men swept everywhere, forcing the rival faction to kneel on the floor in fear. Amid the wreckage, the Haeundae leader pointed and shouted, "Hey, you bastard, are you here?" Han gritted his teeth and cursed that Dong-soo is an ungrateful traitor. "Dong-soo has already been killed, and now you want to swallow Haeundae too?" Faced with the accusations, Uncle Dong-soo calmly fixed his hair and sneered, "Brother, the older you get, the more you argue. Stop talking nonsense and come here if you're so brave." The furious leader shouted, "Today this land will be your grave." The henchmen charged like moths to a flame, but Dong-su easily dodged their attacks and struck with thunderous blows to take them down. As night fell on the deserted beach, his subordinates approached with glasses, reporting that Haeundae had been wiped out. Uncle Dong-su quietly poured his drink, nodded slightly, then threw a punch at Yu. He sat alone in the darkness, sipping his fiery liquor and sighing with a heavy heart. Looking out at the vast sea, Dong-su called out Sangger Uner's name, telling himself that he's done enough, and surely Moo-hyun will no longer feel ashamed standing before his uncle. Standing alone on the pier amidst the crashing waves of the ocean, his silhouette as lonely as a sad poem, yet inside he was tense as deadlight just before the month's end. In the quiet space of the Sa-hwa mansion, Chairman Jon Tessin breaks the atmosphere with a cautious observation. "I hear that lately the government has been acting very strangely." Grandpa turned to look at his grandson with a scrutinizing gaze and asked, "Did you guess this was going to happen, Moo-hyu?" Moo-hyu remained calm and asked softly, "What do you mean by that, Grandpa?" Chairman Tessin began explaining about the underlying changes he had observed. Recently, high-ranking officials in the Ministry of Finance and Economy had been showing signs of shift. Some requested long-term leave, others sought transfers abroad, but none of them had truly left the country. His face grew serious as he realized even the embedded economic advisors didn't understand the situation. It seemed they were secretly carrying out something. Moo-hyu silently confirmed in his mind that with real financial data, if this got out, people would be more eager for drama than for idols' comebacks. "I believe they are starting to implement the actual financial transaction policy now, sir. Perhaps they are verifying and handling issues somewhere." Jon Tessin nodded in agreement because only when implementing such a major policy would the government have to act secretly and cautiously. Mr. Tramnagam asked for Moo-hyu's opinion. "Moo-hyu, what do you think we should do now?" "Could they officially announce this policy along with the New Year's speech next year?" Moo-hyu firmly denied, "Not at all. Based on what I know about President Kim Mon-sam, the policy will probably be implemented by August at the latest. The timing makes Chairman Tessin happy. August is next month, so isn't that too soon?" Moo-hyu explains that to maximize the effectiveness of the identity verification policy, surprise is the most important factor. The government's goal is to deliver a surprise attack by announcing it unexpectedly when business is least expected. Still, Jon Tessin remains skeptical. "I don't think so. Doing so would be too reckless. Even with the president's directive, it still needs approval from Congress, which isn't very feasible. People in the future won't trust it, especially after seeing the spoiler." Moo-hyu realizes that other big companies are also thinking subjectively like his grandfather. They will be very shocked to learn that this policy will be implemented on August 12th of this year. In fact, this policy will be approved by both parties in Congress and passed in less than a week after its announcement without a vote. Moo-hyu advised, "But in my opinion, it's better if we prepare in advance, isn't it? For now, I think we should focus on resolving the anonymous and hidden accounts." Hearing that, Chairman Tessin revealed that he has almost finished dealing with the anonymous accounts as advised by my nephew. But the fake accounts need more time because their scope is very broad. Those who prepare early will live well. Those who hesitate will miss out. As Moo-hyu silently thought he had persuaded everyone, resolving the anonymous accounts had also protected most of his grandfather's assets, avoiding losses of thousands of billions like before. In the luxurious room, Chairman Jon Tessin announced that he had transferred the 400 billion yuan to the US as Moo-hyu requested after Director Ha handled it thoroughly, and he reminded his grandson to manage the money well, and to attend an important meeting with the senior tycoon today. He advised Moo-hyu to thoroughly understand the person and their thoughts to gain more experience in dealing with large corporations. As the car moved through the city, Moo-hyu discussed with Ma Eung-hoon about sending Hae Kyung-yong to the US at the end of this year to manage the entire 400 billion. Ma Eung-hoon couldn't help but be surprised and suspicious, questioning whether that person was truly trustworthy to handle such a huge sum. Moo-hyu confirmed he would establish an investment company in his name, and Hae Kyung-yong would receive a fair compensation for his role. Seeing the young master's determination, Ma Eung-hoon decisively agreed to proceed exactly as he wished, with Alo treating the 400 billion as pocket change. The atmosphere inside the car suddenly grew tense when Moo-hyu unexpectedly asked about Ma Eung-hoon's true identity, a person who always completes everything from financial tasks to secret missions perfectly like a superhero. Moo-hyu directly questions whether Ma Eung-hoon was responsible for the disappearance of director Yoo Ji-kong at Myeongdong. After a moment of silence, Ma Eung-hoon coldly affirms that he only strictly follows all orders from the chairman without ever asking for reasons, because it is a sworn oath between him and Moo-hyu's grandfather. The atmosphere in the car now is probably colder than the air conditioner. Moo-hyu pondered deeply before proposing a challenging hypothesis about that unwavering loyalty. He asked if the chairman issued an unreasonable order, even one that could cost Ma Eung-hoon his life, would he be willing to obey unconditionally? Ma Eung-hoon without hesitation calmly confirms that he will carry out the order if it comes from the chairman. Moo-hyu looks out the window, his eyes cold, then suddenly asks a question that makes Ma Eung-hoon tremble. "If your grandfather ordered it, would you kill me?" Faced with the pressure, Ma Eung-hoon pondered for a long time before firmly affirming that, if it was the chairman's order, I would obey. As Moo-hyu silently observed, he realized that whether in this life or the previous two, Director Ha had always been blindly loyal to his grandfather. I remember that after my grandfather passed away in the previous life, he only left a message saying the mission was over before disappearing without a trace, making it impossible for anyone to find out any information. Sitting in the car, Muhyu broke the silence. Head of Department Ha, I need to ask you for a favor. When invited by my Eunghun to continue, Muhyu went straight to the point. Could you introduce to me someone who looks like you? Faced with the other's surprise, he emphasized the need for someone willing to obey all of his commands unconditionally, the person you can trust. After hearing this, my Eunghun probably also wonders if this is a recruitment for a secretary or a legendary figure. My Eunghun nodded slightly and replied, I understand, as the luxury car sped swiftly through the city streets toward a grand and imposing mansion. Muhyu sat in the luxurious and elegant living room, opening his mouth to thank for the time given to him. Mr. Song Yong-ju, the chairman, greeted him with a smile, surprised that he arrived so early. Song Yong-ju is the head of Dahyun Group, the leading company among Korea's top conglomerates. He looked at Muhyu with an intrigued expression, saying, I'm also quite curious about what kind of nephew the chairman has always been proud of. Song Yong-ju admits that because Muhyu's grandfather personally asked him, he couldn't refuse, but he also honestly says he's not sure he can teach him anything. Muhyu politely responded, That's not quite right. I really want to hear about your life story. After all, Chairman Song is a senior figure in our country's business world.
Your compliment made the chairman laugh happily. Senior, you're saying that makes me feel shy, but your smile clearly means praise. I like it a lot, he slowly revealed. But if you ask about the one person I truly respect, it's you, Chairman Chan Tae-san. Are you talking about the emergency order issued by the president at that time to freeze all heavy loans?
Muhyu further analyzed the serious impact on the underground forces and debt collectors at that time, and just hearing about it already smelled more of economic drama than of money laundering. He said it was a rather unreasonable policy to force lenders to disclose the source of the money before collecting debts, and this enforcement was actually based on martial law policies. Song Yong-gu nodded in approval. Yes, you understand a lot, but it's also because of those things that my corporation has grown to this size. The chairman openly revealed a dark chapter of history. At that time, I tricked the lenders into giving me all their money, and I made huge profits. Looking at the impressive and grand appearance of the corporation today, everyone feels proud. But how could they know that to grow this big they had to do everything, taking high-interest loans to produce goods, then using those goods as collateral to borrow more money to expand their business? A financial cycle more complicated than advanced math. Chairman Song Yong-ju pondered and revealed that the government at that time used its power to cut off the chain of operations and wipe out all his debts. That harsh policy caused most of the usurers involved in high-interest lending to collapse and disintegrate. He looked at him with the knowing look and asked with a hint of meaning, But your cousin is different. Do you know how he overcame that crisis? The horrifying memories flood back when John Tae-san was surrounded by debt collectors. They raged and shouted at him, What is Director John On doing? Faced with shame, Tae-san was not afraid. He stared coldly at the heartless people and growled, Enough of these treacherous loan sharks. If you've borrowed money, you should pay up. If not, I'll burn everything and die with you. Today, I will end it all with you. Since then, John Tae-san began a ruthless purge, like a Game of Thrones version but full of money and debt, taking revenge on non-paying businesses with ruthless tactics, even willing to burn houses, cars, and threaten their families to intimidate. His reasoning is simple but ruthless. If they don't pay back, they will suffer damages equal to the amount borrowed. Not even half, as his competitors disappear one by one, his business flourishes, allowing him to dominate the lucrative usury market. Chairman Song concluded that any policy or crisis, if handled skillfully, can become a great opportunity. Seizing the moment, Moy Wai-uk suddenly delved into contemporary issues. So what do you think about the real money financial verification policy, huh? The question left Song Wai-uk stunned and amazed.
Moy Wai-uk insists that the policy will eventually be implemented because the country cannot keep relying on the underground world. It sounds like an economic lecture mixed with a bit of thrilling action. He observes the city under construction and comments that the country's development depends not only on the transparency of money, but also on the presence of some tainted funds behind the scenes.
Chairman Song Tram-2 believes that the financial verification policy is necessary, but implementing it now could plunge the country into chaos, making martial law difficult to enforce. He thinks the president is surely struggling with this issue, Moy Wai-uk quietly observes, then suddenly presents a shocking hypothesis. President, suppose you had the chance to make a large sum of money by taking advantage of the country's default and the chaos that would ensue. What would you do? Moy Wai-uk subtly pursed her lips, her eyes full of mystery as she replied, I was just saying suppose, actually that will happen, but not now. Song Wai-ong-du narrowed his eyes, pondering Moy Wai-uk's hypothesis, and asked, Suppose, huh, making money from that opportunity. He realizes the young boy's intention of seeing others' pain as an opportunity and asks, So that's what you mean? Moy Wai-uk nods firmly, yes, even though he believes the country is unlikely to fall into crisis, Song Wai-ong-du insists that if it does happen, he will definitely seize the chance. He emphasized that the nature of the economy is to pursue profit and benefits, which can never be fairly shared among everyone. Songy Mr. Du admits he never thought about the country going bankrupt and wonders why Moy Yi-wok is so worried about it. Moy Yi-wok calmly cites similar cases in other countries to explain his caution. Songy Mr. Du nodded approvingly at the alert attitude to seize opportunities and make money, and remarked that Moy Yi-wok is truly very similar to her grandfather John Tesson, both intelligent and dangerously charming. However, the chairman also issued a stern warning about excessive greed in the business world. He compares the economy to a giant serpent constantly nurturing human greed until it becomes a monster, with the image of a fiery-eyed snake behind Moy Yi-wok bearing its fangs as a reminder of the market's brutality. Mr. Du affirms that this ambitious monster will eventually turn back on our main school, devouring everything just like this time when the monster wins. GUI. Du is known as one of the most bustling financial centers in Korea, a solid position that remains unchanged even after 10 or 20 years. Hanki. Ung entered the room, loosening his collar and complaining, "Haha, it's so hot I can't stand it." Seeing that Moy Yi-wok was already waiting, he greeted warmly, "So you've arrived, Kim Moy-wok." Moy Yi-wok turned back, smiling softly as he remarked that he looked much better now. Kyi couldn't hide his gratitude and enthusiastically replied that thanks to him, he had a room with such a great view and spaciousness, which had helped him improve a lot. Moy Yi-wok sits down on the sofa casually and gets straight to the point. "So how is it? Have you come across any noteworthy stocks lately?" It sounds like he's checking how hot your friend's wallet is. Hearing this, Kiwi seemed to hit the right note, and he excitedly declared, "I'm so happy I could die. Just yesterday, I discovered an extremely promising investment opportunity. Before the market closed, I quickly jumped in." He snapped his fingers proudly and continued, saying that this morning, as soon as the market opened, the stock price shot up to the ceiling immediately.
Keezy! Louis gestured wildly, his face beaming with pride, because today's profit alone in a single trading session reached 2,000. He recalled the dark times before. Just a few months ago, I didn't even have 500 in my pocket and was close to bankruptcy from borrowing, and now here I am.
Mu Hai-uk suddenly interrupted with a cold question. "How much money does your stock account currently have?" Kya hesitated and estimated around 150 million. "Roughly that amount. What's wrong?" Mu Hai-uk's eyes suddenly turned very serious, and he decisively orders, "From now until next Monday, handle everything there, especially before the market closes on August 12th. Sell everything." This sudden decision shocks Kai Wai, causing him to sweat profusely, and he stammers in protest, but he says nothing. The current market is experiencing strong growth, so why do you want to sell now while everything is calm, only to be pressured by the boss with deadlines all the time? Suddenly, Mu Hyuk asked about the other person's American citizenship and the Wi-Fi password of the person just asked. Mu Hyuk quietly reveals that he knows all the information because he was the one who found out where he was hiding. He exposes Kiyy's past, from migrating to the US with his family to returning to Korea for university. A chilling sensation engulfed Hong Ki as he trembled at the terrifying ability of those who wield heavy roles to gather information. Mu Hee-wok secretly smiled, knowing that everything was actually contained in his previous memoir. Mu Hai-wok confidently ordered, "Go to America, set up an investment company, and ask everyone for help." Hang Ki-yi was stunned to realize that the young boy's plan was to turn this money into a source of capital from the US to hide it from the public. Mo Hai-uk laid out a long-term plan, asking him to stay there until the Korea branch was established. Suddenly, Mo Hai-uk announced a shocking figure. "Once the company was set up, I would transfer about 400 billion into the company's account." Hang Ki-yi spat out the water he was drinking, coughing uncontrollably and unable to believe what he was holding. If an electronic scoreboard appeared now, it would probably show his morale index plummeting non-stop. The 400 billion won figure is so overwhelming that he can only think of it as 4 billion, or at most 40 billion. Mu Hyuk calmly confirms that this money will be used to invest in the targets you have chosen, and the rest can be freely managed by Kiyyy. You estimate that the US stock market is about to enter a golden growth period. Sensing your opponent's hesitation, Muhi Australia reassures you that this is entirely clean money, fully taxed by your grandfather. Because he couldn't stay in the US long term, he needed a trusted representative to monitor the market trends. As YYY completely collapsed under the pressure of the 400 billion figure, he looked at the 300 troops coffee in his hand and wondered how many cups of coffee it would take to match that enormous wealth. Kim Muhi Australia leaned against the table, watching Han Ki-wai eat confidently and affirming, "Don't worry, in 3 years that 400 billion will be just like the price of this coffee to you." At exactly 8 p.m. on August 12th, the quiet night was shattered by a shocking announcement on television. President Kim Ma-sam appears on screen, solemnly announcing the implementation of official financial transaction policies and the protection of confidential information according to the Constitution. The gravity of this moment is enough to leave the entire nation stunned for 5 seconds. Everyone must be very surprised, dear beloved people of Korea. The information continues to be released like thunderclaps, confirming that from now on all financial transactions must be conducted under real names and cannot be canceled even if martial law is imposed. In the luxurious room, Chairman John T. Sand couldn't hide his shock mixed with fury upon hearing the news. If the blood pressure monitor were running now, Kim would probably be spinning like a fan. What are you talking about? If even the economic assistant doesn't know, then who could be aware, making the situation even more hopeless when the political assistant also refuses to answer? T. Sand's eyes are filled with pressure as the old man questions the progress of handling the company's accounts. Myung-hoon reports that thanks to prior predictive actions, all anonymous accounts have been resolved, but about 500 billion still remain in fake accounts. Although most are under the names of directors and debtors, making them easier to trace, T. Sand still cannot feel at ease when it comes to money. The old man roared in order to mobilize all personnel, gather bank cards and ID cards from the debtors to resolve the issue immediately. T. Sand firmly demanded that Myung-hoon complete everything by tomorrow, as delaying would only make the rumors and complications worse. Myung-hoon bowed and quickly left to carry out the orders. Alone in the room, T-san looked at his grandson with suspicion and asked, "How did you find out about this?" That gaze is so sharp that if it were someone else, they would have confessed all their secrets from kindergarten. Moo Hee-uk remains calm and composed, casually replying that he didn't know for sure, but simply made an educated guess based on familiar actions and the president's promises. However, T-san was not convinced by that simple reason. The old man looked directly at Moo Hee-uk and asserted coldly, "This can't be called a guess. Moo Hee-uk, I have a feeling you already knew in advance that today would be the day to announce the identity verification policy in financial transactions." Moo Hee-uk calmly responded to his grandfather's gaze, "I believe anyone could guess that this was clearly mentioned in the campaign promises." He explained that people are just fooling themselves into thinking this policy will never be implemented, which leads to wrong decisions. Moo Hee-uk confidently affirmed that this is the difference between her and others. Hearing this, John T. Sand chuckled happily. "You can tell, it's beyond my sight. Are you saying that's what you mean, right? Don't laugh, it's a bit embarrassing, and I'm not really happy about it. Moo Hee-uk is right. He believes that not only your grandfather, but also major corporations and the authorities are all acting the same way. You analyzed that the president exploited that mentality to implement an extreme measure called a state of emergency, a precedent never seen since the Third World War." John T. San nodded in agreement. "Yes, Moo Hee-uk, you're not wrong." The old man contemplatively remarked that everyone understood the problem but deliberately ignored it out of fear of change, even though everything had happened so suddenly. Moo Hee-uk also admitted that even he didn't expect it to come so soon. T-san praises his nephew for understanding the world's trends and asks about the future. "So what do you think will happen from tomorrow?" Moo Hee-uk predicts the market will plunge into severe chaos, causing the stock market to collapse disastrously. The day has already begun to smell like a complete market crash spreading through the air. He envisions not only corporations but also ordinary people rushing to banks to withdraw cash, causing a severe shortage. Large corporations will quickly transfer their stocks and hidden funds under fake names abroad to avoid the chaos. John T. Sand agrees that the outflow of money overseas cannot be controlled and will not last long. He believes that when people start to disclose their true identities, trust in the stock market will be greatly strengthened, helping it develop even more rapidly. Surprised by his grandson's insight, John T. Sand suddenly made a shocking decision. "Moo Hee-uk, I will transfer all my shares to you." Moo Hee-uk was stunned in shock as she realized her grandmother was handing over all her shares to her. The old man admits that he needs more time, but now he fully trusts him. Tasan allows Moo Hee-uk to decide whether to sell for cash or keep the shares, considering this his final gift for the rest of his life. Moo Hee-uk bowed his head and accepted. "Yes, grandfather, I will always remember this." Deep down, Moo Hee-uk understood the true value of the stock that his grandfather had never given to anyone else. That is an invaluable asset linked to most of the country's largest corporations and top positions in the investment system, standing among the towering buildings. These shares are not just money, but a tool that allows him to control the fate of major corporations, helping him manipulate everything in the palm of his hand in this country. At the brightly lit Samsung Tower in the middle of the night, a fierce financial storm is raging inside the chairman's office. Seul Young-gun, the head of the group, is shouting angrily at his subordinates. "What are you saying, huh? Answer me now." He couldn't believe his hands as all his calculations had failed. Wasn't it true that the policy of using real names during the pandemic would be revealed after a few years? Facing the fury of the chairman, Secretary Lee Seo-ok-min could only bow his head and stammer, I am truly sorry. I didn't expect the president to act so decisively. He looks more like he's standing before a judge than a boss." Seul Young-gun kept pushing, questioning the unusual silence of the embedded agents. "So what should we do now? And also, why didn't your men report anything when they went to the Blue House?" Seo-ok-min desperately replied, "There has been no contact at all." Feeling cornered and desperate, Seul Young-gun roared threateningly, "So are you just going to sit and wait to die now? I see you're also of age, wanting an early retirement, right?" This suggestion is quick and clean, with a permanent effect included. The old man glared at his subordinate and said coldly, "If that's the case, just say the word and I can make it happen anytime. You can take a long rest in prison." Seo-ok-min hurriedly bowed and apologized. I truly apologize. I have no face left to face the chairman." After a moment of silence, Seo Young-gun sighed helplessly and said, "Ha ha, so what's the situation with the secret funds?" Seo Ok-min nervously reported the huge loss. It seems about 300 billion has been withheld. This amount stunned the powerful old man into disbelief. 300 billion won. Seo Ok-min quickly suggested, "Yes, I think we can trace the accounts of the employees or their families." He worriedly added that there might be nothing to do about the anonymous accounts. Seo Young-gun rubbed his forehead wearily and said, "Ha ha, for now just find those cards and bring them here. And think of a way to recover what is missing. Understood?" Seo Ok-min nodded obediently. "Yes, sir, I understand now, Mr. Chairman." Seo Ok-min quietly assessed that the president's move had truly given the tycoons a lesson they wouldn't forget, and surely not only Samsung was left in chaos. The analysis procedures, yes, most likely other companies also couldn't have expected such an abrupt implementation of this policy. However, Seo Young-gun pressed further, but Seo Ok-min suddenly revealed shocking information that Chairman John T. San had already started handling anonymous accounts and borrowing names beforehand. The atmosphere in the room immediately thickened. Even the breathing sounded like a crime. Seo Young-gun stared in horror, completely stunned by the foresight and bold move of the silver-haired man who was trembling intensely. He shouted in terror. If there had been a glass in his hand right now, it would have long since sacrificed itself heroically. Lao's face twisted in shock as he desperately asked, "So you're saying Chairman John has known about this plan all along?" He suddenly realized the bitter truth. If that's true, then the bastard is the real traitor. Standing in the middle of the large room, the old man couldn't believe this betrayal and roared that John Suman knew everything but didn't tell us. His eyes flashed with bloodshot hatred as he argued that John Suman, that brat, how dare he betray his father-in-law like this? Meanwhile, in a private apartment, Han Kyung-yi-ang was watching the news on TV with a look of amazement. He turned to look at Kim Moo-hyuk and asked, "So, is this the thing you were talking about?" Kyung-wai-ang holding a beer can in his hand, still stunned by what's happening. "You want me to handle this pile of documents because of this, right?" Looking at the screen, he mutters to himself, "Oh, this will cause a big shock to the stock market tomorrow. It's going to be fun." Kyung-yi-ang looked at Moo-hyuk with suspicion and asked, "How do you know all this in advance?" Moo-hyuk quietly took a sip of his beer and calmly replied, "It's just my intuition." Kyung-wai-ang sweat profusely, repeating in disbelief, "If his intuition is this accurate, it must be called an advanced future prediction service." He pressed on in desperation. How could he have predicted August 12th so precisely? Is this story really plausible? Kyung-yang begins to doubt the identity of his companion. Is this the kind of information gathering and processing that high-interest lenders do? Deep down, Moo-hyuk quietly affirms that this is a day he will never forget, because it's the day my grandfather faced a terrible shock. The entire fortune worth trillions that he painstakingly built suddenly collapsed just because of a decision to implement financial trading policies using real names. Moo-hyuk looked out the window and coldly declared, "It's true what they say. Those who hold information hold power." Kyung-wai-ang silently contemplates that the wealthy can join forces and continue living in luxury for life, while the poor are still deceived like fools. Moo-hyuk subtly smirks, confidently smiling. "So I am the winner, right? Now you will have to follow my instructions in stock trading." Kyung-wai-ang sighed with helplessness. "So actually, from the beginning, you never intended to pay me the 50 million, right? It was all a waste of effort." By this point, he had almost accepted his fate with great professionalism. Not giving him a chance to complain, Moo-hyuk confidently ordered, "Tomorrow you go open an account in your own name." "What's the point of an account in my name?" Moo-hyuk calmly drops a shocking statement. "Tomorrow I will transfer 100 billion into it." Kyung-wai-ang was so stunned that he spat out the water he was drinking, splattering all over Moo-hyuk. He shouted in utter terror, Hey, are you joking with me? Every time I drink water, you throw out such shocking news. What's going on?" Kyung-yang widened his eyes, his face covered in sweat. 100 billion. Moo-hyuk looked straight at Han Kyung-young and confidently declared that from tomorrow all stocks on the market would plummet dramatically. That confident tone makes it feel like he's scheduling the entire market. He emphasizes that even Samsung's stock will plummet sharply, so Kyung-wai-young must buy up all the stocks that drop afterward. Moo-hyuk confidently orders him to buy in, insisting Samsung's stock will never recover, and reminds him to focus solely on Samsung without worrying about other stocks. Kyung-wai-young happily touched his sweat and asked sharply, "Do you know how the stock market will change in advance? But then why did you only buy Samsung right after that?" He hurriedly licked his lips and said, I forgot. I promised not to ask, just like I accidentally said in the nuclear laboratory." Moo-hyuk gently pursed his lips and reassured him that the stock price would definitely rise again a few days after the market stabilizes. Facing Kyung-young's doubt, Moo-hyuk confidently explained that this was why he told him to seize the opportunity to buy everything while the price was still falling sharply. Right now, even if we invest all the money we have, it doesn't matter. After the closing bell, with a confident look, Kyung-young made up his mind. "I understand now I will lose. I will buy everything without holding back." Moo-hyuk sipped his drink quietly, planning in secret. He needed to prepare a powerful ace to face John Soo-moon in the upcoming battle. He decided this was the perfect moment to seize as many Samsung shares as possible. where Jon Soo-mon was lurking. The next day, when the official real name financial policy took effect, the atmosphere became extremely tense, and at Hanshin Bank, employees faced a chaotic scene as soon as they rolled up the shutters. The bank opened later than expected, causing the crowd outside to furiously shout, "Why did they open so late?" It should have opened earlier. This scene looks like an action movie, only missing the explosion effects. People are frantically pushing and shoving to get inside. Shouts and screams echoed everywhere. "Move aside, fill out my information first, and then withdraw money quickly." At the transaction counter, the scene became even more chaotic as everyone fought for priority. "Hey, you have to line up in order. I arrived first. What are you talking about?" The bank staff could only stand frozen as the crowd's chaos spiraled out of control. The banking system across the country quickly descended into chaos as a large number of people rushed to withdraw their money, packed like ants breaking their nest. It looks just like a survival game where the one who withdraws money first wins, but big corporations and loan sharks acted a step ahead, secretly draining all the funds early, right before the doors opened. And as the stock market opened, chaos erupted more than ever with the flood of sell orders. And it can be said that the entire Korean economy is trembling in the face of an unprecedented financial crisis storm. Standing by the window and looking down at the city immersed in aftershocks, Kim Moo-hyuk silently thought now, the real game begins turning the crisis into an advantage for himself. Just then, Han Ki-young entered the room looking exhausted, letting out a heavy sigh. Moo-hyuk turned to ask, "Brother, how are things at Jia-ui-do now?" Ki-yang fought fiercely there. It was like a battlefield. Before the market opened, I thought I would be overwhelmed and crushed by the crowd. He was just wiping the glass while recalling that it was truly chaotic, to the point that it was unclear how many people were trampled in that mess. Not only Lee Sung's stocks, but also Daeun, Gusung, and Seven, all major corporations were collapsing badly, like a shattered nest, all in chaos beyond control. Hearing that, Moo-hyuk calmly asked, "So did you manage to buy a lot? Judging by your calm tone, I thought you used the entire 100 billion you transferred into your account to buy everything." Everyone was rushing to sell, while I was buying. A few people still looked at me curiously, as if they wanted to ask what I was doing. However, he couldn't hide his worry. But given the current situation, it seems like the prices won't be able to recover. Spending 100 billion like this is no different than throwing money out the window. Contrary to that worry, Kim Moo-hyuk smiled in approval. "You did very well. You keep making shocking decisions. I'll send another 100 billion. Keep gathering more." Kim Ong-yang was so stunned he couldn't speak, only holding his head in amazement, thinking that talking to you proves that you shouldn't teach the rich how to spend money. Just sit back and throw 100 billion, then another 4 trillion. Han Kim Ong-yang was completely helpless in the face of Kim Moo-hyuk's boldness and terrifying vision. Seeing him silent, Moo-hyuk gently smiled and asked, "So do you think it's not satisfactory?" A spark of excitement lit up in his eyes because who says they're not satisfied? The greatest pleasure in life is playing with money. He enthusiastically affirmed that the more money he spends, the greater his joy, and thanks to Moo-hyuk, he is now living in endless happiness. Moo-hyuk quietly observes, then gives the next order. "Listen, after this is done, you must go to America immediately." Han Kim Ong-yang is surprised by the urgency, feeling like he's been called to save the world within 24 hours. Moo-hyuk explained that both of them needed to accelerate the progress because he couldn't fly to the US frequently. So all important plans there depended entirely on Ki-young-yang's improvisation. Moo-hyuk confidently announced that he would establish the company as planned earlier, a private investment firm that does not accept outside funding, forming an independent financial empire powered solely by Moo-hyuk's enormous capital. You advised Do Ki-loong that when you arrive in the US, you will specify the targets to approach. And Ki-young-yang's task is to research and accurately assess the investment situation of those companies. Moo-hyuk confirmed that I will handle the important matters myself, and you just focus on stabilizing your position first. It sounds simple, but in Ki-young-yang's mind, he's probably running deadlines like a computer with 50 terabytes open at once. To motivate his partner, Moo-hyuk generously offers a reward. "I'll give you 5% of the shares. Is that okay?" Han Kyung-yang was so stunned he couldn't believe his own hands and stammered, "What do you mean I also get 5%? Moo-hyuk smiled reassuringly, saying this was a well-deserved reward for all the effort he had put in so far. Kyung-yang emotionally admitted that since meeting Moo-hyuk, his life has been like riding a thrilling high-speed train, exciting and tense at the same time. Even though he worried if they could succeed, Moo-hyuk confidently assured him that they would. "Don't worry too much. You've done very well already." Getting 5% feels like 500% of happiness. Moo-hyuk even painted a brighter future, saying, "I'll fly around the world in a private jet someday." The idea of a private jet completely overwhelmed Kyung-yang. He dreamily imagined himself sitting in the luxury cabin, sipping wine and enjoying a kingly life among the clouds. Back in reality, Kyung-yang was so excited he exclaimed, "Wow, that sounds amazing." After a moment of enthusiasm, Kyung-yang suddenly became serious, looked at Moo-hyuk and sincerely said, "Moo-hyuk, I will always follow you, even if I have to face danger, so please don't leave me behind." Moo-hyuk smiled faintly with a hint of meaning and said, "Don't worry, maybe I was the one who abandoned you first. As long as you don't betray me, I will never leave you behind." Before ending the conversation, Kyung-yang curiously asked about the name of the upcoming company. "You just choose the name you like. Once you come up with a name, after Kyung-young confidently adjusts his glasses and responds, the eternal dream is to fly higher and higher, eternal. Looking at the family photo, Noxegis felt bitterly that he had worked hard and saved for his family, but now everything was falling apart. Lost in thought in his office, the secretary suddenly entered to inform him, Director No-ki is calling for you. He hurriedly answered the phone. Yes, Director No is looking for me. Is there something? But as soon as he heard the content from the other end, his face immediately changed, sweat pouring down in horror. What? At the office of Sha Sung-chet, as Moo Hyuk was leisurely sitting on the sofa opposite the three nervous directors standing nearby, he broke the tense atmosphere by speaking, Long time no see. Everyone still okay? Seeing their tense expressions, Moo Hyuk frowned and asked, Why are you all just standing there like that? Everyone, please sit down. He gently leans back, rubs his neck, and sighs. I'm feeling a bit stiff in my neck. The atmosphere is tense like a stretched string, but Moo Hyuk acts as if he's just sitting in a coffee shop. Faced with the dominance of the young boss, the three directors quietly sat down in the seats opposite him. Moo Hyuk silently assessed that everyone present must have heard about Uji Kang's fate, which is why they appeared so anxious when facing him. Moo Hyuk began to probe deeply into the current situation. Probably you guys have been through a lot after the real name financial policy was enforced. No UC wiped his sweat and stammered in reply. Customers, it's not a problem at all, sir. Fortunately, the chairman stepped in to settle everything, so the damage wasn't too bad. He said it wasn't hard, but his sweat was pouring down as if he'd just finished 10 urgent deadlines. Deep down, Moo Hyuk knew his grandfather's bonds were fine, but the secret funds these people had secretly pocketed over the years were surely gone. He silently cursed them as he saw them still pretending nothing was wrong while his heart was boiling with rage. Moo Hyuk directly addresses the purpose of the meeting and states that he called everyone here today to discuss a matter personally, emphasizing that he came alone and not with the department head. Then his gaze turns cold as he confidently declares, I will get straight to the point. Between the two sides, the question of who to choose is a decisive one that makes the entire room freeze. Moo Hyuk looked directly at those arguing and made the choice clear. Kim Moo Hyuk or my uncle, Director Jon Suman. As I have said before, the cash-based financial policies due to the pandemic will cause significant changes in the high-interest lending market. With the current financial policy, we can no longer lend or borrow money freely as before. Who would have thought that paper money could also play games of cat and mouse? He looked directly at the three directors and emphasized that even the chairman is uncertain about choosing a successor for an uncertain future. Moo Hyuk affirms that the chairman's choice now is no longer just the eldest son, Jon Suman. He poses a decisive question. Who will everyone follow, me or Director Jon Suman? Before the proposal, the director hesitated and asked, So if we choose the young master now, what will we get in return? Moo Hyuk leaned back in his chair, crossed his legs confidently, and replied, It seems you misunderstand my intention. He saw through their thoughts and retorted, So you all think I can't climb to the throne without your support, right? The chauffeur broke out in a sweat under the pressure from the young man. Sorry, but I don't need that support because I have the strength. I'm just giving everyone a chance, not making a deal. Your firm attitude makes the directors fall silent in tension. Suddenly, Sin Sung-in stood up and affirmed his stance. I will only follow the chairman who is chosen to succeed that day. Whether it's the young master or Director Jon, I don't care who makes the decision faster than our Wi-Fi speed. Judging by Sin Sung-in's attitude, Moo Hyuk quietly assesses that Sin Sung-in is truly John Tae-san's most loyal dog. This was also part of my plan. Sin Sung-in politely bowed at the end, so I will take my leave now. The door closed with the sharp sound. Moo Hyuk turned to the other two directors and suggested, What about you two? Waiting and following the chairman's decision isn't such a bad idea either, just like Director Sin Sung-in. Kim Horsik asserts that whoever he works with must have extensive experience in this land of Mi-I-Ong-dong, and warns that without their support, Moo Hyuk's succession to the chairman position will not be easy. No Seong also added that the chairman has never looked down on those who lend money at high interest like them. Watching these two men shake hands, it feels like watching an action movie with a drama subtitle for Mi-I-Ong-dong. Moo Hyuk quietly realizes that these two old men are colluding to pressure him, and he wonders what will happen if they lose their backing. He calmly looks directly at them and calls out Kim Horsik and No Seong. Moo Hyuk coldly warns that if they try to interfere, they may not be able to live peacefully for the rest of their lives. His sharp gaze declares he will quickly send anyone who betrays him away. Seeing the frightened expressions of the two directors, Moo Hyuk asked directly what they would get if they chose Jon Suman. He subtly questioned whether he had promised them financial freedom in Part 2, and whether they truly believed that Jon Suman would keep those promises. No Seong quietly agrees that Moo Hyuk is right because Jon Suman is a calculating man who never shares benefits with anyone. Moo Hyuk immediately offers an alternative, promising to give both of them what they want. He revealed the plan to make the chairman's business model legal to expand further. Moo Hyuk confirmed he would implement it soon and selected the two of them as key personnel for that plan. Kim Ho is stunned, contemplating the idea of working legally. Moo Hyuk analyzes that when policies are enforced with real names by financial authorities, the old usury schemes will have no place to survive. You plan to register a company for legal loans with interest rates regulated by the government. Noxiong worries this will lead to strict oversight from multiple regulatory agencies. Who would have thought that paperwork could be scarier than knives? Moo Hyuk coldly asserts that the old methods of the directors are outdated and asks how long they plan to keep pretending for usury loans. Noxiong started to waver, wondering if that plan could really become a reality. Moo Hyuk silently thought that it was understandable they didn't believe what he said. Looking at the cash payments, the atmosphere, and the illegal items scattered around, he assessed that the current market is no different from a lawless land where those with capital and power can easily manipulate everything. But Moo Hyuk knows well that after the silent crisis, when the loan shark market is legalized to boost the economy, that is the golden opportunity. You are determined to use that law to bring this business into the light and elevate it. Facing the two directors, Moo Hyuk confidently demands, "Give me 5 years. I guarantee that I will help you confidently run this business without any fear at all." Moo Hyuk stood up, looked them straight in the eyes, and made a weighty promise. "If you follow me, I will turn you from loan sharks into true bosses who can work comfortably without fear of anything. If you listen without liking, you're probably blind." Under Moo Hyuk's overwhelming presence, Kim Horsich was the first to be convinced, quietly bowing in agreement. "Fine, I'll follow you," then looked at his hesitant colleague and honestly shared his feelings. "Hey, Kim Horsich, my daughter is already 12 years old. She understands what her father is doing." He smokes a cigarette in one breath, his face showing worry, and compared to being called a loan shark, the title of business director sounds better. Moo Hyuk cast a cold look at the other director. "So, what is your choice then?" No Seong sweat profusely, bowing his head in hesitation. "I don't want to take this risky move. Better to just transfer the money and be at peace." Moo Hyuk calmly replied, "Fine. Then it's up to you, whatever you decide." I have no objections, but immediately after that, Moo Hyuk issued a chilling threat that made No Seong shiver. "If you try to block my path to success, I will never let them live in peace again." Walking out of the room, Moo Hyuk quietly contemplated. If he had no intention of following him, he could just stick to the original plan. He recalled the names on the target list: Yoo Kang, Kim Ho-sik, No Seong, and decided to gradually eliminate all of Jon Soo-man's close associates and family members. A sinister smile appears on Moo Hyuk's face as he prepares for his next move. Should I go now and deal with Jon Soo-man's main man? In the luxurious room, Jon Soo-min and Jon Soo-han sit facing each other with determined expressions. Soo-man took a sip of his drink and asked in a low voice, "Soo-han, have you met those little sharks from Myeongdong lately?" Soo-han shook his head slightly and replied, "Those old directors, huh? I haven't really met them recently. I invited them for a drink, but they all refused. I feel like they're discriminating against us, isolating us." Soo-man squinted and revealed shocking news. "You've probably heard about this already, right? The fact that Dad entrusted Kim Moo-hyu Australia with managing the bank accounts of those directors in Myeongdong left Soo-han stunned and amazed. All those bank records. Dad gave that kid the job?" he shouted loudly, a 20-year-old with no experience. "I don't understand what Dad is thinking by entrusting such a large sum of money to him." Soo-man quietly speculated. Could it be that Dad has decided to choose that kid as the heir? Soo-han panicked and objected. "Don't tell me Dad means to do that. We are still his legitimate children here. How could he hand everything over to that kid?" Soo-man sneered to assert his position. "Indeed, we are the father's sons. The two brothers are the only ones with the legal right to inherit everything from him." He grits his teeth and mentions his granddaughter, the daughter of his sister who was previously disowned by their father. "There's no right for her to come back here and take everything from us, huh?" Acting so confident after saying it all out loud, only missing the fact that everything is still under control to complete the perfect confident act before the storm. Soo-man looked at his younger brother and started to tease and persuade him, saying, "Never forget that we are brothers who share everything, and as the eldest son, if I am given the inheritance, I will never forget you. He promised that you are the one I trust, and I will give you a share of the assets because we are brothers. Now we are in this together." Soo-man suggested that if you need to oppose your father's decision so that we can get a hold of that estate. Soo-han smiled smugly, raising his glass. "Of course I will follow you. Since I trust you, how can you not trust me now? We both have our cups raised in victory," Soo-man affirmed completely. "We are brothers in blood." But before the glass was finished, a sharp voice suddenly echoed from the stairs. "Jon Soo-han, how are you?" A group of black-suited officials from the Zeon prosecutor's office suddenly burst into the room. The leader of the gang announced, "Mr. Jon Soo-han, we are from the crime prevention unit of the Zeon prosecutor's office. We are executing an arrest warrant for you on charges of bribery and suspicion of involvement in the licensing of gambling machines. Before you even get drunk, your future already looks bright. Now in detention." Caught off guard, Soo-han struggled and shouted, "Let me go, you bastards! What are you doing?" 5 minutes ago, we were toasting with brothers. Now we're in a chase scene. I can't catch my breath. Despite his screams, the officers calmly handcuffed him and escorted him away, and we asked him to come with us to the prosecutor's office. Jon Soo-han was taken away in shock, leaving Jon Soo helplessly shouting behind. That feeling of brothers suddenly becoming the one going ahead while I stay behind to figure things out is strange. Tian quickly moved to the Jon estate, making the atmosphere in the office become tense. Chairman Jon T-Sans looked stunned as he questioned Ma Eung-hoon. Is it true that Soo-han was arrested and taken to the prosecutor's office, and why did this happen? Could it be a mistake? Ma Eung-hoon bowed and reported in detail. He was arrested on suspicion of involvement in supporting Senator Kim Chul-seung in illegal activities. I heard that he bribed many officials to facilitate the licensing of the slot machines. Hearing this, T-San was stunned. The casino business, right? You're saying that company has connections with the Underworld, correct? The powerful old man pondered silently, thinking that this alone wouldn't be enough to topple a corrupt senator like Kim Chul-seung. He suspected it might even be the president. Ma Eung-hoon firmly insisted it wasn't, but they needed to pressure public opinion. When T-san suspected that a prosecutor's representative was behind it, Ma Eung-hoon clarified that this was not true. Mr. Chairman, according to information, a prosecutor from Seoul's Supreme Prosecutor's Office was responsible for this and is currently hunting down the mafia responsible for managing the gambling machine operations. On the news, the brave prosecutor is praised for ignoring higher-ups' orders to investigate deeper into the links between crime and politics. Sitting quietly on the sofa, Kim Moo-hyuk quietly reviews his memories. It only involved a series of senators and high-ranking officials. At that time, choosing Soo-han and her father-in-law Kim Chun-seung also became closely linked. But thanks to T-san's intervention, Soo-han narrowly escaped punishment. Looking at his anxious grandfather, Moo-hyuk subtly smirks, but this time, don't even think about fooling him. T-san's fury erupts as he points and yells at Mi Eung-hoon, asking where he has been and what he has done to cause all this.
And those guys you brought into the presidential office, what are they doing there? After all these years of raising troops, when it's time to act, everything falls apart. Mi Eung-hoon could only bow his head and explain that everything happened too quickly, and by the time the presidential office received the news, the media had already made it public.
Currently, the president is still hesitant about handing over the case to the Supreme Investigation Team. Mi Eung-hoon admits that avoiding imprisonment at this point is extremely difficult. Chon T-san's eyes hardened with determination as he sharply asked how much money it would take to settle this. Mi Eung-hoon anxiously looked at the chairman, Mr. Tram warning that trying to save Nai Soo-han could cause us serious losses. The situation and emotions of VIPs in the early days of their term are extremely risky. Before stabilizing their position, they already plan to take over someone else's seat. Chosen. T-san pondered for a long time, then looked at Moo-hyuk sitting opposite and urgently asked, Moo-hyuk, is there really no way to help your younger cousin escape danger? Moo-hyuk quietly observes his grandfather's expression, hearing the name, Chon T. Son frowns and repeats suspiciously, Y-U-N Trang-ho? Moo-hyuk replied, the prosecutor who helped us handle your case in Busan before was Y. You are right, aren't you? Suddenly, when Moo-hyuk nodded in confirmation, he continued outlining the plan. Precisely, sir. If the person in charge is Prosecutor Y-U-N Trang-ho, everything will be handled smoothly and Uncle Yu will be saved. Moo-hyuk pointed out that if the case is transferred to the Central Investigation Bureau of the Supreme Prosecutor's Office, the president will have the final say. If they use the excuse of purging the previous administration's corruption, I am sure that Oot will face severe punishment. You look directly at your grandfather and pose a choice. Whether we should let the chief prosecutor of the ex-UN prosecutor's office continue handling this case or not, I'm thinking about that. Moo-hyuk added a practical reason. If the president's power diminishes, does he demand anything extra from us to secure the ambassador position? John T-sang clenched his jaw, his face showing anger as he thought about his son. That bastard who beat Jon Soo, you're really bringing trouble on yourself. In the end, you're digging your own grave, kid, before you can even be saved. Now just turn your back again to ease the headache. The powerful old man raised his hand to his forehead, sighing with regret. I shouldn't have given you the chance to marry into a politician's family. The lesson learned is that one wrong choice of in-law can lead to a lot of drama. T-sung bitterly realizes that those in power, the politicians, are the ones who hold the authority, not those who act in the spirit of cooperation. The old man closes his eyes briefly to suppress his anger, then decisively calls out, Department head, ha! I hope you know what you're doing. My Eung-hoon respectfully replied, Yes, sir. Chairman T-sung exuded a cold aura. The old man ordered firmly, Tell Chief Prosecutor Yule what I just said. Anyone involved in this case from start to finish, including my in-laws, must be wiped out immediately. The old man firmly declared that traitors will face no leniency, no suspended sentences, and will all be held accountable with prison time. He doesn't hesitate to spend money to carry out this purge. Whatever bribe money is needed, I will provide it. What they did to my son, I will repay with money that cannot erase his sins. But T-sung is determined to make the enemies pay a heavy price. If they dared to attack the Tron family, they would suffer such agony that life would be worse than death, as Moo-hyuk silently watched his grandfather's fury. Immediately after Chon T-sung gave the order, Chief Prosecutor Ewell of the Seul Prosecutor's Office quickly submitted his plan. The official investigation process has begun, initially focusing on high-ranking officials accepting bribes, then expanding to police officers and politicians involved in the chain, with scenes at the prosecutor's office and trains becoming chaotic as numerous reporters and camera crews arrive. Some choose to quietly bow their heads and walk inside to face interrogation. Meanwhile, some other politicians chose to hold a press conference, openly criticizing the prosecutor's office for defamation and false accusations, loudly claiming it was a political conspiracy, and even engaging in heated debates with reporters on the spot. The interrogation room is even more intense than a real fight, with the prosecutor's office building standing tall against the sky, the industry flag fluttering to signal the start of a brutal power purge. Everyone else has already honestly confessed everything. The more you hesitate, the only one who will suffer the loss is you. He continued to present strong evidence to break the silence. Is it true that you directly participated in operating the gambling machine? The 13 billion troops have been handed over to the political circle and high-ranking officials. How many more times do I have to repeat this? However, Suo Han remained indifferent, casually waved his hand, and responded challengingly, waiting for my lawyer to arrive so we could continue. At that moment, the door swung open with a clear announcement: "He's here!" The appearance of the lawyer left the prosecutor extremely surprised. The bespectacled man smiled warmly and asked, "Bok Pro, long time no see." Recognizing the senior, the prosecutor quickly bowed respectfully and responded, "Oh my, senior. It's been a while since I last saw you. I switched from a serious prosecutor to a obedient junior in half a second." After a few casual words, the lawyer approached Suo Han and announced, "Mr. Jon Suo Han. I was asked to come here by the chairman." Suo Han looked confused, wondering why it was so slow. It's hard to understand. Why are they so late? So now I can leave, right? The lawyer skillfully suggests the prosecutor step outside for a private conversation. "Back Pro, could you give me a moment to speak with my client?" The prosecutor still maintains a respectful attitude. "Let me make you some coffee, senior." The lawyer subtly refused. "It's okay. I can't let a prosecutor be troubled by this. Let me invite you. That's proper. I hope you can support me in securing a good position in the future." After the prosecutor left, the lawyer sat down and dashed Suo Han's hopes. "Director Jon, I have something to discuss." "It seems there's no way to save him from here," Suo Han exclaimed in shock. "What did he say?" The lawyer confirmed this is the strictest order, directly from the chairman. They will look for an opportunity to help you obtain a pardon.
For now, maybe you should stay here and reconsider everything. In other words, serve your time first and think about the future later. Hearing the news that his father abandoned him, Suo Han broke out in sweat and shouted in anger, "Did my father really say that?"
"Don't try to fool me. There's no way my father would do that." The lawyer slammed the table in fury, but I remained calm as I conveyed the chairman's statement to him. He then began analyzing the complex political situation surrounding us, explaining that the Jon family's ongoing bilateral cooperation with the greenhouse might lead to a leniency review. However, Counselor Kim is capable. In the interrogation room, Jon Suo Han anxiously pressed for information about his father-in-law's condition. The prosecutor coldly replied that the chairman could no longer contain his anger over what had happened that day, vowing to eliminate everyone involved so they could never lift their heads again. All the hidden issues related to the above have been clarified. Suo Han nervously asked in hopeful disbelief, "This is just an investigation, right?" In response to that expectation, it was a cold splash of water. The prison sentence was expected to be around 3 years. The prosecutor, with a stern tone, addressed Jon Suo Han, the money laundering suspect. "Not only going to jail, but also getting plastered all over the newspapers." Suo Han was stunned and exclaimed in horror, What is this?" He panicked and asked, "Why am I being linked to this?" The prosecutor calmly explained that it was a promise from the chairman and the VIP side and advised the director not to worry too much. With the involvement of many high-ranking officials, Suo Han's name will quickly be forgotten and fade from public opinion, rising fast but also falling quickly, only the case remaining. However, he also emphasized that the chairman had to make many concessions to the green side, just because of Director Jon. Prosecutor Steele warns, "So, Director, don't forget that." Suo Han froze, sweat pouring down his face in fear and shame. Immediately, shocking news spread across all newspapers with the headline, "Suo Han involved in money laundering and the mastermind behind the ring has been arrested." The image of Suo Han being forced into a police car spread rapidly. While at the mansion, Chairman Jon Tae-san clenched his teeth in fury upon reading these news. Tae-san shouted in rage, "Suo Han, you idiot! Why did you do this without informing me? Do you dare to betray me?" At the prison gate, a heavy atmosphere enveloped the scene as Jon Suo Han was led into the visitation room by the guards. Seeing his brother Jon Suo Man already waiting, Suo Han cheered up and called out, "Brother!" Unlike his excited younger brother, Suo Man remained calm, sitting with his arms crossed. The tray on the table holds some high-quality sushi, a rare treat in this prison hideout, and Suo Han devours it greedily, as if he's been starving for days. Seeing that, Suo Man calmly asks, "Isn't the prison food not to your taste?" Suo Han masticates and complains bitterly. The stench is unbearable and the cell is very cramped. Despite the harsh conditions, he boasts about his ability to manage. but this place is just where people survive. If you have money, everything is possible. With a few low-paid guards, you can buy cigarettes, use hot water freely. Overall life is tolerable. Even in prison, you can still maintain a VIP style. Seeing his younger brother's attitude, Soo-man slightly smiled faintly before suddenly shifting to the main issue. But Soo-han, in the end, what were you thinking? What are you thinking? What are you talking about? Soo-man, subtly reminding me of my brother's sins, gambling. Why did you cooperate with my father-in-law on this without telling me at all? Soo-han's face suddenly changed color, sweat pouring down like rain as his brother exposed the truth. Soo-man continued to press, mentioning your nephew like a headline villain in the papers. He intended to secretly verify everything and betray me, hitting right at the core, causing Soo-han to choke and stammer as he tried to explain. Oh, no, it's not like that, brother. My father just said that outside the family, no one is trustworthy enough to handle the finances, so he asked me to oversee it, and how could I refuse? Just blaming lightly? I'm not wrong. Circumstances forced me to become rich. He justifies himself by saying he was told never to tell anyone, so he kept it secret. Partly because he was afraid it would affect his older brother. Soo-man looked at him with suspicion and firmly asserted that it was really just that simple. There was nothing more to it. But Soo-man still wouldn't let go, questioning if it was only because of Congressman Kim's request that he had taken action without telling me. Dealing with over $100 billion in money pushed to the brink, Soo-han shouted in helplessness, I just did what they told me. I have no authority at all, brother. Everything I do, I have to watch my father-in-law's eyes. I have to watch your eyes too. Living like that, and now I even have to watch my nephew's face. Anger and shame exploded. Soo-han slammed his hand on the table and shouted in frustration, What terrible mistake did I make this time? In the cramped prison cell, Soo-han cried bitterly, releasing all the accumulated resentment. He shouted bitterly, My father threw me in jail, never contacted me, and you treat me like a traitor. So what am I in this chaos? Just a scapegoat for everyone's anger? Is that why everyone's rage is all directed at me? Watching my younger brother sobbing miserably, Mi Eung-han still kept a cold expression, calm and with a look as if she had seen this script coming from the very beginning. He slowly stood up and said in a reassuring but sarcastic tone, All right, stop crying, you little fool. You're grown up, but still cry at the slightest thing. Mi Eung-han stepped forward, placed her hand on Soo-han's shoulder, and softly called, Soo-han. My Eung-hun looked straight into his brother's eyes, his voice sincere but hidden with cunning. Let's not fight or do bad things like other broken families anymore. It's just the two of us. We must trust and support each other. This sounds warm, but in reality, it's more like, don't cause trouble anymore. There's still a long way to exploit each other. He emphasized each word, demanding absolute loyalty, so you must never betray or hide anything from him. Remembering his brother's encouragement, Soo-han immediately wiped his tears and confidently affirmed, Of course. I have nothing to hide from you, my Eung-hun said with a mysterious smile and patted his shoulder encouragingly. All right, I will visit often. Take care of your health. As my Eung-hun turned to walk away, Soo-han still called out gratefully, Brother, thank you for visiting me today. My Eung-hun quietly steps into the waiting black car. Sitting in the silent space inside, his eyes suddenly turn cold and suspicious. There's definitely something suspicious about that Soo-han. He has always listened to me, but now he's determined to start his own business. Meanwhile, Soo-han silently follows the prison guard back to his cell. Heavy footsteps echo down the quiet corridor as Soo-han's mind is filled with doubts about his brother. Does he truly intend to protect me, or is it just a game of pretending to be brothers in peace and betraying each other when danger comes? He gritted his teeth, his eyes shining with selfish determination to find a way to live his own life. Both brothers are secretly plotting, planting the seeds of betrayal within their own family. The Kalta-carrying Mi Eung-hun speeds through the city, leaving behind dark schemes gradually taking shape. The car moves forward while the drama doubles its pace, closing in tight. The black car silently glided past towering walls. A month ago, in a quiet traditional village, Kim Moo-hyuk had an important meeting with Yoon Chang-ho. Because this official was just promoted and couldn't hide his pride. Haha. Thank you. It's basically thanks to you, and the chairman Yoon Chang-ho is the one who skillfully handled the case of the Busan tycoon's deaths, turning them into the mysterious Indian incidents. And in response, Moo-hyuk asked his grandfather to help him climb to the position of Seul prosecutor general. Taking a sip of tea, Yoon Chang-ho curiously asked, So what brings you to see me today? Just as I was about to invite you for a drink, Moo-hyuk got straight to the point. Do you know about the slot machines? And the question made the prosecutor freeze in shock. He pondered and said that it was a major corruption case involving many figures in politics and officials. Is this information from your grandfather? Moo-hyuk coldly reveals the true target. This case involves Senator Kim Cheon-seung, a core power of the ruling party. Hearing this name, Yoon Chang-ho's face changed as he exclaimed, Senator Kim Cheon-seung. He started to worry because even though he was a former government official, Kim Cheon-seung still held immense power, making this case extremely dangerous. Facing us, the boss with endless bloodlust, fighting without end, Moo-hyuk continued, That's right. There will definitely be pressure and constant interference from outside forces, so I kindly ask you, Prosecutor General, to personally investigate this matter thoroughly. Yuan Cheng-ho asked in shock, so Mu Hyo-usi's sharp analysis is that if the case is manipulated by gangs, the special investigation by the Supreme Prosecutor's Office will jump in to seize this prime opportunity. You insist, absolutely, that this case must not fall into the hands of the Supreme Prosecutor's Office. Because if it does, key figures like Senator Kim Chae-on-seung will easily escape punishment. Unwritten rules always allow a way out in big cases. Mu Hyo-uk stared directly into the dean's heart and delivered a decisive blow because this matter also involved Chon Soo-han. Yuan Cheng-ho widened his eyes. Chon Soo-han. You mean your uncle, right? His face tense with the shocking truth Mu Hyo-uk just revealed. Kim Mu Hyo-uk firmly states that a major investigation report will be sent directly to the president. He analyzes that currently, the chief secretary for civil affairs at the presidential office is loyal to his grandfather, so they will do everything possible to exclude Chon Soo-han from the investigation list. Mu Hyo-uk warns that they will try to transfer the entire case to the Supreme Prosecutor's Office. He looks directly at Yuan Cheng-ho and requests, please stop all pressure from above. Mu Hyo-uk promises to handle his grandfather himself. Yuan Cheng-ho is stunned and asks again, are you telling me to risk my entire prosecutorial career to put Chon Soo-han in jail? Mu Hyo-uk was unwavering, declaring he would take full responsibility if anything went wrong. He offered a tempting bait. If he completed this task, the next chief prosecutor of the Supreme Prosecutor's Office would be him. Mu Hyo-uk affirmed that his name would be engraved in the history of the prosecution service with 3 golden words, even though he did not come from special investigation or security backgrounds. Yuan Cheng-ho asked quietly if he could persuade Chairman Chon. He worries that if the Green faction intervenes, your grandfather will find it hard to act because at this stage of his term, they don't want to face the government directly. In plain terms, even with money, you have to know which way the wind blows. Mu Hyo-uk understands that no matter how wealthy a businessman is, he still has to watch the mood of those in power. Yuan Cheng-ho is still hesitant, wondering if ignoring the greenhouse's orders and losing everything would just mean working hard for others to benefit. Mu Hyo-uk immediately suggested, then release this case to the press. Paint a picture of Yuan Cheng-ho standing before the media, boldly declaring that the greenhouse is exerting political pressure to hide and downplay the case. But he will not compromise with power and hopes to gain the support of the entire people. From Prosecutor Thane, the main character of the 7 p.m. news, he will become a pioneer in the anti-corruption fight declared by the president. Mu Hyo-uk affirms that the president will be pleased with his actions, and then they will no longer need to transfer this case to the special investigation of the Supreme Prosecutor's Office. Yuan Cheng-ho fell silent for a long time, then quietly looked down at his teacup before decisively slamming it onto the table. He smiled with ambition and declared, fine, let me try once. Yuan Cheng-ho initially planned to end his career at the Busan Prosecutor's Office quietly and safely, but now he wants to challenge himself with a higher position he has always dreamed of. Mu Hyo-uk gently bows his head in gratitude, thanking him for making such a brave decision. Director Yuan Cheng-ho looked at Mu Hyo-uk with a scrutinizing gaze and asked, so is this what you want to ask me for? Is this the promise you made before? Mu Hyo-uk calmly confirmed, yes, that's right, if you see no problem with it. Yuan Cheng-ho let out a faint sigh, feeling that helping Mu Hyo-uk this time was like taking on a heavy debt himself. But he still believed it was for the best for both of them and promised that next time he would definitely grant Mu Hyo-uk a favor that would benefit only him. As the meeting was about to end, Mu Hyo-uk suddenly made one last request and also asked that you keep your promise when announcing the investigation. Just when everyone thought it was over and everyone went home, Mu Hyo-uk unexpectedly took on his final task. Sensing Yuan Cheng-ho's curiosity, he firmly requested that the case involving Chon Soo-han and the slot machine be made public. Realizing the plan to target Mu Hyo-usi's uncle, Director Yuan kept nodding in agreement, determined to proceed. Sitting in the car leaving the meeting, Mu Hyo-uk reflected quietly on his past life. At that time, brothers Chon Soo-man and Chon Soo-han maintained a very close relationship, forming an unbreakable alliance to constantly cause trouble and restrain him. But this time, thanks to Mu Hyo-usi's intervention, their grandfather decisively gave up on helping Chon Soo-han. This planted the seed of suspicion, causing the bond between the two uncles to start cracking, shifting from an unbeatable alliance to a deadly venomous feud. Mu Hyo-uk smirked triumphantly as he realized that after the managers at East Honey Noodles, it was now another of Chon Soo-man's trusted allies who had been cut off by his own hand. Mu Hyo-uk's eyes burn with coldness as he silently confirms in his mind that everything is part of his plan. He smiles a sinister, satisfied smile as he watches his pawn move in the right direction. At the luxurious villa, the atmosphere in Chairman Chon Tae-san's office grew somber as he asked about his second son imprisoned. Soo-han, recently in there, how is he doing? Soo-man quietly sips her tea and softly replies, just getting through the days, but I see the boy looks more exhausted than before. He looked at his younger brother with pity and asked when their father planned to take the boy out for a visit, noting the boy's face full of wounds. In response to that concern, Tae-san coldly stared at his eldest son and retorted, so you're worried about him just because he's your brother? Soo-man quietly admits his true nature. Compared to worry, he feels more uncomfortable knowing that the one always bossing him around is no longer there. Hearing that, Tisan silently makes a decision. Next year, he will probably be released on bail. If you visit, tell the boy to endure a little longer because what he's suffering now is the price of his actions. Old Man sternly affirmed that he wasn't neglecting his son, but also warned Suman that his actions were too foolish, and he should not go around sucking up to or being a pawn for those politicians out there. He naively thought that because his father had long-standing connections, he could do it, but with his cousins, that was just unreasonable. Seizing the moment, Suman made a bold proposal to seize power. If his father trusted him, then now, hand over the entire business to him. He confidently claims he will take responsibility for managing everything properly, from information and finances to personnel, without needing a trial version. But Tisan firmly refused, saying that you still can't handle that much work yet. The father's rejection stunned Suman, who blurted out, "Dad, he's starting to speak recklessly and disrespectfully to you, and you're already getting old. What if your father suddenly dies unexpectedly? What would happen to the business then?" Rage erupted. Tisan slammed his hand on the table and shouted loudly, "You rebellious brat! Do you still care about your father now?" Suman still refused to stop, shouting in desperation, "Dad, now is the time to think about the future. I am the eldest son. Shouldn't the family's assets be handed over to me?" Tisan clenched his teeth in frustration at his son's impatience. "You're rushing your father like this. Are you praying for this old man to die as soon as possible?" At this point, Suman finally reveals his long-held fears and struggles, knowing full well that his father understands his intentions are not like that, but the recent events in Myeongdong, it's not that the father is unaware, are spreading rumors throughout the financial world. Everyone is talking about it, claiming that the heir chosen by the father is not him, but that foolish, obedient kid. Suman bitterly questions whether it's fair that as the eldest son he's been sidelined, especially when John Suman is still alive. He wonders if it's reasonable that everywhere he goes, people are talking, and that the kid who isn't even part of the family will take over. John Tazen looked at him with contempt and said, "Where do you get the idea that you must be my heir, you brat? I have never intended to hand over my business to someone like you." "Suman, I tell you, I never thought I would give all this business to a worthless kid like you." Suman was stunned, her face drained of blood, only able to gasp, "Dad, I think for the first time in my life, you truly understand the feeling of falling from grace." In the imposing office, Taesan calmly confirmed that the rumors in Myeongdong were true enough. And here's the thing, the rumors you heard in Myeongdong are true. I have considered handing everything over to Moo Hee-uk. At this moment, Moo Hee-uk quietly walks up the stairs of the mansion and overhears the entire conversation. Inside the room, Suman desperately screams, "What's wrong with Dad?" Taesan immediately retorts, asserting his right to decide over the assets he created himself. "Everything I made. Whether to give it to someone else, you also have to agree." Suman bowed her head, trying to use external forces to threaten him. "Dad, have you forgotten that Than Fong Hoi is still watching our family? If the succession position wavers, those members of Than Fong Hoi who always see you as an eyesore might seize this opportunity to do many wicked things." Standing outside the door, Moo Hee-uk silently memorized the name Than Fong Hoi. Suman continued to stir up past pain, Mi-shook also because of that. Immediately, Taesan erupted in fury, slamming the table and shouting to stop, never mention it again. Moo Hee-uk froze when hearing about his mother. His mother? Taesan, exhausted, held his head and dismissively told his son to get out. "I'm tired. Get out of my sight." Seeing Suman hesitate, Taesan snapped, "Are you going out or do you want to be dragged out?" Suman glanced at Mi-young-hwan standing firmly in the room. The door slammed shut, leaving a quiet space for the two men. Taesan sighed and called out to Mi-young-hwan, bitterly asking, "You also think what I did was wrong, don't you?" He calmly ordered Mi-young-hwan to complete all the stock transfers before next month, emphasizing the importance of handling taxes neatly and ensuring no issues arise later. "Tai Tongli, I accept the command and will face it." "Yes, I understand." The old man's eyes suddenly became sorrowful when thinking about his grandson. After all, Moo Hugh still cannot stand on his own yet. Mr. Gang asked about the assistant Moo Hugh had introduced last time, and Mi-young-hwan immediately reported, "Yes, that person will return to Korea next month, Mr. Chairman." John Taeson pondered deeply on the cruel law of money. People often say that before the temptation of money, family can become a thorn. If I am gone, I wonder what will happen to this family. Seeing the chairman so tender and worried about young Moo Hugh, huh? Suddenly, the old man slightly pursed his lips, his eyes showing a cold look. "No, actually, I'm more afraid Moo Hugh will chew up his cousins." The twist at the end of the film isn't about worrying that the nephew will eat them, but about him turning into a wild beast and swallowing people whole. In Taeson's mind, the image of a fierce Moo Hugh appears as a confirmation of the terrifying strength of the young boy. Mentioning the underground forces threatening him, he confidently states that towards the meeting room, "I believe the boy can become even more formidable." Seeing John Suman approaching confidently, he quietly bowed his head and asked, "Uncle, how are you?" But all he got in response was a rude, unpleasant snort from his uncle. Suman stops, looks at Moo Hugh with contempt and a chilling warning. Better not to cause trouble or challenge him or face a brutal ending like your father and mother. After saying that, he coldly turns his back and walks away, leaving Moo Hugh standing silently in the hallway. Moo Hugh stared blankly at his uncle's back, constantly questioning in his mind what he meant.
Could it be that his parents' deaths were not accidents but murders after the explosion, as old memories began to automatically update to a new version? Memories of the past life resurface, and Moo-hyo realizes he never once doubted the true cause of his parents' deaths. At the Jon family house, stories about his mother were an absolute taboo that no one was allowed to mention. However, after a series of tense conversations between his grandfather and Jon-soo, Moo-hyo gradually found clues to the truth. He began to connect the facts, preparing to unlock the hidden secret. He clenched his fists, his eyes burning with hatred as he realized a dark connection. The death of his parents was linked to the organization called Thanfong Hoi. Standing in the luxurious villa, Moo-hyo muttered the haunting name Thanfong Hoi. In the past life, Kim Moo-hyo had heard of a mysterious organization that always lurked in the shadows. It was a place that manipulated and controlled political figures and government officials right after the liberation. You are convinced that this organization has been involved in all the major historical events, but it has always been just a rumor. No one has ever truly met anyone from that organization. But now, as both Jon-soo and even his grandfather mention that organization, Moo-hyo begins to wonder if it really exists. Standing alone on the quiet street, a terrifying thought flashes through his mind, especially if it's connected to his mother's death. The scene shifts to the beautiful city of Busan, under a clear blue sky, at White Cafe, where Moo-hyo has an important meeting with Hyun-sung's father. He hands him a folder of shoes and says, "Here is the investigation file on your parents' traffic accident that you asked for." Looking at the shoe size, this drama is not simple. Moo-hyo took the file and softly replied, "Thank you, Dad." Seeing the customer causing a fuss, the police uncle could only smile and say thank you. What for, that kid? Moo-hyo silently thought to himself that he had asked Hyun-sung's father to find the documents about his parents' accident from back then. Flipping through the pages of the file, Moo-hyo sighed deeply because the event had passed 19 years ago and almost no traces remained. The police officer sitting opposite took a drag from his cigarette and then said that those who handled this case had all retired. The witnesses have left and the truth has been buried along with them. According to the records, it was a case of death by suffocation, with the perpetrator fleeing the scene and turning himself in a few days later. Looking at the heartbreaking scene photo with the crushed car underneath the tow truck, Moo-hyo notices some strange details. He reads shocking information that when examining his father's body, he found multiple stab wounds. Especially based on the wounds, the investigation team suspected that his father was stabbed more times, as the police strongly emphasized that the stab wound in the back was fatal. However, according to the autopsy results, this was overlooked, and the final conclusion was still death caused by the explosion from the blast. The criminal is identified as a petty thief with a few prior convictions, who served only a year and is now nowhere to be found. Moo-hyo's eyes fixate tightly on the file, his mind suddenly pulled back into a bloody memory. In the dark night, the young mother tightly holds her small child to her chest to protect him, as the child screams in terror while a cold-blooded masked enemy repeatedly stabs the innocent woman. Even in the deepest pain, the mother still gently reassures him. "No, it's okay, Moo-hyo, it's your mother's." When Moo-hyo entered the Zay's restaurant, where the group had been waiting for a while, as soon as she saw his figure, Lee Myung-soo called out loudly, "Moo-hyo, over here!" Bak Hui-sung hurriedly asked Lee why she was late, and Moo-hyo could only smile and explain it was due to traffic. My Eung-soo excitedly commented that although they often meet at school, this was the first time the whole group gathered to eat out. Seeing the lively atmosphere, my Eung-soo immediately urged everyone to order the most expensive dishes, because today Moo-hyo would be the one treating the group. He excitedly declared that today no one should hold back, just order everything on the menu and eat to their heart's content, softly spoken but practically clearing the entire menu. Min Ki-eung looked at Mi Eung-soo and then teased him about his still not fixed local accent, while commenting that Moo-hyo now looked more like a city person. My Eung-soo tried to speak in a super gentle tone to argue back, but ended up making everyone at the table laugh at how awkward he was. The meal continued happily until the last dish was completely finished. The story shifts to the topic of studying when Min Ki-eung curiously asks about preparing for the judicial exam. My Eung-soo reveals that he and Moo-hyo plan to take the first exam in February next year. In front of everyone's surprise, Moo-hyo calmly shared that he's currently considering whether to give it a try this time or not. Just treat it as a practice exam. What about you guys? While Hyun-sung said the whole group is also preparing, Min Ki-eung felt discouraged and was about to give up because he couldn't focus on studying. My Eung-soo shrugged and said this time the exam was just to get a feel for the questions. No one is lucky enough to pass on the first try. Hyun-sung suddenly remembered Moo-hyo's impressive record of always ranking first from enrollment to the first semester exam, even though he was always busy and disappeared right after class. You wonder when Moo-hyo finds time to study. My Eung-soo proudly recalls Moo-hyo's shocking statement on the news at that time that studying is the easiest thing in the world. This statement immediately made Hyun-sung and Min Ki-eung angry. Hyun-sung angrily recounted the days of studying tirelessly and cramming to get into university. Min Ki-eung also feels sorry for the huge tuition fee that costs a month's salary for the director, which the family has to pay. Despite his friend's anger, my Eung-soo calmly insists again, "I only say what I see. Truly, studying is the easiest thing in the world."
Confident, top-level, undeniable equity, making the whole group just scream in helplessness. At the banquet, Hyun Sung turned to ask My Young-soo, your classmate with Moo Hyu. Just confirm one thing, Moo Hyu is a genius, right? Probably when he was in Busan, he was the model student with hopeful eyes, but fate was about to turn against him. My Young-soo was about to blurt out, Moo Hyu! That guy is famous in Busan for being a troublemaker, but Moo Hyu immediately covered his mouth to stop him. Moo Hyu then changed the subject. Oh, I just remembered, why don't we create a group to meet up? What do you all think? And seeing everyone's confused look, he explained further. Yeah, like after we finish school, sometimes we can meet for a meal and stay in touch to support each other. Something like that. Moo Hyo quietly observes her classmates and begins analyzing each person's potential. Oh Hyun-woo's father is currently a Supreme Court judge, and his mother is a highly respected lawyer. He is the eldest son of a prestigious family in the legal world and was even nominated as a candidate for the position of Attorney General. Next is Eun Jae-ha, the son of the director of a top 3 law firm in Korea, who will later inherit and become the owner of the country's largest law office. Finally, Han-min Ki-wong will start her legal career as a judge after passing the bar exam and later become a lawyer. By age 30, she will enter politics, and by 40, she will become the leader of the ruling party. Moo Hyuk realized that these are all the most successful people after graduation, and he needs to build a strong enough relationship to face his outside friends in the future. Moo Hyuk's idea quickly gained approval, and the topic shifted not only successfully, but also with hearts intertwined, making friendship truly precious. Someone else spoke up, that's not a bad idea. When the exams start or when studying again, everyone will be busy, so forming a group and occasionally meeting up like this would be fun. Another person chimed in, I agree too. If I pass the law exam, I might work at my dad's law firm. So if possible, we can help each other. They turned to the only girl, Han-min Ki-wong, and asked for her opinion. Do you agree as well? Min Ki-wong lowered her head, hesitation clear on her face. I don't know. Actually, I'm not suited for these gatherings. She added with a sad tone, my family isn't anything special, so I probably can't help you guys much. Seeing that, everyone hurriedly tried to comfort her, saying, Oh, come on, we're all students of the Central Law School now. Min Ki-wong nodded softly and said, Well, let me think about it some more. Thank you for your suggestion. Watching Min Ki-wong walk away, Moo Hoo-uch suddenly remembered details from her memoirs in a past life. To outsiders, she seemed normal, but her past was too heavy to discuss. Her family was not well off. Her father died early in a tragic accident, and her mother was always in poor health, having to take care of her younger siblings. Everything was almost entirely her responsibility, which is also why she couldn't devote all her energy to studying. Min Ki-wong suddenly stood up to excuse himself. Oh, it's getting late. I'll go now. I have tutoring to do. A curious person asked where you tutor. Min Ki-wong turned around and replied, Oh, I tutor in Pyeongchang-dong. The luxury car rolled down the street, taking Kim Moo-hyu and her classmate toward Pyeongchang-dong. Min Ki-wong couldn't help but be amazed. Wow, Kim Moo-hyu. Honestly, this is the first time I've ever ridden in a car. I heard the rumors about you, but I didn't expect that your wealthy family also lives in Pyeongchang-dong. Moo-hyu casually corrects, You're wrong. The great wealthy family is actually my grandfather's. Min Ki-wong curiously asked about your work, thinking you teach at 4 places, but actually it's 5. And even with such a busy schedule, you still find time for your major. Moo-hyu shares her secret. I usually spend 2 hours in the evening studying. Just a little effort and you can do it. Honestly, sometimes I feel like I can't keep my head straight. Min Ki-wong still admires her. You're amazing. Teaching at 5 places without missing a single class, and also preparing for the legal exam. Min Ki-wong hesitated to share about her difficult family situation, which forced her to work hard to support her studies. Even though she was confident in her intelligence, she still felt resentful, because no matter how much she tried, I had never ranked first in the entire faculty. I feel like I'm pretty smart too. Moo-hyu casually splashed cold water on her, but I'm the head of the law department. That comment dampened Min Ki-wong's mood. She frowned and muttered, feeling disappointed. Not because she didn't want to argue, but because she couldn't win. The car stopped in front of a quiet residential area. Min Ki-wong got off the car and thanked him. Thanks to you, I arrived earlier than expected. If I took the subway, it would have taken much longer. Seeing it was still early, she took the initiative to invite him to chat a bit, since he still had time. Seeing Moo-hyu about to speak, Min Ki-wong suddenly blushed and stopped her. Wait, I know what you're about to say. Don't confess your love, you have to follow the order. Take a number and wait your turn, she said with a challenging look. What is it? Tell me. You haven't confessed yet, I'll listen to everything first. Contrary to your dreamy thoughts, Moo-hyu seriously asked, have you ever thought about using tutoring to focus on studying? Min Ki-wong's eyes suddenly darkened as she bitterly shared the burden of her family, with a sickly mother and younger siblings. Who wouldn't want that? My father passed away early. My mother is constantly ill, and I have to pay for my siblings' tuition and living expenses. If I don't earn money, my family will go hungry. After hearing that, it feels like her life's deadline is even more pressing than her exam deadline. Understanding her friend's situation, Moo-hyu looked straight into her eyes and made a proposal. So if I help you, what do you think? Han-min Ki-wong looked at Moo-hyu with suspicion and pressed him about his true intentions behind the offer of help, saying, You help me. What do you mean? Mu-hyu honestly expressed his wish for her to focus on her studies without worrying about living expenses. He emphasized that this was not an unconditional favor, but he also made it clear that he wouldn't just give her money. When she's capable enough, he wants her to repay him. However, Min Ki-wong's pride was deeply hurt, and she coldly asked, "Are you pitying me now?" Mu-hyu hurriedly explained that he did this purely out of respect for her talent and had no intention of looking down on her. So don't misunderstand what I mean. It's not pity, I just feel sorry for your talent, so I did this. Despite the explanations, Min Ki-wong remains very firm, turning her face away and asserting that she can study and work to support her family without needing anyone's charity. Even without you, I can still eat well and sleep peacefully. I can study and work while taking care of my family. Mu-hyu persistently persuaded, painting a picture of the group passing the legal exam together without anyone being left behind. Now, if all of us take the judicial exam together, wouldn't that be perfect, with no one left behind? But those words only made Min Ki-wong angrier. She shouted loudly, demanding he stop underestimating her, stop looking down on her, that she could do just fine on her own. Before I knew you, I was still living well enough. Don't look at me with such disdain and warn me not to think that money can control everything, Kim Mu-hyu. You do have a bit of money, but don't get arrogant thinking your money can control everything. Understand? Realizing he was too hasty, Mu-hyu silently blamed himself. Was I too impatient? Min Ki-wong closed the car door and left without forgetting to warn that she would cut ties if he said similar things. Thank you for bringing me here. I'm leaving now. If you keep saying things like that in the future, I think it will be hard for us to meet again. Don't go. Hold Min Ki-wong's hand tightly and earnestly. Wait a moment. Min Ki-wong. He softly suggests that she listen to his life story before making a final decision, before getting out of the car. Do you want to hear about my life too? It's a gentle offer, but in fact, it's the key to unlocking a long soap opera-worthy past. Standing in front of the old house at sunset, Mu-hyu begins to open up about his orphaned past, the difficult days of barely making ends meet with his grandmother, drowning in rent debts, never having seen his parents, with his grandmother raising him alone in a life so hard that rent money was always tight. He confesses about a vague youth, where each day was a battle for survival, each morning waking up to worry about tomorrow, and honestly, anyone who doesn't shed tears must be heartless or just too numb to feel that life can be so harsh. Mu-hyu admits that without his grandfather's support, he would never have achieved the position he has today to help her. He looks directly into Min Kyo's eyes and affirms that he only wants to give a chance to someone truly deserving. I just want to give a deserving person a good opportunity, just like the one I received. You decide. This is definitely not about forcing or pitying you. Faced with Mu-hyu's sincerity and his heartfelt vulnerability, Min Kyo's defensiveness gradually melted away, and her guarded heart quietly stopped ringing the alarm, overwhelmed by his genuine openness. She lowered her head, apologized for her thoughtless words earlier, saying she was just too angry and lost herself. Min Kyu softly promised to seriously consider his offer. I will also try to think about your proposal. On the breezy rooftop, Kim Mu-hyu and his two close friends, Lai Mi-eung-soo and Bak Hui-dong, are gathered around a small table. My Eung-soo excitedly raised her glass and shouted cheers, while Hui-dong also responded enthusiastically, both finishing their drinks. The atmosphere became more intimate as my Eung-soo turned to ask about Mu-hyu, who must have been practicing hard lately. Hui-dong calmly took a sip of water and replied, "It's just regular work, not too hard." He then shifted his attention to Mu-hyu. "So how have you been lately? I heard you're studying while preparing for the judicial exam and also helping your uncle with work. Always so busy," my Eung-soo added with admiration. "Our friend Mu-hyu is truly very busy. In a few days, he's going to negotiate the price with Mr. Trump in the U.S. This news makes Hui-dong admire him even more, waiting for him to go to America. What's going on?" Mu-hyu calmly explained, "It's because of my grandfather's money being entrusted to me, so I can explain more clearly to you guys later." Hearing that, my Eung-soo couldn't hide his envy. Wow, he's so jealous. Flying over to America by plane. When will we get to go there too? Hyun-si. Hui-dong quietly dreams of the future. I also don't know if there will be a chance to go. If I had participated in the 1996 Atlanta Olympics, I would have gone there. My Eung-soo chuckled teasingly. I thought you had completely forgotten about that. Watching my two carefree friends, Mu-hyu silently felt grateful. Hyun Se-young is exactly that kind of person. Someone I can trust completely, always giving me a sense of security because he's always there to protect me. Thinking that, but deep down I probably also want to be the exclusive protector. The conversation was interrupted by a call from the door. "The delivery is here." My Eung-soo excitedly shouted, "The fried chicken is here! Let me speak for you!" But as Hui-dong stood up to leave, Mu-hyu immediately noticed something unusual in his awkward gait. "You worryingly asked, Mr. Hyun-si, why are your legs moving like that?" Hui-dong hesitated for a moment, then forced a smile and brushed it off. "It's nothing to worry about, just overtraining." Mu-hyu silently observed, feeling a growing suspicion about that superficial explanation. The scene shifts to a luxurious mansion where my Eung-hoo leads Mu-hyu to meet a sturdy man with a serious face and introduces him. "Sir, this is the person I asked you to find some time ago." Seeing the new assistant, Mu-hyu wondered if there was a second person like Uncle My Eung-hoo, someone who always listens and fulfills everything he requests unconditionally. Sitting in the speeding car through the city, Myung-hoo quietly said, "I can introduce you to someone. However, whether you can gain that person's trust or not all depends on you. You're probably fine with that, right?" When Moo-hyo nodded firmly and agreed, "I will do it," he looked at Myung-hoo with a grateful expression and added, "I agree to introduce him." In front of Moo-hyo-ok now stands a sturdy man with a square, resolute face, exuding the aura of someone seasoned by hardships. He confidently introduced himself, saying, "I am a Seokdae, sir." Moo-hyo-ok sat down leisurely opposite the new aide and began to inquire about what he was currently doing. Ma Seokdae openly reveals his tough past, explaining that he just returned from Africa at the end of last month and that he works as a bodyguard protecting executives of PMC companies. America. Just hearing the 3 letters PMC, Moo-hyo-ok immediately thought to analyze PMC as a private military company, so it must be a mercenary organization. Seeing this special connection, Moo-hyo-ok asked about his relationship with his grandfather's right-hand man and what his connection was to director Ha. Looking at each other like this, if someone managed to connect the Pop Cup successfully, that would make sense. Seokdae honestly replied, "We grew up together, sir." Moo-hyo-ok looked directly into his eyes and calmly made the ultimate demand. "From now on, you follow me and only listen to my orders. Can you do that?" I emphasize that I really need someone who is absolutely loyal. Someone willing to follow every order without hesitation. This request is quite demanding, but Seokdae carefully observes the young master and honestly replies, "Because I don't yet know exactly what kind of person the young master is, so I can't make a decision right now." This firm attitude didn't make Moo-hyo-ok uncomfortable. On the contrary, it made him very pleased. Very straightforward. I'm starting to like him. My cousin smiled and agreed. "Okay, then just follow me and think about that proposal gradually." Seokdae bowed respectfully, thanking the young master, and watched the imposing man walk away, while Moo-hyo-ok couldn't help but reflect on Myung-hoon's true identity, feeling like he had just opened a secret map but hadn't yet uncovered all the treasures. He wondered if manager Ha had also been a fierce mercenary, given how long they had known each other since their youth, and Moo-hyo-ok realized there were still many things he didn't fully understand about his close uncle. "After so many years, Seokdae, you've grown much older." That comment made Seokdae burst out laughing. "Ha ha, are you talking to me? So I'm already old too." But then his eyes suddenly turned serious as he looked directly at Myung-hoon and said, "But that fierce look in your eyes is still the same, just like when you and I were on the battlefield." The memories of those life and death days on the battlefield replay like a slow-motion film, giving us a preview of the climax. Myung-hoon softly advises his brother that it's time to settle down and build a peaceful life. "Stop taking on jobs for others. Those kinds of work will get you killed someday." Seokdae smiled softly and replied, "Oh my. Why do you always say things like that?" Myung-hoon got straight to the point, wanting to hear Dae's honest assessment of the heir. What does he think of him? Dae confidently affirmed, honestly saying he is someone worth protecting. His answer so firm it sounded like a lifelong protection contract. He reassured Myung-hoon not to worry too much because through his eyes he saw a fierce determination that few young people possess. Dae believes that with that willpower, the young master will definitely reach his final goal. After suggesting that Dae move into the room next door for easier care, Myung-hoon received a heartfelt question. Are the chairman's choices considering making the young master the heir? Dae looked worried, wondering if this decision was too hasty, as in his eyes Kim Myung-hoon still seemed too inexperienced to carry such a vast empire. Myung-hoon assured Ma Seok-dae that they only need to follow the chairman's decision and reassured him that Moo-hyo is a truly remarkable person, far beyond anyone's expectations. Ma Seok-dae suspiciously asked again, "A wonderful person?" He was curious to verify because until now he had only heard his strict older brother use that word for one person, Chairman John T. Son. Immediately after, the scene shifts to New York International Airport, where Kim Moo-hyo and Dae are just arriving. The lively surroundings make everything feel like an action-packed movie as they stride through the hall when a loud shout rings out. "Hey! Kim Moo-hyo is here, over here. That's Ki-woong-yeon waving from a taxi, enthusiastically welcoming you. Welcome!" Moo-hyo notices the smell inside the car and thinks that Ki-woong-yeon seems to be living very well, his face shining brightly. Ki-woong-yeon chuckled and admitted that he fits perfectly with the pace of life and work here. Everything is going very smoothly. Moo-hyo officially introduced Dae, the new secretary, to Ki-woong-yeon. Ki-woong-yeon cheerfully greets, while Dae silently assesses Moo-hyo, who seems stern on the outside but has a difficult personality that can sometimes irritate those around him, so he hopes for understanding. Dae quietly observes, thinking that he's lucky he hasn't jumped out of the office window just yet. When Moo-hyo asked about the destination, Ki-woong-yeon revealed they were heading to the place with the best view in New York, and the car stopped in front of the towering World Trade Center. Ki-woong-yeon proudly introduced this as their first investment base in the U.S., where he had established the company and patiently waited for Moo-hyo to arrive. Entering the luxurious office, Ki-woong-yeon invites everyone to sit down and start the meeting. Standing by the window looking out at the Twin Towers, Moo-hyo gazes pensively. This is the first time he's seen the Twin Towers in person. You see the future clearly, knowing that this magnificent empire will collapse in 8 years. and that is the great opportunity for you to make a major transformation. Returning to the present, Ki Won-yeon pressed for the next plan, and Moo-hyu directly asked about the characters he had researched extensively. Ki Won-yeon confidently confirms that the investment in that company is complete and is about to reveal its name. He hands Moo-hyu the documents about the internet browser called Netscape. Instead of jumping straight into business, Moo-hyu decides to invest 40% of the stake for $5 million. Ki Won-yeon, full of suspicion, asks why he wants to invest in such a small company, recently founded by people from a university research institute. Moo-hyu calmly replied, "Just trust me, that $5 million will turn into $10 million when it comes back to us." Ki Won-yeon happily rubbed his hands, unable to believe it. 10 million. Moo-hyu knew full well that Netscape would soon launch and dominate up to 60% of the web browser market. 2 years later, in 1995, with an initial stock price of $18, the company's value skyrocketed to $8 billion in revenue. However, he had already planned to recover his shares immediately after the listing, because Netscape would soon face a more formidable competitor than Micron Software. Ki Won-yeon continued flipping through the old photo album and wondered why they had to meet this person when things between the two sides should have already ended. He analyzed that this person was not only expelled from his old company, but also that his new company was on the verge of collapse. Moo-hyu held the photo in his hand quietly, observing and affirming that everything was not over yet. He looked at the portrait of the man in the picture, the one who would change an era and become an early legend. He is the pioneer of the 21st century, Steve Jobs. When Moo-hyu approached the reception desk and asked if the chairman had arrived, the receptionist looked up, wondering if he was already in a position of authority, but Moo-hyu calmly replied no. Seeing the secretary about to refuse, he confidently demanded that she arrange for her to be assigned to the man from Korea who came to save him from the Pacific swamp. Even though the assistant accompanying him was worried because rumors of his being out of date were spreading all over the city, Moo-hyu remained firm in his decision, because he knew this was the person who would change the world. He walks into the room, faces the man sitting in the chair, and introduces himself. "Steve Jobs, pleased to meet you. I am Kim Moo-hyu from Korea." In the face of the other's surprise, Moo-hyu quietly thought that in the future no one would be unaware of this person who had completely changed humanity's life in his previous life. Although Steve Jobs is currently being ousted from Apple, and new companies like NextET and PC are struggling, Moo-hyu knows that if not now, there will be no other chance to invest in Jobs. Hearing the Korean name, Steve Jobs wondered if you came from Korea. Korea, is it Samsung Electronics? He recalled researching them when he was at his old company, then suddenly became angry when mentioning being fired from Apple, those heartless bastards. His eyes turn sharp. He points at Moo-hyu and says loudly, "So what do you mean by saying you want to save me? If you're just playing tricks to meet me, you'd better leave." Moo-hyu carefully assesses the man in front of him and truly finds him abnormal. He calmly launched a psychological attack, suggesting that lately he might be considering selling the PC division to another company, right? NextET is the same, which made Steve Jobs startled and question, "Is that even possible with my company?" Then immediately deny it. There's no way such an absurd thing could happen. Without giving the other side a chance to react, Moo-hyu added, "Don't pretend anymore, uncle. Your wallet is running out of oxygen. I told you they're looking for trouble, right?" Jobs' eyes sharpened. He asked sharply, "Who are you and who sent you?" Moo-hyu calmly raised his hand to reassure him. "You've misunderstood. I believe firing you was their biggest mistake, soothing their ego and opening their wallets. Who wouldn't be tempted?" Mentioning old wounds, Jobs still shouted loudly, saying, "I built the brand myself. But those ungrateful people threw me away like a dog. Do you think that's fair?" Moo-hyu looked straight into his eyes and affirmed, "Don't worry. One day the app will long to have you back. They will beg for you to return. It will happen soon." Immediately after, he made an unbelievable proposal. "I will settle your hesitation right now. I will invest in both of your companies with the same amount of capital you put in, and you will give me half of the shares of both companies." Steve Jobs was stunned by this bold offer. Although he firmly denied any intention to sell the company, his trembling legs betrayed his inner hesitation. Moo-hyu smiled knowingly, always honest in body language. He continued to insist, "But you misunderstood. I don't care about your business at all." Moo-hyu began analyzing the specific numbers. "You invested $50 million into two companies. You've invested so much that it would be a shame to sell to someone else. I will buy half of your shares for $50 million. Mr. Jobs still hesitated, so I made my final move. "I will give you full voting rights and will not interfere with management." With those proposals, isn't that enough to make you the savior for him? Jobs wondered silently. "Half a stake, but handing over all decision-making power to me? Are you giving me candy just to take it back later?" Moo-hyu looked deeply into the other person's eyes and replied with confidence, "I'm not as naive as the old crowd, because I know you are the most valuable golden hen." Looking straight into their eyes, Moo-hyu firmly stated that if it's not you, then whether it's the investment value of PC or NextET, it's not significant. "I won't invest in any company other than yours." And this statement made Steve Jobs very pleased. He chuckled and said, "My friend, you have truly won my admiration. All right, but I want to know why I must choose you when there are many others eager to invest in me." Moo-hyu calmly asked back, would those people agree to invest $50 million in him and hand over all management responsibilities like I do? Would anyone on this street be willing to invest that amount in a company that has been losing money for years like his? Moo knew that the major players in the IT industry were targeting Jobs' company, but he was still hesitant because if he sold it outright and withdrew from business, he would never get another chance to return to Apple. In his mind, Moo had already foreseen the future. Within just 2 years, PCs would achieve great success with 3D animation, and the next ET would merge and bring Jobs back to the CEO seat at Apple with a plan in hand to lead the world. Jobs hesitated and admitted that no one would make such a condition, even though many were interested in taking over my company. He worriedly asked, investing $50 million in a collapsing company is like throwing money out the window. But what if you invest without expecting any profit? Moo, I smile secretly. This $50 million is just a token to get close to you. Don't worry about saying it out loud. But I know this investment will yield hundreds of times more. Seeing Moo so decisive, Jobs begins to hesitate. Wait a moment, but then I realize $50 million is still too little to take half the shares. Moo immediately played his final card, but I will hand over all management and voting rights to you. If I want to sell the remaining shares, I will prioritize giving you the right to buy. So, besides me, who else can provide you with such convenience? Moo insists that if Canon can invest more, but for now the agreed amount remains $50 million. When Jobs was about to explain more about PC's situation, Moo coldly interrupted. $50 million. Jobs hesitated and replied, no, but Moo remained firm, repeating the only figure, $50 million. Steve Jobs suddenly burst into a bright smile, spread his arms wide, and nodded, sealing the deal. $50 million for half the empire, and Moo officially becomes the owner. Did you come to America just to invest in my company, or are there other companies as well? Moo casually revealed that I also invested in Netscape, though it was just a small-scale investment. Hearing the name, Jobs' eyes lit up, and he nodded in approval, saying our visions seemed to align quite well. Netscape, that place holds a bright future that will completely change this world, especially the World Wide Web. Steve Jobs excitedly shared his passionate project. I started by buying GX, and now I'm about to complete it. This is the future of humanity. He took out an old mobile phone and continued. I will integrate its features into this phone so it can become an audio device for calls and music. The special thing is that users no longer need to go to stores to buy music discs, but can purchase music online and listen anytime, anywhere. What do you think? Isn't that amazing? Moo pretended to be impressed and said, wow, that's a great idea. So if you can listen to music stored from the internet, then you should also be able to read books on it, watch movies, and play games, right? Moo just drew a path for the deer, but this deer is a genius. Moo sees words left Jobs stunned and motionless, and he added, so this phone will become a computer. A small computer that you can put in your pocket and take with you, for example. Steve Jobs forced a smile and asked again, why not? Is that impossible? He hesitantly replied, no. Jobs' eyes grew deep as if seeing into the future, and he murmured, I've already imagined it. If everyone in the world had their own mini computer that fits in their pocket, this world would be truly wonderful. Moo I guarantee that one day the world will develop exactly as you imagine. If that's the case, then to make the world develop like that, Steve here must be the one who cares about it more than I do. The crab and the shrimp, this duo is about to take over the whole planet. Jobs happily shakes his hand once more. Mr. Kim, talking to you really is a pleasure. Now we are on the same boat. Let's meet up often. After leaving the office, Moo and James Han went back to the hotel to discuss work. Moo announced that the contract is all settled and you've transferred $5 million to Netscape, right? Please transfer $50 million to Ben Jobs tomorrow for me. James, Han looks worried, but will everything be okay? I'm a bit concerned. This is just like throwing money out the window. Moo reassures him, sleep well, boss. In 2 years, if the money kills someone, don't come crying for help. Suddenly, there's a pounding on the door, and a man enters to greet Moo Dae. Yes, Moo asked, surprised. Is there something you came here for? Driver Dae reported with a serious expression that there was an urgent call from Zeun, sir. Your friend named Park Hyun-seung has been involved in a traffic accident and is now in a coma. Moo was stunned to see the image of his close friend lying in a hospital bed with a ventilator and bandages wrapped around his head. At Korea National Sport University, Park Hyun-seung is facing pressure from his coach. He snaps, hey Park Hyun-seung, why do you keep stubbornly insisting on the Korean Sports University? This time, taking the first place wouldn't be a problem, even with the pressure, Hyun-seung replied firmly. But I think it's not quite right. His answer made him furious. Does he really think he's the only one playing sports? That he's so great about to graduate, but older brothers are so hard to deal with? Seeing that reasoning won't work, he softened his tone, placing a hand on Hyun-seung's shoulder and saying, Hyun-seung, we know you're talented and capable, but you're only a first-year student. There's still a lot ahead for you, Chan. Yeon is a senior. Now, if he doesn't make the national team this year, he'll have to go to the army next year. Among classmates, but is it so hard to do the right thing? To go through the back door and still talk about loyalty? Faced with that pressure, Hyun-seung just bowed his head silently and replied softly, "I am sorry." Disappointed by the stubbornness of the student, the coach sighed and said, "Ah, this kid, still the same in the end." Immediately, he ordered those around him to lock the gym door. His rage erupted as he struck Hyun-seung hard on the back with a broken piece of wood while he was in punishment position. As he hit, he yelled, "Do you think you're so great that you can look down on your seniors and the coach? Maybe I should keep you off the judo mat forever, but I won't hit so hard that the stick snaps in half on the young man's back." Still angry, he shouted loudly, "Bring someone new here to stand guard and watch over the food, director. Stop it, please. You're really hurting the boy." He stomped off in frustration, not forgetting to sneer. "I used to be obedient like a puppy, do whatever I was told, and now, look at you kids, all so stubborn." He turned back to look at Hyun-seung lying unconscious on the floor and asked bitterly, "Are you still not changing your mind?" When he received only silence, he threw the broken piece at him and threatened, "You fool. Be careful. Someday you'll lose your life and no one will know. Don't you know who Chan Ji-yeon's father is?" The coach keeps warning. "I know, but why are you so stubborn? If you just give in this time, it will be good for you and for our school." At that moment, a supervisor entered to order an immediate halt to the training session, and Coach Kim could only meekly obey. They hurried over worriedly. "Hyun-seung, go to the hospital now." Leaving the gymnasium with steady steps, Hyun-seung was suddenly called back by senior Chan Ji-yeon. Unlike the arrogant attitude of the director father, Chan Ji-yeon sincerely apologized and asked not to pay too much attention to the director's words. "He probably said that because he cares about me. Sorry about that." He also boldly challenged, "Don't listen to him pretending I'm talking nonsense. Just go on the field and settle it with your skills." Hyun-seung politely replied, "Yes, senior." After being urged by his senior to quickly go to the hospital for a checkup, he looked at Chan Ji-yeon's back with a relieved and determined gaze. As night fell, Hyun-seung quietly pedaled back home. Suddenly, from behind, a truck sped toward him with its headlights blinding the entire area. He was terrified and turned his head back to see the car rapidly approaching right behind him. Hyun-seung panicked and pedaled hard to avoid, but the truck kept coming closer and closer. The truck sped towards him at terrifying speed, knocking Hyun-seung onto the street, the screeching sound of metal grinding echoing as the vehicle crushed the bicycle. The truck suddenly reversed, leaving him terrified and unable to react, ultimately hitting him from behind. You collapsed on the ground, clutching your bleeding wound, struggling to breathe under the blinding headlights of the car, and yet that bastard still ran you over again. At Korea University Hospital, as Moo-hyuk hurriedly ran down the corridor searching, he suddenly saw an acquaintance and shouted out loud. Myung-soo's father and Hyun-seung's father also turned around in shock. "Moo-hyuk?" Moo-hyuk anxiously asks, "What happened? What exactly did Hyun-seung go through?" The grieving father tearfully recounted that a passerby saw him collapsed on the street and called an ambulance, which saved his life. All his bones were broken and he had severe brain hemorrhaging. If it had been any later, it would have been life-threatening. Looking at the battered bicycle, he was overwhelmed with grief and anger. This is murder, not an accident. These AO guys are trying to crush his entire future. He bowed his head in helpless self-blame. Not knowing who did this, but it was definitely not an accident. They intentionally hit the boy. But there were no witnesses when the accident happened. "What does the doctor say, Dad?" Hyun-seung's father, looking devastated, replied, "It's been 3 days and he still hasn't woken up." The doctor only said to wait and see, but even if he does wake up, he won't be able to play sports anymore. Just being able to walk again is already a miracle. Myung-soo stood nearby, lost in thought, remembering that the weekend was nothing special. Yet it was Hyun-seung who called to ask if he could visit, saying he would stop by the hospital for a bit, then come over. Moo-hyuk wondered what Myung-soo was doing at the hospital. He had already told him not to tell Hyun-seung's father. After all, athletes get beaten up sometimes. Sitting in the car, Moo-hyuk pondered deeply. But if Hyun-seung said he needed to go to the hospital, how badly could he have been beaten? He recalls Hyun-seung walking painfully during practice and asks, "Hyun-seung, what's wrong with your leg? Are you hurt?" The friend just forced a smile and waved his hand. "Oh, it's nothing. Just a minor injury during practice." Moo-hyuk knew that back then, getting punished with a beating for sports was common. But if it was just that, Hyun-seung wouldn't have had to stay home and ask friends for help. His eyes turned cold as he turned to the driver, Manager Ma, and said, "I have a favor to ask you. If Moo-hyuk gets involved, that coach will be finished soon." The next day, Director Ma showed Moo-hyuk a photo of a male student and a report. Jo Chan-ji-yeon, he is about to face a senior from the same school, Jo Chan-ji-yeon, in the national team selection round, and it seems there have been some conflicts related to this. It turns out that the director openly ordered match fixing, and the only person who didn't follow the instructions was Park Hyun-seung, so it seems he was repeatedly beaten and heavily punished. "Does that have anything to do with Hyun-seung's car accident?" Manager Ma replied. "Nothing has been confirmed yet," Moo-hyuk firmly ordered. "Investigate quickly and also thoroughly check on athlete Jo Chan-ji-yeon." After Manager Ma left, Moo-hyuk clasped his hands and pondered. He knew that fixing results wasn't uncommon back then, but could they really drive over someone just for a spot on the national team? Although he told himself it was probably just coincidence, a fierce anger burned in his eyes, and if anyone was involved in this, even a little, The price they would pay for what they did to Hyun-seung would be 100 or 1,000 times worse. Hyun-seung still lay motionless on the hospital bed, surrounded by various machines. The smell of the outside corridor, Myung-soo sighs anxiously. Get up quickly, you little shit, sleeping so long, planning to leave the world behind to be a princess in the forest. He lowers his head, his chest tight. He promised me we would grow together. I've also trained so hard. Hearing that, Moo-hyuk was surprised and asked again. The promise, Myung-soo recalled the old days. We promised each other back in high school. Memories of those days as students at U of V, when the three of us walked together under the sunset. Back then, Moo-hyuk sincerely asked Myung-soo, Hyun-seung, I will definitely go to Seoul later. Take care of me when I get there. I work so hard alone, it's more fun with both of you. He put his arms around his two friends and confidently said, We'll work hard and go to Seoul together. Guys, back in the present, Myung-soo continues to say that even though we don't know what you're asking us for, Hyuk-soo has tried so hard to meet your expectations. He has been training extremely diligently because he wants to win a medal at the Olympics. Hearing this, Moo-hyuk looked at his friend with deep sorrow. Deep down, Moo-hyuk always regarded Hyuk-seong as an absolutely trustworthy teammate, just like a ghostly leader. He values Hyuk-seong, who is calm, reserved, and always completes his tasks well. Regret begins to consume Moo-hyuk's mind, but does he really have to fight for a spot to represent the country in competition? Or was it his words that caused Hyuk-seong to misunderstand? Moo-hyuk begins to fall into a deep pit of self-blame, clutching his face as he believes his own ambition has pushed his friend into this situation. Immediately after, Moo-hyuk sat in the car speeding through the night to find the truth. He held the suspect's file in his hand and listened to the report. Jo Chang-jeon is the son of Jo Hyung-gu, vice president of the National Judo Association. The head of the department handed over the files and reports. Jo Hyung-gu is the executive director of Gutseong Construction Company and a solid sponsor of the Judo Association. Moo-hyuk silently repeated, Gutseong Construction Company. This is a little-known company in Trung Trae-ong province, but in reality, it is a brutal organization led by a ruthless leader. The head of the department further revealed that I heard Jo Hyung-gu used to be a local thug known around Trung Trae-ong. Smell from the back seat. Moo-hyuk muttered the name Jo Hyung-gu, his construction company. He anxiously asked, You still haven't found the car involved in the accident that day? The head of the ghost department replied seriously, The police are still investigating, but I haven't heard back from them yet. Money can buy anything, even silence. Not wanting to wait in vain, Moo-hyuk suggests, Ma Department Chief, instead of relying on the police, do you have any way to find him? Ma Department Chief confidently replies, I do, so I will try my way. Moo-hyuk, please call the chief. He immediately replied, the old man. Moo-hyuk's eyes turned cold when mentioning his friend lying in the hospital bed, my closest friend Hyung-se. We are friends, but also brothers. The ones who caused us to end up like this, I want to personally make them pay. Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. I order with determination, so please help me. We must find those people no matter what. After a moment of silence, the ghost department head respectfully replied, Understood, old man. The car sped through the night directly toward the construction company's headquarters, heading straight for the building with your car. Inside the chairman's office, Hyung-gu, furious, throws a wooden nameplate at his younger brother's head and shouts loudly, Why are you playing around so much, taking a truck to play Toy Store in the middle of the street, you idiot? BAE Won-chun bowed his head in submission, blood dripping from his forehead. Stammering as he explained, I'm sorry because you told me to eliminate him completely. As soon as he heard, the boss immediately rushed forward and punched Won-chun repeatedly in the face. I told you. I only asked you to make it impossible for him to fight anymore. My words. I told you to drive and hit someone. Huh? His anger still hadn't cooled. He continued to strike, causing Won-chun to fall to the ground and keep spitting. If you're useless and can't do anything right, at least don't get involved with others. After venting his anger, Jo Hyun-gu combed his hair back and coldly reminded BAE Won-chun that we are no longer a bunch of thugs in the inner village. Now that you've taken on a new position, you're running your business so recklessly, how can I trust you to take over this enterprise? Won-chun only managed to reply with a trembling voice. Yes, I'm sorry, sir. Jo Hyun-gu sternly questioned about the evidence at the scene and demanded both of them be completely cleared of any involvement in this case. He points his finger in the face of his subordinate, threatening you, always making things complicated, and who's the one left holding the bag, huh? That's me. Whether you get scolded yourself or I get my name cleared and disappear before the police, it's up to you. Won-chun hurriedly confirmed. I understand. Jo Hyun-gu calmly asked about the Wah-is who carried out the act. The people behind this, what are your plans? Won-chun quickly reported that he sent them back to Gangneung to lay low. Mr. Chung sternly reminded him to do so and to absolutely keep quiet. Won-chun firmly stated that they had no idea about the director's real identity, and if they got caught by the police, he would take full responsibility and never drag him into it. Truly a model subordinate, ready to take the fall for the boss. Jo Hyun-gu slung an arm around his subordinate, reminiscing about the 10 years of hardship to cleanse the gang's reputation and help them escape police crackdowns. He sneers maliciously. So that's why you all have a place and a comfortable life now, isn't it? Won-chun could only meekly agree. Yes, sir. The director is right. Everything depends on your support. Then Jo. Hyun-gu threw stacks of money onto the table and ordered take that and go wash it and then take the rest to teach those kids a lesson. As he lit his cigarette, Jo Hyun-gu irritably mentioned Baek Hyun-sung and that little kid. What's with their stubbornness, always wanting to complicate things? Meanwhile, in an empty parking lot, the boss was meeting with an old acquaintance. The young man greeted him warmly upon seeing him. It's been a while, Boss Ghost. Without wasting time, he handed over an envelope of documents and asked him to find the car that caused the accident and leave it here. Based on the tire marks at the scene, he identified it as a 1-ton truck, and it seems like this is someone who has caused accidents multiple times. Seeing the boss involved in such messy work, the subordinate couldn't help but wonder why they cause accidents and then run away. Why do these messy affairs have to involve the boss, who's already famous in the underworld? And now you're acting like a detective for the rich. You should go quickly, understanding how serious this is, the young man replied. I know, I'll call you if anything happens. As he turned to leave, the head of the ghost department immediately asked, how long until we get news? The henchman bowed and confirmed, tomorrow night at an old warehouse. Moo-hyu and the ghost department head found the culprit's whereabouts. Inside, he saw a group of people surrounded and kneeling on the ground in fear. Moo-hyu coldly asked, who are these people, sir? The ghost department chief reported. They are just troublemakers in the neighborhood, sir. They only pretend to cause accidents, but their real target is Mr. Park Hyo-eun. Moo-hyu's intuition was completely right. He looked at the young faces marked with bruises and thought to himself, they are still young but dared to do such heinous things. He asked sharply, who ordered you to do this? A long-haired kid with a slick hairstyle. I am just a small fry working as a laborer. Please don't punish me harshly. Moo-hyu remained completely unmoved and pressed him, asking who ordered it and why, saying I never give anyone a second chance. Fearing his pressure, the guy immediately confessed it was Bae Wonchul who instructed us. He told us to break that guy's leg. Moo-hyu paused, repeated the name, Bae Wonchul, his eyes sharp, and continued to ask, who is that person? The long-haired guy explained that he was an older brother in the neighborhood, sometimes giving us pocket money, and that recently he had been working for some company. The henchman continued to confess that when giving us the money, he only told us to stab him once and then run to Garnyong to hide. That is the whole truth. Moo-hyu coldly asked again, how much did he pay you while the other guy was still stunned, as the ghost boss raised his stick to punish? The silent ghost truly does more than he says. One strike and he's already panicked. Wait, but the powerful blow knocked him down. Moo-hyu firmly asserted, I told you I don't give second chances. How much did you each receive? He painfully replied, 500,000 each. Moo-hyu mistakenly calculated that the three of them had a total of 1.5 million. He exhaled in anger, unable to believe that Hyun-seong's life had been ruined for such a ridiculously small amount. Just then, Moo-hyu's phone rang. He answered immediately. I'm coming right now, Myung-soo. Sorry, but I have to go now. On the other end, Myung-soo loudly and happily exclaimed, the stubborn kid finally opened his eyes, Moo-hyu. Hearing that your life was no longer in danger, Moo-hyu immediately rushed to Korea University Hospital. As he pushed open the door to the hospital room, he called out loudly, Uncle, Myung-soo! With a gentle gaze, Moo-hyu. Moo-hyu hurriedly approached the hospital bed and anxiously called out, Hyun-seong, can you hear me? Hyun-seong, it's me. Moo-hyu's eyes gently opened as he softly called your name, Moo-hyu. He tightly grasped your hand with emotion, asking how you feel. Seeing that you have woken up, a wave of relief flooded over me. Thank goodness, thank goodness. But that hope was quickly dashed in the doctor's office as he looked at the medical records and frowned. The boxing ring is now a thing of the past. Just being able to walk normally is already a miracle. Hearing the news, Hyun-seong's father completely collapsed, clutching his head in pain. What should he do now? Hyun-seong, he's lived for sports since he was a kid. If he can't fight anymore, what should I do? Standing nearby, Moo-hyu remained silent, his eyes darkening with a fierce glare. In the quiet night in the hospital corridor, Moo-hyu stands by the window, pulls out his phone to order his subordinates, the cold-blooded director, Moo-hyu here, have Bae Won-chun brought to see me immediately. In an abandoned old warehouse, Bae Won-chun was tied to a chair with his mouth gagged, continuously pleading. As soon as the ghost department head coldly peels off the tape, he immediately screams loudly, Hey, you bastards, do you know who I am, huh? I am Bae. Won-chun from your Trung-do faction? From the shadows, Moo-hyu slowly steps out with a cold expression. So it's you, Bae. Won-chun from your father's construction company, right? The fear is clearly visible. Looking at the person tightly bound in front of him, Moo-hyu quietly assesses that he must have had many confrontations outside society to be so arrogant. He is completely different from those I met yesterday. Look at that fierce gaze. With such intensity, even meeting Boss Moo-hyu's eyes would turn fierce. Despite being in a weaker position, B.A. Who the hell are you, huh? You forced those kids to confess, didn't you? Moo-hyu remained calm, staring sharply into his opponent's eyes and sneering. Is it that important? Use your head and think, or is your head just for decoration? The dog growled, and a lightning-fast kick from Moo-hyu's subordinate sent Won-chun tumbling to the floor, followed by a series of strikes that left him in pain, battered and bloodied. Won-chun lay there weakly muttering before being dragged away like a sack of goods.
Mu Hyu looked down coldly and interrogated. I'm only asking once.
Listen carefully. Who was the one who hit BH Wan-chun with a car, yet still pretends to be innocent? Huh? BH Wan-chun. Why are you mentioning that name to me? Mu Hyu's eyes turned sharp. He pressed closer, daring to do but not daring to admit. Think carefully. Whether the so-called sense of honor is worth it depends on. H. Wan-chun's orders, right? This pointed question hit home and left Wan-chun stunned, speechless. Mu Hyu continued to press the opponent and cornered him. I will ask again. If I am right, just nod your head. It's because BH Wan-chun refused him many national representative positions for Joe H. Wan-chun that he ordered you to do that. Then, he gave money to those kids to handle it by driving straight into him. I'm right, aren't I? Unable to deny the harsh arguments, Wan-chun silently nodded in admission of his crime. Mu Hyu's patience has truly reached its limit. He exhaled in anger. Ha! I've endured enough. His face hardened as he decisively ordered room manager Ma to let them go on a salted sea trip to see if the salt could wash away the evil in him. And room manager Ma bowed his head in acknowledgement. Understood, sir?
Mu Hyu turned and walked away, reminding Ma Room to go outside first. You take care of the rest, and the screams of pain immediately echoed from behind.
After a while, Ma department head came out to report that I had handled everything according to the young master's wishes. Mu Hyu's eyes remained cold as he continued to give orders. And also, help me investigate everything about the construction company of his father. The construction projects, financial situation, shareholder list, everything. Beating people is just a side note. Hitting their pockets is the real deadly blow. Manager Ma respectfully bowed his head. Understood, sir. In the quiet night of the city, Mu Hyu sat pensively in his office and then called an acquaintance. Director Bak Jung-soo. Hey, this is Mu Hyu. On the other end? Bak Jung-soo was surprised. Oh, Kim Lai is here. What's going on? Is there a problem with Se-won? Mu Hyu suddenly announced to Director Bak Jung-soo that perhaps we need to start earlier than planned, leaving the others stunned and surprised as Bak Jung-soo pressed further to confirm, advancing towards Seul. Kim Mu Hyu and department manager Ma walk into a modern high-rise building right in the heart of Seul. As soon as he sees them, Director Bak Jung-soo sitting nearby waves his hand loudly, calling out, Kim, come here! You're here now. Mu Hyu, I came to sit across and ask, everything in Busan is settled, right? Bak Jung-soo confidently affirmed, of course, if I step in, nothing will go wrong. Everything is in order.
He said he followed your instructions and arrived early at Seul, then impatiently asked directly, so tell me, what do you want my help with? Mu Hyu calmly got to the point. Do you know the construction company director Jo Hyung-gu of Seul Corporation?
Bak Jung-soo quietly repeated the name, then confirmed, yes, you mean Jo Hyung-gu, a pretty influential figure in the industry, right? Seeing Mu Hyu's high regard for this person, he continued that he also happened to run into him briefly on the way here. Based on what you know, Jo Hyung-gu started out by opening a few bars and room salons before moving into construction and climbing to his current position as director. I wonder how he managed to clean up his image when he looks like he's involved in the underworld. But I'm curious, what is he doing here with you? Mu Hyu looks directly into the partner's eyes and makes a shocking declaration. I intend to eliminate Jo Hyung-gu. As for your construction company, I want Director Bak to take over. Bak Gong-soo was so stunned that he stood up, asking in disbelief what the kid just said. Eliminate Jo Hyung-gu and take over my construction company. Even someone with influence still shows caution. Do you think you have enough strength to do that? Bak Gong-soo analyzed in a deep voice. That old man doesn't just have a wooden stick. Behind him is a whole network of big umbrellas across Europe. Thanks to those connections, he was able to expand his business smoothly. Mu Hyu confidently assured that his nephew would handle the forces backing him. Hearing that, Bak Gong-soo still couldn't help but worry and asked again, but do we have a chance to win? We won't know until we try. But if we're going to strike, we must at least understand the opponent's strength first. Mu Hyu calmly outlined a specific strategy. First to dominate and establish a solid foothold in Ju, then wait for the right moment to officially bring it into Seul. Hearing that, North Gong-soo sighed in admiration, just wet behind the ears, and already rushing into the battle? So, what now? The kid plans to strike immediately? Mu Hyu looked deeply into the opponent's eyes and suggested, before starting, I want to ask you to do something. He sternly revealed the target. Since Hyu Eun-gu has a son named Jo Chan-jion, you should make that kid's life a nightmare instead of targeting Jo Hyu Eun-gu himself, and instead attack his son's career. He reiterated his working principle, you already know my rules well enough. Before he could finish, Mu Hyu, with a fierce expression, said, if he breaks your friend's leg, then you might as well destroy his entire future. I understand, I will take care of it tomorrow. Mu Hyu nodded slightly. Thank you. Bak Gong-soo just stood up, adjusted his clothes, and laughed, saying, what are you thanking me for? The kid's brothers are just like your brothers, right? Am I wrong to say that, little brother Mu Hyu? His eyes grew cold as he firmly asserted his own principles. If you dare threaten North Gong-soo's family, don't ask why the sea is salty. That's your rule to live by. A luxurious black car speeds through the streets of Seul, signaling an upcoming brutal purge. Director Ma hands Mu Hyu a folder of documents and reports, containing all the information I've gathered on Jo Hyung-gu and his construction company. That company is not publicly listed yet, so most of the shares are still held by Jo Hyun-gu and his family. However, some senior executives in the company own a certain portion of shares. His connections are not simple either, as he is a close associate of Counselor Kim Se-eong, a veteran figure in the ruling party, who also provides him with financial support in politics. In return, most of the construction projects in Do are handled by Mr. Gooch Si. If Jae-mo encounters Moo Hoo-ok like this, he will be completely cut off. Moreover, this company also has a very strong influence within the Do Association. Moo Hoo-ok pondered silently. If I can seize the transfer of shares from Jo Hyun-gu, I can control the entire Goochse company. So this isn't a major issue. He asked further about corruption, and Manager Ma immediately produced a valuable piece of evidence, a collection of gifts dedicated to the young master. Just flipping through one page reveals everything, and once the prosecution gets involved, he will surely be caught soon. Manager Ma worriedly asked, "But do we really need them to act, miss? If miss wants, I can gather more capable people." Moo Hoo-ok calmly replied, "In a battle, to defeat the enemy, you need not only weapons, but also to know how to exploit the opponent. It's not always guaranteed that having powerful weapons will overpower the enemy." Seeing Moo Hoo-ok's determined gaze, Director Ma asked cautiously, "Are you planning to throw a big feast to rally their family or something?" Moo Hoo-ok confidently replied, "Yes, an inevitable battle." At an elegant old house, Moo Hoo-ok has a meeting with the prosecutor Chua. He gets straight to the point.
I've heard about your situation and have also done a brief investigation into your father's construction company.
In my opinion, this company's size is quite small. Is it worth the chairman's attention? Moo Hoo-ok coldly affirmed. "This has nothing to do with the chairman. It's my personal matter. Hyun-gu must disappear, and I am determined to succeed." Seeing the prosecutor hesitate, Moo Hoo-ok asked directly, "Is there something making this difficult for you, Prosecutor Chua?" He sighed and explained that if they wanted to uncover the whole truth, they might need the Supreme Prosecutor's Office to step in. This involves Counselor Kim Se-yang. A small place like ours can't get involved. Although not on the same side as the current president, he is still a veteran counselor in the ruling party. Moo Hoo-ok firmly refused. It cannot be done. At all costs, the chief prosecutor must not take control of this case, because if it reaches the Supreme Prosecutor's Office, even I won't be able to act myself. He looked straight at the opponent and declared, "If I rely on him, this can still be resolved. But I want to handle it myself to settle this debt. A real tycoon's way. Revenge must be paid with one's own hand." Moo Hoo-ok continued analyzing the power network behind the corruption with Counselor Kim Se-yang, who came from within Do, playing a key role in helping Ro Hyun-gu take control of the Gukseong construction company. He emphasized that initially everything was confined within Do, but gradually their network extended to high-ranking officials at Seul. This is not just a small case, but could become a major scandal involving politics and powerful officials. Understanding the opponent's mindset, Moo Hoo-ok makes a heavy proposal. If the chief prosecutor takes on this case and handles it successfully, wouldn't that be the perfect stepping stone for him to advance further in his career? Because the prosecutor quietly admitted, "So we are planning to lure the big fish out of the cave." With solid evidence in hand, he confidently stated he could request an arrest warrant immediately, and in just a week, capture Hyun-gu. However, Moo Hoo-ok made a very calculated move, but before taking action, "I wanted to get this information to Counselor Kim Se-yang." This surprised the prosecutor greatly. Revealing the information beforehand wouldn't give him a chance to escape, yet he still sent an invitation, an unexpected move. Moo Hoo-ok coldly replied that he didn't want to stop at just arresting or handcuffing him and demanded absolute support from the prosecutor. While at a hot coffee shop in the heart of the city, George Chaldean was casually enjoying the company of a young woman. Seeing him drinking nonstop, the girl asked worriedly, "But are you okay with this, especially since you said you have an important match tomorrow? And were just chosen as the national representative?" In response to her concern, the young master arrogantly replied that his status was already top-notch. Tomorrow's competition was just a formality, and poured himself another drink. He kept drinking and casually mentioned returning to North Hyun-sung, blaming himself for the trouble, and said if he had been more cautious from the start, he wouldn't be in this mess, just a reckless kid who doesn't know his limits. George Chaldean's face shows a triumphant expression, confident that everything is under his family's control. After the drinking session, he staggers out to the deserted parking lot and unlocks his yellow sports car. Suddenly, a commanding voice rang out from behind, and George Chaldean, startled, turned around to see three unfamiliar men with intimidating appearances surrounding him, one of whom issued an order. "Come with us. Justice Courier has arrived to deliver the package right to your car." In the face of such a terrifying threat, George Chaldean could only stammer and ask who they were. The stern henchman ordered sharply, "Just follow and stay silent." George Chaldean still tried to act tough, grabbing the opponent's oversized shirt. "Who do you think you are to order me around, huh?" Hey, he wanted to use brute force but couldn't do anything to the strong guy. "Kid, what are you playing at, national representative? And how did you get that position? Probably not just because of skill." Seeing that the kid still refused to cooperate, another man with a sledgehammer stepped forward to threaten him. "At first, we only intended to take you peacefully, but it seems you don't understand any better." Upon seeing the weapon, George Chaldean could only scream in despair, followed by heartbreaking cries of pain echoing through the deserted house in the dead of night. At a car parking basement, Director Bok Jeong-soo calls to report that everything has been resolved smoothly. Hearing this, Moo-hyu softly responds, "You've worked hard, sir." His eyes turned colder than ever, and he decisively affirmed that it was time to act against George Huyen-gu and take control of Seul. Hearing this, Huyen-gu hurriedly rushed into the Samsung hospital room, shouting loudly for his son, Caldeon. Seeing his son lying motionless on the bed with a cast on his leg and wounds on his face, he was stunned and asked Jon what happened to his leg and why it looked like this. His anger erupted, and he gritted his teeth, growling, "Who the hell dared to copy and paste your friend's leg onto yours like this?" Standing silently by the hospital bed, George Huyen-gu questioned intensely, "Do you remember what those guys look like? Not just some strangers you know?" Caldeon Jun recalled the terrifying moment. After those uncles finished caring for his leg, he never wanted to leave. Inside George Huyen-gu's heart, a growing sense of unease arises as he thinks about his trusted subordinates, the familiar faces suddenly feeling distant and untrustworthy. It seems something is quite off right now. I don't know who those bastards who hurt my son are. Meanwhile, in the office, Moo-hyu was receiving a report from the prosecutor over the phone. He insists that George Huyen-gu is a scheming man, and without Senator Kim Se-young's protection, he wouldn't have escaped justice all this time. Moo-hyu coldly replied that once they catch him, he will definitely spend a long time in prison. He decisively announced the next plan. The prosecutor will visit Gutseong Construction Company tomorrow. Moo-hyu continued discussing with Director Bak Gong-soo about the enemy's potential escape, so today he might try to make a run. You asked Uncle Bak to search everywhere he might hide and confirmed you would come immediately after finding out his whereabouts. Even though Uncle Bak told you to stay calm and trust him, Moo-hyu was still determined. "I just want to go there and see for myself. I want to know how the story ends for someone so arrogant and overconfident." At the same time, George Huyen-gu's car is speeding down the street. Suddenly, I received an urgent call from there. George Huyen-gu frowned and asked, "What's going on?" Sitting in the car, George Huyen-gu was stunned when he received the call informing him that officers were storming our office. He was shocked and shouted back, "Officers? What's going on?" When he learned they already had a warrant for his arrest, George Huyen-gu's face changed as he ordered the driver to turn the car around quickly. At this point, there's no point in being honorable. Just save your life to go find a new job, and he immediately fled to a luxury villa in Cheongnam. At this moment, Moo-hyu and Bak Gong-soo were secretly following. Moo-hyu pointed at the situation, observing it, and Uncle Bak calmly assessed that there were about 10 of them, which wouldn't be hard to handle. Moo-hyu coldly suggested, "Enough of the chaos, clear out this villa so I can stop worrying about it." Bak Gong-soo throws his cigarette on the ground, confidently asserting that it will only take about 10 minutes, so don't worry. Then he leads his men straight inside. "Everyone, let's go." Inside the villa, Jo Hyung-gu is frantically calling for help, but only receives rejection. He growls into the phone. "Controller Bak, how much money have I given you all this time? So now you're saying handle this yourself, huh?" After the brutal slap from Kuk Mei, he's so furious, he just throws his phone to the floor in anger. Damn those bastards. Still not giving up, Jo Hyung-gu turned to ask his subordinate, "Have you contacted Counselor Lai yet?" The reply was that no one answers when he calls, and when he calls for money, he's quick. But now when there's a problem, he just disappears. At that moment, the door was violently kicked open. Jo Hyung-gu looked on in panic as strangers entered. Bak Jong-soo carrying a large sledgehammer on his shoulder, walking in confidently with his henchman, Boss Hyung-gu. "It's been a while since we last met." Recognizing an old acquaintance, Jo Hyung-gu's face changes. "North Jong-soo." Uncle North smiles with a knowing look. "The last time we met was probably a few years ago in Incheon, right? I heard Daegu left for Seoul to start a new life, and you seem to be living quite comfortably." Jo Hyung-gu growled fiercely, "What the hell are you doing here now?" Bak Jong-soo suddenly ordered his men to attack, and a brutal fight broke out inside the villa, with screams ringing out non-stop as Jo Hyung-gu's side was completely overwhelmed. After everything was cleaned up, Moy-ha quietly appeared wearing a black mask to conceal his identity, and a subordinate approached to report that everything was handled. The boss went inside. Upon entering the room, Moy-hyuk saw Jo Hyung-gu kneeling on the floor, his face covered in wounds and humiliation. Bae Jong-soo sits leisurely in the chair, smiling softly. "Your path has been too easy, boss. Now give me all your shares in this construction company and get out of my way." Losing all reason, he just keeps fighting and ends up in prison. He makes a cold deal. "If you do as I say, I'll let you go to the prosecutor's office freely. Otherwise, you'll suffer a lot." Bak Jong-soo slammed the file folder onto the table and shouted loudly, "Hey, stamp this quickly, boss." Hyo Eun-gu, furious, yelled out, "You bastard Bak Jong-soo, so it was you who ordered someone to break my son's leg, huh? Are you crazy? Why should I transfer my assets to you?" In response to that resistance, Bak Jong-soo calmly reminded him of his pain. "Boss, I already left one leg for that kid, right? If you want, I can make him crippled in both legs now." His eyes turned cruel as he issued his final threat. "I just need to make a phone call, and it's done." What do you think? My junior is currently in that hospital waiting for orders, terrified for his son's life. Do Hyo Eun-gu is completely broken down, begging and pleading not to harm his son. However, Bak Jong-soo still doesn't stop. He continues to pressure him. "I still think about our past brotherhood. That's why I haven't gone that far. So you should understand me too. What do you think? If everyone finds out that you are now in a weak position and got beaten up by a subordinate to the point of losing a leg, how could you live and carry on with your business in the future? So to stay safe, just sign here. In utter despair, Do Hyo Eun-gu can only cry out in pain, heading to GEUN. He stepped closer and handed the phone to Moo Hyo-uk while Hyo Eun-gu was crying and shouting, "I will do it!" Bak Jong-soo smirked triumphantly as he watched the defeated man trembling and signing. After completing the procedures, Moo Hyo-uk's men collected the documents and confirmations, all stamped. Bak Jong-soo warned him sternly, "Remember what you said at the prosecution office, or else your entire family won't be safe." He continued to assert that he wouldn't spare anyone, and as for the shares your sister-in-law and close relatives hold, rest assured I will go to each of them to take back everything. Seeing everything was settled, he signaled his men that this case was closed. "Let's withdraw now." The group quickly left, leaving the scene in chaos. Moo Hyo-uk still stood there silently watching everything through his mask. When the room was empty, Jo Hyo Eun-gu tore up the papers and threw the trash, waiting for the day he gets out of prison. Suddenly, he realized there was still someone standing right behind him, and Jo Hyo Eun-gu turned around and shouted, "Who are you? If you're done, get lost." In response, a thunderous kick aimed straight at his face, leaving him no time to react. A powerful kick sent Jo Hyo Eun-gu flying backward, collapsing on the floor in pain and despair. Moo Hyo-uk slowly removed his mask, revealing a cold, ruthless face. "This is only the beginning of my story." He looked at the enemy with contempt and declared that he must pay a worthy price for injuring his friend. Jo Hyo Eun-gu collapsed on the floor, shoes questioning, "Who are you? Who are you?" He still hasn't stopped being stubborn, grinding his teeth and snarling, "That cowardly dog, how dare he do this?" About to be strangled like a chicken but still stubbornly scolding others, his subordinate immediately grabbed his collar and lifted him up. Moo Hyo-uk calmly approached, coldly sarcastic, still so arrogant. He presses his face close to the opponent's, crushing his last hope. If he still intends to wait for salvation from Counselor Kim Se-young, he should give up now. Soon the two of them will be chatting in prison. Jo Hyo Eun-gu shouts out, "What do you say?" Moo Hyo-uk continued to use sharp words to crush the arrogance of the gangster. His life was too comfortable, so he became overly proud. He thought he had control over the entire world, didn't he? Knowing that no matter what he did, there would always be the ruling party's counselors, prosecutors, and police to oppose him. Thanks to you, the underprivileged suddenly rose up thanks to corrupt relationships. The Underworld folks, who were once scorned, suddenly became called directors and managers overnight. You must be very happy, right? Moo Hyo-uk's eyes turn cold as he announces the collapse of the entire system behind him. Do you know that right now, everyone connected or involved with you is gradually losing everything because of you? Your accomplices are lining up to sacrifice you for causing trouble for them. Are you happy now in your despair? Jo Hyo Eun-gu shouts out, "Who are you really?" Moo Hyo-uk softly parts his lips. His answer makes him shiver. "This creditor has come to recover the capital and settle the debt for your friend's legs." Realizing that the man in front of him was the one collecting debts for North Hyo-eun-si, Jo Hyo Eun-gu was terrified and begged, "Please, please, please stop!" But it was already too late. Moo Hyo-uk delivered a powerful punch straight to the villain's face, unleashing a series of blows that left Jo Hyo Eun-gu unable to defend himself. He was thrown far away, crashing into a shattered glass cabinet. No longer the arrogant man he once was, the toothless thug below knelt and begged Moo Hyo-uk, clasping his hands desperately. "Please go. Forgive me. I know I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please spare my life." Seeing the pathetic man pleading for mercy, Moo Hyo-uk felt a pang of compassion for his friend, wondering if Hyo Eun-gu's life would be ruined by such cowardly people. At that moment, the authorities stormed in to take control of the scene. "Police here. Everyone stay still." Seeing the authorities rush in, Jo Hyo Eun-gu thought he had a chance, desperately shouting for help. "Officers, come save me, arrest this guy. He's about to beat me to death." But contrary to his expectations, a well-dressed man approached and greeted Moo Hyo-uk. "Hello, sir. I am Prosecutor Choi P. Il-soo from the Central Prosecutor's Office. I received a call from Prosecutor Chua, and I hope to get your assistance." Jo Hyo Eun-gu froze in shock when he realized he was the real target being detained, only able to dazedly be dragged away by the police. He frantically struggled and screamed in despair, "Damn it, let me go call 119, 119. For several days afterward, the name Jo Hyo Eun-gu constantly dominated the headlines and news channels. The case quickly turned into a tense political battle, with the opposition party claiming it was a scandal within the government apparatus and pointing fingers at the Blue House. The ruling party immediately countered, asserting it was merely a case of personal corruption and quickly trying to draw boundaries to avoid repercussions. Amidst the chaos, Prosecutor General Hyo Eun emerged as a symbol of steadfastness, refusing to be swayed by money and leaving a positive impression on the people. However, those in power understood an unspoken truth that no one has the right to accuse or detain a ruling party legislator without permission from the president. Since the president hadn't authorized the arrest, Moo Hyo-uk decided to suspend political plans for now and went to Korea University Hospital. He quietly sat by the hospital bed, watching his close friend still wrapped in white bandages on his head. In the quiet space of the hospital room, blind Hyo-uk asked in a low voice, "You've heard the news about Jo Chang-jeon, haven't you?" Hyo Un-sung looked at his friend, and Moo Hyo-ok coldly revealed the truth. I had someone cut Han's Achilles tendon. That bastard should forget about stepping onto the ring for the rest of his life, let alone becoming a professional fighter. Hearing those harsh words, Hyo Un-sung Bai Hwang suddenly said, My friend here looks more like a mafia boss than a classmate. Moo Hyo-ok calmly responded to his admiration. What else could I do? That bastard was the one who injured your leg after all. He firmly states that for those who hurt the people close to me, I will make them pay back 10 times, no, 100 times over if I want to satisfy my anger. Hyo Un-sung Bang Hwang was shocked to hear the news from his friends in the judo team. The whole team is now in chaos. Senior Chan Xian has to live the rest of his life with injuries. The team's coach was arrested by the police for accepting bribes and interfering with the national team selection, and the other coaches were also investigated and forced to resign. You looked at Moo Hyo-ok with unfamiliarity and asked, Do things really have to go that far? Moo Hyo-ok. Moo Hyo-ok coldly asked back, So if that's what you think, instead of causing trouble for Jiango, do I have to go meet each person individually and gently persuade them to kneel and beg? Do you really think that's right? Seeing my friend remain silent, I pressed further. Do you think what I did was too much? Hyo Un-sung looked deep into his eyes and whispered, Moo Hyo-ok, now I see you are truly terrifying. What do you mean by scary? Are you worried that if something happens, I will treat you the same way I do to them? Hyo Un-sung has changed too much. Moo Hyo-ok calmly explains the brutal truth he has deduced. You know that if we are too kind to this world, it won't survive. If I don't do this, we will be the ones suffering. I firmly believe that to survive in this world, you must take action and eliminate them before they make your life miserable. Hyo Un-sung only knew to ask with sorrow, Moo Hyo-ok, why have you become like this? Seeing your troubled expression, Moo Hyo-ok quietly assessed, well, at this age he's still too young. If I want to keep him by my side, I definitely need more time to refine him. One side wanting to be a good person, the other wanting to be the last survivor. He stood up and told you to rest. Take good care of yourself so you can leave the hospital soon. Maybe I won't be able to visit you often anymore in the future. Despite the call from your friend behind, Moo Hyo-ok quietly turned his back and walked away. Meanwhile, at a luxurious mansion, the powerful Hyo Un-sung was deep in thought about his grandson's actions. He wondered why he had to use all the cards he had previously received from Hyo Un-sung just to seize a small construction company and detain those involved. In the luxurious room, Chairman Chon Tae-san silently takes a puff of his cigar and then clicks his tongue. Moo Hyo is indeed still just a child. Instead of just taking everything, the assistant reports that all the involved parties have been sent to the mines they manage, making escape impossible for them. The president's gaze turned cold. They must be made to live rather than die. If all they think about is stealing the company and hurting that gangster's son, it's truly petty revenge. Chairman, this is the 4.0 era. Moderation and cruelty is enough, because if you're too cruel, no one will dare to challenge your grandson. But the old man still held firm to his ruthless principles. Indeed, change is inevitable, but principles never change. Once you become enemies, you'll never be friends again. He emphasized that to achieve absolute victory, the enemy must truly feel fear, and it seems that Eun-gu still hasn't understood this. Meanwhile, at the detention center, Jo Huyung-gu was sitting anxiously in the interrogation room, asking impatiently when he could get early release to go back to the shop. The man facing him shook his head regretfully, saying the current political situation doesn't allow for the case to proceed. We have to wait until next year at least. Jo Huyung-gu growled anxiously, So what am I supposed to do then? Upon hearing that his son, though discharged from the hospital, was still having great difficulty walking, he cursed bitterly, vowing not to forgive the Su family and its henchmen. He gritted his teeth and asked about the identity of the young man he had confronted that day, to which the assistant calmly revealed his name was Kim Woo-hyu, the grandson of Chairman Jon T-san, a shark in the high-interest lending industry, Myung-jong. That name hit him like a lightning bolt, making Jo Huyung-gu gasp and repeat, What? The grandson of Chairman Jon T-san. He broke out in a cold sweat, his face pale with the horrifying truth. Looks like we've messed with the wrong person. In the dim darkness of the prison corridor, Jo Huyung-gu trudged behind the guard with a heavy heart, stunned to learn Woo-hyu's true identity. He muttered in confusion, the grandson of Chairman Jon T-san. I didn't touch anything related to him. The only person I interacted with was that athletic kid. What does that athlete kid have to do with Chairman Jon T-san? He realizes he's really caused a big problem, but his aggression doesn't lessen at all. Walking down the prison corridor, he grits his teeth and vows that when he gets out, he'll settle all scores. Even if he has to fake a cough or walk with a cane suddenly, he jerks back in surprise when he senses something unusual. What is that? Immediately, a prisoner appeared and blocked him, while the prison guards acted as if they didn't see what was happening and turned away. Jo Huyung-gu was attacked relentlessly with deadly stabs. He only managed to let out a cry of, "Ah!" before collapsing to the floor. Meanwhile, at his private residence, Chairman Jon T-san was laughing heartily. That's right, it has to be that way. My grandson must be like that. Hearing his assistant's concern about the young age of the heir to be involved in such brutal matters, the old man calmly replied, What's wrong with that? To survive, you must be the cruelest. My grandfather's educational philosophy is truly unmatched. As he cuts his cigar, he affirms that only cruelty can eliminate enemies at their root or pass down fear to them. As he leisurely lights his cigar, he emphasizes that only in this way can one survive the Than Fong society. His eyes reveal the deep seriousness of someone who has fought 100 battles in the shadows. In a luxurious mansion, Chairman Jon T. Sand casually converses with another powerful man. Looking at his grandson, he politely said, "I suppose my grandson has caused you quite a bit of trouble." The man opposite, Chairman Song Yong-ju of Jia Hyun Group, smiled kindly and replied, "No trouble at all. On the contrary, I have learned a lot from Moo Hee-uk. There are things I probably could never have thought of even if I lived my whole life." "Seeing your old friend coming all this way," Mr. Song teased, "maybe missing his grandson so much or just here to play the national grandpa to show off." Chairman Jon wasn't one to be outdone, calmly replying, "There's no need to show off when this little Moo Hee-uk is already quite capable." Chairman Song chuckled in admiration at how much his old friend had changed. "Oh my, I see. Someone who used to never shed a drop of blood or tear now comes all this way just to show off his grandson." Not wanting to be overshadowed, Chairman Jon immediately guessed that you must be talking about your own situation. Mr. Boy Hoy reminisced about the first time they met, when Mr. Song was just a construction company director with a demeanor no different from that of a gangster. Chairman Jon recalls the scene of tears and laughter. "At that time, you were building a factory and ran out of money. When you came to borrow money, you had your shirt on and everything. If I didn't lend you the money, I would have to take responsibility for what happened." Recalling the past, Chairman Song admitted that at that time he was hanging by a thread. If he couldn't borrow money, the company would surely go bankrupt. So he borrowed the funds to complete the project, and that's how he became who he is today. In response, Chairman Jon chuckled smugly. Suddenly, Chairman Jon quietly wondered why someone as passionate as Mr. Song would accept confining himself in a dark room, and what ultimately drove him into the treacherous world of politics. Chairman Song sighed bitterly, explaining that he despised being treated like a mouse toyed with by politicians at the hunter's table. "Being a tycoon is all so hard. I've spent my whole life as a delivery driver, and those guys think I'm furious when I talk about how every election season they demand money. Using company funds for bribes. And once in power, they turn around and oppress those who supported them. That's why I decided to run for office myself. Better to use that money for my own sake." "Take a big risk. At least try once." Moo Hee-uk sat quietly observing, as memories of the future flashed through his mind. He knew that Chairman Song had received overwhelming support in the recent election, far exceeding all expectations, but that explosion had also made the current president Kim Man-sam fear. Moo Hee-uk is watching a documentary about the future right in front of the elders. To weaken the opponent, the government has pressured banks to stop funding and launched strict tax inspections, forcing Chairman Song to abandon his political ambitions and return to save the corporation, refusing to submit to the government forever. The old man advised, "Right now, I should focus on resting. Let the young ones take over and have fun." Hearing this, Moo Hee-uk's eyes briefly showed a moment of silence. "You know well the cruel fate of this corporation. Chairman Song Yong-ju will pass away in a few years, and soon after, the mighty Jia Hyun Group will be destroyed by his descendants, turning it into just a shell of the company, all because of internal power struggles." In Moo Hee-uk's mind, he quietly calculates that the Samsung Group led by Chon Soo-man will rise to the top. Moo Hee-uk is determined to accumulate the shares his grandfather owns to become the true master of this game and completely change the future of Korea's regimes. Suddenly, a young man with a handsome appearance entered the room and politely asked, "I am here to meet Chairman Song Min-koo," introduced by Hyeon-shu, the eldest grandson of Chairman Song. Moo Hee-uk immediately recognized that this was the future third-generation chairman of the Song Group, who would resurrect the company from the ruins by acquiring distressed firms. Hyeon-soo respectfully bows and greets, "Hello, Mr. Chon. Are you still healthy enough to lend us some money?" Chairman Chon warmly replies, "Ah, Hyeon-soo, it's been a while since I last saw you." He then introduced his nephew to the other person. "This is my nephew, Kim Moo Hee-uk." Hyeon-soo proactively approached to shake hands with Moo Hee-uk and warmly said, "I've seen you on the news lately. Very pleased to meet you. I am Song Hyeon-soo." To give the elderly some space, Chairman Song suggested, "Hyeon-soo, please take Moo Hee-uk for a tour of the estate." After the two young men left, the two chairmen watched their figures, and Chairman Song nostalgically recalled, "Back then, as kids, we weren't afraid of anything, chasing after what we wanted. And now I can still sit here watching my dog grow up. All that time looking back, it's truly something." Seeing my friends start to sigh, Chairman Chon interrupted, "Enough of this beating around the bush, just say it now." Chairman Song laughed. "That guy, always straight to the point. Now he's no different from a dog holding in a bowel movement." Chairman Chon admits that he cannot outwit Your Excellency's sharpness, and quietly reveals his important plan. "I intend to transfer all my shares to my nephew soon. It will definitely include my shares in the Hyundai subsidiary." This news surprises Chairman Song, as it seems the recent rumors circulating in Myeongsong are true. He plans to raise Moo Hee-uk so that he can hand over all the estate to him. Concerned, he questions the other heirs. "So what about Soo-man and Soo-han? Do they agree with this plan? If you want to transfer all your assets to your grandson and ignore your children, you'll probably have to deal with some issues that come with it." "Oh, sir, The grandson is the family. Why do you spoil your granddaughter so much? Chairman Jon replied calmly. As long as I am alive and clear-minded, there's no need to worry too much. I just don't want the boy to live the same life I did. His eyes grew deeper as he decided his grandson's future. Part of the business will be handed down to the children. As for Moo-hee-ook, I want to raise and educate him in a pure environment away from the chaos of this society. Chairman Song Yi-hong still seems doubtful. After all, the boy is only 20 years old. Isn't that too soon to judge? In response to that concern, Chairman Chon Tae-san calmly said, "From this perspective, you don't seem to trust him at all. Moo-hye-ok is no ordinary child. You're old and see poorly. My nephew can see through the future, not just that." He affirms that although Moo-hee-ok is very eager to learn, when it comes to making decisions, he is always precise. Throughout the years of observation, Moo-hee-ok has never broken a promise and always delivered results beyond expectations. Chairman Chon countered with a subtle question, "So tell me, which of my sons do you think can surpass that boy so I can see him clearly?" Listening to these words, Chairman Song pondered and said, "Ha, Chairman Chon, I can't quite picture what you're talking about. All right then, what do you need me to do now?" After a moment of silence, Chairman Song softly made a request. Than Fong's mention of this name left Chairman Song stunned. Meanwhile, in the garden of the estate, Moo-hee-ook and Song Hyun-soo were having a friendly conversation. Hyun-soo smiled teasingly and said, "I saw the news about you guys studying is the easiest thing when a rich person talks about studying. It's really easy." Moo-hye-ok forced a smile and explained that it was a spontaneous remark when he was surrounded by reporters, and unexpectedly, he was teased about it for an entire year because of the effect. Hyun-soo chuckled excitedly. "Well, after all, you're still pretty amazing." "Just talk to me comfortably, since you're 3 years older than me anyway." Moo-hye-ok nodded and agreed. "Yeah, I'll follow your lead." Moo-hye-ok asked curiously about Hyun-soo's career path in the law department at Korea University, whether he wants to become a prosecutor or a judge. Hyun-soo honestly shared that he only plans to take the judicial exam first, and his future remains uncertain. He also mentioned that Moo-hee-ook studies business and plans to study abroad after graduation. Just like many other wealthy families, in reality studying abroad is just an excuse to clean up a fake diploma, but because he wants his grandfather to be proud, he tries his best. Looking at Hyun-soo, Moo-hee-ook silently recalls the moment when he casually glanced at the portrait of Chairman Song at the funeral without having the chance to meet him. This conversation makes me wonder whether the young man in front of me is the powerful and charismatic figure I will meet in the future. Hyun-soo suddenly asked, "What do you think of your grandfather? He is very attentive to you, but with outsiders, he probably gives off a somewhat heavy impression." Hyun-soo confided to Moo-hye-ok that he is living with a grandfather who has put the greatest pressure on him in his life. Moo-hye-ok smiled and replied, "If Chairman Song were my uncle, I could never stop feeling excited. I don't know if you want to try changing your grandfather with me, treating him like a toy, just because you like to switch him around?" Suman's teasing words surprised Hyun-soo and made him burst out laughing happily. Meanwhile, inside the room, the chairman firmly told his friend Suman that Suhan is not Moo-hye-ok's rival. But after we lose, Than Fong society definitely won't sit still and just watch. Mr. Trin Chung made a heartfelt plea, so if anything happens to me, please protect Moo-hye-ok. Otherwise, I will definitely do my best to help Hyun develop. Mentioning Than Fong Hoi, Chairman Song sighed with regret, recalling how he was so desperate back then that he sold his soul to Than Fong Hoi, and now looking back, he realizes how truly foolish he was. He admits that at that time he had no other choice. We were only two powerless hands, and without their help, we wouldn't have risen to where we are now. The chairman continued, "Yes, you're right. Not only did they help us domestically, but also in building our overseas business. Without them, we wouldn't have achieved anything. But it is also because of our gratitude that we were exploited by them and had to accept many unreasonable demands." Chairman Song bitterly revealed the harsh truth. Every time I wanted to break free from their control or confront them, they retaliated naturally. Chairman Tron became more serious and concluded that Than Fong society is not just our problem, but a problem for all of us. "That is also the reason why I am here today. I want you to help me." Chairman Song, he looked straight into the other person's eyes and emphasized, "Our protector Moo-hye-ok's right?" With the trust placed in him by the old friend, Chairman Song nodded in agreement. On the way back in the car, Chairman Tron asked how the two brothers were doing. Moo-hye-ok calmly said, "Yes, he is simpler and more straightforward than I thought. I initially thought that in Vietnam, boys would be spoiled, but actually, that's not the case. Kim, people are simple because of you. It's just us who are too complicated. Listen, my dear, I advise you to keep in touch and meet more often. Maybe someday, they will be a big help to you." Moo-hye-ok politely replied, "Yes, sir," then gazed out the window with a distant look, while Chairman Tron silently pondered about Than Fong society. In the end, the hidden sins and grudges we caused are all being blamed on the next generation. All our hidden sins and grudges should have been resolved long ago, but unfortunately. In the Korean University campus, Ma-eung-soo asked curiously if Moo-hye-ok had prepared thoroughly for the French exam, and Moo-hye-ok casually replied that he had just done this and that, making Ma-eung-soo worry, saying, "I see everyone is so confident. On the contrary, everyone is worried about you. Sometimes you come, sometimes you don't. Are you really a student?" Moo-hye-ok confidently smiled and said, "Me? I always keep my weapons ready so I can go into battle anytime I need to." His ambiguous reply made my Eung-soo just click his tongue, dreaming away. Suddenly, a glamorous woman appears and calls out his name. As Moo Hee-uk turns to look, oh my god, she looks like a fairy from heaven, so beautiful that it takes your breath away. She steps closer and begins to question Moo Hee-uk, hearing that he's been busy lately. You just got back from the US not long ago, and now he's calling you to meet the chairman of Jia Hyun Group, right? Lately he's been favoring you too much, huh? Ji Hwan and I have been wanting to see him, but it's as hard as reaching the sky. Moo Hee-uk looked her straight in the eyes and asked again, are you watching me? She smiled mysteriously and said, to be precise, I am watching over you as your sister. She leaned close to his ear and whispered, everything is going according to plan, right? Don't forget we are allies. After leaving her calculated reminder, she waved goodbye and said, see you later, little brother. My Eung-soo still looked a bit stunned, waved goodbye and said, yes, beautiful lady, see you later. Immediately after, Moo Hee-uk's phone rang. He answered, yes, Director Bak. If it's not urgent, I'll call back later. However, Jung-soo's voice on the other end of the line became very serious. Moo Hee-uk, uncle, Jung-soo here. I found him, the person you wanted me to find. Moo Hee-uk's eyes immediately hardened when he heard Uncle Bak's final words. Having found the blood debt man from the past, prepare yourself to collect the debt. As he was about to step inside, the cleaning staff stopped him, saying it was not yet opening time. Sir, Moo Hee-uk calmly replied, I have an appointment here. The employee looked annoyed and asked, an appointment for what? Hey kid, you're still young but already pretending. Coming here to drink early in the morning. Immediately, a man in a black suit stepped forward and struck the staff member hard on the head, then respectfully saluted Moo Hee-uk. You're here already. Jiang-soo is waiting for you inside, the stunned employee asked. Boss, who is that guy? That man is probably Jiang-soo's younger brother, the employee repeated in shock. Is he Jiang-soo's younger brother? Inside the hazy VIP room filled with alcohol and cigarettes, Moo Hee-uk sat facing director Bak Jiang-soo. He picked up a photo of a man and firmly confirmed, yes, that's Choi Sung-man. I served 3 years in the same cell with him. Bak Jiang-soo looked at the photo and continued, this guy looked gentle like a Buddha in prison, but he's the one with blood on his hands from your parents. He recalled the time in prison with him, and when I asked him why he was there, he told me it was because of that accident. It was also because of that incident that my son was frequently called by the police. I heard it was an accident caused by a drunk driver that killed a couple right at the scene. The police called us to the station and asked all sorts of questions about the details of the accident that took my parents' lives. Moo Hee-uk only knew to remain silent, his eyes darkening with anger. When asked about the motive behind the attack, the witness explained that Choi Seung-man was actually not a criminal. He was just a hired driver. In 1974, just holding the steering wheel was enough to earn a fortune, with a salary equivalent to several months of hard work. When the scandal broke, those behind it gave him 10 million won on the condition that he turn himself in and serve 3 years in prison, after which he would receive another 10 million won. The old witness shrugged and continued, saying that back then he was very proud, believing that everything had been arranged smoothly between the driver and the police and prosecution. He had no idea he was just a puppet, a sacrificial pawn for those in power above. Moo Hee-uk asked about Choi Soo-man's current whereabouts, and the old man calmly finished his drink before coldly saying, he's dead. Just when hope appeared, it was shattered in an instant. He had just been released from prison not long ago when he lost his life in a traffic accident. Moo Hee-uk was stunned, while the old man firmly believed that the man had been murdered to cover up the trail, as his death right after serving his prison sentence was too suspicious. Moo Hee-uk clenched his teeth in frustration, knowing that the only lead that could help him uncover his parents' deaths had been cut off. He turned to question why the police didn't arrest the people with the vehicle, but the witness dismissed it and revealed that Choi Soo-man, though cunning, was very intelligent. He secretly memorized the entire conversation of the masterminds while waiting for them, impatient to know what they were talking about. But the old man started to pretend to read his fortune, complaining of a headache and saying he couldn't remember due to his age. Seeing that, he threw a wad of money on the table. Are you done with your headache now, old man? Seeing the 500,000 cash in front of him, the old man praised his partner's decisiveness, while despite Moo Hee-uk's slight hesitation about the showy display, Bak Jung-soo still firmly pressed him to reveal the whole truth immediately. The old man took a sip of wine and recalled that when they took that guy away, they said, don't worry, the Thanfong organization will take care of everything from A to Z outside. This guy made Moo Hee-uk happy, and Jong-soo remembered the times his grandfather and Jong-soo's uncle mentioned this organization, so it turns out he wasn't hearing things. The death of your parents is connected to the organization called Thanfong Hoi. Moo Hee-uk eagerly asked, did he mention any special names or nicknames of those criminals? The old man shook his head and replied no. Besides what he just said, he didn't hear anything more. Old man mumbled, oh, right. Actually, there's one more thing. What is it? Jong-soo lost his temper loudly. Hey, stop messing around and speak quickly. I already said if you tell everything, I will take care of you so nothing is left out. Isn't that right? Everyone's getting impatient and going crazy, and you're still being stubborn, the old man muttered under his breath. Yeah, I get it. This guy, why are you shouting? The old man revealed a shocking detail. Bak also heard about it but wasn't sure. Turns out his mother was executed just because she was born into a wealthy family and didn't conform. Then they blame fate, saying her birth was against heaven's law and accusing her of killing her siblings. Hearing this, Mu Hyuk stood up in shock, causing the table to shake, his mind racing with the thought of Than Fong Hoi. Chon Su-man, Chon Su-han, all of you are the culprits who murdered my parents. Anger overwhelmed his mind as the cruel truth about the enemies gradually unfolded in the city night. Sitting in the car on the way back, Mu Hyuk silently gazed out the window, reflecting on everything. If Chon Su-man really was the one who killed his mother, then it was all just for money. I can't find a more reasonable explanation than the fact that Chon Su-man's family, because of their huge inheritance, was willing to kill me, money to hire someone to kill my sister. But still, a big question lingers in my mind. Why did they use the Than Fong Hoi organization to kill my mother? If my grandfather knew about this, he definitely wouldn't let them get away with it. If he knew the enemy's scheming, Chon Su-man is a schemer himself, then this matter is nothing to me. If I speculate and connect it with the conversation between him and my grandfather, perhaps even my grandfather knows that Than Fong Hoi was involved in my mother's death. His eyes grew deeper with suspicion. So what exactly is the relationship between his grandfather and the Than Fong Society? Mu Hyuk sat in the car, his mind overwhelmed with questions about his grandfather. He wondered if he knew Chon Su-man was involved in this matter, and if he did, why he remained silent. He questioned whether his mother was just a fallen child or if he already knew, but chose to hide all the pain and suffering, causing him to clutch his head in exhaustion and exclaim, "Huh!" Then he suddenly ordered, "I'm too tired. Forget all the schemes. Take the kid back to Busan to eat the meal Grandma cooked to clear my mind." Grandma then asked Han how school was, how college must be very hard, and whether he's doing well over there. Overwhelmed by her enthusiasm, Mu Hyuk shyly replied, "Grandma just asks one question at a time. I can't answer them all." He gently placed his hand on her shoulder and said softly, "Grandma, I'm hungry." Grandma hurriedly responded, "Oh my God, answer slowly. Are you hungry? Wait a moment, I'll prepare the rice." A warm family meal with all the dishes was quickly served, and Mu Hyuk ate happily, as if to fill the emptiness inside. Grandma sitting beside him looked at him affectionately. Are you always so hungry like the heavens and earth? Watching her puppy eat as if starving for days. Even when outside the car the food isn't tasty, it still becomes a shark. But at home, it's still Grandma's little dog. Mu Hyuk ate and replied, "These days my stomach's weaker and the food tastes bland. Now I'm finally having a meal as good as the best day." Grandma gently stroked his head and said, "Oh my, that boy. Eat a lot now, my little dog." While eating, Mu Hyuk suddenly fell silent, looked at her and said, "Grandma, I found the person who killed my parents." Grandma's face froze. Her expression completely changed at this shocking news. Mu Hyuk's eyes suddenly turned fierce and full of menace. "Now I will catch all those bastards and tear them apart. Everyone involved, every single one, won't escape my grasp. I will dig everything out. I will personally cut their guts open and kill every last one of those bastards." My nephew suddenly sat quietly with a fork in his hand, and Grandma asked worriedly, "Hey, why are you sitting in deep thought while eating?" Not feeling well, Mu Hyuk immediately put on a scary face, smiling to reassure her. "I'm eating, Grandma. Give me another bowl. This soybean paste soup is insanely delicious. I was about to conquer the whole world, but now I've become a good kid eating well." Watching her back busy in the kitchen, he silently thought that maybe it's better not to tell her about this for now. Grandma has tried to live on without telling the truth, and now revealing it would only deepen that sleeping wound. The responsibility for revenge is mine. The next morning, Mu Hyuk left the apartment to return to the city. "Smell in the car," he decisively told the driver, the head of the ghost department, that he would return to Seoul tomorrow and visit Chon Su-han once he gets back.
At the detention center, Chon Su-han trudged under the guard's supervision. As he entered the visitation room, he was delighted to see no one but Kim Mu Hyuk waiting for him.
"What is this? Why are you here when my brother is not here?" Mu Hyuk replied calmly. "Is it strange for a nephew to visit his uncle?" He pushed the plate of food toward the opposite side and beckoned. "Sit down, uncle. This is sushi, isn't it?" Feeling insulted, Su-han immediately turned his back, ready to leave the room. "Enough, your face already makes me full. Manager, take me to my room. Don't let him leave." Mu Hyuk coldly warns, "Uncle, sit down. If you don't want to lose everything by ending up in prison." Those words from the heartless guy made Su-han stop in surprise. He sat down bitterly and sneered. "Ha! This spoiled kid. You came here to try to take over my father's chair. Right, you spoiled brat?" His eyes were guarded as he asked sharply, "What do you want from me?" Mu Hyuk still maintained a calm attitude and asked back, "Uncle Su-han, why do you keep picking fights with me? Did I do something wrong to you?" Su-han's anger erupts. He's too furious to see clearly. "You don't understand that your mistake was stepping into this family. Stay where you are. Live your life quietly. Why come all the way here from Busan just to stir up more trouble?" Mu Hyuk looked straight into his opponent's eyes and delivered a powerful psychological blow, causing chaos. "So you still want to live this life forever, huh? I mean a life where you have to follow and support your second brother." Su-han slammed his fist down on the table and roared, "What did you say? You want to die, right, you damn brat?" Despite Chon Su-han's aggressive attitude, Moi Hai-uk's subordinate stood firm like a wall, and Su-han gritted his teeth fiercely. But luckily no one dared to meet his gaze unflinchingly. The calm man replied, "Sit down now, Director John Su-han." Moi Hai-uk still sat with his back turned and calmly ordered, "Uncle, just sit down." Su-han sat heavily in the chair, growling irritably. "Are you here to tease and provoke me? Being trapped in this miserable place is bad enough. But damn it, what is your real purpose coming here? Still pretending to be the victim, I respect you so much." Moi Hai-uk maintained his calm yet intimidating demeanor, looking straight at his uncle and replying, "I have something I want to ask you. I've heard about my parents' deaths." The statement left Su-han stunned, sweat beginning to bead on his forehead as Moi Hai-uk stepped closer, his eyes piercing into his soul. "But no matter how I think about it, I still find many strange points and want to investigate further. Even you find it strange, right, brother, starting to expose the inconsistencies that have been hidden all this time. Even if you cut ties, my mother is still his only daughter. His daughter and son-in-law were murdered, yet he still mourns and hasn't searched for the real culprit. Isn't that too unreasonable?" Su-han started to stammer, trying to come up with an excuse. Then the police said they already caught someone, so why are you asking me difficult questions? Moi Hai-uk slightly pursed his lips, his voice turning cold. "Even Dad knows. You also know that person isn't the real culprit. He died from a crushing accident, but his body had stab wounds from a knife." He continued to uncover the truth about the imposter, the person who surrendered with the backing of some force and was released after 3 years of imprisonment. Seeing Su-han's terrified, distorted expression, Moi Hai-uk added the final blow. "I can find out information from the police. So why doesn't your grandfather investigate along that line?" He narrowed his eyes suspiciously, proposing a theory that made Su-han sweat, suggesting that someone might be deliberately covering up this matter to prevent it from reaching his grandfather, like an absolute obstruction or a lie to deceive the authorities. Under the immediate pressure from his grandson, John Su-han could only stare in horror, his face pale and trembling, blood draining from his face. Moi Hai-uk observed John Su-han's expression and quietly confirmed that he was definitely hiding something. He sternly asked, "Isn't it strange that the uncle doesn't find it odd that Su-han is starting to sweat and stammer? Almost half a lifetime old? Why dig up that old mess to make the house dusty again?" Moi Hai-uk pretended to agree. "That's right. I also think the same. What's done is done and there's no more clues left." But then he delivered the fatal blow because the one who truly knows the culprit is still out there. "Su-han, what are you saying?" The uncle lost his temper and shouted, "Dad, do you know who did this? Tell me, who is it?" Moi Hai-uk quietly assesses that John Su-han's reaction is unusual, because if they were siblings, he should have asked who killed my sister instead of who caused that incident. He calmly reveals that the target is my mother, and the perpetrators are 2 men. "I heard from those people that there was someone named Tron, who entrusted a gang called Than Fong Hoi to kill his own sister." Su-han's eyes widened in horror, sweat streaming down his face. Moi Hai-uk continues to pressure him. Missing out on such an important matter would be a waste. "So I'll tell your grandfather right now." He analyzes that the concealment of information might be due to a trusted relative of your grandfather getting involved to block the source of the news. At this point, Su-han could no longer keep calm, his hands trembling wildly. "No, it's not true. I don't know. I have nothing to do with that." Moi Hai-uk stared intensely into his eyes and then said, "You've remembered now, so just say it. Tell me what you know. Prove to me that you really had nothing to do with it." Su-han remained silent, trembling with fear. Deep down, Moi Hai-uk still hoped that this uncle didn't directly get involved in her mother's death, a woman who was already too pitiful. In the end, Su-han shouted in despair, "I really don't know anything after Mai's death. I only found out after she was gone. If I had known earlier, I would have stopped it no matter what means I had to use." Then Su-han panickingly shouted, "It was him, Su-man, and that Than Fong gang who killed her. I really had nothing to do with it. As soon as I found out, Su-man and I fought each other. That's the truth. By the time I knew, everything was already over." Moi Hai-uk coldly questions, "So you should have told your grandfather then." He slammed the table hard and shouted, "Aren't you even human? Even animals know to cherish their own blood. You guys are even worse than animals." Su-han just bowed his head in silence before his nephew's fury. Deep down, Moi Hai-uk realized that his own death was also caused by these 2 brothers. If even your own sister dares to kill, then what does that say about you? He looked Su-han straight in the eyes and issued his final warning. "I hope what you said is true, that you only found out everything after it was over. If I find out you're lying to me, I will truly make you wish you were dead. Don't mess with the top law student. She knows how to handle you by the book." Leaving the prison, Moi Hai-uk stood silently by the riverbank under the blazing sunset. The questions about his grandfather began to cloud his mind. Does he really not know about this? Maybe he already knows everything but pretends not to know because he can't give up his own flesh and blood. I wonder if he truly knows and wants to forgive his sinful children. How will I have to face it? Will he dare to oppose his grandfather and pursue revenge to the end at that moment? Trong Fang Ma stepped closer to remind him. "The wind is getting stronger. Let's get in the car." "Tiaora, what should you do now?" Trong Fang Ma replied firmly, "Just do what you want." Moi Hai-uk hesitated, "Even if it goes against your grandfather's wishes." Trong Fang Ma's eyes sharpened as he directly asked, Are you afraid of something, sir? Are you afraid the chairman will find out? He continued to analyze Moi Hyuu's hidden fears. Are you afraid of losing your grandfather's legacy or of being expelled from the household? The question stunned Moi Hyuk, and he thought to himself, he's right. What am I afraid of now after being killed once and coming back to life? Seeing the younger one silent, Trung Fong Ma affirmed his absolute loyalty. No matter what choice he makes, I will always follow my master. Even if I distance myself from the chairman, wherever the boss goes, I will follow. Realizing he had spoken too much, the old man bowed his head and apologized. I went too far. Moi Hyuk touched his shoulder warmly and said, No, it's okay. Thank you, uncle. If you ever see me making a wrong decision, then I will walk towards the car with a determined look at the horizon. Let's go home. We need to see him. Walking into the mansion just as the sunset fades, Moi Hyuk heads straight to the study and says, Grandpa, I'm back.
I just wanted to verify a few things.
Seeing his grandfather's curiosity about what he wanted to verify, Moi Hyuk looked deeply into his eyes and asked back, Grandpa, I thought you already knew everything. Faced with his grandfather's suspicious silence, he decisively declared, The truth is, my parents didn't die from an attack but were murdered, and the atmosphere in the office must have been below freezing. His grandfather was so stunned he couldn't speak, and Moi Hyuk's eyes, along with Uncle Chon Soo-man and Uncle Chon Soo-han, were all involved. Hearing this, the old man closed his eyes tightly, his face showing clear pain and despair as if a terrible secret had just been revealed. Moi Hyuk stood up abruptly, questioning loudly, You knew everything already, right? So why did you stay silent? Why did you hide everything from me? The long-suppressed anger erupts, and he shouts out, After all these years, I had to call those who murdered my parents uncles. Moi Hyuk's face contorts with bitterness. Was he planning to take this secret to the grave and let me hate him forever? Deep down, Moi Hyuk begins to understand everything. He realizes why, in the previous chapter, even though he was no longer lucid, his grandfather still kept him in that house. That's because he's always carried a guilt complex about your mother. He knew that if all the assets fell into the hands of cold-blooded killers like John Soo-man, who are willing to kill even their own family, sooner or later the family would face destruction. In the painful memories of the past, Moi Hyuk clearly remembers that his grandfather passed away without fixing anything, and in the end, he himself was also killed by those same people. Returning to the present, his grandfather exclaimed in surprise, So our family's secret gold lineage, how did my grandson manage to uncover it? Moi Hyuk calmly revealed that he heard Soo-man had hired an organization called Then Fong Hoi. At first, the target was only your mother, but then even your father was killed. Moi Hyuk's eyes bore into his grandfather as he asked, So, what exactly is Then Fong Hoi, Grandpa? Why did Uncle have to rely on them to attack my mother? With the old man closing his eyes in bitter regret, bearing the burden of everything, all the sins originating from me, he began to reveal the brutal truth. Then Fong Hoi is not just a gang. They are behind the manipulation of politics and finance, both domestically and internationally. You know that business loans can't exist without such backing. In the past, he had to rely on their power to expand his business connections. At first, it was just for mutual benefit, but later, their demands became increasingly unreasonable. The climax was when he could no longer bear it and shouted loudly, Get out now, even if it's just 10 of us, I won't give you any more. A man with a wide-brimmed hat coldly reminded him, Chairman John A., you're really making things difficult for us. Didn't you promise that whenever we needed, you would respond unconditionally? He angrily brushed it aside. Don't act so hypocritical. After all these years, you've taken everything from me. You know that yourself. My debts are paid, get out of my sight, and don't come back to haunt me. Those ghosts will just quietly walk away. I understand now. Today, we leave first. Before we go, the leader left a deadly threat. You will soon realize that today's decision was the biggest mistake of your life, Chairman John. Not long after, he was devastated to learn that his daughter, Mai Suk, had passed away. He painfully admitted to Mu Ha-ak that he received the news of her death, which was the consequence of daring to oppose their demands. Mu Ha-ak pondered quietly, wondering if Than Fong Society was truly a powerful organization capable of trampling over everything his grandfather had. His grandfather painfully recalled that after that tragic incident, he was forced to return to an agreement with them. During that awkward meeting years ago, he set a clear condition that no one in our family should be harmed again. He revealed that Soo-man was also under immense pressure at the time and had to reveal the truth about Mai-suk, even though she had long cut ties with him. The old man sighed as if to defend his son. Soo-man was just a messenger. The fault lies with those who are too cruel. But he's only just enough. Hearing the words chess piece, Mu Hyuk coldly retorted, No, I know. How great the greed of my two sons is. I look straight into my grandfather's eyes and declare, Grandfather, even if you try to believe, I don't. Mu Hyuk reveals the bitter truth that although Than Fong Association is behind everything, the ones who inherited the most from our parents' death are those two uncles. His eyes flashed with deadly intent. No matter what, I will not forgive them. Shocked by my determination, my grandfather stood up and shouted loudly, but I still remained unmoved. I will sit still in my seat and confirm that I will not stop this revenge. The needle has been set for payback, and not even the sky falling can stop the pain of my brothers. Seeing the stern expression on his face, the old man was stunned and then collapsed into his chair as if he had lost all strength. The old man, clutching his face in pain, asked bitterly if the boy really had to do it, even though they shared the same blood and were connected by kinship. As the old man gradually broke down, Mu-hee-wok silently stared into the void, letting the tense atmosphere fill the room. After a long moment, Chairman Tron, I ask you to handle this. Mu-hee-wok looked straight at his grandfather and issued a stern warning. If you choose to stay silent now, it won't be long before the next person to die at their hands will be me. In his eyes, the powerful grandfather was no longer a solid Mount Tai, but just an aging, fragile man gradually giving up everything. Grandfather painfully replied, even if you are right, how can I kill my own child with my own hands? I swear it will never happen until I die. Mu-hee-wok refused to back down and made one final demand. At least make them disappear from his sight, take them to a place where he can't see, and reclaim what his grandfather gave them so they can realize their mistakes. If you do that, I will forgive them. Without money, those uncles are just paper tigers. This trick is too obvious. He silently thought he could end everything at any moment, but didn't want his father to witness the family falling apart again. Seeing him remain silent, Mu-hee-wok decisively stood up. If he didn't agree, he would leave. I'm hesitant to declare it, but I just finished training, and the day I return is also the day my uncles officially leave. Seeing my nephew's figure stepping out the door, Grandpa hurriedly called back, Mu-hee-wok, wait. After a moment of inner struggle, he relented. I understand now. Grandfather nodded in acceptance. I accept. Just do as my nephew wishes. That night, in a small house on the rooftop, Mi-eung-shu was startled by the relentless knocking on the door. He went out to open the door and asked harshly, who was there, huh? Seeing Mu-hee-wok standing there with a dazed expression, Mi-eung-shu looked worried. Coming out late at night to drink? Did something happen to you? Did you get beaten up? Mu-hee-wok didn't explain and just asked to borrow some alcohol. Is there any more in your house? As soon as he entered, he grabbed a bottle and drank it all in one go, making Mi-eung-shu panic. Hey, crazy guy, what's wrong with you? Why are you so strong with the alcohol? Mi-eung-shu anxiously asked, is what you said true? Did something happen to your family in Busan? Overwhelmed by the truth about his family, Mu-hee-wok burst into tears. Deep down, he felt sorrow for himself and his late parents. In the quiet room, Chairman John T. Sands bitterly said, my daughter is gone and I can't do anything. He painfully admits that he knew Shumon collaborated with Thanfong Society to commit that brutal act, but was powerless to intervene. He looks at his trusted bodyguard and mocks himself. Surely you also think I am an inept father, right? You always considered Ma-shuk like a real sister. When mentioning Mi-shuk, memories of the gentle girl flood into Mi-eung-hon's mind. He remains silent, a hint of sadness flickering on his face before the family's great pain. Suddenly, the old man called out his name, Mi-eung-hon. He quickly responded, yes, Chairman? Chairman John's eyes turn cold as he asks a weighty question. Do we have what it takes to defeat Thanfong Hoi if we decide to face them now? The question leaves Mi-eung-hon stunned and speechless. Chairman John confidently stated that only one side is allowed to exist, either us or Thanfong Hoi. The older and wiser he gets, the more dangerous he becomes, so don't ask who my father is when Mr. John is already bloodthirsty. Faced with his plan to declare war, Thanfong Hoi will not act alone. Even if they destroy one branch, countless other organizations will immediately step in to continue the legacy of their predecessors. Unfazed, the old man played his final trump card, revealing that if we use the bookkeeping records of income and expenses to counter, would Mi-eung-hon once again be stunned by this bold move? The old man disclosed the existence of a ledger that recorded all the payments he had given to politicians, officials, and officers working for Thanfong Hoi up to now. After a moment of silent consideration, Mi-eung-hon concluded that we have a 50-50 chance of winning. However, he also frankly pointed out the enormous price to pay, warning that once the chairman uses that ledger, all the power and strength he currently holds will vanish. And he looked directly at the boss to warn that, even if they win, he will lose everything, assets, family, and even his life. Chairman Tron sighed deeply and chuckled. So you mean even with the last weapon, the chance of winning is only half, and you believe Thanfong Society is waiting for my death. He knows well that dealing with Chonsu-man or Chonsu-han is much easier than with himself. If you fall, your two sons will inherit everything and become further entangled in that organization's manipulation. Turning to his assistant, he decisively orders, Mi-eung-hon, time's up. Hand over the red book and the black deed. This old man is reclaiming everything. At the same time, at the headquarters of Samseung Group, Chairman Seul Young-gon was stunned when he received the call from Mr. Thongra, and he asked anxiously, what, Mr. Thongra, what do you mean by divorce? Chairman Chan calmly replied over the phone, the divorce is not an issue on our side, but a matter within my family. I hope you understand. Don't worry about the complicated asset division. Even though Seul Young-gon kept demanding a clear explanation about the reason for the divorce and the future of the children, Chairman Chan remained firm. He announced that he was giving him a ticket to study abroad forever, so he wouldn't have to see his face and take up space. I will still take care of them all, so there's no need to worry. Not giving the other party a chance to react, he continued, Myung-hoon is on his way to see him. He should be arriving soon. He called Hee-kyung to stamp and sign the paperwork. And this imposition made Seul Young-gon secretly furious, thinking to himself that this old man always just gives orders. I have lived my whole life like a puppet, always obeying the old man's orders. He's bitter because he was forced to comply without even receiving a proper explanation. Seul Young-gon wondered if Chairman Chon still saw him as just someone who nods obediently, like in the past. In response to that pride, Chairman Chon calmly said, I respect you a lot, but when it comes to my family, you better stay out of it. Refusing to be pushed around, Seul Young-gon threatened, but don't underestimate my words. Don't forget, I can still support your brother right now. Although he had surpassed his brothers to sit in the highest leadership position, he knew very well that the eldest brother Seul Young-gon was always watching and ready to seize this seat from him. Seul Young-gon secretly worried that if Chairman Chon turned to support him, he would definitely lose. Hearing the defiance, Chairman Chon stepped closer and said, Now you dare to threaten me. Seul Young-gon immediately replied, I'm not threatening, but if I'm ignored, I honestly don't know what I might do. No mercy, Chairman Chon warned. Remember that. Don't complicate things. Wait for Myung-hoon to come, sign the papers, and it's done. As soon as the call ended, Seul Young-gon was so furious that the old bastard cursed fiercely, but he quickly responded as if he was used to it, and he kept wondering when he could finally escape living under that old man's watchful eye. In his mind, a series of questions arose. Was Chairman Chon trying to divorce to cut off the alliance, or was he plotting something with Seul Young-gon? Just then, Hye-kyung and Jisoo entered the room, saying, Dad, we went shopping at the nearby mall and stopped by to visit you. Seul Young-gon was furious and wondered what you were doing here. He admitted he was so stressed he wanted to die because he couldn't understand why Chairman Chon suddenly wanted Hye-kyung and her husband to divorce. The daughter-in-law asked back, Yes, a divorce? Is that what my father-in-law is demanding? Seul Young-gon sneered in frustration. Your father-in-law must be out of his mind. What does it matter about dividing assets? Just sign the papers and it's done. Manager Ha is bringing the divorce papers here, Jisoo said worriedly. Dad, what does that mean? Suman seems to have received no news from him, Hye-kyung added. And he only met his father-in-law a few days ago. Lately we haven't talked much either. The father knows about our relationship, but our conversation was interrupted by the secretary's announcement, Sir. Manager Ha Myung-hoon has arrived. Myung-hoon enters with a cold expression and greets everyone. It's been a long time, Chairman, Madam, and Miss Jisoo. Ha Myung-hoon coldly placed the file on the table and announced, This is the divorce papers of the young master and young mistress. The sudden appearance of the document made the atmosphere in the room tense and heavy. Seul Young-gon, unable to believe his own hands, asked nervously, Is this really true and what is the reason behind it? Chief Ha responded only with Myung-hoon's firm attitude. I couldn't say anything. I understand. Knowing his decisive nature, Seul Young-gon sighed helplessly and then ordered his daughter. Hye-kyung, sign your name, sign quickly and give it to Director Ha. Hye-kyung protested. But Dad, I'm at this age now. Divorce is settled, and the kids' matters can be dealt with later. The two fathers are convincing the groom's father to help negotiate, right? But Seul Young-gon just shouted loudly, Stop causing trouble, sign quickly and hand it over. Under his father's pressure, Hye-kyung could only sadly sign under her daughter Jisoo's watchful eye. Watching her daughter in pain, Seul Young-gon silently grits his teeth in anger. Old Shantae sneers. Standing beside her mother, Jisoo couldn't help but feel confused, thinking this drama scene was too familiar and surely her crazy little cousin was acting it out. At the same time, at the group's headquarters, Chon-soo was also facing a harsh reality. Manager Ha Myung-hoon presents the signed file to the board and reports, without even a hint of hesitation. Chon Soo-mang loses his temper, throwing the documents into the air and shouting, Damn it all, are you all crazy to follow someone else's divorce wish? Ha Myung-hoon remained calm, bending down to pick up the documents and affirming that this was the chairman's order. He added a weighty warning that if the director did not sign, the chairman would handle it himself. Soo-mang reached out in disbelief, unable to believe the reality. Being forced into marriage after all this? Why? Did he really want to break a relationship that lasted over 20 years with Sam Se-young? Chon-soo realizes his father's deep hidden love. He whispers that Ji-hoon and Jisoo will soon take over Sam Se-young. This is the chance for the family to seize control of Sam Se-young, isn't it? From the beginning, he planned to force me into marriage for this purpose. However, Ha Myung-hoon coldly demanded, Please quickly make arrangements and prepare to go abroad. The rage erupted. Soo-mang's anger was too great. Are you saying this is because of Moo Hyu-uk, right? Because he wants to hand over all the assets and career to him and send me abroad? I am his eldest son. He should be ashamed, you damn bastard. Is the old man senile now? No, this can't be happening. Am I stupid enough for you to think I will stay silent and accept being kicked out? Seeing the other party still stubborn, Ha Myung-hoon issued a warning. Don't expect the Underworld brothers to come to your rescue. That ship has sailed long ago, sir. That statement made Soo-mang startle and deny. What does the Than Fong Society have to do with this? Ha Myung-hoon looked straight into his eyes and asked back, Do you really think the chairman doesn't know what you've been doing? Soo-mang started to stammer. What are you rambling about? Ma Eung-hoon's eyes turned cold as he pressed on, asking, Why did you do this? He recalled the past about the poor girl who once said she didn't want to inherit wealth gained from blood, flesh, and tears of others, and she chose to let go and leave everything behind for you. The anger is clearly visible on Ha Myung-hoon's face as he corners his opponent. But why would he ruthlessly order someone to hunt down and kill that person? Su Mang is stunned, sweat streaming down his pale face as the old crime is exposed, and he panic-stricken denies all accusations. No, that's not right. It can't be like that. My Eung-hoon, you misunderstood everything. I could never kill my sucker. It wasn't me. I didn't kill her. Tears streaming down my face, I still play the role of the good person. He's about to stand up and rush out to seek help. I will go see my father to clarify everything. However, My Eung-hoon coldly stopped that plan. You will not have a chance to meet the chairman. My Eung-hoon relayed the ruthless order from the boss. He clearly warned that if you keep coming to the mansion, the only option left is to sacrifice until your last breath. He handed over the documents and forced me, please finish signing the divorce papers for me. I still need to settle the property matters. Not stopping there, Myung-hoon announced the exile, and after meeting with the family, he asked you to be ready. Tomorrow you will have to go to Australia, Su Mang growled in humiliation. What right does a subordinate like you have to boss me around? Despite the resistance, My Eung-hoon remained expressionless and repeated his request. Finish the stamping procedure quickly. He threatened in a voice full of contempt, if you deliberately hesitate, I will have to cut off your finger to stamp it myself. The divorce procedure services included, with pig slaughter tools, and the pressure to breathe heavily made Su Mang tremble, sweat streaming down his face. He held the seal in his hand, but fear made his trembling hands shake uncontrollably over the divorce paper already signed by his wife. In the end, under the terrifying threat, Su Mang was forced to press the seal firmly onto the contract. My Eung-hoon collected the documents and coldly announced that the plane to Australia I had arranged was unlucky, hoping it would arrive on time. After Myung-hoon left, Su Mang sat motionless in the office, his face showing intense resentment. He gritted his teeth bitterly, wondering if he was just going to be dismissed so outright. John Su Mang hurriedly answered the call for an urgent meeting. As soon as the connection was made, he spoke with a serious tone. Yes, I am John Su Mang. I have an urgent matter. We need to meet immediately. Only when in trouble do we remember our brothers in the underworld. Immediately afterward, he went to a luxurious estate to meet with the powerful chairman, who was then leisurely tending to a bonsai. He calmly spoke up and asked, What are you aiming for? Su Mang knelt on the floor, her face showing clear fear and frustration. If things keep going like this, I will be kicked out of the house. My inheritance will vanish, and I will lose everything, including Samsung. Are you saying you want to eliminate the blind boy? Su Mang, you're more formidable than I thought. Su Mang continues to persuade with reasoned and calculated arguments. Boss, look at that kid taking all the money, and we're definitely screwed. Maybe by then, he'll really break free from Than Phong Society's control. Hearing that, the chairman pondered and hypothesized, could it be that John T. San chose the heir? And do you think your father will stay silent watching? He warned of a brutal battle if Su Mang acts recklessly, and the chairman, deep in thought, realized that if things go too far, he might bring all his forces here for a final showdown with us. And if that really happens, both sides will suffer heavy losses, and the damage may be beyond what can be foreseen. As he carefully pruned each tiny branch, he also delivered a deeply sinister lesson. Everything had been calculated in advance. Just like caring for a bonsai tree, you can't just cut whenever you want. You have to wait until the branch reaches a certain level of growth before pruning to achieve the desired shape. The chairman's tone was full of threat, but you must remember one thing. I have never given anyone a second chance. Previously, Su Mang could only kneel on the floor. Yes. Boss, thank you, sir. As he stepped out of the room, Su Mang's eyes were full of resentment. Kim Moo Hee-uk, just wait and see. I will definitely come back. Behind him, the chairman still pondered quietly. Kim Moo Hee-uk, what is it about that kid that made John T. San choose him as heir, even abandoning his own flesh and blood to not go against his will? He smiled sinisterly. Perhaps I should investigate a little. If John T. San dares to betray me, the first thing I'll take will be his head. Meanwhile, Moo Hee-uk woke up at My Eung-su's house looking tired. Seeing his friend awake, My Eung-su kindly asked how he was feeling. Moo Hee-uk muttered softly, then stood up quickly to leave, saying, Sorry, you keep studying, I'll head back first. But My Eung-su quickly held him back, urging him to stay and have another drink. Then enjoy a bowl of noodles to settle the alcohol, and only then go wherever he wanted. At the simple meal table, My Eung-su sincerely encouraged Moo Hee-uk, no matter what happens, just do what you want. He looked straight into his friend's eyes and affirmed, If you need anything, just give a shout. I'm willing to be your loyal helper, in front of the sincerity of a close friend. Moo Hee-uk smiled softly and nodded. Thank you, My Eung-su. Department head. My Eung-hoon reported to Chairman John T. San that Director John Su Mang has officially gone abroad. Hearing his son leave without resistance, the old man muttered to himself, That boy, he just goes along so easily. He knows his son's character well and is sure he would never sit still and let someone decide his fate. So he told My Eung-hoon to always keep an eye on him. For John Soo-han, the final decision has been made. He will be transferred to Wayangpo prison this week and stripped of all previous privileges as requested by the chairman. Although the punishment is strict, there is still a hint of paternal affection in his heart, and he instructs my Eung-hun to ensure that Soo-man and Soo-han's families are well cared for. If they need any help with money or supplies, you take care of it for them. My Eung-hun respectfully accepted the order. Just then, Kim My Eung-hun entered the room. My Eung-hun calmly explained that he went to stabilize his mind, sir. I am no longer angry. Don't sit there and let your conscience torment you forever. He looked into his tired eyes and continued. I am trying to understand and empathize with you. You always worry about protecting your loved ones and fear losing everything you have. I understand that feeling. My Eung-hun firmly assured him that he would do his job well so he wouldn't feel lonely or missing when the uncles are no longer here, and asked him to trust in him. In light of your nephew's maturity, Chairman Tron nodded slightly and said, all right, thank you. My Eung-hun immediately brought up the upcoming plans, so now he wants to focus on his work seriously. His decisive attitude surprised the old man, who asked seriously, so my Eung-hun directly addressed the issue, saying he needed to review all the documents regarding his external loans. Having just reconciled, he now wanted to take control of the economic situation, and seeing the old man still stunned by the loan review request, he explained that he needed to understand the entire operation process to reorganize everything, keeping the important parts and removing what was unnecessary. Moo Hee-ooks analyzed the rapid changes in the financial market since the implementation of the identification account, warning that without preparation, they would easily be swept up by those fluctuations. Moo Ha-yusi's eyes burn with ambition as he declares that he wants to take control of those changes and, when power is handed to him, to build a strong empire no one can threaten. Faced with his grandson's grand vision, Chairman Tron can only watch silently with a look full of hope. When Moo Hee-uk looked straight into his grandfather's eyes and firmly declared that he wanted to build a solid empire like gold, a place no force could dare to invade, Chairman Tron Tae-sun quietly repeated, a golden legacy. He smiled softly, finding it quite interesting. Immediately, he called his assistant into the room. Myung-hun, are you outside? As soon as Myung-hun enters, he immediately orders to hand over all the land certificates and the list of debts. From now on, it will be the world's creditor on my behalf. Surprised, the assistant's eyes widened as he confirmed once more. Yes, everything is accounted for. Myung-hun nodded and accepted the order. I understand it all. Turning to his grandson, Chairman Tron remarked, it seems everything is now going according to your wishes. Moo Hee-uk smiled politely and replied, thank you, sir. The old man continued to inquire about what he wanted to ask the young girl about. The thing she had spoken of, about changing this entire world, Moo Hee-us did not waver at all. And Kam Do-on, I promise to be trustworthy, so just watch and see how I perform. However, Moo Hee-uk still has one more important request and hopes to receive your help. Seeing that my grandfather was willing to listen, I directly got to the point and asked him to tell me everything about the Thanfang Society, what kind of people they are, and how we can defeat them. Moo Hee-uk looked deeply into his grandfather's eyes and said, I really want to know the true origin of them that even you can't change. Even though they have committed brutal acts against your own daughter. John Soo-man and his brother are ready to conspire with Thanfang Hoi to kill my mother and seize all the assets. Moo Hee-uk suddenly realized that his own death might also be part of their sinister plan from the previous scheme. If that's true, he could never forgive the Thanfang Society because his life is under threat and could be murdered again at any moment. Your grandson is too determined, and my grandfather quietly advises you not to try to dig too deep or confront them directly. The Thanfang Society and our family are bound by a cursed fate, and I will definitely end this hatred in my lifetime. None of them are right, Moo Hee-uk confidently replied. I already said I would get involved in this. Since I'm in charge, I'll handle this matter. His eyes turned icy cold as he firmly declared that I would never forgive those who took my parents' lives, and in the face of my extreme determination, my grandfather could only remain silent, his face showing clear signs of exhaustion and helplessness. After some hesitation, the old man finally decided to act, calling out loudly, Trong Fong Ha, bring the safe out from the lockbox. My Eung-hun immediately moved to a secret corner, where the safe was hidden behind the bookshelves. Watching each movement of the assistant, Moo Hee-uk silently thought that he was sure the old man would hide it somewhere in his office. This is the secret safe of his grandfather. Moo Hee-uk suddenly remembered the previous information, but from what I heard from John Soo-man after he passed away, even if the safe was found, it would just be an empty box. My uncle really is unlucky. Even the safe doesn't escape his fate. My Eung-hun respectfully hands over the ledger to the chairman, sir. The grandfather opens the ledger and begins to reveal the horrifying truth, containing the list of Thanfang Hoi members who have received our intelligence. Until now, most of them have been officials holding power in this country. It is a dense network including politicians from the ruling party, opposition parties, government officials, the military, police, judges, prosecutors, journalists, and even university professors. Moo Hee-uk stared in horror at the terrifying expansion of this organization. They are trying to manipulate the country according to their own plans. He looked directly at his grandfather and demanded to know, who is the mastermind behind this multi-level gang that remains so secretive? Chairman Tron. Tae-san paused for a long moment, then shook his head and replied, I also don't know about that. I have never met the leader directly. He explained that Than Fong Hoi is not a single organization, but composed of many different smaller organizations and individuals. Even because of the large number of members, sometimes even lower-level members cannot recognize their allies. He revealed that whenever he received transfer orders from Than Fong Hoi, he still pretended to comply outwardly, but secretly investigated who the money was truly sent to and for what purpose. Don't mess with the money and memory of a gang boss. This secret notebook is the detailed list and activity log of Than Fong Society that he has painstakingly collected. Chairman Tron asserts that I have bet a lot on this because I know that one day, when patience runs out, there will be a confrontation with Than Fong Society. He considers this item his most powerful weapon, capable of overthrowing the organization in the blink of an eye. He confidently states that he holds the lifeline of those who take money from the black money and can control them at will. However, he still remains cautious. Now is not the right time to show off, and if they fight now, the chance of winning is only 50%. Observing his expression, Moo Hee-uk quietly concludes that the old man has no intention of giving up, but is secretly calculating and waiting for the right moment. The day of revenge for those who murdered his bloodline is surely not far off. Suddenly, Moo Hee-uk made a bold proposal. "Grandpa, that book. Please, let me see it, sir." That request made the old man suddenly lose his usual calm. He firmly refused, saying, "No, if you hold this notebook in your hands, your power will be immense, but you will never escape the danger again." He firmly stated that he would never pass the notebook to Moo Hee-uk because he didn't want him to get caught up in this deadly cycle. The old man sighed deeply. "I will bear the debt I have caused, so don't get involved or it will only bring you suffering." The old man worries that his stubbornness will only lead to an earlier death, and that is something he can never accept. Faced with his firm attitude, Moo Hee-uk nodded. "I understand, sir. I have remembered all your teachings." However, he still does not give up on his ambition. His eyes burn with determination as he declares, "From this moment on, I will do my best to build up my strength to face them. I will definitely have enough strength to defeat them." Moo Hee-uk looked straight at his grandfather and concluded, "So please, hand me that notebook then." And me, "Grandpa, in light of my determination, all I can do is sigh deeply, but..." Moo Hee-uk looked straight into his grandfather's eyes and earnestly begged, "Please, I ask for your help." In response to my grandson's determination, the chairman nodded firmly and said, "I understand. When you're strong enough, I will hand over this notebook to you." Moo Hee-uk bowed politely and said, "Thank you, Grandpa. I won't make you wait too long." Before leaving the room, he didn't forget to leave a fierce declaration of war. Just wait and see how he turns that gang into a clean organization. Watching Moo Hee-uk's back, the old man sat in silence, then wondered to himself, "Did I just say something meaningless?" I sigh heavily, unsure of what I truly want anymore. Whether I want to keep the secret from Moo Hee-uk until I close my eyes, or if I even die, I want to drag that Than Fong Hoi down with me. The chairman nodded in agreement. If it's Moo Hee-uk, then surely the boy won't let this go. The old man anxiously questioned his assistant. "Keep an eye on Moo Hee-uk for me. The Than Fong Society won't leave Moo Hee-uk alone, especially the society leader La Yung-hun." The image of the society leader with fiery red eyes full of menace made the atmosphere even more tense. The old man nodded firmly, absolutely not allowing Moo Hee-uk to fall into their hands. As night fell, Moo Hee-uk sat pensively inside the speeding car through the city. He kept wondering why his grandfather was hiding the identity of the leader of the Than Fong Society. Not wanting to stay passive, he turned to give an order. "Chief of the Underworld, please help me investigate the Than Fong Society. I want to know who is in charge, so please help me thoroughly research that person." The head of the Ghost Department decisively accepted the order. "Yes, I will report to you immediately, once I have the information clear." Moo Hee-uk looked out the window with a determined expression. The Than Fong Hoi. This is definitely a powerful organization far beyond what I expected. I told myself that if I want to take them down, I have to become a superhero right now. Sitting in the car, Moo Hee-uk's eyes filled with resentment. He silently vowed to make them pay for the crimes against his parents. Immediately after, he went to the headquarters of the construction company and parked his car in front of the owner. Seeing his arrival, Director Bok Jeong-soo warmly greeted him. "Oh, it's you, kid. You've arrived." Walking into the office, Moo Hee-uk calmly sits down and asks how things are going. "Is the business still doing well, sir?" Bak Jeong-soo crossed his legs comfortably in the chair and smiled. "You don't know anything. Anyway, thanks to you, I got that construction company. It's doing pretty well. Uncle Bak-hugh, you just focus on the warehouse. You can sit back and relax." Moo Hee-uk continued to ask, "How is the company doing these days?" Ha Mi-ung-hoo adjusted his glasses, his expression becoming serious. The takeover isn't a big issue, but there's one thing. He explained the ongoing difficulties and the projects that Jia Ha-yoon has taken on and do, and after this trip, it will be considered finished. In the future, I fear it will be difficult for us to secure more projects. Because they have always needed to pay a bribe upfront to get projects, Moo Hee-uk confidently assured him not to worry about the workload. "I will make Jia Hee-won hand over enough contracts to our company," which made Ha Mi-young-hoo stunned. "Isn't Jia Hee-won the biggest company in our country?" Moo Hee-uk advised everyone to do honest business and not to let him have to bail them out at the police station, then turned to Bak Jeong-soo and gave the next order. "Director, please take good control of the Ongdong-po area first."
As far as I know, there are no major organizations in that area, so it shouldn't be too difficult. I assure you that finances are not an issue, and I encourage you, Uncle Bak, to recruit more personnel.
When asked about Jia Hyungu's old gang, Uncle Bak said he had already sent those guys home, only keeping a few runners to see if you could settle things with them through words. Moo Hyuk nodded firmly and said, if you need money, just call me. Any amount is fine. But one thing, absolutely do not get involved with drugs. Bak Jung-soo chuckled reassuringly and said, don't worry about that. Do you think your uncle was just a street thug back then? However, he still wondered about Moo Hyuk's sudden change. So what exactly happened? We just arrived in Seoul, and expanding so quickly like this isn't too hasty, is it? Moo Hee-wok looked at Uncle Bak with a deep and pressured gaze and said, Uncle, please speed up the expansion for me because we're about to face a bigger battle, a rather difficult one. Congratulations to us for passing the first round of the exam, and because of our friendship, everyone raise your glasses as they gently clink in the elegant setting of the celebration. The results of the first legal exam are in, and all 5 friends in the group have excelled.
Holding a glass of wine in his hand, a friend excitedly said it was really great that all of us had passed the first exam together. Everyone really tried hard, but another person immediately retorted humorously, or rather, only we made the effort.
Mu Hyuk is good at everything. He studies but doesn't need to review. He just eats and sits around. The friend with glasses continues to remind seriously, you guys really need to try harder this time. The second round will be different from the first, so the preparation will probably be more difficult. Just hearing that, I can smell the burning of brains, and I see Moo Hee-wok just quietly smiling, wondering, huh? Moo Hee-wok, why do you say we need to prepare too? In front of everyone's surprise at the banquet, Moo Hee-wok calmly uttered a shocking statement. I won't take the second exam, the whole group exclaimed in astonishment. Huh? Why? Moo Hee-wok looked directly at everyone with a determined gaze. I didn't study to become a lawyer. If we keep sticking to this path, it's just a waste of time. Better to give up from the start than to do it half-heartedly. The decisive answer made the bespectacled friend sigh. Then it's too much. I thought we would all walk the whole law journey together. Moo Hyuk smiles reassuringly. Even if I don't continue, it doesn't mean our friendship ends here. Although we are in different positions, I believe that if any of us faces difficulties, the others will be ready to support, right? Whenever you have time, we often meet up, skipping school but still taking care of our friends. Hearing that, the bespectacled friend suddenly remembered something important. Oh yeah, that's right. My grandfather said he wants to meet you sometime when you have free time. Give me a little space at home. Moo Hyuk was surprised and asked back, your grandfather is the former Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, Oh Rong-si, right? Your friend nodded in confirmation, and as soon as he heard your name, my uncle said he wanted to meet you. He eagerly pressed closer to ask, so what exactly is your background? Just tell the truth, to the point that my grandfather already knows your name. Moo Hyuk wondered, what could be the reason my grandfather wants to meet me? The friend shrugged and said, I have no idea. I've never been able to understand what my dad is thinking. Just then, Yul Jae-ha also spoke up. Oh, right. My dad also said he wanted to meet you once. Moo Hyuk pondered quietly. Even Yul Jae-ha's father, a renowned lawyer, had met others but still hadn't met you. Everyone else is following the legal path to access more resources, but you're the only exception. I told him you're not interested in law at all, but he still insists on meeting you once. Moo Hyuk quietly realized that his name was spreading quite widely, and although the rumors weren't very good, they were starting to circulate. But this was exactly why he took the initiative to create this social group. Money can't buy the elders, so I use my character to win their hearts. Moo Hee-wok confidently told Jae-ha that he would meet Hyun-gu's grandfather first, then contact Jae-ha and asked him to ask his father to help him. Jae-ha happily agrees, okay. Oh, Hyun-yu looks puzzled. My grandfather has never cared about my friends before. But even Jae-ha's father, I just can't believe it. Kim Moo Hyuk, what is your true background? Seeing your suspicion, Moo Hyuk quickly thought about changing the subject. He asked back, but Hyun-yu, are you sure you want to follow the prosecutor path? Is that okay? Your grandfather was the former Supreme Court judge. Hyun-yu honestly shares that my dad always wanted me to become a judge. But becoming a judge is a very conventional path that my grandfather once took. As a prosecutor, I can aim for a higher position. I don't want to be a judge through nepotism. I want to hunt criminals myself. I took a sip of my drink and continued. My father and my brother both chose the path of becoming judges, but I haven't. I never thought about that path. Moo Hyuk smiled encouragingly and said, I believe you will do well whether you are a judge or a prosecutor. Hyun-yu nodded softly. Thank you. Just then, Min called out softly and approached, saying I went out for some fresh air because I drank a bit too much and my head is a little dizzy. The two of them went outside to talk a little more. Maybe Mai has finally agreed to cooperate. Exactly the kind of bad boy with lots of money that I like. She responded to your previous proposal. She agreed to invest in me, and if she can't pay back, she can offer herself in exchange. She's really clever, but my guy likes Kaka. Menthai still remained unmoved because he had many other things to do. Moo Hyuk finally got the chance to meet Oh Jeong-se-uk. You know well that he is a man of integrity who does not follow any faction, so he is highly respected in the legal community. As soon as he saw him, the old man sitting on the chair spoke up. "Come in and have a seat. I am Ojeong Se-uk." He turned to his grandson, Hyun-woo, and asked him to help with some household chores because his wife was looking for him, then dismissed him so he could meet with your friend. Hyun-woo politely obeyed and left. Moo Hee-uk calmly sat down and straightened up, then asked, "You are Chairman Tron P. Ong Treng Dong's grandson, right?" Moo Hyuk replied calmly, "Yes, I am his grandson." The old man inquired politely about the well-being of Chairman Tron, and Moo Hee-uk answered, "Yes, he is still well." Hearing that, Ojeong Se-uk slightly pursed his lips. Lucky then. Moo Hee-uk clearly felt the atmosphere becoming tense. He silently judged that the old man was deliberately being evasive to test him and make him think hard. Suddenly, Ojeong Se-uk's eyes turned sharp, and he asked directly, "Just tell the truth. Are you planning to exploit or use my nephew for something illegal?" Moo Hee-uk faces the piercing gaze of Ojeong Se-uk and quietly realizes that the reason he was invited is not just for social courtesy. In response to the suspicion about my motives, Moo Hee-uk calmly explained that you are referring to my interactions with others, possibly misunderstanding my intentions, as Hyun-woo and I are classmates who just happened to meet and become close. If you asked me if I have any other intentions, I can honestly say that since entering society, I've realized I need to be more cautious when choosing friends to associate with. For good friendships that happen by chance, I consider it fate and think it would be wonderful to maintain them. The former judge still looks serious and once again questions whether you had any other intentions in approaching my nephew. Moo Hee-uk looked directly at the other person and affirmed that not only Hyun-woo, but all the friends in their group now have no idea where they will be or what they will do in the future. Honestly, he told him, he's quite busy and can't afford to invest time in things that might not bring benefits. Moo Hye-yusi's honest answer made An Se-uk nod, busy tidying up his uncles to the point of having no time for exams. Inwardly, he couldn't help but be amazed at the young man's fierce determination, willing to cut ties even with close relatives without hesitation. He silently judged those who were once considered sure to succeed Chan as the head of the industry and the country's leading figure in high-interest lending, only to be ultimately defeated by a still inexperienced grandson who had been missing for nearly 20 years and suddenly reappeared. This is the reason why he insisted on meeting him once. Moo Hee-wok secretly assessed the former chief judge of the Supreme Court in front of him, who knew everything outside with astonishing clarity. He believes this is not just an ordinary judge, and that's why he is very unlikely to be swayed by money. Oh, and Moo Hee-uk switches the topic to academics, saying the top scorer who decided to skip the exam wants others to envy and admire that diploma. Moo Hye-wok admits that although he passed the first exam, without strong determination, it would be difficult to pass the second, so he decided to give up. That is best for himself and his friends. Oh, Driver Oz looked at him with a somewhat admiring gaze and said, "Yeah, you're right. If you didn't intend to pursue law but still took the exam, that would be an insult to those who prepared wholeheartedly. Have you already planned to follow Chairman Tron and become the king of the underground world?" Moo Hee-uk quietly assesses that the former judge knows how to give a grand name and replies with a smile, "The king of the underground economy. If your grandfather hears this, he will be very angry. If it weren't for people like your grandfather, how could businesses at that time survive and grow?" The Australian driver quickly clarified, "I don't mean to disrespect Chairman Tron. I just want to say that his role was very important as someone who lived through that era, but the path he took was filled with too much violence. To gain power in fields like justice, economy, and politics, everything is extreme and violent. He affirms that it is precisely because of those who persevered through that period that the younger generation now has the era they enjoy." Moo Hee-uk looked straight into the old man's eyes and declared, "But I believe that the era of Hyun, you and me will be a different one." Oh Dong-se-uk mused quietly, judging by this demeanor. He's already preparing for the heavy responsibilities of the next generation. Moo Hye-yu openly admits that he also sees it as his responsibility. Moo Hee-yu expresses greater ambition but does not want to remain in the darkness forever. "I believe it's time to step into the light. The era has changed, and we must change too. However, you still maintain the necessary composure. Of course, I will not abandon the underground world. Where there is light, there must be darkness. If the darkness becomes empty, the world of light will fall into chaos." Oh Dong-se-uk was silent for a long time before saying, "I used to think that Hyun-yu was a naive kid who could only be friends with well-behaved people, but I never expected he would have such an impressive friend like you. Your grandson is very kind, but your friend is quite the character." Moo Hee-uk politely said, "I will visit often." "Oh, Dong." Dong-se-uk laughed and replied, "Fine. If an old man like me has already retreated, what power could I still have? Now I just stay home and watch the news." Moo Hee-uk danh già về con nguội thật của cựu tranh an tối cao. Nguội từng dậy tham vọng về danh vọng. Vu khống ham muốn vật chất, những ống ấy dắt danh dự lên hang dầu. In Moo Hye-uk's mind, honor is the rightful reason, and a rightful reason is the core of power. That's why Oh Dong-se-uk is someone who desperately craves power. Moo Hye-uk judges that many people are pursuing Oz's ideals. When the country goes bankrupt, Oz's wealth will be the best life raft for him. Back at the estate, Grandpa John T. Sand was already waiting and asked, "So you met Judge O then?" Mu Hyuk politely replied, yes, he was very confident in his assessment. He probably doesn't realize our weakness. I think if the two of you had met earlier, maybe you would have become good friends. At this point, Grandpa chuckled softly and said, just thinking about being friends with Oh Dong-se-Hyuk makes me want to throw up. The old man quickly moved on to the main issue and asked if the classification of the loans was finished. Looking at the yellow file folder on the table, Mu Hyuk confirmed that he had finished auditing this file. All the debts are hard to collect, sir. The grandfather looked at his son with hope and asked what he planned to do next. Mu Hyuk calmly explained that most of the loans are at high risk of becoming bad debts, so he decided to recover everything. He understands well that if customers turn to usury loans, their financial situation must be extremely dire. Mu Hyuk quietly calculated that most of the debts his grandfather held would soon become worthless once the storm hit. The firmness of his nephew made his grandfather ask again in surprise, why is Mu Hyuk so determined? Yes, I plan to recover everything possible. The old man frowned suspiciously and asked, are you planning to give up our family's high-interest lending business? In this era, lending is for expanding the business, and recovering all debts immediately is impossible. Mu Hyuk calmly explained, no. It's just that high-interest loans are usually hard to recover if problems arise, so I think we should handle them first. His eyes grew deep as he saw through the future. The foreign exchange crisis was not an abrupt disaster, but the result of long-standing issues that became unbearable and led to collapse. Given the sharp arguments of his grandson, Chairman John T-san pondered deeply, before turning to ask the opinion of manager Ma Eung-hoon standing behind him. What do you think, manager? Ha! Ma Eung-hoon broke the silence, saying, I think the young master's opinion is reasonable. Our work is not just based on paperwork. I think we should consider and proceed gradually, since number one has already been traumatized by the younger boss's side. Grandpa nodded in agreement. So let's do as my grandson suggests. If you need assistance, just talk to manager Ha. Mu Hyuk respectfully bows his head, thanking his grandfather. The old man looked deeply into his eyes and asked, then what will you do with the recovered money? Mu Hyuk confidently outlined his plan, saying he intended to use that money to lend to large and reputable companies. We will trade with loans that have clear collateral, avoiding potential risks. A grand move for the future is already mapped out in his mind. You know well that after the IMF crisis, creditors will have the ultimate power to decide the fate of every business. Mu Hyuk's intention is to be in the highest position and hold the lifeline. As you know, the 1997 Asian financial crisis was not an abrupt event. In fact, its roots trace back to 1994 in Mexico. Inside the Dream High Invest office in New York, Han Kyung-Wai-eng was busy with work. He picks up the phone and says hello. Mu Hyuk's voice comes from the other end. This is Mu Hyuk. Kyung-Wai-eng happily says, Big brother, things are booming in New York, just waiting for your command to strike. Mu Hyuk casually asks how the work is going there. Everything is going smoothly. I found the right staff already. Have you gotten familiar with the financial circles over there yet? Just raising a glass at a fancy party with foreign partners, Kyung-Wai-eng confidently replied, yeah, I attend parties all the time, so I guess I'm quite familiar with the place. Mu Hyuk advised with a calculating tone, don't be stingy with them, just spend boldly. Suddenly, Mu Hyuk's voice became very serious. I have an important matter. From now on, you must listen carefully to what I am about to say. What if they really do that? Then what do you think will happen next? Mu Hyuk confidently states that at the end of 1994, the Mexican government will devalue the peso to boost exports and replenish foreign reserves. Kyung-Wai-eng questioned skeptically over the phone, joking, the government isn't a child to play such a reckless financial game. Mu Hyuk calmly asked back, but what if they actually did that crazy thing? He began analyzing, if that really happened, confidence in the peso would collapse completely, causing foreign investors to withdraw their capital and Mexico's economy to plunge into chaos. In reality, Mexico's devaluation of the peso would cause emerging countries to become more suspicious, leading to a faster outflow of dollar capital, forcing Mexico to seek urgent support from the IMF and the US. Mu Hyuk silently assessed that Han Kyung-Wai-eng understood his own intentions well. Indeed, a bad side T inviting Han Kyung-yang was the right decision. He continued to forecast that before Christmas at the end of this year, there would be 2 rounds of peso devaluation. If we bet and raise the leverage to a maximum of $300 million, when Kyung-Wai-eng hears this number, he breaks out in a sweat and asks if any financial bank dares to accept that amount. Wait, are you planning to use $300 million as collateral to place the bet for real? Mu Hyuk confidently said, because I told you to quickly establish connections with the financial circles of big companies, there will definitely be someone willing to take the deal, right? Kyung-Yang couldn't help but exclaim, are you delusional? Who would dare accept this destructive bet? Not at all. Mu Hyuk is planning to bet on the peso devaluation on December 20th and 22nd this year. Just keep increasing the leverage to the maximum for me. Kyung-Wai-eng warns about the risk of losing everything if we fail, but Mu Hyuk smiles confidently, with a sharp gaze that says we will earn trillions, and of course there's no way we will fail. Kyung-Wai-eng shouted loudly on the phone, what, really dad? $300 million. He couldn't believe his ears when he heard such a huge bet. If you exclude the investments in companies like Stey Haydorf, that's all your assets. Mu Hyuk, if you lose everything, you'll only have the Han River to rely on. Are you joking right now? He let out a tired sigh, slumping into the chair, well, ignoring the outcome. At least I can confirm one thing, Kyung Yi-ang said helplessly. You're really a crazy bastard. Mu Hyuk remained calm and asked about the deadline. Kyung Yi-ang warned that it should be done as soon as possible, before August, because Mexico has a general election in August. Then people will start to suspect, and by then it will be too late. Hearing that, Mu Hyuk shrugged and asked, Where can we hide the $300 million, brother? Mu Hyuk hands over full decision-making authority to the engineer. You handle the contract. You're the expert, better than me. I only provide you with information. If you can do it yourself, then what's the point of me being here? You make the final decision with absolute trust. I trust you, so you just need to trust me. Mu Hyuk quietly assessed that this was the clearest opportunity to test Kyung Yi-ang's abilities. He was cautious by nature, and if he already had the information but still couldn't succeed, then this person was no longer worth keeping. Standing before the towering Mango SRK building, Kyung Yi-ang repeated Mu Hyuk's words like a vow. I trust you, so you just need to trust me. Now, there's no choice but to believe in Kim Mu Hyuk. It's either a big win or a trip to the island. Kyung Yi-ang clenched his briefcase tightly and confidently stepped into the building to start this risky financial game. That night, in a luxurious mansion, a furious roar shattered the silence. Kim Mu Hyuk, you damn bastard. In Seoul, before dawn, Mu Hyuk received a call from America. Hey, you crazy bastard, I just signed the contract today. He began recounting his meeting with Tom House, the CFO of Mango SAC, the arrogant man with the GMAP outfit, introducing himself. Hello, I'm Tom House. Just call me Tommy. Tommy laughs today, but tomorrow he'll be crying nonstop. After listening, Tommy whispered smugly that rejecting this condition would be the real mistake. He summarized the situation perfectly. Tommy summarized that the Mexican peso exchange rate, which was 3 pesos to $1, would rise to 5 pesos by January next year, confidently based on Mexico's recent accession to NAFTA in January 1994. With increased economic integration with the U.S., people expect this country to join the ranks of developed nations. Foreign investment is pouring in, and Mexico is recognized as a stable developing country with great potential in the international market. Although a decline of over 60% in the exchange rate within half a year seemed impossible to the financial world at the time, Tommy confirmed the figure. The transaction amount is a maximum of $300 million, right? Kyung Yi-ang confidently confirmed. Yes, I want to use $300 million as a deposit and raise the leverage to the maximum possible level. He added a psychological tactic, saying do it if you can. If not, forget it, so I can take the money to the bank across the street. Afraid of losing the deal, Tommy squinted and hurriedly kept the client, saying, We will handle everything and there's no need to bother looking for another bank. He shakes hands with Kyung Yi-ang from Dream High Investment. It looks like it will be a good deal. Let's meet often. Meanwhile, Tommy's middle-level staff behind him can't hide their triumphant smiles. After the signing, Kyung Yi-ang sat alone with a glass of strong liquor, making a call to Mu Hyuk and smirking sarcastically. They laughed until they tore, and I thought about the upcoming payout, probably thinking some foolish Asian would willingly offer himself as prey. He clicked his tongue. Actually, not taking this deal would be the real mistake. Hearing his associate's report, Mu Hyuk replied softly, Tough luck, brother. Kyung Yi-ang reminds him to be careful and not to rush, as I have set the deadline for the end of January. Mu Hyuk, still lying on the bed with a calm look, asks back, Good job. How many times did you hit the 7? When Mu Hyuk asked about the bet amount, Kyung Yi-ang simply replied 30 times. The number briefly stunned Mu Hyuk, but he quickly encouraged him, You're doing well. On the other end, Kyung Yi-ang's head trembles with tension. Mu Hyuk confidently smiles and confirms, I knew it, I trust you. In his heart, Mu Hyuk was very pleased. He did well. Indeed, your crazy accomplices are different. He secretly calculated that with this level of 7 strikes, he had bet a 7-judge verdict worth $90 billion, based on only $300 million initially. Contrary to Mu Hyuk's calmness, Kyung Yi-ang is in a state of panic. $300 million, an amount he might never touch in his lifetime, yet he burned it all in an instant. He can't believe it. Under immense pressure from the huge sum, Kyung Yi-ang was crying and begging. Mu Hyuk calmly reassured him, It's only just beginning now. Don't lose heart so early. He promised a glorious future to drown his sorrows. Hang in there. Just a few more days of patience before returning to Korea to become king. Time passed quickly with major upheavals, as North Korean Chairman Kim Il-sung suddenly died while preparing for the summit conference. In Korea, Jia Hye-yeon Group Chairman Song Yi-ong-ju officially announced her complete withdrawal from the management position. Meanwhile, Mu Hyuk's friends kept receiving good news as Myung-soo and others passed both the second and third rounds of the judicial exam. The fact that 4 second-year students passed this prestigious exam at the same time caused an unprecedented shock in the law department of Korea University. As December 20th approached, Mu Hyuk's anxiety grew noticeably more intense. Under the shimmering lights of the Christmas tree in the city, he quietly watched the peso's value steadily decline since June. Holding the newspaper in his hand, he couldn't help but worry and wonder, what if I buy a business and it derails my future? Right now, that guy over in America is completely panicking from fear, calling to complain, Moo-Hugh, is it really the 20th? And today, I can't eat anything or sleep. It's okay. Just trust me and wait. Everything is unfolding exactly as I remember from the original history.
The chaos in Mexico has escalated to a peak with the assassination of the presidential candidate, internal government divisions, and an indigenous uprising. Moo-Hugh gazed silently at the phone screen. It was unfortunate for the Mexican people, but I hope all these disasters happen exactly as history recorded.
Even though his heart was full of unease, he knew he could not turn back now. Please don't betray me. The 1,000 billion troops are all within these memories. And then, the decisive day has arrived. On December 21st, 1994, Korea time, Moo-Hugh sat motionless in the room, focusing all his attention on the phone on the table, waiting for the final result. While Moo-Hugh was deep in thought waiting, the phone on the table suddenly rang non-stop, and he immediately answered. Ki Wong-yang. On the other end, Ki Wong-yang shouted excitedly, Moo-Hugh! The Mexican government just expanded the exchange rate fluctuation with the USD to 13%. Just as you said, they manipulated the currency exchange rates. Moo-Hugh looked at the person in shock, everything happening exactly as he predicted. In Mexico, a large-scale capital flight by foreign funds has erupted, triggering a severe crisis of confidence in the peso, with withdrawals from the central bank reaching a staggering $6 billion in just one day. But that was only the beginning of the disaster. On the 22nd, the Mexican government continued to expand currency fluctuations and carried out another devaluation. No one on Quan Street could have guessed that the new government, just elected in August, would dare to devalue the peso so boldly. Han Ki Wong-yang, sweating profusely, asked June Day over the phone. Moo-Hugh, your prediction was correct. Should we place the order now? Moo-Hugh still maintains a cold attitude and confidently gives the order. No. Wait until next month. I know from my memory that the peso will continue to plummet and hit rock bottom in January. Even though he was extremely tense, Ki Wong-yang was still determined to trust Moo-Hugh. All right then. Now, even if you told me to die, I would keep acting until the end, just to know the exact moment to take profit. The new year, 1995, is knocking on the door. And just as Moo-Hugh remembers, the peso continues to plummet even as the new year begins. Moo-Hugh's eyes turned sharp. He pressed the phone to his ear and ordered, Hey, just take the profit now. Sell everything. Immediately after, Ki Wong-yang confirmed that the deal was closed, the money was in, and now we're billionaires, boss. The billion-dollar deal ended successfully at Manga Sach's headquarters, and Ki Wong-yang entered the office and told his partner, You've worked hard enough. It's great that our first deal with Manga Sach turned out to be such an incredible success. Tommy sat dazed on the chair, sweat pouring down his face in horror. He looked at Ki Wong-yang trembling and stammered, Did you know beforehand? Was it really true that you predicted this 6 months ago? Ki Wong-yang smiled knowingly. He shrugged and replied, No. Tommy, I'm not a god, so I couldn't have known. But everyone knows that the peso was overvalued, right? That's a bit too dramatic. Your smile is a little too perfect. Ki Wong-yang smiled triumphantly and said, I just bet on that and won. Meanwhile, in Mango Sachs's office, the atmosphere grew dark and hopeless as the assistant hurriedly informed Tommy, Lam, the director, the chairman just contacted us. Our entire team has been fired. Mui Hyuk stood by the window, listening to the final result from the other end of the line. Ki Wong-yang announced, Mui Hyuk, it's all settled now. Mui Hyuk calmly asked, yet so many answers still left him stunned. $25 billion. $25 billion. A staggering figure that even Mui Hyuk couldn't hide his amazement. Based on the current exchange rate, that amount is equivalent to 20,000 trillion soldiers. But if calculated at the rate during the Imp Bung crisis when $1 soared to 2,000 soldiers, this asset would reach 50,000 trillion soldiers. Mui Hyuk slightly curves his lips with arrogance. I wonder if his assets are now greater than mine. This shocking victory is only the beginning. In the battle between someone who foresees the future and financial companies that merely predict, Mui Hyuk is confident he cannot lose. How can I fail in a gamble where I already know my opponent's hand before it even starts when so many great opportunities are coming, and this is only the first card revealed? Mui Hyuk gazed at the shimmering city lights, quietly calculating his next move, knowing opportunity would come again. In 2 years, the chaos that swept through Mexico would reach this land. Mui Hyuk also parted ways with Mui Hyuk and excitedly cheered. Good result. T, thank you so much. It's all thanks to you. Without you, I probably would still be wandering around now. Mui Hyuk looked at you and asked thoughtfully, So what do you plan to do about studying at school now? Mui Hyuk replied that dropping out completely probably wasn't an option, so he would have to defer his studies. Even if the training courses at the Judicial Training Institute were really important, they couldn't compare to a bachelor's degree from Korea University. Mui Hyuk takes a sip of beer, quietly reflecting on the unspoken rule within him and the prosecutor's office, where hierarchy is highly valued. If someone of a lower rank is appointed as prosecutor general, those with higher positions usually step down voluntarily. This seems to have become an unwritten rule. He understands that what he's doing is simply gathering a group of people and bringing about a small change, helping to advance their training level at the Judicial Training Institute sooner. Although he knew that in the previous life they would still walk the path of law, Moy Hyuk couldn't predict how this small change would create a butterfly effect in the future. Miu Ung-soo suddenly mentioned a mutual friend, and his cousin Z also called to congratulate me, but it seems like there are still people who haven't called each other yet. Moy Hyuk calmly replied, "Let him be a bit narcissistic, eventually he'll come looking for you." After that incident, Hai Ung-se-ong gave up sports, dropped out of school, and moved down to Busan. Both of them remained completely silent, with no contact at all. Miu Ung-soo angrily complained that these friends of theirs were not really friends and were doing strange things. "Are you two dating or something?" Moy Hyuk suggested. "I'm planning to go to Busan soon. Do you want to come along and visit my aunt's house? She must be very lonely." Hearing that, Miu Ung-soo was stunned and retorted, "Lonely? What are you talking about? He's been eating at his aunt's house all the time and you don't know anything." "Didn't she tell you?" Moy Hyuk asked again. "You said Hai-ung is your uncle." Meanwhile, at the Chan estate, the chairman inquired about the exiled children. Suman and Suhan, how are they doing now? Yu Ung-hun respectfully reports that Suman is said to be hiding in a house in Australia, refusing to step outside even a little, while Suhan, after being transferred to another detention center, is living quite discreetly, but he seems to be struggling because all the privileges he once enjoyed have been taken away, from glory to concealment. The chairman sat in deep thought in his office. Kai Tho-ji, Hung Ji-hwan, and Ji-soo must be very resentful of me because I caused their father to end up like that. Even now, I haven't received a single regretful call. Miu Ung-hoon's department head stood nearby, reporting that I heard last week Miss Ji-yeong had returned to Korea with the lady. And Mr. Ji told Ji-yeong, "So why didn't she contact me when Miu Ung-hoon suggested calling her for a meeting? He hesitated and refused. Fine then." They probably also blame this old man a lot. Just then, Moo Hyuk entered and asked, "Grandpa, I'm back." The old man looked up at him and said, "You're back?" Noticing his somber mood, Moo Hyuk asked worriedly, "Is something wrong with you, sir?" Chairman Tron Lang Tren, "It's nothing. Go to your room." Seeing his lonely back, Moo Hyuk quietly thought that perhaps he was feeling guilty and regretful, thinking that now he had cut ties with all his descendants. He realized that even an unyielding steelman like Tron Tasan was ultimately just a lonely old man entering his twilight years. Returning to his room, Moo Hyuk was just putting on his coat when the phone rang insistently. He picked up, puzzled, wondering who could be calling him at this hour. Moo Hyuk answered, "This is Moo Hyuk. I'm listening." After a moment of silence on the other end, he urged, "Hello? Just say what you want." A hesitant female voice said, Hello, Moo Hyuk. I am Tron Ji Yang." Out of nowhere, my sister called. Moo Hyuk was briefly surprised to realize she was Tron Soo-han's only daughter. Because Ji Young was sent abroad to study from a young age, there was almost no connection between the two of them. He remembered that this cousin of hers only lived abroad and they had only met a few times during funerals or family gatherings. Talking with Ji-won and Ji-soo, Ji Young seemed to have no interest or concern about the family business. Moo Hyuk mistakenly thought she was 4 years younger than him, probably just starting high school now. He calmly asked, "All right, what's the matter?" Ji Young hesitantly suggested, "Tomorrow, I don't know if you have time." The question made Moo Hyuk pause, and he silently scolded himself for almost forgetting this special person. He analyzes that if everything unfolds exactly like in the past life, this cousin wouldn't be a threat on his path. However, since Ji Yang still carries the blood of the Chan family, Moo Hyuk reminds himself never to let his guard down or become complacent. Ji Young burst into tears as soon as she saw Moo Hyuk, bowing her head sobbing. "I'm really sorry." Moo Hyuk paused and asked again. The girl keeps crying, sobbing, "I'm sorry, I'm very, very sorry." Seeing her cousin so emotional, Moo Hyuk gently handed her a tissue to comfort her, telling her to stop crying or he'd think he had bullied her. And she gratefully took it, wiping her tears and suddenly sniffling loudly, which made Moo Hyuk startled and secretly think, hee hee, she's even wiggling her nose. Ji Young began to open her heart. "I've heard everything already. Even though you don't know what your father and Uncle Tu did to her." Moo Hyuk was stunned but quickly dismissed it. "What's that got to do with you? There's no reason for you to apologize. That happened before you were even born." But Ji Young still hesitated. "Even if he is my older brother, if he treated his sister like that, I would never forgive him. What our father did was truly terrible." She lowered her head and continued. "So this trip back to Korea, I want to meet him and definitely have a chance to apologize. Because in life, the father eats salt, but the son keeps missing the chance to say sorry." Moo Hyuk looked at his cousin and honestly said, "If I say I wasn't uncomfortable accepting your invitation to meet, I would be lying. But I know this isn't your fault, so don't feel guilty. If you want, just cry and then forget everything." He gently assured her that since we are both family, she can talk to him freely. Shi Yang relaxed a bit and confided, "Honestly, I was really worried too. I am an only child, and when I was young, I was always afraid that Shi Wen and Shi Shu would be cold to me. So I was worried that you might be the same." Seeing how small Shi Yang looks, Moo Hyuk secretly admired her. "But still, isn't it true that your bravery in coming to see him makes others admire you? You're only 17. Still just before puberty, this girl is pretty brave. If I were her, I'd run away and hide. The brother changed the subject to ask, I heard you're studying abroad, so you went back to visit your family and then returned there. Seong shook her head and said no. I will stay in Korea after my father's matter. My maternal family also faced many difficulties, so Moo Hee-uk briefly pondered, realizing that everything was caused by her. He asked further, so what are you planning to do now, Shi-yang? She hesitated and replied, I don't know anymore. Maybe I have to re-enroll here. Because the education system is a bit different from what I had there, I'm feeling confused. Seeing that she couldn't find a clear direction for her future, Moo Hee-uk pressed further. Don't you have any dreams? The girl shrank back. She's only 17 years old. Memories of her previous life suddenly flooded Moo Hye-yusi's mind, recalling the rumors that Shi-yang wanted to become a singer but was fiercely opposed by her family. Seong hesitantly confesses that she still doesn't know and is very confused. Right now, she just wants to do something related to music. Moo Hee-uk wonders why that field doesn't require talent or innate ability. Moo Hee-uk looked at her cousin with suspicion, but Shi-yang immediately stood up to protest. No way! I sing really well. If you hear me, you'll be hooked. She's the future idol of the group, even borrowing moneylenders, and her face was flushed with confidence. Moo Hee-uk quietly assesses that Shi-yang in this life is truly different, brighter and more lively than in his memories. Seeing her still hesitant, he encourages her, so just go ahead and do it. There's nothing to hesitate about. If you want to, just do what you love. I advise you to be confident and try. If your grandfather objects, I will stand by your side to persuade him. The future can be decided later. Moo Hee-uk continued to encourage her with mature words. You're only 17 now. Just go for it. Your youth is yours, and you have the right to experience everything you want. Even if you fail, you can still get up and try again. Shi-yang laughed at how overly mature he was. He and I are only 4 years apart, and yet you talk like a kid, as if you've only been around for a few decades. So funny. Moo Hee-uk smiled and suggested they go visit their grandfather because she was sure he was missing his granddaughter very much. Both of them returned to their Chon estate, and as they entered the gate, Shi-yang tearfully called out, Grandpa! The old Chon Tae-san turned around, his wrinkled face brightening. Oh my god, who is this? Seong and the two grandfathers embraced each other tightly, the girl crying and sobbing. Grandma, I miss you so much. The old man comforted his little granddaughter. My little treasure is back. I almost forgot your face. While the grandfather and grandson are reuniting, Moo Hee-uk quietly walks down the corridor with his subordinates to inquire about the condition of the detained uncle. How is Soo-han doing now, huh? Is he still under strict surveillance? The henchman reports that after being transferred to another facility, Soo-han has been completely isolated and is under close watch by North Jiaosu's men. He is currently in a severe state of mental breakdown, even attempting to commit suicide but failing. The cold-hearted subordinate suggested that if needed, he could deal with him at any time. Moo Hye-yusi's eyes turn cold as he gives a harsh command. Please, uncle, absolutely keep him safe. Don't let him seek death or get hurt. Just make sure he's mentally okay. He wants the villain to live in shame and never lift his head again. No matter how sincere Ji-yang is, Moo Hee-uk still insists he will never forgive Chon Soo-han, who conspired to hide his parents' death. Seeing my grandfather finding happiness beside Ji-yang, Moo Hee-uk thought to himself, giving him his granddaughter to bring him joy in old age. And as for the debts, I still have them covered. Moo Hee-uk received a call from Bak Jiao-su. Today, your uncle has completed the takeover of Wai Dang-po. The Jianghu of Seul is ready to welcome the storm named Moo Hee-uk, An-min replied with a smile. Yes, your uncle has worked hard. Director Bak Jiao-su realized everything was on the right track, and Moo Hee-uk confirmed that now was also the time to move into Seul. Excited about the initial success, Bak Jiao-su suggested that before heading out, they should also have a celebration. Today, I will treat you to a feast. So you should come to Wai Dang-po. At a roadside tavern, Moo Hee-uk and his trusted associates are gathered around a banquet table. You mentioned that this anniversary marks our march to the capital. Bak Jiao-su replied confidently. Reaching this level is already considered a success. Today is Saturday again. This tavern is fully booked by you. As he pours the wine, he reminisces that it's been a long time since he last enjoyed such a hearty feast. Let's see. We met back in 1990. Wow, it's been 5 years already. Moo Hee-uk gently smiled and confirmed. That's right. In a friendly atmosphere, Moo Hee-uk proactively poured a drink and called out, Brother Jiao-su! As the fog of emotion changed, Bak Jiao-su was stunned, quietly moved, thinking, finally, I get to hear Moo Hee-uk call me brother instead of that old horse uncle. He cheerfully shouted, Today you're in a great mood. Let's toast. Today let's drink freely. Immediately after, he turned to greet Moo Hee-yusi's broker, Trong Fong Ma, saying, This is our first time meeting. Ma Se-ok Dae still maintained a serious expression and nodded in greeting, as he was on duty, so I'll just raise my glass to toast you. Bak Jiao-su laughed heartily and said, No need to ask for permission. With you here, I feel truly at ease. He entrusted him fully, handing over my precious gold to you. Take good care of it. Moo Hee-uk asked casually about the recent victory, about capturing Wai Dang-po, and said it probably wasn't a big deal, right? Bak Jiao-su confidently confirmed Wai Dang-po. Wow, That was so easy I kept thinking I was dreaming several times. He recalled the scene where his opponents knelt before him and declared that just a little pressure was enough to make them surrender. Eliminating Hyo Eung-gu and swallowing up the construction company he built had created a huge impact. However, he understands that even if he takes over Busan, moving up to Seoul and holding his ground with his current strength won't be easy. He warns that the capital's underworld is very notorious, and if he's careless, they'll wipe out his entire background. Moo Hyuk calmly takes the sip of his drink and asks sharply, "So where do we aim next in Yeoeun here, Dong?" "No, Gangnam, the easiest place to make money in Yeoeun. What do you think?" Moo Hyuk calmly lays out the strategy. Let's start by conquering the smaller groups in the western part of Yeoeun first. He analyzed that Gangnam needs more time to gradually tighten from the periphery to the center for now, so the organization should expand its influence. Unexpectedly, Moo Hyuk warned carefully, but whatever actions are taken, absolutely do not touch the Chinese people in Garabong. His seriousness surprised both Bak Jiao-soo and Ha Mi-eung-hun. Moo Hyuk confirmed that when the time is right, he will give the order for everyone to act. Bak Jiao-soo nodded in confirmation and said, "I understand. I will tell the kids not to touch those people." He emphasized that the company needs talents like Ha Mi-eung-hun to cover up the legitimate front. Yes, as Ha Mi-eung-hun poured the wine and opened up, I arrived at the company right on time and left exactly on time. Acting like a proper civil servant in the underworld, I admit that sometimes I feel confused about whether I am truly a lawyer or just an office worker. Moo Hyuk smiled reassuringly, not because the company owner is from the Jianghu, but because all employees don't have to belong to that world. He emphasized that the company needs talents like Ha Mi-eung-hun to cover the facade of legitimacy. Moo Hyuk also advised to actively attract more capable and trustworthy people as the company grows. The bigger and more successful the business becomes, the more staff are needed to keep it running smoothly. After confirming he understood the instructions, Ha Mi-eung-hun suggested, "But I think it's time for us to start taking on projects." Moo Hyuk said he would discuss further with Jia Hyung Corporation and get back to us, also assuring Ha Mi-eung-hun that there is no need to pressure him about sales or operational funds. However, Ha Mi-eung-hun has his own vision, so I believe we shouldn't keep relying on Jia Hyung. That's why I have started exploring bidding opportunities in various places. Employees with such ambition are the best, Mr. Kim swung. You analyze that because the previous government announced a series of large-scale urban projects. The current government is quite neglectful of new urban development. Ha Mi-eung-hun looks directly at Moo Hyuk and asks, "Given this situation, do you think there will be no new urban projects launched in the near future?" Ha Mi-eung-hun adjusts his glasses and reports on a redevelopment project near Wyeongdong-po that is currently underway. Although other organizations are involved, he still wants to try to get a piece of the action. Moo Hyuk nodded in agreement, saying, "If you need anything, just tell me. But remember, resolving issues quietly is what I prefer to avoid any scandal." Hearing that, Gyeong-soo confidently puffed out his chest. "And don't forget, our Gyeong-soo is here too. This area is already under our control. How could we cause any more trouble?" Moo Hyuk continued to ask about the plan for the old territory, and regarding Busan, what is everyone's plan to handle it? Gyeong-soo calmly replied, "Leave Busan to the little brother. He's been with you since childhood, so you can rest easy and sleep soundly." Moo Hyuk pondered thoughtfully, knowing very well that Busan is an extremely crucial territory. In the next few years, as Yakuja's financial companies expand into Korea, this place will become a strategic base. Securing Busan is essential. Only then can everything go smoothly afterward. He warned him carefully, "Remember not to be careless. Keep monitoring closely." Gyeong-soo nodded in confirmation. Yes, I understand. I will pay close attention." The drinking session lasted until dawn. Gyeong-soo cheerfully urged everyone to stop talking about work, raise your glasses and drink. It's almost morning. True to the gangster boss style, work takes a backseat to drinking. After leaving the bar, Moo Hyuk sits in deep thought inside the speeding car through the city. He thought to himself that while Gyeong-soo was expanding his influence in Seoul, he needed to arrange a few other important matters. He decided to call the department head, Ma Suk DAE. Respectfully, "Yes, sir." Moo Hyuk decisively orders, "I want to meet everyone. Please arrange the schedule for me." The next morning, he went to a luxurious office to meet a middle-aged man sitting with a commanding presence. Moo Hyuk calmly sat opposite and asked directly, "Is there nothing you want to say right now?" The opponent's teacher remains silent with a tense expression. He adds, "Director Jon is no longer here, so the situation should be clear by now." Moo Hyuk looked straight at the man opposite and reminded him of the harsh reality. That is, who my grandfather will truly choose as his successor. Realizing his disadvantage, No XC immediately bowed his head and apologized, hoping you would forgive any disrespect shown to you in the past. However, Moo Hyuk remained cold and firm, asserting that if the guy no longer had any use, the outcome wouldn't be good. If Director No didn't play an important role in my plan, perhaps today would have already become Yu Gigwang II. He forces his opponent with an irresistible offer. He has no choice but to accept. Under the immediate pressure, No XC can only bow and agree. I've got it. Moo Hyuk quietly reflected that people often say you should hit the fleeing, rather than the chasing. so sometimes you need to be generous to win people's hearts. No XC wondered if Moo Hyuk was planning to reveal himself, and he firmly replied, yes. Immediately afterward, Moo Hyuk issued a series of shocking directives to release all new credit loans and quickly recover the old ones. All working capital must be repaid before next year. No XC asked again, what do you mean we should suspend all lending operations? And Moo Hyuk calmly explained that in the next few years, government policies on black credit would change significantly. So we need to clearly separate the sources of funds before that happens. He decided that since the day he chose wouldn't show himself, the behind-the-scenes work would be assigned to Director No. That was his decision. If you've already gotten involved, might as well take another step instead of standing on the sidelines. No XC bowed deeply. I understand now. I will follow your orders. Moo Hyuk continued to leverage his network of contacts, especially with the creditors in Myeongdong. Once he received the confirmation, Moo Hyuk's eyes turned cold and he ordered, then strengthen those relationships even more. This is an order. Leaving the office, Moo Hyuk got into the car with No XC's respectful escort. Inside the car, Manager Ma, worried, reported that I heard No XC is affiliated with John Soo-han.
So, if you decide to keep someone under suspicion like that, Moo Hyuk calmly analyzed that the big players in Myeongdong all have decades of experience and an extensive network of connections. He asked back, how long do you think it would take to train a new person to that level?
For Moo Hyuk, having a willing hidden person working for him is a cause for celebration. He quietly considers the future when the law banning usury will be enacted in 2002. Previously, foreign funds like Japan were ready to jump into the market. He understood that once the law took effect, the private finance industry would fall into foreign hands, so this time he was determined to accelerate the process to take the initiative. Moo Hyuk stands among enormous assets, thinking that even if private finance is legalized, usury will never disappear. He plans that each person has their role. He does evil, the other two do good, and let it run that way. The car stopped in front of a modern high-rise building. Moo Hyuk entered the office and met with another subordinate. This man respectfully bows, sir, the car is here. I've been waiting for you. Moo Hyuk politely responds, sorry for meeting you under such circumstances. The bearded man confidently said, there's no need to apologize. Here we are always ready to welcome you. Moo Hyuk unexpectedly encounters someone named Funtoshiro, also known as Moon Tae-belm. In his memory, Moon Tae-belm was the one who secretly infiltrated Korea, ready to penetrate the high-interest market. Korea was only expected to start revealing itself around 1998, when foreign capital seriously entered the Korean credit market. Moo Hyuk wondered why Moon Tae-belm was with Director Shin Sung-in at this moment. His eyes grew suspicious, sensing a strong smell of betrayal. Someone was trying to play both sides behind his back. Seeing Moo Hyuk arrive, Shin Sung-in immediately asked, so what brings you here, no matter what it is? Moo Hyuk sat down facing him, alert and cautious, secretly thinking that if his suspicions are true, he can no longer trust Shin Sung-in and must quickly adjust his plan. He replied casually, it's nothing. Lately I've been feeling like I've been neglecting the directors at Myeongdong, so I came to check on how things are going. If my visit distracts you, I apologize. Shin Sung-in waved his hand dismissively. It's no trouble at all. I am just an employee of the chairman. The chairman's grandson personally visiting the house is like a family dropping by, so you don't need to be polite or formal. Moo Hyuk secretly sneered. It seems that everyone working for the chairman is truly sincere, as everything around him now makes this person suspicious. He looked directly at the other and said, indeed, the loyalty of the director to the chairman is truly admirable. Come on, Grandpa, are you going to follow me or go home early? Shin Sung-in chuckled happily. Ha ha ha, my loyalty to the chairman is just like my loyalty to you, Moo Hyuk nodded. I understand, is there anything else? Shin Sung-in reports that everything remains the same as usual, mainly working with people who do not have access to bank or financial company funds, and that hasn't changed at all. Moo Hyuk stands up to end the meeting, knowing this environment better than I do, so I trust you will handle it well. Shin Sung-in bows respectfully and says, please don't worry, when Moo Hyuk tries to leave, he suddenly suggests, your nephew just moved here from the countryside. He's very eager. Do you think he can be used? Immediately, he called the person waiting nearby and asked Tae-belm to come over. This is the grandson of Chairman Chon from Pyeongchang-dong. Moo Tae-belm bowed and greeted Moo Hyuk, saying, I am Moo Tae-belm. Pleased to meet you. Moo Hyuk wondered why Shin Sung-in introduced this person to him so early. He asked politely, saying that he was a junior from the same hometown as director Shin Tae-belm, and that his father and the director's father were friends since childhood. When asked about his hometown, he confidently replied, Masan, which surprised Moo Hyuk. Masan, ha? He continued to inquire. So why do you also come from Busan but speak with a city accent? Yes, I moved to Seoul when I was young and have lived here ever since. Shin Sung-in smiled smugly. I find you to be quite trustworthy. That's right, he kept offering, and I thought he was just as capable as the assistants to the young master, so I introduced him. If the young master needs anything, just call him anytime. Seeing Moo Hyuk remain silent, Shin Sung-in looked worried, but I could see that the number of bodyguards with him was too few. Right now, it seems only Director Ma is protecting him. Is that enough? Moo Hyuk secretly wary of the opponent's scheme. What game is this guy planning now? Planning to set up Jocks' people, the cold-blooded man called out his name. Muon T-Belm immediately responded, "Yes, boss." Mu Hyuk patted his shoulder and said, "All right, work hard, we will meet again." T-Belm bowed respectfully and replied, "Yes, young master, thank you, see you again." Watching the figure walking away, Mu Hyuk slightly curled his lips with a hint of coldness. "We will meet again, Funtoshiro." On the moving car, Mu Hyuk paused and asked the driver, "Manager, when you investigated the directors of Myeongdong, you said you didn't take Shin Chung-in." The manager wondered, "Yes, is there a problem?" Mu Hyuk looked out the window, dismissing everything, claiming it was because his subordinates came from the countryside and intended to plant Mu T-Belm. "A member of the Yakuza is targeting the market for high-speed driving roles and is coming to me out of greed. Using a faulty script to deceive a transmigrator is just asking for trouble. He firmly believes that Shin Chung-in is definitely connected to the Japanese Yakuza, and he wonders who is truly behind placing someone beside him at the right time." As soon as Mu Hyuk returned, my grandfather asked how his meeting with the directors of Myeongdong went today. Mu Hyuk didn't answer immediately, but asked back, "Grandpa, do you trust the directors of Myeongdong?" "I am currently reviewing your uncle's personnel system." Hearing that, the old man chuckled happily. "Ha ha ha, Mu Hyuk, among those close to me, the only one I trust is my Ong Han. The rest I only evaluate based on whether they are useful or not." Mu Hyuk pondered and asked further, "So what about Shin Sung-in? What do you think of him?" "Usually Shin Sung-in is a stubborn guy. From small to big, he only knew wrestling, but he seems to be clever, so I have protected him. After stopping the competition and returning to work, I assigned him some tasks, but I have to admit, he's the most unpredictable person. Everything I asked him to do, he did well. Given your trusting attitude, I firmly believe that Shin Sung-in might be an insider of Thenfang society working against you." This news shocked the old man. How could Shin Sung-in be a traitor of Fang Then society? He is someone I saved. Mu Hyuk still maintained a calm demeanor and analyzed further. That guy was too theatrical, so his eyes were just a little blurry when looking at people. "Let me handle it." Even if there was some hesitation, Grandpa still asked suspiciously, Although Shin Sung-in is hard to read, he's not exactly quick-witted. Mu Hyuk firmly stated that although there is no concrete evidence, he cannot ignore this suspicion, so he is considering eliminating him. The old man's eyes hardened upon hearing the words eliminate. Mu Hyuk explained further that since he is someone the grandfather trusts, he wanted to ask for his opinion on the matter, and finally the grandfather nodded and said, "All right, you decide." Mu Hyuk respectfully responded, "Yes, I understand." However, the old man still worries about his grandson and asks if he can handle it alone since Shin Sung-in has many subordinates. Mu Hyuk reports to his grandfather about the current situation, saying he has all the cards in his hand, with internal and external support, and this time, he will not let them escape. Hearing this, the old man asked thoughtfully, "So you mean the boss in Busan, Bak Gyong-soo, right? Can we really trust him?" Mu Hyuk stood up and affirmed, "I don't easily place my trust in others, but right now, he still has many valuable qualities to exploit." Leaving the room, Mu Hyuk immediately ordered Ma Se-uk DAE to help him deal with Shin Sung-in. Having received a firm nod from his loyal assistant, I understood that the purge plan was officially underway. That night, in a deserted parking lot in the city center, North Gyeongsu sat waiting with a cane and a large group of his followers. As Ma Se-uk DAE's car arrived, the two biggest underground factions in Mu Hyuk's world officially united. Ma Se-uk DAE approached directly and asked, "Director Bak, are you ready?" Does Bak Gyeongsu smirk arrogantly? Of course, this is our first official collaboration. If I don't do well, it would be quite embarrassing, especially with that kid Mu Hyuk. No time to waste. Ma Se-uk DAE. Assign the tasks and handle the internal affairs. You just stand outside as a guard and don't let anyone in or out. Even though Bak Gyeongsu still has some doubts about the number of enemies inside Ma Se-uk DAE, he coldly asserts that from now on, these people will protect young Master Mu Hyuk. If they can't even handle small tasks, then they have no more value to exist. After hearing this, the guards outside probably wouldn't even dare to breathe heavily. His commanding words made the fierce Busan guy very proud. He chuckled with satisfaction. "Well said. I agree. We will block outside. I guarantee not even a fly will get in. Inside, you guys handle it yourselves." After the handshake that strengthened the alliance, North Gyeongsu shouted loudly, "Let's go!" Both groups moving loudly toward the target. In the silent darkness, the luxurious black cars suddenly arrive in front of the high-rise building, while the guards at the gate tremble in fear and one stammers in horror. "Wow, whose funeral procession looks so fancy, huh?" Before I could even get my bearings, a figure darted forward like an arrow, delivering lightning-fast strikes to take down the guards in an instant. Mu Hyuk's army boldly marches past the defeated enemies and straight inside. Bak Gyeongsu, standing at the entrance, declares that now not even a mosquito can slip through. I'm not used to reminding my underlings about the sensitive spot we're standing in the middle of Dongmi-wai, where people come and go constantly, so don't be stupid and draw your knives, got it, kids? Bak Gyeongsu sneered mischievously and replied, "Just saying, but if the situation turns unfavorable, go ahead and draw your knife and fight." After getting his answer, Gyeongsu watched his back with a probing look. He secretly wondered how formidable the true talent of that mysterious department head really was. Inside the building, the hurried footsteps shattered the silence of the corridor, and the security team inside was panic-stricken. What's going on? Before they could react, they were struck down by brutal kicks from the elite soldiers. Seul appeared with a cold, piercing gaze, closing in and overpowering the opponents as the henchmen trembled in fear. The office door was violently kicked open. Inside, Shin Sung-in and T-Belm were sitting and discussing when they suddenly froze in shock. T-Belm immediately stood up sharply, growling alertly, "Who dares to interrupt my Demon King act?" Recognizing the person who just rushed in, Shin Sung-in exclaimed in shock, "Manager Demon?" He was both scared and furious, questioning, "What are you doing?" Seul still kept a cold expression and firmly announced that the young master ordered these two to be taken to him. Hearing this, Shin Sung-in was stunned and repeated in despair, "Young master." Anger erupted. Shin Sung-in was too loud, but he could have called us discreetly. Why make such a fuss now? Focus on saving yourself first, or else the enemy will react. Seul ordered his subordinates to drag those two away immediately. Immediately, Tae-byum drew a sharp knife and threatened, "Stay back or these bastards seem to have caught our scent." Shin Sung-in looked hesitant, and Tae-byum shouted fiercely, "Director Shin, do you want them to catch us so easily?" Shin Sung-in hurriedly adjusted his tie, raising his voice to reassure his subordinates. "I've called for reinforcements. Hold on a little longer." Faced with the tense situation, Seul issued a stern order to his men not to kill, but the chaos erupted immediately. Tae-byum charged into the encirclement at lightning speed, with sharp blades and brutal kicks, causing Seul's men to fall one after another. Tae-byum wildly swings his knife, slicing through an opponent's hand and causing blood to spray, while Han fights like a beast, continuously landing deadly blows that leave Seul's troops unable to react. But the mercenary's skills are also very good. He was quickly knocked out with a punch. Holding a knife in his hand, he screams wildly, killing them. Tae-byum frantically swung his knife and roared, but luckily he was quickly subdued and disarmed in an instant. A subordinate of Moo-hoo-ok sneered, "Shut up, boy," just holding a fruit knife and thinking, "You're the boss here." Seeing his junior in trouble, Shin Sung-in also joined the fight, but a man in a brown outfit quickly stepped in to block the chubby boss. Shin Sung-in threw a punch but was easily dodged, and he tried to grab the opponent's shirt, thinking he had caught him, while from a distance, Seul's eyes remained calm and unchanging. That guy was knocked to the ground, and the fat guy swung a powerful kick at the floor but missed. Seul stepped forward and sternly asked, "Myung-ji Yune, what are you playing at?" Myung-ji Yune lowered his head in apology and said, "I'm sorry, brother." Shin Sung-in struggled to stand up, looking proud and confident. "I've been taking hits on the wrestling mat since I was 10 years old. Do you think kids like you can beat me easily? It's true that even Ginger can meet a bulldozer and get crushed as usual." Regretful words. He had to take a powerful punch to the forehead that made him gasp for breath. Shin Sung-in, painfully clutching his stomach, didn't give the opponent a chance to breathe. Myung-ji Yune delivered a straight kick to the face, knocking the fat director to the ground. The fight quickly ended with all of Shin Sung-in's men defeated. Black cars screeched to a halt around the area, and Bak Young-soo wasn't surprised at all. He sighed. "I knew it. This was bound to happen. Thought today would be easy. But I was wrong." Seeing the crowd step out of the car, the gang leader ordered, "Everyone get ready." And a man with a long scar on his face stepped forward and asked, "Who are you guys?" Bak Young-soo casually snorted and sneered, "What are you lot to dare ask who we are? Hey, you came to borrow money and brought the whole gang with you. Do you think going in a big group gets you a discount or pays less monthly or what? Why so many of you?" He slung his stick over his shoulder and shouted loudly, "Unlucky for you all, the company is closed today. Get out of here." The leader on the other side roars in fury, "We're the White Tiger Gang from Gangnam. I don't know where you country bumpkins crawled out from, but if you want to live, get out now before I wipe you all out." Hearing the name White Tiger Gang from Gangnam, North Gyeongsu slightly curls his lips in a challenge. He decisively swings his stick and orders his men to attack. Whether they are tigers or cats, they are all the same in the pot. "Guys, cut these guys up for me. Stop the brutal clash between the two gangs that has erupted right in the middle of the city." Bak Jeongsu decisively swings his stick, clearing the way with powerful strikes against the henchmen of the White Tiger Gang. As the gang leader Gangnam charges, he taunts him with a sneer. "I heard people say that the market folks from Busan came up here causing trouble. Is that you guys? You country bumpkins think this is where you can cause trouble? You just showed your true colors. You don't know who's the local here yet." He swung his stick to attack, but Gyeongsu quickly blocked the weapon right in front of him. Gyeongsu smirked challengingly and suddenly threw a thunderous punch straight into the leader's face, knocking him to the ground. Pain and shame consumed him as Gangnam forced himself to his feet, screaming madly, "This dog! Today I will make you die, you bastard!" He charged wildly again, but was met with a brutal blow from Gyeongsu that sent him flying over a meter. Standing proudly onto the battlefield, Gyeongsu coldly replied, "Don't think all Busan people forget the season, you bastard. You think all Seoul folks are so refined. At that moment, the director, with the schedule like this, they are overwhelming us." The office lawyer must be regretting not taking a day off today. Looking down below, hundreds of Silver Tiger Gang members are rushing in to surround the entire stair area. The Silver Tiger gang member is beaten badly. Snarling in hatred, you damn dogs. Today you won't escape from here. Contrary to that fury, North Gyeongsu casually slung his staff over his shoulder and sneered, Seoul folks just know how to bark loudly. Why talk so much? If you like, just rush in and get it over with. Charge in now. As soon as the order is given, hundreds of henchmen rush into each other, creating a chaotic scene across the ascension zones. The fierce stone blocks and intense battles unfold continuously, causing the enemies to fall one after another. Ma Seo Ok Dia stepped out from inside and Bak Gyeongsu hurriedly asked, Have they finished dealing with it up there? Ma Seo Ok Dia calmly replied, Everything upstairs is settled. The traitors are just waiting to be locked up now. Gyeongsu explained that the organization, based in Seoul and calling itself the White Tiger, came to protect the director. He grimaced and decided that since he came here to protect the bad guys, he might as well stay and enjoy the place. He gently squeezed his shoulder, preparing for a sweep to eliminate all the remnants. Night has fallen late into the evening. At a deserted warehouse, Moo Hyuk steps out of the car to check the situation. Proceed to report that Director North Gyeongsu's subordinates are quite injured, but without Director North's outside support, we would have been trapped inside this building. Moo Hyuk pondered silently, wondering why even with the full force of the Demon Department head and Director North, we still struggled to deal with them. Seeing the worried expression on his boss's face, Ma Seo Ok Dae bowed his head and apologized. I am sorry, sir. Moo Hyuk gently reassures him. I don't blame you, uncle. I'm just glad everyone is safe. But deep down, he shivered at the thought that if only the head of the Demon Department had been sent, who knows how many people would have been lost by now. Moo Hyuk quietly wonders if his current strength is all he has, then coldly looks at the miserable henchman on the ground and asks, Who is that guy? When he learned that he claimed to be from the Silver Tiger Gang Gangnam to protect the young director, he quietly assessed that this was one of the strongest forces in Gangnam. However, Myeongdong has always been his grandfather's territory, so they shouldn't have dared to venture here on their own. Moo Hyuk looked straight at him and asked sharply, So you were sent here to protect the boss? The question hit Gangho's pride, and he roared, Grab him now, you dog! Who are you to call out my boss's name directly? I sneered and declared that since you stepped into Myeongdong first, I can also understand that you want to challenge us, right? Immediately, I ordered my subordinates to cut off the legs of anyone who steps into Myeongdong, so they won't get lost. Moo Hyuk told Ma Shi, OKDAE not to kill them because they are necessary pawns to pressure the White Tiger gang leader, while the henchman could only scream in despair. Hey, you son of a bitch, if you want to kill me, just do it. Ignoring the screams of the one being dealt with, Moo Hyuk turns to face Sin Sung-in. He asked in a low voice, Director, please, since when? Sin Sung. In stammered, crying and begging, tears streaming down his face. Why did you do this to me after all? I didn't do anything wrong to you. He's trying to drag the chairman out to be a shield. Does the chairman know what you're doing?
Can I talk to the chairman? I think we're having a serious misunderstanding.
Calm down, Sin Sung-in. There's been a misunderstanding. How much did Thanfong Society pay you to keep Jakuja close to me? The pointed question made Sin Sung-in's eyes widen in horror, sweat pouring down his face, and Moo Hyuk quietly confirmed that his reaction proved he was completely right. You're speaking softly. Don't pretend anymore. These petty tricks don't suit your imposing appearance. Moo Hyuk continued to question about the betrayal, hearing that he was protected by my grandfather since childhood. So when exactly did he betray my grandfather? At this moment, Sin Sung-in revealed his true face. He roared, Damn it, let me say it straight. When I gave up wrestling and went to see the chairman, I was serving someone else. I was working under the chairman's orders. Moo Hyuk bent down and stared intently at the traitorous director, demanding to know, Are you talking about the leader of Thanfong Society? So who is that person? What is his plan? In response, Sin Sung-in gives a sneering, challenging laugh. He chuckles softly. It seems the chairman hasn't told you everything yet. He looks at Moo Hyuk with pity in his eyes. Do you know about the chairman? Once you know, just go and secure a spot at the bottom, grandson. Your arrogant attitude made one of Moo Hyuk's subordinates shout loudly, You dog, then rushed to suppress him immediately. Moo Hyuk pondered silently. So everyone calls him the boss? He asked coldly, meaning if he wanted, he could eliminate me at any moment. Sin Sung-in confidently asserted, Of course, to the boss, a little kid like you is nothing but an ant. Moo Tae-belm was mainly planted just to keep an eye on you. He grits his teeth and blames your appearance. The problem is with you. Director Chon Soo-man seemed like the perfect puppet, but suddenly, you appeared and ruined everything. Looking at the person in front of him, Moo Hyuk quietly assessed his cunning. On the surface, he always appeared completely loyal to his grandfather, even when other directors turned their backs and sought their own advantage. He still pretended to be upright. In the previous life, it was that blind trust that led to your grandfather being deceived until the moment he closed his eyes. Moo Hyuk told himself that if he didn't recognize Moo Tae-belm and act first this time, sooner or later his life would be taken by him. Sin Sung-in, with a questioning tone, How can you tell Moo Tae-belm is a spy? How do you know that? Because he has a ticket to see the future from a past life, sir. So how can we fight? Moo Hyuk didn't answer, but calmly ordered him to speak everything he knew about Thanfong Hoi. If you cooperate peacefully, I will grant you the mercy of a gentle departure. However, Shin Sung-in was completely desperate. He roared, "Kill me now. I have nothing left to say to you." Mu Hyuk hesitated not. He coldly replied, "Fine. Then I will send you off according to your wish." He turned to his trusted ally, Trung Fong Ma, and said, "Did you hear everything? Kill him." As Mu Hyuk turned to walk away, Montebelm, who was tightly bound, suddenly screamed wildly, let me go now.
If you release me now, maybe I'll show mercy and spare your lives." Mu Hyuk stopped, turned back with a look of contempt at the delusional fool. "Hey, do you not understand your native language? Or do you just have no brains to realize your current situation?"
"I am going to reveal your true identity, Montebelm. Or rather, Fun Toshiro, captain of the Hiraguri Gumi Guard Unit, the second organization under the Yamaguchi clan. Kim Mu Hyuk, who has uncovered your household registration, looks directly into the terrified eyes of the Japanese assassin and declares, I think from this moment on, we need to have a serious talk." Fun Toshiro stammered in shock. How do you know about that? Mu Hyuk often thought. Even though in his past life he only had a few bits of personal information about the guy, that was enough to make a criminal like him cower in fear before a university student. The assassin Junzei asked, "Who exactly are you?" "No need to ask, you're the one who will send me back to my homeland." Mu Hyuk replied calmly, "You already know, right? The son of Chairman John Tessen's daughter, Kim Mu Hyuk. I see through your mind," and add, "Weren't you planning to kill me? And when my grandfather passed away, you even intended to get involved in the high-interest market of Myeongdong, right?"
That statement left Fun Toshiro speechless as all his sinister plots were laid bare. Mu Hyuk knew from his previous life that this man came to Korea around 1997 as a frontrunner to seize Myeongdong while waiting for the main forces to arrive.
"I'm the one asking now. Who gave you the orders?
What was your gang's purpose in collaborating with the Thanfang Society? Give me your final ultimatum. Tell me everything you know. I'll only take one arm."
Cornered and desperate, Fun Toshiro roared wildly, "Just kill me already. I choose my honor." He chose honor, but Kim chose to torment his mind. Mu Hyuk suddenly burst out laughing happily at that ridiculous stubbornness. "Honor, ha 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 ha." Mr. Miyamai looked at the defeated opponent and asked again, "So you let him die without betraying your gang?" Mu Hyuk sneered and turned away, truly loyal. "All right, no need to say anything else. Just let him go." This unexpected decision made Fun Toshiro feel ecstatic, and he anxiously questioned, "What now? What are you up to this time?" Mu Hyuk casually walks away. "You can go now. You're free." Toshiro stands frozen in shock. But then Mu Hyuk suddenly turns back with a deadly smile and says, "Go, and I will make Japan know you are the most cowardly traitor in history." He looked directly into the terrified eyes of the assassin and added, "No need to dirty your own hands. After all, you want to die with honor? So die with honor in your beloved Japan." The deadly psychological attack completely shattered Toshiro, causing him to scream desperately, "No, please, just kill me here, please." Mu Hyuk paused, then coldly laid out his final demand. "Tell me everything you know. At that moment, I will grant your wish with no way out left." The assassin bowed his head in acceptance. "Fine, I will tell everything." After finishing everything, Mu Hyuk returned to the mansion, entered the room, and said, "I'm back, sir." Grandfather sat silently in the chair, gently lifting his head to look at his grandson, and said, "You've had a hard time. Now tell me." Mu Hyuk reported to his grandfather that Shin Sung-in approached him with a personal intent from the very beginning. He confirms that for now we have dealt with Chairman Shin, Montebelm, and the White Tiger Gang as well. Grandfather, surprised, asks again, "The White Tiger Gang, do you mean Baek Jong-ji in Gangnam?" Mu Hyuk confirms that his right-hand man was already at Dongong Noodles to rescue Shin Sung-in, proving they are always nearby. This infuriates the old man. Are they really planning to ignore the secret non-interference pact between Gangnam and Dongong Noodles? Mu Hyuk coldly states that one of the three major gangs in Gangnam has officially broken the agreement and outlines his plan to build up forces for Bakdong-su before launching an attack on them. Grandfather murmured that the news of the street fight in East Honey Noodles had spread, and to calm public opinion, a sacrificial offering was needed. Mu Hyuk reassured him that Northeast Su would handle it, and the White Tiger Gang certainly wouldn't want to escalate things and would know when to retreat. He assured them that they wouldn't dare make a big fuss, just leave it to him and everything would be fine. But his grandfather was still worried that a full-scale war must be avoided. The old man warned that the leader of Thanfang Society is not an ordinary person, and it's hard to predict his actions. Mu Hyuk confidently said he wouldn't act hastily. He would make them suffocate gradually for fun, and both of them understood well that if a war broke out, both sides would suffer heavy losses. Grandpa carefully advised, no matter what, don't step forward yourself, just use Myung-hoon's forces. Mu Hyuk nodded firmly, saying she would inform Director Ha when they would need them. Suddenly, my grandfather asked about the schedule of the Japanese assassin. But as for Montebello, how did I know about him? Mu Hyuk hesitated briefly, thinking I needed to come up with a convincing reason to hide my return. He quickly replied that Chairman Bok said he had met him in Busan, so that's how I found out. My grandfather sighed in relief, marveling at how unpredictable people can be. Who would have thought a gangster could be useful to us?
Mu Hee-uk continued to reaffirm his trust in Bok Dong-soo, who has been with him since childhood and has never failed him in any task he was given. He quietly assessed that although Dong-soo's ideals are somewhat romantic compared to today's underworld, it is precisely because of that he is even more reliable.
Chairman Jon acknowledged his grandson's ability to read people. Indeed, meeting the right person is both a skill and luck. However, he couldn't hide his bitterness at being betrayed by his trusted confidant, unexpectedly stabbed in the back by the very person he personally chose. The feeling of being betrayed by your closest confidant is truly painful. Suddenly, he winces and grimaces with a pained expression. Mu Hee-uk hurriedly approaches, noticing he's uncomfortable. He's been looking exhausted lately. The old man sighed tiredly, probably due to old age and declining health, his body no longer as strong as before. Worried about his health, Mu Hee-uk suggested that he should go to the hospital and offered to take him there. The old man gently smiled and declined. Haha, I don't need it. I don't want others to say I'm old and still have my grandson take me to the hospital. He said he already has a checkup appointment next week and then told his grandson to handle this mess. A few days later, to cover up the incident, one of the Northeast Sioux Gang's enforcers and a few other members turned themselves in due to the fight. The White Tiger Gang also sent people to the police station in a similar number. The scandalous incident in the heart of Myeongdong has made the headlines, with too many witnesses to cover it up. In the silent night on a cliff by the sea, Shin Sanjin and Moon Tae-byum faced their final punishment. Standing behind the two traitors, Ma Seo-ok Dae coldly declares your crimes. You are guilty of inciting the plan to kill young Master Mu Hee-uk and mocking the chairman all these years. He raised his gun and asserted, you know, the only way to punish is death. Facing the gun, Shin Sung-in screamed wildly. Do you think killing me will make that bastard Kim Mu Hee-uk famous?
We have branches from the Korean sidewalk to the universe. So where the hell is Mu Hee-uk? Shin Sung-in screams in despair that Kim Mu Hee-uk will definitely die at our hands.
A shot rang out sharply, hitting the traitorous director in the head and causing him to stare in shock before dying. Shin Sung-in's body collapsed and fell freely off the cliff, sinking into the raging waves of the night sea.
Seeing the horrifying scene, Funtoshiro panicked and shouted at Marseok-dae, who had told him to kill him and stop tormenting him. But Marseok-dae remained expressionless and calmly replied, I don't think I need to do anything.
Just a rumor that you're still alive is enough for the gang to never let you go. His eyes bore into the assassin trembling before him. Your daughter is still young and your wife is also young. You should think about your family a little. When the head of the ghost department delivers such a psychological blow, even the assassin has to kneel. After instilling the ultimate fear, Marseok-dae turns his back and leaves. Let Funtoshiro stand in stunned silence amid the roaring waves crashing against the lonely cliff. Returning to the mansion, Marseok-dae reports everything to Mu Hee-uk. Chairman Shin doesn't know much. Someone from the Thanfong Society contacted him first, and he was only assigned to place Moon Tae-byum close to him. He continued to reveal the deep conspiracy of the organization. Moon Tae-byum's faction was ordered to prepare to infiltrate the private loan market in Korea, but then suddenly received a new order to gain his trust by becoming his right-hand man through Chairman Shin. Mu Hee-uk quietly realizes that his actions have completely overturned their plans. If nothing changes, Shin Sung-in will continue to pretend to be Trung Tun even after his grandfather passes away. At that point, Moon Tae-byum and the Yakuza would boldly enter the private sector in Korea, scoop up huge profits, and then retreat. My beautiful girl. Just one small misstep and I could lose everything again. Although he would never keep Moon Tae-byum by his side, Mu Hee-uk knew he had no reason to doubt Shin Sung-in, who had always shown absolute loyalty to his grandfather. Once again, Moon Tae-byum had seized a rare opportunity to approach the Thanfong Society, an organization almost impossible to trace. Given the tense situation, Ma Seo-ok-dae nervously suggested that we should increase the number of bodyguards for him. We need to change the vehicle and always have at least 3 people accompanying him. I naturally replied, just me and him are enough. I'm not some fragile ornament for them to bully. In response to his subordinate's earnest plea, young master, Mu Hee-uk recognized Ma Seo-ok-dae's determination and reluctantly agreed. Fine then. Instead, only I am allowed to be near you. The others will support from afar. Ma Seo-ok-dae. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Mu Hee-uk pondered deeply. They not only mobilized the White Tiger Gang, but also might have summoned Japan's largest Yakuza organization. His eyes flashed with deadly intent. I will make you pay dearly for that plan. Mu Hee-uk's face hardens with determination. His ultimate goal right now is to uproot the octopus called the Thanfong Society. Sitting in the car, Mu Hee-uk calls Hunky Yan to discuss the huge sum of money just earned. Q-I-An asked again, you mean we're investing in Ma Seo Company? The poor lawyer, the team is about to jump ship because of the money. Mu Hee-uk calmly explained that from the $25 billion earned from the Mexican peso fish scandal. We will keep half at Dreamhive and split the rest into smaller parts to transfer to various companies. Handle that for me, okay? He carefully advised to spread the money across multiple channels in different areas to avoid taxes. The more complicated, the better. Q-I-An said a financial expert will handle this, but he still couldn't help but worry. This tax evasion is practically illegal. You understand that, right? I imagine myself getting exposed and ending up in prison facing those tattooed guys. If that happens, I'll serve time behind bars. Moo-hyuk reassures his associate, "That's why I told you not to do it yourself, but to hire someone else to handle it. Doing this, no one will be able to trace who is truly behind it." Ki Yu-yi sighed and lamented, "Working with you feels like wandering through Disneyland every day for me." Moo-hyuk agreed. "All right, for now just follow my instructions." When he returns to Korea, Moo-hyuk visits Myung-soo's apartment, sees his friend arrive, and Myung-soo asks how he's doing. "You're here already? Are you starting at the training academy next week? Have you finished packing your things?" Moo-hyuk just smiled and replied, unsure what else to bring. Probably just some books and a few clothes. He then suggested, "I'd like to invite you to have a meal together." Myung-soo waved his hand. "Sit down, I've ordered the food." Just then, Hyuk-seon entered with a bag of groceries. "Myung-soo, I brought beer." Seeing Moo-hyuk sitting in the room, Hyuk-seon happily touched his shoulder and said, "Oh, really?" Moo-hyuk was also a bit surprised, but quickly regained his composure and said, "You're here already?" Hyuk-seon could only exclaim, "Oh!" Seeing the suddenly awkward atmosphere between the two friends, Myung-soo called out from the kitchen, "What are you two up to? Stop staring at each other like idiots. Put away the bottles in the table. Hurry up and start drinking." From up on the rooftop, Hyuk-seon curiously asked, "So are you planning to settle down in Seoul now?" Moo-hyuk nodded affirmatively and said, "Yes, I have decided to stay at Myung-soo's house. After all, I have to go back to school anyway." His eyes flickered with a hint of worry as he looked down at your leg. "How is it now?" Hyuk-seon calmly replied, "It's fine. The doctor said I can resume normal activities, but returning to the competition will be quite difficult. Moo-hyuk sincerely thanked you for taking care of my grandmother in Busan." Hyuk-seon responded with a gentle smile. "It's nothing, Zep. Helping grandma is like helping my own. No need to overthink." The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Hyuk-seon lowered his head full of regret, and I realized I was at fault with you, even though I knew I shouldn't have said those words. "Moo-hyuk, right now, you're truly terrifying. You've changed so much." Hyuk-seon continued to open his heart. "If you or my Hyuk-seon face the same situation as me, I would also do everything possible to take revenge to the end, for both of you." He looked straight at his friend and sincerely apologized. "No matter what Moo-hyuk did or what the world said, I shouldn't have said those words to you. I'm sorry." "Forget it, you fool. We're friends. What is there to apologize for?" Just then, my Hyuk-seon stepped out from inside, breaking the tense atmosphere. "What are you guys doing outside? Talking about the sea again?" "Today, we're gathering to send off this close friend and drink up quickly." When my Hyuk-seon appears, the tense atmosphere instantly disappears. He doesn't forget to tease about past achievements, and after drinking, he'll probably start causing trouble again. "Do you remember back then when we used to hang out at the car club and cause trouble everywhere?" Moo-hyuk and Hyuk-sung both laughed and said, "Those old stories are gone. I don't remember them anymore." Sitting in the car on the way back, and the car broke down. "Well, your husband seems lively today," Moo-hyuk chuckled and replied, "Probably because he's happy to see his friends again. It's been so long since we last met." In January 1995, a major earthquake struck Kobe, Japan. Since that disaster, the yen, which had maintained a rate of 100 yen to $1, began to appreciate sharply. The reason is that insurance companies were forced to withdraw investments from dollars to pay insurance claims. U.S. hedge funds also rushed to buy yen and Japanese government bonds, further driving up the value of the currency. The yen, the second most important international currency after the U.S. dollar, has turned the Japanese foreign exchange market into a battleground for global hedge funds. Faced with natural disasters and aggressive attacks from speculators, the yen gradually weakened. When the 90 yen to $1 exchange rate collapsed, Japan reached an agreement with the G7 finance ministers and central bank governors to intervene and weaken the yen. This very agreement ultimately ignited the Asian financial crisis. 2 years later, under the shock of that blow, South Korea also fell into a financial crisis. Moo-hyuk knew very well that this was also the opportunity for him to take control of the country. Returning to the current plan, Moo-hyuk proposed to his grandfather that he wanted to recover the money invested in Kwanbo Corporation. The old man was surprised and asked again, after 20 years of business acquaintance, why suddenly his grandson was so eager to break up and ask for a gift. Moo-hyuk calmly explained that the company's uncollectible debt was too high, sir. They are still borrowing from many banks now. Kwanbo Group is mainly focused on construction and manufacturing, but Moo-hyuk understands the huge debt figures behind its glamorous appearance. The Ulmi apartment complex in Daechidong, Gangnam, is also constructed by the Kwanbo Corporation. It is a large-scale organization ranked 18th among South Korean companies. But Moo-hyuk knows that behind the glamorous exterior, it is actually hollow inside. He analyzes with his grandfather about Chairman Jang Tae-ho, who once used bribe money to the government to gain an advantage in land redevelopment projects. The scandal that broke out then nearly caused the entire group to collapse, but by stepping down from his position, he avoided legal prosecution. Moo-hyuk insists that that person is no different from a real estate speculator. "I'm worried that this greedy person will cause consequences someday to directly hit the family business before the ship sets sail." After hearing this, the grandfather calmly commented, "Well, I think your conclusion is a bit hasty. After reviewing the financial reports, we haven't seen any serious issues." He believes that their debt-to-equity ratio is indeed high, but other major corporations are similar. However, in Mu Ha-uk's mind, a dark vision of the next 2 years has already emerged. Specifically, in January 1997, Wanbo will completely collapse due to its business model, relying too heavily on debt financing, and will then disappear from history forever. This will be Korea's largest corporate bankruptcy, causing a liquidity crisis and triggering the collapse of many other conglomerates. By the end of that year, when South Korea faced the 1997 foreign exchange crisis, the worst sovereign default would mark a severe economic downturn, and Moo Hee-wook was certain that Wanbo was the spark that ignited the entire disaster. Mr. Kim is already holding the notice of the company's bankruptcy for the 18th largest conglomerate. After some thought, his grandfather's gaze softened. But I trust you. This time you handle it directly. He asked if I needed my Eung-hoon's support. Moo Hee-wook silently assessed that the task of personally collecting the debt from a major chairman was definitely a challenge of his abilities that he had set for me. That's not right at all, Moo Hee-wook confidently replied. No, I will handle it together with Manager Ma. Seeing his grandson's determination, Grandpa turned to his assistant and ordered him to transfer all Wanbo bonds to Moo Hee-wook. My Eung-hoon confidently asked again, all of it, sir. The old man firmly confirmed, yes, transfer everything. Still, he looked at Moo Hee-wook with concern and asked one last time if she really didn't need my Eung-hoon's help. Moo Hee-wook refused Trong Fong-ha's quick withdrawal, believing that if he stepped in, everyone would assume it was her grandfather's wish, rather than her own strength to recover the debt. If he's really as fierce as he claims, they'll say you're just riding on his coattails, but they see your determination, my grandson. The old man chuckled. Ha ha ha, all right then, give it a try. Please also send my regards to Jang Tae-huo. Moo Hee-wook quickly replied, yes sir. Standing in front of an old commercial building nestled within a residential area, Moo Hee-wook couldn't help but doubt that this was the right place. When confirmed by his companion, yes, he nom assessed, it's hard to believe that a major corporation would have its headquarters on the third floor of a commercial building in a residential area. Moo Ha-yusi's gaze turned cold as he realized Chairman Jang Tae-ho was definitely no ordinary person, and this would be very difficult. Seeing the situation was getting complicated, his partner suggested, let me go in first to check, just in case they try to play dirty inside. However, Moo Hee-wook firmly refused because he wanted to complete the mission himself, as his grandfather entrusted him, and he didn't need any help. This is his grandfather's task, and he should handle it himself. He orders, just a voice, start collecting the debt now. The two quietly head towards the building, officially beginning their confrontation with the Kwanbo group. Moo Hee-wook and Ma Seok DAE stop in front of the list of the conglomerate's business sectors from construction and energy to steel. Looking at its scale, Moo Hee-wook quietly assessed that this place truly is the headquarters of a group ranked 18th among the elite. An employee approached E.G. May I ask if you two are here for a reason? Moo Hee-wook calmly replied, I have an appointment with the chairman, which stunned the staff member. With our chairman? To dispel the suspicion, Moo Hee-wook coldly states a name. I come from a Gimma GD. Immediately, the staff member's face changes completely. He hurriedly orders his subordinates. Hey, Clerk Han, call the secretary's office to check if the chairman has any appointments today. Moo Hee-wook silently sighed, knowing that the reputation from the debt-ridden neighborhood of my YD always carried weight, making people like this cautious. Stepping through the chairman's office door, a luxurious space with golden horse statues and expensive decorations unfolded, leaving Moo Hee-wook feeling overwhelmed. What is this? Just taking a step through that door feels like entering a different world. Debts piling up like crazy, but still pretending to buy golden horses. What a facade to deceive people. Sitting on the luxurious sofa is Chairman Jang Tae-ho, who eyes me critically. Are you the shopkeeper of the chairman, or his grandson? My Hyuk confidently introduces himself. Yes, my name is Kim My Hyuk. Jang Tae-ho asks with a nod. How old are you? Moo Hee-wook replied, I am 22. Looking at the face of the person opposite, he silently assessed that the first impression was indeed correct. Just a mess. This face used to appear everywhere on the news in a past life. Now seeing it in person, it's not much better. Jang Tae-ho waved his hand, just standing there for show. Sit down and tell me what old Sean brought the kid here for. Moo Hee-wook sat down with a determined look and declared, from now on, I will be in charge. Jang Tae-ho took a sip of coffee, looking at her with disdain. Oh, really, already? Is this what they call young and talented? Moo Hee-wook calmly focused on the matter and said, Chairman, I am here to handle the convertible bond issue that I signed and used as collateral for the $5 billion loan. You're truly useless. I told you to adjust it to the right temperature. The old man suddenly poured hot water on the girl, causing her to cry out in pain, and she hurriedly apologized. Jang Tae-ho growled, redo it, and the secretary could only nod obediently before hurriedly leaving. After she left, Jang Tae-ho kept grumbling, this bunch, truly useless, not worth the money I pay, always getting their salaries on time. He leaned back in his chair, asked with a mouthful, wait, what did you just say about handling the convertible bond I mortgaged? Why, I've been paying it back steadily. Humo thought to himself, old man, if you dared to delay the payment, you wouldn't be sitting here comfortably with your legs crossed now. He coldly replied that our company is currently restructuring assets, so there's no other choice. We are also gradually recovering other businesses. Jang Tae-ho firmly refused. That's not possible. He started to evade responsibility now, but even if it's a convertible bond, how can it just disappear instantly? Now, I really can't handle this anymore. Moihu sees through the old man's heart. He quietly thinks, I knew it would turn out like this. Anyway, I've checked and know this old man's financial situation well. He is fully capable of paying. I calmly deliver the blow. It's fine, no problem at all. So I will convert to stocks or sell the bonds with a premium to another company. Jang Tae-ho stood up in shock and shouted, What are you talking about, man? You want me to transfer it to someone else? Moi-uk quietly assessed the opponent's mindset. Normally, the lender holds the power, but when the debt gets big enough, the debtor becomes the one pulling the strings. In the end, the creditor has to beg and coax the debtor to pay up. The harsh reality of the financial industry is that the more debt you have, the thicker your skin, and he knows the old man's weakness well. But if this bond falls into someone else's hands, Wombo's control could be shaken. He's probably borrowed heavily to get through tough times, but he didn't consider that this very debt could become a blade at his throat. Moi-uk looked straight into Jang Tae-ho's eyes and added, If the convertible bonds are turned into shares and released into the market, your management of the company will surely face many difficulties, but I think it will still be okay. Moi-uk thought to himself, after all, he had no intention of recovering the debt with cash. What he truly desired at this moment was something much more powerful. Faced with the young man's pressure, Jang Tae-ho was stunned and questioned, This is an order from Chairman Tron. Old Jang still couldn't believe he was being pushed into a corner by a kid, while Moi-uk calmly leaned back in his chair and affirmed, No, this is my decision. My grandfather has already given me full authority to handle the bonds at Wombo. Jang Tae-ho roared angrily, Don't be ridiculous. I've agreed with Chairman Tron. The main condition is not to convert bonds into shares. What authority do you have to decide on your own? Without any hesitation, Moi-uk coldly challenged, If you don't believe it, you can call to verify directly. Immediately, Jang Tae-ho grabbed the phone and shouted into the receiver, Connect it with Chairman Tron Pyeong Trang-dong, now. When the other end picked up, my grandfather's voice rang out. Oh, Chairman Jang, what's going on, huh, Chairman Tron? Where does this reasoning come from? Are you trying to break our agreement? What are you suddenly rambling about? Be more specific. Jang Tae-ho is furious. His nephew came all the way here to threaten me. That if I don't pay the debt, he will sell the bonds and transfer them to others at a higher price. Isn't that going too far to pressure someone? He raised his voice to remind him of the promise made years ago. You yourself said you would never convert it into stocks. As the chairman, I will no longer cooperate with you. Your grandfather's rage exploded over the phone. Listen here, Jang Tae-ho, you're now acting all high and mighty. Scolding me? Your grandfather appears commanding as he reminds you of your humble past, begging for money when you're broke, and now that you're somewhat influential, you're trying to play the victim with me. Jang Tae-ho turned pale, stammering to explain, I didn't mean that, but the old man cut him off sharply enough already. I have entrusted that kid with full authority, let them settle it between themselves. The call ended coldly. Moo-hyuk calmly looked at the distressed debtor and asked, Have you verified it yet? In desperation and fury, Jang Tae-ho gritted his teeth and asked, Fine, just tell me how much money you want to let this corporation go free. Moo-hyuk stood tall and confidently announced. The only number, 20 billion. Jang Tae-ho was stunned and exclaimed in horror. What? Jang Tae-ho roared in fury. You're crazy. I only have 5 billion and I've never missed a payment. Yet now you're demanding 20 billion. Moo-hyuk remained calm and composed, looking directly at him and declaring, Chairman, since you said you can't pay the debt, my purpose here is no longer to collect money but to sell you a tool that will help you protect your company. In front of the old man's astonishment, Moo-hyuk calmly added that the price of the item usually depends on the conscience of the seller. He insisted that this is definitely not an expensive price, because if he sold it elsewhere, he could even make a bigger profit. Jang Tae-ho gritted his teeth in furious anger, but Moo-hyuk didn't give him time to think, standing up decisively and saying, If you refuse, then fine, I'll take my leave. Seeing Moo-hyuk about to leave, the old man panicked and called him back. Don't go. 10 billion? Can you give me a little discount to bring good luck, kid? He promised that if I waited another month, he would pay double. But Moo-hyuk looked down on him with contempt. About to walk away again, right? A thug disguised as a businessman using the company's name to bribe for illegal loans. Only those illegal credit brokers do that, and there's nothing left to bargain over. Moo-hyuk judges that the negotiation has failed and continues to walk away. Jang Tae-ho hurriedly grabs him. Hey, young man, why are you so impatient and hot-headed? Wait for me. The old man immediately took out his phone and ordered the chief financial officer to come into my office. Immediately after, the finance director entered. Jang Tae-ho shifted the blame and said, This is our finance director, talk to him. The finance director looked at Moo-hyuk and confirmed that we currently have no way to handle 2 billion yuan right now. The true face of the 18th ranked corporation, a giant but broke. Moo-hyuk leaned back in his chair and coldly issued a final warning. If you can't handle this today, I will go elsewhere. Seeing through the true intention behind this pressure, the CFO suggested just saying what you really want. Moo-hyuk quietly thought to himself that this guy really is a finance man, understanding things very quickly. He looked directly at both of them and played his final card. the nearly 10 billion military units worth of major shares I inherited from my father, and including bonds, about 50 billion. The CFO frowned thoughtfully. More shares too, huh? Still, the premium is quite high. Mu Hyuk calmly replied, I believe that number is a reasonable valuation. Mr. Finance Director, you surely understand what I mean. The CFO still insisted, I told you, clearly we don't have cash available right now. Jang Tae-ho lost patience, leaned back in his chair, and asked bluntly, what exactly you want, so they wouldn't keep waiting. Mu Hyuk delivered the decisive blow, estimating around 600 acres of land in the Yuan. My apartment complex that haven't been registered under new ownership, right? The statement left Jang Tae-ho stunned. Mu Hyuk continues to expose the hidden assets of the group, and there is another piece of land owned by Wanbo Construction in Daejidong. Over 1,000 pi of land were purchased at once during the apartment development, but they still haven't been registered. Jang Tae-ho's face paled as he stammered, how do you know so much about our company's internal affairs? Did you plant someone inside us? Mu Hyuk calmly watched the trembling old man, his mind envisioning the future where in 2 years Jang Tae-ho would cause Wanbo to go bankrupt and flee abroad. At that time, the national authorities will step in to seize the assets. But the attempt will fail, and among those assets is a piece of land. This land will later skyrocket in value, so let me handle it for you to save the trouble. He coldly replied, I am the grandson of Chairman Jon Tae-sun. That answer pleased him. Jang Tae-ho could only remain silent in utter shock as I learned that, based on current market prices, the total value of those plots of land would be around 40 billion yuan. The land inside the Eunmai apartment complex is also included. I've already calculated the premium as well. He looked straight into the old man's eyes and issued a final ultimatum. Choose now, land, or the corporation. Mu Hyuk silently affirmed that from the very beginning, his concern was not about Wanbo's shares. His only goal was the land over 1,000 pi into Chidong that Wanbo was holding. Because it was there that Kim Mu-uk's empire would be born. Do you want more time to think? Is it the land or the corporation? Jang Tae-ho is too big, so I'll let you go. Don't show your face to me anymore. I'm about to collapse. Mu Hyuk remains calm, clearly giving you a chance to choose. Jang Tae-ho lowered his voice and said, I heard you've dismissed all the foreign directors and taken over that position, acting just like the chairman would. In response to that subtle remark, Mu Hyuk only smiled and said, thank you for your compliment. He secretly thought that statement was definitely a compliment, but the damage to him was zero. Jang Tae-ho angrily warned, don't get cocky, or karma will strike you down just like you're doing to me now. Mu Hyuk sighed, knowing full well that the irresponsible management of that man would lead to a huge foreign exchange economic disaster for the country, something he couldn't even imagine right now. Although he had no intention of saving that old man to help the country, Mu Hyuk also didn't plan to let him go bankrupt and escape abroad so easily. Mu Hyuk stood up to end the meeting. I will remember your words. Today I will send a lawyer. I want to take the land today. All right, I'll take my leave now. As Mu Hyuk stepped out, Jang Tae-ho suddenly erupted in rage, shouting wildly and smashing the heavy wooden table in the room with all his strength. And overwhelmed by shock and fury, he suddenly clutched his neck in pain. Seeing this, the assistant hurriedly ran in worriedly. Sir, Chairman? Outside, Mu Hyuk's car smoothly rolled forward as Mu Hyuk immediately called an old friend, Jae-ha. This is Mu Hyuk. On the other end, Jae-ha asked curiously, Mu Hyuk, is something wrong? Mu Hyuk calmly and directly stated, I need a lawyer. I wonder if you could ask your father to introduce me to a few people. I want to meet in person and discuss a few things. Mu Hyuk, Jae-ha happily agrees. Okay, my friend. My father also wants to meet the investment genius like you. But Mu Hyuk firmly states, no, I will go directly to your father's place. I also know where Korea's top law firm Eun and Kim is located. The man with a confident demeanor introduces himself as Eun Hyung-min, co-founder of the law firm Eun and Kim. He politely asks, is Chairman Tron still in good health? Mu Hyuk was slightly surprised and asked, you know my grandfather? Eun Hyung-min smiled and replied, in this industry it all comes back to money. So how could I not know your grandfather? I have also heard that you will be the successor to Chairman Tron. Mu Hyuk modestly replied, no, there hasn't been an official decision yet. I'm just diligently doing the tasks assigned to me and learning. It's hard to believe that just like that, he wiped out an entire corporation. Looking at the man in front of him, Mu Hyuk silently assessed that this is Eun Jae-ha's father, co-founder of the Eun and Kim law firm, Eun Hyung-min, who is well aware that this is one of Korea's top law firms, always guaranteeing victory no matter how difficult the case. But in reality, this is a dishonest law firm willing to take any case as long as they get paid. To win, they are ready to forge evidence, buy dozens of witnesses, lobby, or bribe. There's nothing they wouldn't do. The fearsome reputation of Eun and Kim makes not only other law firms, but even the prosecutor's office wary when facing them. Mu Hyuk secretly feels pleased. This is the legal service he truly needs. You know that the true nature of this law firm hasn't been exposed yet, and their scams are only known to insiders. Eun Hyung-min casually sits down and asks, so if you meet the boss, you probably won't be suing your neighbor. Tell me which big shot you're planning to use. Mu Hyuk calmly revealed that he would acquire the land on the condition of transferring bonds and shares from Wonbo Group. I was stunned. Mu Hyuk firmly confirms, yes, I need a good corporate transaction lawyer. Yoon Hyungmin questions the location and value of the land Mu Hyuk is targeting. He calmly states that it is a property of about 1,600 peon in the Ulmi apartment area in Dachidong, valued at up to 40 billion won. This figure makes even the seasoned lawyer excited. 40 billion, right in Dachidong? Mu Hyuk confirmed and explained that about 600 peon of the land is unregistered, so the ownership transfer process will be a bit complicated, while the remaining roughly 1,000 peon is land in Dachidong. Yoon Hyungmin admitted that Mu Hyuk had surprised him greatly even at their first meeting. However, he still wondered why Mu Hyuk didn't use his grandfather's legal team. Mu Hyuk confirmed that he had been granted full authority by his grandfather to handle this matter and expressed his desire to find a capable partner. I hope you can introduce me to someone capable. Maybe we can work together long term. Yoon Hyungmin chuckled happily at his confidence and vision. Ha 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 ha, this guy is really interesting. Your nephew GH really has good judgment in friends. He firmly agreed and promised to send the best people from the office to support him. After leaving the law firm, Mu Hyuk got into the car with Masioka DAE. When asked about the next destination, he firmly said he would go to the Dachidong land to build the building. Sir, I don't feel comfortable leaving it to your company to handle the construction. Mu Hyuk decided to seek out a stronger force to support his massive project. Let's go to Chairman Songza Hyo-on's house. The car quickly sped off and stopped in front of a grand mansion. As soon as they met, Mu Hyuk asked directly, "So you heard the news that I'm about to take on a construction project, and you've heard about me taking over that small business." Mu Hyuk immediately revealed shocking news that this time, when handling Wonbo Group's debt, he received land in Dachidong instead of money and expressed his intention to build a tower there, but was worried that his grandfather's car business wouldn't be able to handle such a large project alone. Hearing the name of the land in Dachidong, Chairman Song was stunned and asked, "Huh? The land in Dachidong, isn't that the project of Chairman Jung?" The old man chuckled happily when he learned that Mu Hyuk had taken over. That guy stubbornly refused to sell no matter how much we begged. So after careful consideration, I realized that even my grandfather would give up. Chairman Song asked if I wanted Jia Hyun and us to handle the construction part. Mu Hyuk replied yes. The main work will still be handled by your father, but I hope Jia Hyun will be in charge of the construction part. That land is quite complicated to build on. Hearing that, the old man chuckled, haha indeed. A clever little fox, just like you do. You want us to handle the land? Use change procedures. Mu Hyuk thought to himself, even though I can do it myself. Having Jia Hyun do it will be faster and more precise. He set a goal in his mind that the entire project must be completed no later than the beginning of 1998. Turning to Chairman Song, he proposed that, if possible, he wanted to shorten the construction time and have the project finished within the next 3 years, so he sincerely hoped for assistance. The old man nodded. I understand. For a few other places, can you wait outside for a moment? Mu Hyuk politely agreed yes. Sitting in the courtyard of the estate, Mu Hyuk quietly calculated that maintaining a long-term friendly relationship with Chairman Song Ja Hyun was essential. In terms of status, his importance in the Korean economy is no less than that of my grandfather. Maintaining a close relationship with him is very important. I will consider him an absolute ally. Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling him. Well, which handsome guy dares to sit in the courtyard plotting like this? A girl suddenly appeared from inside the house, leaving Mu Hyuk puzzled, wondering who this little girl was. Suddenly coming out of the house and asking who I am, this girl is a member of Chairman Song's family. Mu Hyuk politely greets her. Hello, I am Kim Mu Hyuk. I am visiting Chairman Song. As soon as she heard your name, the girl smiled knowingly. Kim Mu Hyuk, so it's you. Seeing Mu Hyuk's confusion, she continued, I've heard Mr. Hyushu and him talk about you a lot. My name is Song Hyun-ji. Mu Hyuk quietly wondered, is there someone named Song Hyun-ji in Chairman Song's family? Seeing his reaction, she asked again, Huh? Could it be that you haven't heard about our marriage? Mu Hyuk was stunned. What do you mean our thing? Hyun-ji casually revealed shocking news, saying, Haven't you heard anything about our marriage? Oh, he's stunned and wondering what the hell is going on. I haven't even built a nest, let alone a home. Ignoring his shock, the girl smirks triumphantly. I really like the first impression. You've got it now. You care about appearances, so let's try to get along in the future. I just love handsome guys so much I reincarnated. Mu Hyuk was completely stunned, with a face showing helplessness and extreme confusion, trying to understand what is happening in this situation. From now on, let's try to get along better. Seeing your stunned face, Hyun-ji calmly replied, Are you pretending to be a poet? Although this is a decision made by our families. We should still take some time to get to know each other before becoming a family, right? Mu Hyuk hesitated and asked again, I think you're still too young for him. How old are you this year? Hyun-ji confidently smiled. I am already a high school student. When you entered high school, I was also in my final year. Next year, I will also be an adult. Mu Hyuk secretly judged that although Hyun-ji's age and appearance are not much, she is still underage. He felt that it might be wrong for an adult to be involved with someone underage, but she immediately smiled and thought, I really am old-fashioned. Mu Hayusi's heart was stirred. He never expected the elders to secretly conspire about such strange things behind his back. He tried to decline politely, apologized to her, but at this moment I don't want to get involved with anyone, so I will clarify this matter with the chairman first. Hyunji laughed and teased that you're outdated and straightforwardly declared that basically, I like you now. Compared to what I heard from my grandfather, I like you even more now that I've met you. Mu Hyuk curiously asked what the chairman said about me. Hyunji listed a string of praises from her grandfather, saying he is strong, smart, handsome, and polite. But the thing that impressed me the most about him is probably that he has the most money in this country. This girl is straightforward and blunt. Her practical answer leaves Mu Hyuk speechless. Not giving him a chance to react, Hyunji hugs his arm affectionately and asks, What are you doing this weekend? Let's go on a trip with me. Mu Hyuk immediately tried to decline, saying he's busy this weekend. Being firmly rejected, the girl pouts and says, So you're just making an excuse to run away from me, right? Until now, you're the only one daring enough to refuse me like this. She insisted that he give his opinion, so he told her to tell him how he felt about her, to say that he also liked her. In the living room, Chairman Song casually asked, What do you think of Hyunji? Mu Hyuk quietly thinks that the girl doesn't look like she's from a wealthy family, but she's honest, full of life, and sometimes a bit childish. Chairman Song affirms that she is his most beloved granddaughter. He started revealing a family secret. I have an undisclosed son, and Hyunji is the child born from this son of mine. Chairman Song quietly continued to recount the past. After Hyunji was born for a short time, her parents suddenly died in an accident, leaving the poor child to grow up under his sole protection. Before I close my eyes forever, I beg you to take care of her for me. Consider it my final wish. Knowing what the old man truly meant, you understand what I'm implying, don't you? You can take care of her like your own sister, so there's no need to worry. Satisfied with the firm promise, the old man nodded happily. Back to the business plan. Mu Hyu has already discussed with director Ji Hyun, right? The old man confirmed everything has been arranged smoothly and will soon send someone to negotiate the details. However, he also reminded him of the company's stature. But outsiders might wonder why you want director Ji Hyun to be involved in the project. You understand what I mean, right? As the top construction company in the country and among the top 20 worldwide, every move Ji Hyun makes is scrutinized by the media. Mu Hyu confidently replied, Don't worry, uncle. If I get involved, Ji Hyun will only gain reputation, not trouble. The partnership between Gokseong Construction and the giant Ji Hyun at the Dongchi Dam project has created a huge boost. Thanks to this ambitious project, Bak Yongsu's influence has gained a solid foothold to officially move into Gangnam. However, Gangnam is a land full of danger and treachery, not a place where anyone who wishes can easily step in and take over. The luxurious black car stopped in front of a lively nightclub in the city center, and Bak Yongsu and his men quietly entered inside to meet a prominent figure, Baek Jung-ji, the notorious boss who holds absolute power over the White Tiger gang in Gangnam. In the hazy space of the VIP room, Baek Jung-ji looked at Bak Yongsu with a cold gaze and slowly spoke. He and his car can be considered as fellow gangsters. If you had just called an hour earlier, maybe things wouldn't have gone wrong like last time. Gangsters talking about culture? You guys are really something. Although his words sounded polite, the aura he exuded made the atmosphere extremely tense. Boss Gangnam coldly ordered, Sit down. Without hesitation, North Gyeongsu calmly sat down facing him to begin a direct confrontation between the two biggest underground forces. Gyeongsu leisurely took a seat opposite Mr. Chung Gangnam and spoke arrogantly. This is our first meeting, but forgive me for being direct. As the leader of a gang, isn't it a bit unfair that I'll soon be sitting at the same table as the vice bosses? This arrogant attitude makes one of the White Tiger gang's underlings go completely crazy. Who do you think you are, you crazy arrogant bastard? Before he could finish speaking, Gyeongsu glared fiercely and said, Adults are talking, who do you think you are to interrupt? All the little guys get out of here now! He glared at his underling and warned, And you, if you dare point at me again, it won't just be your leg like last time. The tension reached its peak, prompting Beach Gyeongsu to step in and say enough. Chung Gangnam coldly ordered his men to stand down. I heard your younger brother from the car company is coming, so I called everyone out to greet him. I didn't expect it to cause such a chaos. Please step outside first so I can have a private talk with my colleagues. After only the two of us are left in the room, Bitch Gyeongsu poured another drink and remarked that he didn't expect Busan residents to quickly accept the area that Mr. Dongpo took over. The people supporting you are really formidable. Even Chairman Dongko chose them. The old man's eyes turned cold as he asked, No matter what, isn't your intrusion into Gangnam a bit too much? Bak Yongsu calmly finished his drink and then replied quietly, Our boss is planning to build a building in Dachirong. He said that while the project is ongoing, he doesn't want any noise around, so from now on, that area will be under our management. Bitch Gyeongsu scoffs and says, You use the excuse of building to get into Gangnam, but do you think your side is more deserving? Exploiting workers is a mistake back? None of them are right. Gyeongsu advises the other person, you, to think carefully. If we keep fighting each other, we're only benefiting the other two organizations in Gangnam. We need to remember that Ziun is divided into three main areas, including Wyeongdongbo, Gansel, and Guro in the southwest. Gyeongnam is the most prosperous area in Seul and home to long-established organizations. In fact, it's not just the White Tiger Gang operating there, but 3 interconnected groups sharing this lucrative territory. Bak Jeong-soo keeps pushing, and besides, it was you who first stepped into Myeongdong. The unwritten rule there is that no one is allowed to interfere casually. I know that well, but still doing so. What do you call that? He emphasized that just one forced rumor retreat could make it hard for a gang to survive. Gyeong-soo looked his opponent straight in the eyes and finalized.
So, this White Tiger gang of yours is trying to challenge our gang of the Zasei. Offended, Baek Gyeong-soo gritted his teeth and shouted, "Are you trying to stroke your ego, little brother? Let me tell you, you'll be gone in no time." Baek Gyeong-soo still maintains his attitude to leave, but whatever happens, don't forget that it's all your own doing. Now, there's only one way forward left, and that is to fight until one side is completely wiped out. Gyeong-soo's fierce declaration of war left the man from Cheonggyeongnam standing frozen in anger. As Gyeong-soo was about to turn and walk away, Baek Gyeong-soo hurriedly called out, "Hey, sit down. I never said I wanted to start a war with you. If I wanted to fight, I wouldn't have called you here. I turn around faster than my ex." Gyeong-soo pondered for a moment, then finally relented. "Fine, Daechi Gyeong, just that place. If you keep pushing for more, there will truly be a battle between both sides." In response to this concession, North Gyeong-soo faintly smiled in triumph. Immediately after, Moy Yi-ok received a notification that the deal was finalized and the other party had agreed to let the elder brother move into Daechi Gyeong's territory. Moy Yi-ok instructed Baek Gyeong-soo over the phone. "Forget about the fight. Now it's just about finishing the project on time. No messing around. Money is just an illusion. Just invest in the best stuff for you, as long as the house stays intact," Gyeong-soo replied confidently. "Yeah, I know. Don't worry." Moy Byuk pondered about how the gangs would turn against each other to wipe each other out after the conflict with the criminal groups. You know, you're lucky to have North Gyeong-soo help you gain a foothold in Gangnam without any conflict. But currently Gangnam is divided and controlled by 3 major organizations: White Tiger Gang, New Gangnam, and Kwanla Sect. According to the investigation by Detective Ma, all 3 organizations are supported by Thanfong Hoi. Moy Wyuk understands that if these organizations are not dealt with, inevitable conflict will eventually occur. Not long after, at the Tron family estate, the chairman summoned all the descendants for a meeting. The old man looked over everyone and solemnly announced, "Today I called you all here because I have something to say clearly." Chairman Tron's eyes turned cold as he prepared to make a crucial decision. Moy Iuk will officially be my successor. A step closer to heaven is real. This statement makes Gi Hwan and Gi Soo feel elated, but their faces clearly show their dissatisfaction. The old man calmly added, "I will of course share some of the assets with you, but don't be too greedy. Remember this, whatever I give can also be taken back at any time." The stern warning made Gi Hwan bow his head, clenched his teeth to suppress his anger, while Gi Soo remained silent with a cold gaze, and Gi Ayang eagerly took Moy Wyuk's hand to congratulate him, trusting that Moy Wyuk would do well what was entrusted to him. Moy Wyuk smiled and replied, "Thank you." Gi Ayang, instead of the intimidating silence, Chairman Tron asked, "Is there nothing you want to say? No dissatisfaction with my decision?" Although his heart was breaking inside, Gi Hwan still forced himself to say congratulations Kim Moy Wyuk. Moy Wyuk quietly assessed that although those involved had previously regarded him as the heir, making an official announcement at the family meeting carried a completely different weight. Jisoo also coldly said congratulations. Moy Wyuk firmly declared in front of grandfather, "I thank you. I will do my best. I will uphold the Tron family name even if I am from the Kim family." He silently understood that his grandfather trusted him so much that he was willing to overlook an entire generation to pass everything to a grandchild who even didn't carry the Tron surname but the Kim surname. If you've won, then stop. Don't hurt your poor siblings anymore. Understand that what he wants to hear is a promise to protect the family. Moy Wyuk reassures him, "Don't worry, there won't be any of that, grandfather." Chairman Tron asked quietly about the upcoming plan. "That's right, you told me you would go to the US, didn't you?" Moy Yi-oki politely confirmed, "Yes, I have some matters to handle there. I will return soon after going." As soon as Moy Wyuk stepped out of the office, she was unexpectedly stopped by Bia Kia Ung. "Your goal has been achieved, huh? So what are you going to do about our promise? You haven't forgotten your promise to help me get Samsung Group, have you?" Jisoo looked at Moy Wyuk coldly and confirmed that what her father did had nothing to do with her, "So I hope you won't interfere in that to break our promise." Moy Wyuk calmly replied, "Yes, you're right. What your father did has nothing to do with you, but ultimately, you should apologize to me, even if it's just a formal courtesy." Jisoo immediately retorted, "I don't know anything about that, but even if I don't, should I apologize? That was my father's doing." She emphasized that her father had already faced appropriate punishment and was not allowed to set foot in Korea while her grandfather was alive, then turned and walked away. "But I believe you won't break your promise." Moy Wyuk watched her cousin's back and silently assessed, John Gi-soo, that little fox thought they would tolerate him a bit, but who would have guessed he definitely refuses to lower his ego. He sighed and headed toward the waiting black car, but just as he was about to get in, a deep voice called out,
Hey, Kim Mui Wai-uk. Mui Wai-uk was already waiting and suggested, let's talk for a bit. Mui Wai-uk secretly felt annoyed. These brothers, one after another, keep coming to find me. What's really going on with them? He asked coldly. Contrary to his usual boastful attitude, Gi Hwan lowered his head nervously, sweat beading on his forehead. Han Nyep hesitated and said, I'm sorry, I really don't know what happened to Miss Mai Seok. Mui Wai-uk looked directly at the other person and asked again, so what? Gi Hwan snapped, trying to hide his embarrassment. I may be drunk, but I still have self-respect. I will take responsibility for my father's wrongdoings. Han bowed firmly and said, I'm apologizing to you on behalf of my father. Sorry for everything. Mui Wai-uk quietly listens, observing the pained expression on his cousin's face. Jai Hwan firmly states, I didn't say it to ask for your forgiveness. I just think I have to say it. Mui Wai-uk silently watched the backs of John Gi Hwan and John Gi Soo, wondering what they were planning. Could it be that a cunning old fox only has a weakness for Gi Hwan's sister, or are those apologies truly from the heart? Mui Wai-uk quietly concluded that he needed to revise his opinion of these two people. Then the scene shifts to New York, USA, at the Dream High Invest office, where Han Ki-wung-Yi-an excitedly announces that the Netscape we invested in before is reportedly about to go public soon. Based on that, Sonus Dark is going crazy. The initial public offering price was $14, but because it's so hot, it has doubled now, and everyone sees the money smell. Mui Wai-uk calmly asked, if you sell all at $40, what would be our expected profit? Ki-wung-Yi-an calculated quickly and replied, roughly $500 million. He was surprised and asked again, so what? Are you planning to sell everything? Mui Wai-uk knew well that Netscape, although it sometimes soared up to $80, had no reason to hold on to for long, because in the end it would be pushed out of the game by stronger competitors. He decisively ordered, after a brief pause, to sell our shares at $40. If they refuse, he said, you handle it yourself. Ki-wung-Yi-an nodded. Okay, I understand. Mui Wai-uk asked about other investments, and have you taken care of the yen holdings yet? Ki-wung-Yi-an enthusiastically boasted, yeah, a few days ago I finished settling everything, and the profit margin reached 300%. Mui Wai-uk continued to inquire, so what is our total assets now? Hang Ki-wung-Yi-an adjusted his glasses, smiling triumphantly, ready to take his heart medicine because his wallet just jumped to $30 billion, which is over 25 trillion in military terms. Not wanting to be overwhelmed by the huge number, Mui Wai-uk quickly urged him to proceed with setting up the shell companies. How is that progressing? Kai-Wang reports only about 30% done. Maybe it won't be finished until next year. He plans to split it into about 500 shell companies, then merge them into a total of 12 companies. The financial god of grinding ACC here, everyone. But Mui Wai-uk is still not satisfied. It's too little. Increase it more. Split into thousands of companies, then merge into 13 companies. Ki-wung-Yi-an panicked. Huh? The commission fees for those shell companies must be huge. Mui Wai-uk subtly pursed his cold lips. Saving a bit of money but ending up in prison for life would be even worse. Given Mui Wai-uk's serious threat, Ki-wung-Yi-an could only agree reluctantly, saying, don't talk nonsense like that, and then warned him not to complain about high commission fees later, because doing things your way would cost a huge amount. Night falls over the luxurious hotel where great financial schemes are still quietly underway. Standing by the window looking down at the magnificent New York City, Mui Wai-uk calmly asks, Mr. Truong-Fong, could you find me a trustworthy person? Don't look for a Korean person. Find an American instead. You need someone to stay by Hang Ki-wung's side and take care of him. I will try to find someone, sir, Mui Wai-uk replied respectfully, emphasizing that money doesn't matter as long as the person is completely loyal and will never abandon Hang Ki-wung-Yi-an. Although he claimed to trust, deep down Mui Wai-uk understood how terrifying money could corrupt anyone. He thought to himself that if Hang Ki-wung-Yi-an were devoured and betrayed by the greedy monster, he would not hesitate to abandon this servant. Not long after, Mui Wai-uk went to Steve Ross's office. As soon as he saw him, Steve cheerfully greeted him, saying hello to Charlie. So you've come here to make a fortune from the Netscape deal? I know you all too well. Mui Wai-uk nodded with a smile to confirm his presence. Immediately after, Steve introduced a guest who was in the room. That's right, let me introduce you to this person, Andrew Gigante, a businessman from New York who invested in me when I was with Apples. Andrew politely said, I am Andrew. I've heard a lot about you. The Gigante surname made Mui Wai-uk hesitate, and a flood of information about the upper class and the underground world in America flashed through his mind. He suddenly realized the shocking truth. Andrew Gigante. They seem strange, like those names sound familiar. Ah, I remember now. Vincent Gigante, the boss of the Genobi family, one of the 5 major families in New York. The boss's CPU just jumped to an extremely high speed. Mui Wai-uk looked at the man with a dignified appearance in front of him, realizing he had just encountered an extremely powerful figure lurking behind the shadows of this city. Steve Ross shares his next big plan. This time, he intends to collaborate with Disney to release a movie. The story of the toys, if you watch it, you'll definitely be surprised. He enthusiastically introduced it as the world's first full CG 3D animated series, but also modestly admitted that since it's just animation, he doesn't expect too much profit. Moy Wai-uk quietly smiled to himself because he knew very well that Toy Story was the work that lifted Pixar from the brink of bankruptcy to fame, becoming the top-grossing film in North America and helping the company smoothly go public. Moy Wai-uk assured Jack Meek to boost his partner's confidence. Don't worry, it will definitely be a great success. Steve Ross was momentarily surprised and then replied, I know it's just words of encouragement, but thank you anyway. I hope it will be as you said. Honestly, I also find it a bit difficult. Seeing Jack Meek's hesitation, Moy Wai-uk added, just call me if you're short on cash. I'll cover the startup costs all the way, Steve. He also said that, made Ross burst out laughing happily. Charlie, you really are an interesting friend. Ross turned to ask the opinion of his companion. What do you think, Andrew? I told you it wouldn't be too tight. He's completely different from the old-fashioned guys on Quan Street, right? Andrew took a sip of tea and nodded in agreement. He really is different. If I were an investor, I definitely wouldn't put money into a product that even its creator isn't sure will succeed. Hearing you say that, Ross joked. Hey, that's a bit too much. But since this is a good opportunity, why don't you also invest a little for me? Andrew immediately refused. Investing in someone as unpredictable and eccentric as you would surely get me killed by my father. Are you trying to get your friend killed? Being in the mafia is tough enough. Moy Wai-uk quietly assessed this man's identity and was shocked to learn that Andrew was the son of the Genovese family boss, Vincent Gigante. He wondered if Steve Ross had ever received help from the mafia before. Just then, the secretary entered to announce, the director has a call from Disney. Steve Ross stands up to give instructions. Please wait for me. The two of them sit and chat. Once Ross leaves, Andrew starts a conversation with Moy Wai-uk. I heard you're from Korea. You're still so young but already investing, and your contribution is quite substantial. Andrew curiously asked about his work. What field are you working in? Moy Wai-uk calmly replied, I am running a family business. Andrew's response surprised Andrew Gigante, who then looked at Moy Wai-uk with a scrutinizing gaze before suddenly asking, do you know who you're sitting next to with that innocent face? Moy Wai-uk whispered softly. He replied casually, I wasn't sure from how you address him and the way you talk to Steve that I had already guessed it to some extent. Moy Wai-uk's eyes turned cold as he revealed the true identity of his opponent. He is the eldest son of Vincent Gigante, the head of the Genoa family, one of the 5 major mafia families in America, Andrew Gigante. His precise answer made Andrew smile slyly, and he remarked with amusement, it seems your family business is just like ours. Deep down, Moy Wai-uk understood this power very well. The Genoa family, inherited from the Luciano family, is considered the legitimate branch of the mafia. They mainly operate in New York, extending into New Jersey, with activities including horse racing, usury, and holding strong influence over trucking unions and port operations. During the large-scale crime-fighting campaign in 1980s New York, the only one to escape justice was the current head of the Genoa family, Vincent Gigante. Moy Wai-uk calmly admits, yes, perhaps you're right. Andrew nods slightly in agreement. Indeed, there's no mistake. Moy Wai-uk got straight to the point and asked, did Steve ever receive help from the Genoa family? Andrew calmly explained that it doesn't seem to be related at all, but right now our relationship is just personal. I said I was just protecting his market a little, and since then we've been friends. Moy Wai-uk quietly analyzed that when Steve founded Apple, it was also a time when the mafia interfered in most interests, from distribution and sales to transportation. Without the help of the mafia, it would be hard to succeed, so in that context, it's not surprising. Moy was very pleased with the young man in front of him, shook hands with Moy Wai-uk, and said, if I had the chance to meet someone as wonderful as you, it would be my honor. Let's keep in touch sometimes. I always welcome wealth. Moy Wai-uk understood that the American mafia often hide behind legitimate businesses and serve as a gateway for lobbying within the U.S. government, so if he could establish a good enough connection with the New York mafia, it would definitely be a major advantage for his future business in America. Immediately after, Moy Wai-uk met with Hong Kyung-Wai-ang to get a grasp on the financial situation. Kyung-Wai-ang reports that I have transferred our shares in Netscape to the Anderson side. Netscape is expected to be sold off this August. Moy Wai-uk decisively issued the next order, in the coming period, to focus all the capital of Dream High and NASDAQ. He looked into the distance, forecasting a glorious future, preparing to load up, as NASDAQ was about to become a money-printing machine for our team, until the dot-com bubble burst in the early 2000s. Moy Wai-uk advised Hang Kyung-Wai-ang not to hold back on spending when recruiting talented people, and to delegate as much work as possible to trustworthy employees so the company can operate smoothly, even without a leader. Hong Kyung-Wai-ang nodded firmly. Okay. Moy Wai-uk continued explaining. Because I plan to assign you tasks, you'll need to go on frequent overseas business trips in the coming period. The amount of money is increasing, so there might be some dangerous risks. Seeing your concern, Hong Kyung-Yang reassures you. Don't worry. Since we're in this together, I've been thinking about distancing myself from the start. Trust the captain and the deputy brothers. Moy Wai-uk nodded, so I think you also need a bodyguard. Hung, my bodyguard. Immediately after, a muscular man was introduced, saying he was a former soldier who served with me during our time as mercenaries. The muscular black-skinned bodyguard with an authoritative presence spoke up. "My name is Michael. From now on, I will do my best to protect and serve you." Overwhelmed by Michael's grandeur and seriousness, Hang Kyung-eung awkwardly replied, "Yes, please help me." On a quiet night, Moi Weok hesitated and asked Marseok Dae if that Michael guy could be trusted. Marseok Dae confirmed confidently, "Yes, I worked with him 3 years ago at a company called Igude Vercoms. This is a private military company, BMC, the leading one today with almost no rivals. At this time, renowned BMC companies like Blackwater or Warner Group have not even been established yet. Moi Wai-uk carefully instructed that the supervision and protection of Kyung Wai-eng's hideout should be entrusted to that person, and they will do a good job. If necessary, feel free to hire more people." Marseok Dae respectfully accepts the order. "Yes, sir." Moi Wai-uk unexpectedly makes a bold proposal, department head. "Since this is a good opportunity, why don't we establish a proper company?" Seeing Marseok Dae's surprise, he continued, "Is there anyone trustworthy enough for me to entrust this task to?" Marseok Dae suggests, "I know an administrative expert in the EU. I'll try to propose it." Moi Wai-uk dismisses the plan to go to Korea for the inspectors. "Just stay in the US and keep things simple." Marseok Dae nodded and responded, "Yes, I will report back to the young master once everything is prepared." Moi Wai-uk pondered silently about the future, knowing that cooperation and conflicts among foreign powers were inevitable. He thought to himself that being prepared for that situation was necessary. The money in the US was settled. Now he just needed to go to Korea to clear out the thorns in his eyes and tidy up the site for the tower. As soon as he returned from the US, Moi Wai-uk was already at the construction company's headquarters, inspecting the site. "Seeing you?" Bak Jong-soo sighed and said, "I heard you've been busy lately. Your brother's calls go unanswered even when he's about to burst." Moi Wai-uk calmly replied, "I just flew back from the US today." Bak Jong-soo couldn't help but marvel, playing with land, going to America as if visiting a neighbor. And now Moi Wai-uk's family is playing on the world stage. Moi Wai-uk immediately got straight to the point. "How is the situation in Daechi-dong?" Jung-soo calmly said that Da-hyun's side was handling the construction site, but he still looked worried. "Building the building is easy, but what comes after is the real concern. Although the Bak Ho faction said we could build in Daechi-dong, we never know when they might turn against us after clearing their credentials." He also mentioned that the situation between the new Gangnam and Honam factions isn't very stable as they are dividing Gangnam's territory. Recent reports say a few strangers have been lurking around the construction site, and Jiangsu is sure they are from those two factions. Moi Wai-uk looked straight at the opponent and made a shocking proposal to Director Bak. "This time, let's take care of the Gangnam area all at once, okay?" In front of Jiangsu's surprise, Duke Quad announced, "Doing everything separately is exhausting, so let's take down all 3 groups at once." Bak Jiangsu quickly stood up and said, "Hey kid, do you know what we're talking about right now? Finish everything in one go." Moi Wai-uk calmly analyzed that if they took down each organization one by one, they would easily form alliances to counterattack, so attacking all 3 at once would greatly increase their chances of winning. After listening, Bak Jong-soo sighed and sat down to advise. "Come on kid, listen to what your brother says. Even though we could swallow Busan, Gangnam is still on a different level. He analyzed that even with money and many troops, our current forces are still too weak. Even if we mobilize all the troops from Busan, it wouldn't be a quarter of theirs." Jong-soo warned further that even if we managed to take Gangnam, we wouldn't be able to control him, like a shrimp trying to swallow a whale, tearing apart and dying in the process. He was worried that after the fight against crime, if Gangnam caused another riot, the police would be the only ones to benefit. Moi Wai-uk firmly assured him, "I will take care of that." He stared directly into Jong-soo's eyes and ordered him to mobilize all the troops from Busan and set a date for the operation. Once we take Gangnam, Moi Wai-uk then went to a luxurious traditional restaurant.
He walks in and politely greets the man waiting. It's been a long time since he last saw the chief prosecutor, Yoon Chang-ho, who greets him with a deep smile. No one can beat this charm.
Moi Wai-uk takes a sip of tea, looks directly at the prosecutor general, and says softly, "I hear Sang-nam will become the attorney general. The rumors seem to have spread across the political scene." "Congratulations in advance." Yoon Chang-ho gently smiles humbly. "Don't flatter me too much. It's just a rumor after all." Moi Wai-uk quietly assessed that Yoon Chang-ho was the one who directly led the gambling machine case, which earned him huge support from the people. A person who just a few years ago was a small local prosecutor is now being considered for the highest position in the prosecution department. Yoon Chang-ho sighed and admitted that the political circle must be reaching out to you a lot, right? "The ruling parties are constantly trying to pull him in, and I can barely stand it anymore." Moi Wai-uk calmly advises, "Please don't rush into politics just yet."
You analyze that if Yoon Chang-ho runs for office now, he would definitely win. But staying firmly as Attorney General first will give him a solid advantage to strengthen his position later. Yoon Chang-ho nods in agreement and says, "I understand. I will follow your advice."
Then suddenly, Moi Wai-uk asked unexpectedly about the prosecutor who once investigated the old gambling machine case and where he is now. Yoon Chang-ho was surprised and asked what the prosecutor who was exiled to the island was doing. Was he planning to rescue him? Muihai-uk made a bold proposal. Could you help me get him appointed to the Serious Crime Division at Seoul Control and then issue orders to handle the 3 major gangs in Gangnam? Un Cheng-ho asked back, huh? Gangnam? He explained in a low voice that this was not easy at all, because the organizations there are deeply connected with the political world. These guys have deep roots. Exposing their business masks isn't a joke, and they're not backing down. Muihai-uk countered, isn't it soon? And your side plans to imprison the 2 former presidents? The statement left Yoon Cheng-ho stunned, confirming that in November the arrest of former presidents J.L. Owner Hwan and Jo Woo was a shocking event aimed at exposing the masterminds behind the military coup and the Gwangju massacre. Yoon Cheng-ho asked sternly, how did you find out about this? The dates are still a national secret and haven't been made public. Muihai-uk calmly explained that once the 2 former presidents are detained, the political circle will have to hold back for a while. He affirmed that applying Article 4 of the law could completely arrest them all. Yoon Cheng-ho sighed heavily, but said that if we want to arrest the entire organization, we need more evidence, and right now it's not enough, so I'm afraid it will be difficult. He worried that even if the entire crime prevention unit had military strength, they might not be able to defeat organizations of such nationwide scale. The director looked at Muihai-uk with admiration and said, you've already made the full plan this time, haven't you? Muihai-uk calmly replied, President, you just sit back. I'll handle the rest myself. Standing before the city at night, Muihai-uk begins outlining the plan for Bak Jeong-soo, the day when the 2 former presidents will be detained. When the director orders the troops to raid the core businesses of those gang groups, the prosecution office will also move in immediately. Bak Jeong-soo briefly hesitated and asked again, so all your underlings will also be cuffed then? Muihai-uk reassured him. Most will be released immediately after arriving at the station. Just prepare a trusted subordinate, like a deputy boss, to take responsibility. Remembering Jeong-soo's words earlier, Muihai-uk pressed him. You said you had some underlings handling things in Busan. Jeong-soo immediately realized, oh, you mean Soo Hee-ung, right? Brother Bak started to sense something was off, guys. Muihai-uk nodded firmly. Yes, assign that person to be responsible. Immediately, Bak Jeong-soo's face darkened with anger. But Soo Hee-ung is the one your brother and I have been through everything with since we were kids. So do you really want me to use my close brother as a shield? Muihai-uk looked straight into the other person's eyes and confirmed I will arrange for him to receive the lightest sentence possible. The male gang organizations will be charged under Article 4 with at least 5 years in prison. Trim in a serious tone reminds about the ultimate goal. Director Bak, our purpose this time is to swallow Gang-san at this CEO. Suffering some losses is unavoidable. After a moment of silent struggle, Jeong-soo sighed and accepted. I know anyway. Try to help them get the lightest sentence possible. Muihai-uk quietly calculated that stabbing or even killing right in the heart of the Southern Gang cannot go unnoticed by the press and media. Therefore, not only the Nam Gang, but also Bak Jeong-soo's faction had to have some of their men captured and sent to jail. If the person caught was Busan manager Yang Soo-hyung, it would definitely be highly favored media news. The reporters might headline with provocative phrases like the clash between Busan and Seoul organizations. After settling everything, Muihai-uk returned to the mansion, entered the room, and politely greeted, I'm back, sir. Grandfather, who was reading the newspaper, looked up and asked, I'm back. Muihai-uk stepped forward and replied, Yes, Grandpa. Ji Yi-hang happily ran over to greet him. Muihai-uk was surprised. Ji Yi-hang is also here? The girl explained, You went out to pick money and neglected your grandfather, so I had to come and be a good granddaughter for you, Muihai-uk replied with a smile. Is that so? Thank you for always coming to take care of him instead of your brother. Watching the figures of the grandfather and grandson, Muihai-uk quietly felt that thanks to John Ji Yi-hang, the cold atmosphere in this house had become warmer, and the grandfather looked much happier than before. He realized that what the old man truly desired was probably not money, but the simple happiness of a family like this. And then, time kept passing until November 1st. And that's the fun for first. When in the middle of the night in the city, Bak Jeong-soo's troops silently attacked the enemy's territory. Seeing the unfamiliar, fierce-looking strangers late at night, the Busan gang leaders seemed confused, as if they had gone to the wrong place. In response to that shock, there was only a fiery gaze and a cruel, tearful command from North Gyeongsu, and the slaughter began. A bloody battle erupted fiercely, sweeping through every alleyway deep into the night. At the mansion, Muihai-uk answered the call and said, This is Muihai-uk from the other end, Bak Jeong-soo announced loudly. We've finished handling it. Muihai-uk calmly advised him, You've worked hard. When you contact again, tell Young-soo-uk to surrender immediately. I finished talking with the prosecutors and got a clear yes from the officer, so I quietly sit in the darkness, and on November 1st, a shocking event occurs. The first time in constitutional history that a former president is arrested on the spot. While all the newspapers and TV stations focused the public's attention on that political event, Bak Jeong-soo mobilized all his forces to quietly take control of the Gangnam area. In a luxurious room, a powerful figure resembling an emperor asked, Are all the former presidents being detained? He contemplatively nodded and said, Yes, I actually had some idea this might happen, just didn't expect it to come so quickly. The old presidents are finished. I've replaced them with other pawns several times, but the next report from my subordinates made the old man thrilled. More importantly, during that chaos, all the male gangs had already fallen into the hands of the organization, led by Chairman John T. Sancom's nephew, sir. The hurried assistant explained, I heard they coordinated with the central prosecutor's office to wipe out all the male gangs in one go. Playing with the police, who can match Mui Hyuk, he worries that if he just stands and watches without acting, the Than Phong society will suffer significant losses. The leader's eyes darken with hatred, Yin Jang Kamfan fuming. It's that damn nephew of John T. Sankum. That brat is getting more and more arrogant. Meanwhile, in the quiet night of Seoul, as Mui Hyuk stepped out of the car and told his close guard Trong Fong that he would go for a drink with friends before returning, he casually walked down the empty street unaware that danger was closing in. Suddenly, the DAE vehicle detected something unusual, and he shouted in panic, Sir! From behind, a white truck sped towards him at terrifying speed, its headlights illuminating Mui Hyuk's shadow. He turned his head in horror, but it was too late. The screeching crash tore through the air, flinging the young man onto the street. Dong-shu and the lawyer quickly rushed to the hospital. Luckily, he was only lightly injured, and the elders are burdened with caring for him. His close friend was also there to look after him, and Dong-shu finally explained everything that had happened. AAE immediately recounted that at that moment the car came rushing to hit him, but the quick-witted guy managed to jump out of the way just in time. He immediately chased after the driver in the alley, DAE's crazy vehicle. Suddenly, he was ambushed from behind by an unknown attacker with a wooden stick. The blow was so strong that the stick broke in half on his back, but he still stood firm, causing the attacker to panic and retreat loudly. Stay away from here. Don't let the enemy escape, DAE mine vehicle. He immediately closed in and grabbed him tightly. He asked sharply, Who's to blame, huh? The assassin's name struggles to deny. Damn it, I don't know. I just had a little too much to drink and made a mistake. This kind of writing only fools kids, you know. Your stubbornness makes DAE's evil eye stare. He became colder than ever and insisted he would not speak. Then this will be the biggest mistake of your life. Seeing the unfavorable situation, that guy suddenly pulled out a sharp knife to risk his life, but all resistance became futile against the power of DAE. He easily controls the situation, delivering thunderous punches and kicks that send the villain flying and collapsing onto the street. DAE brain machine. Standing before the defeated enemy and crying out a final ultimatum. I won't take you to the police station. The interrogation ends here. Now tell me, who's behind your actions? Suddenly, he secretly put a pill into his mouth, realizing his intention to commit suicide to cover up the lead. He hurriedly rushed over, gripping his jaw and shouting, Hey, you bastard! He desperately tried to force the suspect to spit out the pill, but it was too late. The culprit started foaming at the mouth, gasping for air, and died right in his hands. What kind of assassin has such a weak heart? Witnessing the only connection just cut off, DAE's mind reels. I could only stand frozen in utter shock. DAE, the mad vehicle. Seeing Mu Hyuk lying in the hospital bed with a remorseful expression, I report that, according to my investigation, the driver of the car that night was worker Tae Tran Nang. I heard that recently he managed to make a large sum of money, but I couldn't trace the source of that money. He nodded in acknowledgement, so I haven't found out who is behind hiring him for this job. I sincerely apologize. I should have responded more quickly in that situation. Mu Hyuk calmly reassured, It's okay, you were caught off guard. Standing nearby, Bae Chung-soo remained silent and speculated that Gangnan probably didn't have anyone daring to do this, and moreover, no one else besides us knows about you. He proposed a hypothesis, or maybe it's those people your uncle mentioned earlier, the so-called Than Phong Society. Could it be? Mu Hyuk remained silent, his mind racing. Thinking so, they must be starting to fear us, which is why they resorted to the truck attack. At the Chon residence, Mai Eung-hoon reported the young master's health status to the chairman. According to the checkup results, luckily, the young master had no serious injuries and only needed 2 to 3 days of rest before being discharged. Hearing that, the old man silently pondered, probably because Mu Hyuk and Gangnam caused this. After all, Gangnam was once one of the solid financial sources of Than Phong Hoi. Chairman Chan's eyes grew cold. He called out, Mai Eung-hoon, and the assistant immediately responded, Yes. The old man decisively made up his mind, bored at home, so he decided to go on a trip to the enemy's lair for some relief. Chairman Chan Tisan personally went to the Than Phong Society's hideout to face the leader. He, Lee Young-hun, softly said, It's been a long time since I last saw you, Chairman Chan.
We haven't seen each other for a long time today, have we, Lee Young-hun? You've changed a lot.
We first met when you were about 20. Lee Young-hun recalls those pre-liberation years, when he was a young man who didn't know fear. Chairman Chan nodded softly. Yes, we have lived as if each day might be our last. Back then, being loved by the elders and not dying was truly a blessing. Lee Young-hun chuckled softly. Yes, you are right. Chairman Chan, is there something you came here for? He repeats the old man's vow from years ago, saying he would never set foot in this place again, and that there was nothing left to meet me for anymore. He likes to bring up the past to provoke, and despite the tense silence from the other side, he continues to tease with a sinister smile. So why do you stay silent? I think you have a lot to say, so you came to find me like this, right? Chairman Chan ordered firmly. Stop. What you're about to do, Lee Young-hun pretends to be confused and asks again, "What did you say?" "You told me to stop." "But stop what?" The old man's eyes turn cold as he almost threatens, "If you try to hurt my grandson again, I will fight you to the end." He calmly responds, "I have no idea what you're talking about." Chon's patience has reached its limit. He firmly declares that if you want, let my grandson face a life or death challenge with me. He emphasizes he will never repeat past mistakes and will absolutely not stand by silently while you killed my daughter, my Seo, 20 years ago. His eyes burn with determination as he looks straight at his opponent and declares, "I say I can do it even if I have to risk everything. I will bring down you and Thanfong society." Lee, Young-hyun calmly admits to the crime. Yes, it was him who took his daughter away. He sneers at the foolishness of the Chon family. Their sons are too easily manipulated. Despite everything, they betray their own sister, and the child even severed ties with his father to live a hidden life. He crossed his legs triumphantly and revealed a bloody contract, but in exchange for that betrayal, we backed him up from behind. When a loan shark like John T. Sands cuts ties, there's always a price to pay. Your sons sell their sister for protection money rather than be honest, so how can you refuse? Lee Young-hyun looked straight at the old man and challenged him, saying if he wanted to fight, he would lose both. "If you could really do it, you would have done it when I killed your beloved daughter. In the end, you haven't done anything. Am I wrong?" He can't do anything because he only wants to protect the other two. He laughs at the conflicting feelings inside Chairman Jon, which is quite ironic. He's determined to protect his two sons and then betray his sister. Turning to the current target, he coldly declares, "As you said, I did consider eliminating Kim Hyo. At first, I planned to kill her after you died, but lately, she's been buzzing around my place like flies, which really irritates me. If there's no reason to keep him alive, then shouldn't we eliminate him? And there's $30 billion at stake, sir." Facing the threat against his grandson, Chairman John T. Sand's eyes turned cold and fierce. "And now I have nothing left to lose. I have given up my children and grandchildren. Now I only have that blind, obedient child. But if my last hope for protection is gone, then I have nothing left to fear." He looked deeply into his opponent's eyes and declared war clearly, saying, "There's no reason to keep your life." "Fine. Then, let's see. I dare to assure you of one thing. I may not be able to defeat the entire Thanfong society, but I can cut off all your limbs and tear you apart to chew." I haven't seen a John T. Sand so full of energy like this in a long time. "You're still very energetic. Yes, very energetic." Young-hyun stood up, his eyes showing danger but still wearing a sinister smile. "Very good. Don't worry. As long as you're still alive, I won't touch your nephew." He gazed into the distance and continued, "I also want to see what other tricks your nephew has up his sleeve." However, Lee Young-hyun immediately issued a heavy warning. "But if his nephew dares to cross the line, I cannot guarantee anything." Chairman Jon silently listened to his opponent's final warning. Lee Young-hyun turned away and walked off, not forgetting to leave a provocative remark. "Remember, I carved you. I don't need to give up everything. I can still push you into the abyss." The old man's sharp gaze seemed to have reached its peak. A little while later, Moo Hyuk had recovered and returned to the mansion. Grandpa An kindly asked, "Do you feel better now?" Moo Hyuk politely replied, "I'm sorry for causing you worry." The old man gently advised, "Be good. Stop causing trouble. Stay at home and help me run the company. For now, just focus on assisting with work. That alone has already tired you out." Moo Hyuk was a bit surprised by this sudden request and asked teasingly, "So the Cool Breeze gang is threatening you that you want me to stay home and behave?" The question hit close to home, causing the old man to hesitate for a moment. Moo Hyuk looked straight into his grandfather's eyes and asked, "Was this incident deliberately sent as a warning by Thanfong Hoi to scare him?" The old man remained silent for a long time, his face showing clear signs of exhaustion and sorrow. "Moo Hyuk, just consider this as him begging you. He doesn't want to lose any more loved ones at this late stage of his life." Understanding his grandfather's feelings, Moo Hyuk replied softly, "I understand now. You don't need to say more. I won't let you worry about me anymore." The old man nodded, his eyes full of trust, thanking you for understanding him. However, deep down, Moo Hyuk coldly concluded that Thanfong society truly intended to kill him. Right after being discharged, he went to a lively bar and didn't even bother to congratulate the kid on getting out of the hospital. Truly youth, recovering so quickly while I'm already old, so those old knife wounds still flare up now and then. Moo Hyuk smiled and responded, "Gongsu has already worked hard. He had to handle the takeover of Gangnam." Gongsu chuckled happily, and then the kid cooked rice my brother just needs to eat. If he's fed to his teeth and still can't eat, then he's really stupid. This brother is just honest, guys. Moo Hyuk calmly focused on the main issue, Mr. Dangpo and Gangnam. The two key areas of Seoul are now in our hands. Have you subdued the members of the gang in Gangnam yet? Gongsu said he had filtered the forces, only keeping those who are effective. And those who want to leave have already been let go. Moo Hyuk has given detailed instructions, so please assign them to suitable positions and supervise them closely. Ban them from looting or threatening civilians. Focus on operating legally to generate profit. Even if you agree, Gongsu points out the reality is difficult. Although Gangnam has many brothels, the population there is increasing, so it won't be easy. You need to have food to make your words count. He revealed some concerning information, saying that recently there has been an increase in drug trafficking. Mu Hyuk immediately hardened his face and ordered strictly that no illegal substances be used. Gong Su was worried. But can we really avoid it? Recently, more of them have been coming in here, slowly distributing drugs. Mu Hyuk gazes into the distance with a deep, sorrowful look, already plotting a brutal plan. For now, just pretend you don't know anything. Let them put on a show. I'll call the police to clear the scene. Mr. Gong Sui wondered about the next step. Got it? So what do you want me to do now? Just manage Mr. Dangpo and Gang Nam, is that all? Mu Hyuk warned carefully. For now, don't provoke them to avoid suspicion. If it happens again, the police and prosecutors won't overlook us. However, deep down he knew that staying silent didn't mean peace. Once the three dominant organizations in Gangnam were wiped out, countless others would seize the opportunity to step in. Gong Sui analyzes that. Although the crackdown has weakened the criminal underworld, gangs in Gangbuk and Southwest Seoul are still in chaos fighting for territory. He confidently states that since we came from Busan and took over Gangnam, known as a gold mine, I ask which side still dares to interfere casually. After a moment of silence, Mu Hyuk suddenly made a shocking proposal. So on this occasion, let's take over Seoul as well. He just promised to behave and now he wants to double-cross us. That statement left Gong Sui stunned, huh? Earlier, your younger brother said we shouldn't start a war. Mu Hyuk calmly outlined the strategy. We will unify Seoul into a single organization. I won't necessarily use force. I plan to negotiate. I intend to share benefits with the parties, but the final decision will rest with Director Bae. Mu Hyuk quietly reflected on the lessons from the Geneva family in America, believing that sharing benefits with the mafia through negotiation rather than war would allow things to be resolved quietly without attracting the world's attention. In particular, this helps avoid direct confrontation with the Than Fong Hoi. If they later exploit the Yakuza to expand, he needs to minimize the loss of forces as much as possible. Mu Hyuk confirmed that if the Seoul Peace Organization was unified, Director Bae would control the two major cities, Seoul and Busan. Black Gong-soo was stunned by Mu Hyuk's broad vision. Unifying all organizations nationwide under his control seemed like an incredibly feasible plan. Mu Hyuk's eyes grew cold as he looked directly at his ally and made an ambitious offer. Unify the country. I want to try. After their calculated conversation, Mu Hyuk and manager Ma Luong stepped out of the building, preparing for a comprehensive world blessing event. Mu Hyuk pondered about the future. If he didn't strengthen his power in time, it might be very difficult to deal with them. Gotta take over the territory before the IMF storm wipes out Thien Ha's wealth. While everyone's lost in their own thoughts, a familiar voice suddenly startles him. Huh, Mu Hyuk? He turns around and is surprised to see Song Hai Eunji standing there. Huh, are you on a secret mission or something that brought you all the way here? The girl replied casually, It's nothing. I'm just out having fun. My friend has something urgent to do, so she can't come. I was about to head home, but now that I ran into you here, buy me some food. Seeing that your younger cousin is still playing around, Mu Hyuk sternly reminded her that the university entrance exams are coming up in a few days and asked if she, a 12th grade student, wasn't studying at home but wandering around here at night. Hyun-ji pouted and crossed her arms, saying seriously, If 12th grade students don't eat rice, I want to eat pizza with a smile. Facing Hyun-ji's persistence, Mu Hyuk could only sigh and indulge her, all right. They walk into a restaurant together, watching Hyun-ji eat happily and eagerly. Mu Hyuk quietly smiles, her innocence seeming to lighten the heaviness in his heart. Late at night, Mu Hyuk takes her home. Hyun-ji looks shy and thanks him for bringing her all the way to the door, grateful for the pizza treat and for him personally seeing her home. It's really something. Mu Hyuk urged her to go in. It's late now. Chairman Song is probably worried about you. Hyun-ji mischievously replied, It's okay. I'll say I stayed with you. If I go out with Grandpa's friends, he'll approve even if I come home late. Mu Hyuk could only shake his head in admiration at his rebellious niece, Chairman Song's young girl who dares to say anything. As the early spring snow began to fall, Hyun-ji excitedly exclaimed, Wow, the first snow of the season, and looked at Mu Hyuk sincerely and said, Hey, I don't know why, but when I'm with you, I feel really comfortable. I feel like I don't have to hide or conceal anything with you, and what about you? In response to that heartfelt confession, Mu Hyuk offered a gentle smile, and unexpectedly Hyun-ji leaned in to lightly kiss his cheek, leaving Mu Hyuk momentarily stunned. Before turning to leave, she waved goodbye and said, When you finish the exam, we'll meet again, and this time I'll treat you. Studying is secondary. Mu Hyuk is the main thing. Mu Hyuk smiled and waved goodbye, but as soon as he got into the car, his face hardened with suspicion. He asked his close guard, Do you feel like there's always a car tailing us lately? It seems to be following us again today. The driver reported that right after we set off, I planned to use car number 2 to tail them, but then I couldn't see it anymore. Since the accident, DAE's car has been very cautious in selecting and assigning drivers for Mu Hyuk. Mu Hyuk secretly thinks he can accept being attacked, but if someone else gets hurt because of him, he truly cannot accept it. He asked this morning how the PMC was doing, and the DAE vehicle reported that an old colleague of mine will soon return to Korea for work. Mu Hyuk decisively ordered, Uncle, tell them to come as soon as possible and say that the establishment of PMC needs to be expedited. DAE's vehicle, yes sir. Moo Hee-wook enthusiastically shakes hands with the partner and introduces himself. Nephew, this is Charlie Kim, the owner of the Endless Wallet, and the man across from him looks very impressed. I've heard about you, but I didn't expect you to be so young. Nice to meet you. I am Eric Clark. That is Eric Clark, a former colonel of the U.S. Special Forces and a key figure in Moo Hyusi's elite security force plan. Eric Clark confidently introduces his personnel plan. At the moment, I am recruiting some talented individuals from the NAV Navy Force I knew during my time in service. They are experienced in real combat and will surely satisfy you. Moo Hye-wook's inspector noted that the opponent was indeed very confident and proud of his former comrades. He nodded slightly. All right, I look forward to your help. There's something I want to ask. Eric Clark politely replied and then curiously asked back, what kind of company does your boss want to target? The company I want, first, I want to ensure that the people around me are always safe. Protecting people. Rich people really are afraid of death. Eric Clark seemed hesitant about this somewhat modest goal. He concluded that if it's just about protecting people, hiring a regular security company should be enough. Is it really necessary to establish a PMC? What is the reason behind it? He wants Moo Hye-wook to clarify his vision further, because the company's scale will be determined by the direction he desires. He has taken Eric Clark and declared his ambitions. I want the most passionate, strongest, and most talented people, especially if we can become the biggest company in the world. Are you planning to take over Marvel as well? That statement left Eric Clark stunned and amazed. Moo Hye-wook continued to emphasize his ultimate requirement, and above all, I want a loyal army ready to do anything according to my orders. Eric Clark gradually understood the issue and analyzed, soldiers are simple. The only loyal subjects are just changing from the nation to the company, and the owner of the company is the superior of those soldiers. After careful consideration, Eric Clark confidently agrees. All right, with those requirements, I think we need to recruit American soldiers at general rank or higher. Surprised, I asked again. General rank, Eric Clark affirmed firmly. Yes, the U.S. military tends to be more independent than we think. While they understand the ground situation well, their operations are not solely based on that. Eric Clark emphasized that establishing a headquarters in the U.S. is essential and explained that, as you know, lobbying Congress in the U.S., EU, and many other countries is considered a legal activity. Moo Hye-wook immediately asked, so is there anyone suitable? Eric revealed he is thinking of two influential figures in Washington politics, but warned that securing their cooperation would require a significant amount of money. Moo Hye-wook had no hesitation. If we could proceed quickly, cost was no issue. Talking about $30 billion was different. Seeing his boss's generosity, Eric Clark smiled and said, if cost isn't a problem for you, I'll try to recruit those two to help you. I will rotate them into CEO positions to manage, and I will handle negotiations for the operations. He couldn't help but marvel, just as Breck said, truly generous and decisive. Moo Hye-wook asked in surprise, Breck? Eric Clark explained that it was actually the nickname of Marceau DAE. When he was still a mercenary, which made Moo Hye-wook curious as she looked towards her steadfast bodyguard. Moving to the core issue, Eric emphasized that the most important thing now is the equipment for the team. If the gun is faulty skill day, you'll be meeting your grandparents soon, boss. He suggested two options. Either the company buys and distributes the weapons or soldiers equip themselves. Marceau DAE. Wondering about the feasibility of soldiers buying their own gear, Eric firmly states it's entirely possible because soldiers usually know their sources better. Moo Hye-wook turns to the expert for an opinion, asking what Mr. Clark thinks. Eric Clark analyzed that both options have their pros and cons, but he suggested that it would be better for the company to equip them with proper weapons. Even if it means lowering their salaries, Moo Hye-wook firmly decided to proceed with the plan of the company purchasing and distributing the weapons. Eric Clark agrees and affirms that the greater the investment, the higher the employee's loyalty will be. He emphasizes a simple real-world truth. If the weapons are good, the casualty rate will always be lower. Moo Hye-wook confidently told Eric not to ask about the price, just buy the most expensive and coolest one for him. He suggested that Eric discuss the detailed startup costs with his partner in the U.S. to ensure sufficient financial resources and become the richest. Eric Clark respectfully replied, I understand, boss, and then the two of them shook hands firmly as allies before Moo Hye-wook's car drove away. Inside the car, Moo Hye-wook instructed Marciok DAE, please help me contact HankyongE.ONG in the U.S. and connect with the security guard to get her approval. Then, Moo Hye-wook nodded and looked out the window. He thought to himself that setting up the paper company was almost done, and next year would surely be even busier. The increasing workload, while the current staff still can't keep up, makes Moo Hye-wook secretly realize he needs to find more trustworthy people. In a neighborhood in Seoul, Bak Hyo-eun-sung is diligently training by running along steep slopes and towering stairs. Despite being sweaty and breathless, he kept going, showing his determination to recover miraculously after the tragic accident. Hyo-eun-sung, exhausted and stopping in front of his house, was just about to head inside when Moo Hye-wook arrived in his car to see him. The two of them stop at a beef rib soup restaurant to eat, while Ma Seo-ok Dan sits quietly observing at the next table. And Moy Hee-uk looks at your legs and asks worriedly, "Can you still run errands for me now that your football career is over?" Hyo Eun-sung affirms that even though he no longer plays professionally, he will still train to keep his body in shape. He asks his friend worriedly, "And you? I heard you were in a traffic accident not long ago. Are you okay now?" Moy Hee-uk casually replied that he only fell lightly. When his friend asked about school, Moy Hee-uk said he really didn't feel like himself and sadly confessed that he was thinking about going back to Busan to help his mother's restaurant. To prevent you from giving up, Moy Hee-uk firmly asked Hyo Eun-seo okay to help him out, saying this is the chance to change his life. Surprised, you asked him why, and he explained that he has a lot of work but lacks people, and he believes Hyo Eun-seo can handle any task well. Hyo Eun-seo hesitated and asked to confirm, "What you said was about high-interest loans, right?" Moy Hee-uk firmly confirmed, "Yes, I will help you with high-interest loans at Myeongdong. Because this work involves money directly, I only trust someone I truly believe in, but I also remind you not to overexert yourself. If you feel uncomfortable, it's okay to stop." Contrary to Moy Hee-uk's worries, Hyo Eun-seo confidently declares, "I'll do it." Seeing Moy Hee-uk still in shock, Hyo Eun-seo firmly asserted, "Moy Hee-uk, if it's your business, I have to help. Whatever you want me to do, just say." Moy Hee-uk gently smiles in satisfaction. He quietly calculates that even with subordinates working, he still needs a loyal eye to monitor the cash flow and manage the books. Moy Hee-uk told you to go to the loan shark market in Myeongdong and start learning how to read the books.
Sitting in the car, he silently decided to assign Kim Ho to oversee management because running the lending companies is just the beginning.
The heavy responsibilities that Hyo Eun-seo must share with him in the future are still numerous. As 1997 approaches, Moy Hee-uk quietly thinks that this is only the beginning of the most important time. "I know full well that just one wrong step could ruin all the careful plans I've made." For South Korea, 1996 was the year the country joined the OECD and entered the ranks of developed nations. But in reality, politics regressed, and the current account balance recorded its highest deficit in history. Above all, a series of small and medium-sized enterprises kept going bankrupt, yet people at that time still didn't see it as a major crisis. In President Jon's office, a man kneeling on the floor was pleading desperately. "President Jon, please just once, help me just this once." He desperately pleads, "Save me and Uncle Jon, the bank has cut me off. I plan to issue convertible bonds worth about $45 billion in January. I hope you can help me buy them." Chairman Jon sighed and looked at the miserable man in front of him. "Tisk tisk, why don't you just keep doing what you're doing and stop meddling in the steel industry? I heard you had to issue corporate bonds, promissory notes, and even sell your subsidiaries because you lacked money to build a steel plant, right?" The man still clings to his last hope, begging you to help him just once. "I will never forget this favor. Consider it a chance to forgive the past and lend a helping hand once more. Debtor style." However, Chairman Jon coldly replied that his company's situation was now beyond his control. "I will discuss with Moo Hugh and contact you," which left the man stunned. "Chairman?" The old man firmly said, "I understand. Just go back for now. I will contact you as soon as possible." And the man silently walked out the door. "Yes, sir. Please help me." After the guest leaves, Chairman Jon turns to his assistant and asks what he thinks. "Probably Moo Hugh won't help, right?" The subordinate responds thoughtfully. "Perhaps that's the case." Chairman Jon gazed into the distance, silently marveling as the events Moo Hugh predicted years ago were gradually unfolding. Once Moo Hugh told him that the big bosses would be lining up to kneel and beg for a few spare coins. And just as Moo Hugh predicted, everything gradually became a reality. A satisfied smile appeared on Chairman Jon's aged face, surprisingly so entertaining before he let fate take its course. Moo Hugh walked in and asked his grandfather, "I heard Chairman Jon from Hwanbo stopped by our house." The old man nodded slightly and replied, "That young man came to show off, but the boat's already sinking. No point in saving it now." He quietly reflected that other wealthy corporations were probably discussing when Hwanbo would collapse so they could share the spoils. Moo Hugh remained silent, his eyes deepening as he silently thought, "Hwanbo is only the beginning." Because later on, even Sangse-eung and major corporations like Jia Hyo-eun will no longer be safe. That's the entry into OECD with an average GDP per capita exceeding $10,000. However, behind that glow is a trade deficit of over $20 billion and a short-term debt ratio compared to foreign currency reserves of about 200%. Hidden beneath is a giant ticking time bomb as the average debt ratio in the manufacturing sector reaches around 300%, which would cause the entire economy of this country to completely collapse. That is the inevitable consequence of 40 years of rapid growth. This is something that cannot be avoided. Everything is about to happen soon. In 1997, history took its course exactly as Moo Hoo-uk had foreseen. On the news, Hwanbo Group, ranked 14th among the top economic corporations, was facing bankruptcy after failing to pay $200 billion in trade bills. Hwanbo immediately replaced the leadership, switched to an emergency mode, and is still trying to raise capital by selling real estate worth over 300 billion yuan. But due to the scale, no transactions have been completed yet. Inside the office, the assistant anxiously reported to Chairman Jon that negotiations for an additional 300 billion yuan from the creditors had all been rejected. They claim that because they've helped us twice, they can't invest more money. And that's it. Chairman Jiang, furious, asked through gritted teeth, "What do they want?" The assistant hesitated and replied, "We have the money, but you have to step down from the chairmanship before we release it." At that moment, he suddenly stood up and roared, "What? What nonsense are you talking about? I am the one who built this company and helped it develop its brand to this day, yet they dare to tell me to give up and hand over control." The assistant explained that this year, because it is a presidential election year, the government and ruling party seem hesitant to provide support, fearing controversy over special favors. They said that only when the chairman relinquishes control will they urgently intervene to help the business return to normal operations. Chairman Jiang was so angry that he said during the presidential election year they should have supported even more. Just the employees of subcontractors and partner companies linked to Huanbo already number in the tens of thousands. Could it be that they will become completely obsessed with darkness? His eyes turned dark and crazy as he asserted that if we hold on, they will have to support us eventually. Do you know the legend of the immortal horse? If Huanbo falls, this entire country will collapse with it in the final stages of power madness. But in reality, it's much harsher because the creditors have already outright refused. On the news broadcasts, the name Huanbo is constantly being announced, with reports saying, "Hey Huanbo, listen carefully and prepare yourself to go to the dam." In the luxurious room now only darkness remains, Chairman Jiang sat down and spoke. "It's been a long time since we last met. Chairman Jiang." The sudden appearance of Mu Hee-uk made the old man stunned. He stammered, asking, "You? Mu Hee-uk, it's been a while, I just met you, so where's the chairman?" Mu Hee-uk calmly sat down and said, "Today, my grandfather isn't feeling well, so if there's anything you need, just tell me. I have been fully authorized by him." Seeing Jiang Tae still confused and asking about the office, Mu Hee-uk silently assessed that he still hasn't grasped the situation. Nan Lung reminded him, "I already said I am the one handling this now, so if you don't want to talk, you can leave now before the other party reacts." Mu Hee-uk delivered a direct blow. "If you're here to discuss the convertible bonds, we have no intention of buying them. Huanbo's stock now is just a pile of trash. The truth often hurts, brothers." That remark hit a nerve, causing Jiang Tae-ho to jump up and shout, "Trash, trash, you better watch your words." Mu Hee-uk still maintains a calm attitude and plays his last card. "I heard that your negotiations with the creditors for the capital contribution have failed. Do you still have enough money to pay the 5 billion yuan promissory note due in 3 days? The hard-hitting question left Chairman Jiang silent and powerless. Huanbo Group, one of the 14 largest conglomerates, ultimately had to give up its shares and officially go bankrupt because it couldn't pay the 5 billion yuan promissory note from its subsidiary, Huanbo Stein. However, the 5 billion coins are just the beginning, as the total debt that Huanbo Stein bears has soared to over 5,000 billion coins, thousands of times the initial amount. Faced with this dire situation, Jiang Tae-ho still tries to appear tough, saying that the bank will handle the arrangements itself and that it's not an urgent matter right now. Mu Hee-uk coldly offered the only way out. "If you really need money urgently, then bring something to pawn." Otherwise, with convertible bonds and exhaustion, he sat back in his chair and asked, "What do you want? Just say it." Mu Hee-uk calmly states a specific figure, roughly estimating that your uncle's land is worth 310 billion. Do you think that's accurate? Jiang Tae-ho hesitates and asks again, "Yes, you want to buy them back," without any hesitation. Mu Hee-uk ruthlessly hammers the price, 200 billion. "If we sign the contract today, I will make the payment within a week." This number shocks the old man to the point of trembling. He stammers and says, "Can you add a little more to the 200 billion? Who would play along with this kind of price pressure?" Mu Hee-uk looked directly at the other person and firmly stated, "At this moment, I am sure that no one intends to lend Huanbo money or buy your bonds and land. The big corporations are probably already calculating how to divide Huanbo's assets if it collapses. And you understand this better than anyone, right? I only received cheap buyout offers for the subsidiaries when the conglomerate was collapsing." Reluctantly, Jiang Tae-ho sighed and agreed. "Fine, I will sign the contract, but the money must be transferred to me next week." Mu Hee-uk shrugged confidently. "You know our reputation in Pyongyang is already strong, but I've already envisioned a disastrous ending for that greedy old man." Mu Hee-uk was certain that Jiang Tae-ho would never receive that money, because in just 3 days the company would go bankrupt. If the company went bankrupt while the sales contract was still valid, the 200 billion yuan would be directly transferred to the creditors. Watching Jiang Tae-ho's pathetic back, Mu Hee-uk silently sneered and said, "Chairman Jiang, it's a pity to tell you that you won't keep even a penny." The white car quietly left the mansion, leaving behind an empire crumbling into dust. Standing by the window looking into the distance, the grandfather murmured that if Huanbo went bankrupt, the subsequent consequences would truly be beyond imagination. He turned to Mu Hee-uk and sighed. This is a big deal now. The whole country is preparing to face it together. Deep down, Mu Hee-uk knew a terrible tsunami was coming at the end of the year, and no one could predict what would happen. 3 days later, on January 23rd, as Mu Hee-uk had known, Huanbo officially defaulted on the 5 billion won promissory note. By the 25th, the entire Huanbo group was officially declared bankrupt. And as this giant elephant falls, the vultures begin to circle and tear at its carcass. A secret meeting of Korea's top tycoons takes place, with Chairman Song Yeong-ju from Dahyun Group, Seul Young-gun from Samsung, and Park Dae-ho from Jong-u Group present. Seeing Song Yeong-ju, Seul Young-gun sneered and said, "Chairman Song, why are you here? Aren't you already withdrawn from the front lines of business? So why is your son letting you face this alone?" "When the elderly are useless, sir," Song Yeong-ju replied sternly. "What do you mean by that?"
Don't forget, I am Song Yeong-ju of Dahyun. Of course, I have to personally handle things like this. Ignoring that attitude, Seo Young-gun sneered and revealed, "Hwanbo, Chairman Park and I have already arranged to split everything, so you can just relax and enjoy your retirement."
Seo Young-gun confidently announced the division of profits. "Our Samsung group will take Wonbo Contraction, and the Jong-u group will take Wonbo Steel," Song Yeong-ju shouted angrily. "Auntie, did you decide that on your own?" Chairman Park Dae-ho sneered. "Don't push too hard or you'll make things worse, Chairman Song. After all, you're still in the crosshairs of the authorities." He continued to use political pressure to threaten, even though this is the end of his term. "If you get involved, the greenhouse will never leave you alone. Everything we decide is for your own good," Seo Young-gun added. "Yes, that's right, Chairman Song. Just go with the flow for now. The other chairmen of the conglomerates have already reached an agreement anyway." Cornered, Song Yi angrily stands up and leaves the meeting room, shouting defiantly, "Fine, let's see who's better at using money. Then you will all regret it." A calculating smile appears on the experienced chairman's face, signaling an upcoming brutal currency war. Chairman Song is ready to go all in. Everything had actually been arranged before the bankruptcy day. In a luxurious villa on a dark night, another secret meeting took place to decide the fate of the economy. Mr. Men secretly teamed up with Chairman Song to turn the tables. Hong Kong in 1997, before the handover, Britain transferred most of its power to China. However, many foreign corporations and banks still maintain their headquarters or branches here, because this place was once the financial and logistics hub of Asia. In a luxurious room, Eva Ju, a young woman, slowly wakes up from a long dream. Seeing a man standing by the window, Eva Ju gently asks, "Are you awake now?" She brushed her hair back, her gaze distant as she reminisced, dreaming of a prince rescuing her. Turns out, she dreamed of a general carrying a giant suitcase of money. But it seems that was no longer just a dream. Kim Moo-hyo gently smirked with a knowing smile, watching the woman just waking up on the bed, while Eva Ju was still lost in the chaos of her life. That night, she sat at a bar repeatedly dialing her phone, begging old acquaintances for help. "I promise I'll pay back next month. Please, help me. Just 100 Hong Kong dollars. Yes, the sooner the better if possible." But all she received were polite yet cold rejections. "Oh, really? It's a day that can't be, I understand." "Don't worry. Yes, thank you very much." Eva Ju stormed in, full of anger. "Ice, honestly, what's wrong with everyone? She listed me among names like Jackie Chan, Joey, Won, or Maggie Chung. People she has sincerely helped over the years, but when she was in trouble, no one was there to lend a hand. The heavy pressure of a time makes her desperate. Ha, what should I do now? I need to hire a lawyer before tomorrow, or I'll really end up in jail." At that moment, a noise sounded, startling her and making her turn around. Kim Moo-hyuk appears with a calm demeanor and calls out to her, "Eva Ju." Seeing a stranger, Eva Ju is puzzled. "Who are you?" he calmly replied. "I am Kim Moo-hyuk. I called to schedule an appointment, but your staff was too busy firing you, so no one answered." Eva asked in surprise, "Who are you? Are you Korean? Do you know me?" Before she could react, Moo-hyuk quickly read through her profile. She is Eva Ju, known as Miss Valentine. She is of mixed heritage, with a Korean father and an English mother. Because she lived in Korea for a few years since she was young, she can speak a little Korean, right? She also used to be an international money transfer manager at the Hong Kong branch of HSB Bank, but was recently fired for helping clients evade taxes illegally with a more detailed background check than even a spy. Founded in the 1800s, HSB Bank has long been suspected of being a money laundering hub for dark organizations worldwide. Currently, Eva is facing charges of aiding illegal money laundering for a client, but in reality, she is just a pawn being exploited to the fullest. Out of anger, Eva snapped, Who exactly are you? Are you a cop?" Hong Kong Police Department has recently been recruiting Koreans too. You have every reason to be angry. You know everything about me already. I have nothing more to say. Because you accused and sued an innocent person, I was fired from the company, and now I can't even afford a lawyer, having to borrow money from friends everywhere. Moo-hyuk calmly reassured Eva Ju, "Just stay calm and sit down. I'm not here to question you. I have an offer that might help you." Looking at the woman in front of her, Moo-hyuk silently recalled the previous memory. Eva Ju used to work at HSB and then joined a private investment fund. After the YMF crisis, she invaded the Korean market and carried out unprecedented ruthless extortion. Whether it was real estate or businesses, she used any means necessary to make money. Sometimes she used money, sometimes she used force, and if neither worked, she was even willing to risk her own body to achieve her goal at all costs. 10 years later, she had brought the private investment fund that hired me a profit 20 times the initial investment before leaving Korea. Back in the present, Eva suspiciously asked who sent you here. Moo-hyuk firmly stated, "There's no one on my side. I came here personally because I need your help and want to negotiate. Mr. Tung is playing his trump card to save you. If you agree to work with me, I can help you assemble the best legal team in Hong Kong immediately to prepare for your court session tomorrow. Money is indeed not the issue. The question is how much money there is. Mu Hyuk looked directly at Eva Ju and proposed, I came here because I need you to take on an important task. So, do you want to hear it once? Faced with the initiative of the stranger, Eva nodded softly. So, tell me, what do you need my help with? Mu Hyuk calmly laid out the plan. I want you to be the commander-in-chief to take over all of Korea by the end of this year. I've asked in shock the pioneer, the invasion campaign of Korea. Mu Hyuk began analyzing the dark future ahead. Soon Korea would have to sell everything, including businesses, real estate, gold, scarce resources, even people, and Eva will be the one to stand in for me to buy all of those things. Whatever she wants to buy, it's fine. I just need her to do that. Eva smirked with excitement. That's an interesting proposal. Buying everything South Korea has to offer? Let's not talk about what South Korea will become for now. First, tell me why you chose me. Mu Hyuk confidently listed her strengths. First, her attractive appearance, as in business or negotiations. Looks are the most powerful persuasion tool, and second, her reliability. By insisting on absolute silence about the client information, even when she was fired and at risk of going to jail, he firmly states that he doesn't need an innocent person. He needs someone trustworthy and capable to do the job. Eva smiled in admiration. Trustworthy and capable, huh? Not bad. So, what's the name of the company? Mu Hyuk calmly replied, the company will be based in Korea, and you can choose the name. Eva? That company is funded by a total of 5 different investors. Eva wondered about the partner's lack of preparation. So you haven't prepared anything yet? The company and staff, Mu Hyuk confidently handed over all decision-making authority to her because she would be responsible for everything. So when it comes to hiring people, just hire those you trust or like, or you can buy a company in Korea if you prefer. You can decide on that yourself. He emphasized the ultimate goal, which I only have one thing I want, to enjoy all the delicious dishes before the spirits snatch them away. When Eva asked about operating capital, Mu Hyuk coldly declared that money is nothing to her. Despite Mu Hyuk's seemingly perfect offer, Eva still couldn't help but doubt and said, well, it's so perfect that I can't believe a word you say. We are just strangers meeting for the first time today. Mu Hyuk coldly presents the choice. You decide for yourself. Either trust me or keep calling the others in that notebook. The final move that can't be refused. With no way out, Eva gently smiled seductively. All right, then tonight let's get to know each other better. Kim Mu Hyuk. The next morning, while Eva was still resting, Mu Hyuk was already packing his luggage. Seeing him in such a hurry, she asked, are you leaving already? Mu Hyuk confidently replied, I have to return to Korea today. Here, he hands her a thick envelope. Eva is stunned when she sees inside 1 million. Mu Hyuk calmly advised, this is the deposit. Finish the lawsuit quickly and contact the top law firm in Hong Kong tomorrow. He continued to outline the plan. It's best if she is declared innocent, but if she is found guilty, she's willing to accept a fine. Then she should go to Korea, no later than autumn. Mu Hyuk hands her a powerful item. Looking at the card in his hand, Eva is stunned. A black card, huh? Mu Hyuk confidently states that when she goes to Korea, she will receive a company card. In Korea, I'll give you an even better infinity card than this one. Just use mine for now until then. Eva winked slyly. Boss then, Mu Hyuk nodded. See you again in Korea. Walking out of the room, Mu Hyuk hesitantly strolled down the hotel corridor. He quietly calculated the future of the country, thinking that once South Korea relaxed its regulations after the YNBF crisis, she would be able to fully unleash her potential. I will wait for you in Korea. The bankruptcy of Wonbo Corporation has become a huge burden for the government. Just days after the collapse was announced, Chairman Jung was detained for investigation while in poor health. This seismic shock quickly spread across the political and financial circles, leading to the collapse of several major corporations like Sam's in March. Facing the presidential election, the government tried to hide the country's worsening crisis by broadcasting TDO's statements, making the rumors of an economic collapse seem trivial as people believed it was just a conspiracy theory. However, global hedge funds are different. They have already begun to realize that the Asian financial crisis, especially in Korea, is turning around. In that context, Mu Hyuk went to meet Prosecutor General Yul Chang-ho at a traditional restaurant. As soon as he saw you, Mr. Yul greeted him warmly, saying, well, with someone as busy as you, Mu Hyuk, how come you have time to come see me? Mu Hyuk calmly poured tea and replied, I think it's even more important for us to meet now. In the future, our meetings will likely be even more frequent, Prosecutor Yul Chang-ho. Mr. Yul smiled proudly. For me, hearing congratulations from my juniors is the greatest thing in life. Thank you, Mu Hyuk thought to himself. In the future, the prosecution office will become the most powerful authority. And to freely do other things, he must first control Prosecutor General Yul before the IMF summit. Mu Hyuk directly asked, how is the investigation into Wonbo Group progressing? Yul Chang-ho said that an investigation session is coming soon, and the greenhouse will issue orders to handle it then. He also revealed that there is a crackdown on people going to jail, involving everyone from bank executives to officials. The presidential election will take place at the end of the year, and before that event, politics is almost unpredictable, like wandering in a fog. Moo Hee-uk suddenly reveals a secret piece of information. I hear that the president's eldest son is also involved. That statement left Yul Chang-ho stunned. Huh, you even know about that? I have to admit, your ability to grasp information is truly remarkable. Director, you're even ahead of me. Mr. Yul admitted that the amount of money received was too large to hide, and getting caught was inevitable, although he still didn't know the VIP's true intentions. Moo Hee-uk looked directly into Director Yul Chang-ho's eyes and issued a stern warning. Remember this? You must never become a spokesperson for the Greenhouse. Instead, just focus on thinking about your future career path. Yul Chang-ho calmly replied, the current president's term ends in less than a year, so there's no need to fear him.
Well, I hear you. After all, you are the one who helped me get this position. Moo Hee-uk nodded slightly and said, yes, I believe the director will do well. Just focus on completing the investigation of Wonbo Group first.
He suddenly added a new goal, and I hear that Dongyu Group is not a small player either. That statement made Yul Chang-ho gasp. Is Dongyu Group the company fighting for second or third place in the business rankings? In Moo Hee-uk's mind, Dongyu Group appeared as a giant with over 40 subsidiaries, an estimated output of 60 trillion won, and accounting for about 7 to 8% of South Korea's total export value. He knew that in 1998, this Hwang Thin Corporation would collapse due to accounting fraud and black funds. Moo Hee-uk quietly calculated that by then the debt of the company would be as high as a mountain, and he would have nothing left to swallow. So he needed to accelerate that moment a little earlier. Back in the present, he assured Yul Chang-ho that it's rotten to the core. Just reach in and you'll grab a whole barrel of oil. The director pondered silently. Yeah, but this investigation will be quite difficult. Moo Hee-uk persuaded him, if you catch Dongyu Group before it becomes a big bomb, it will give you an important achievement in your career, director. Moo Hee-uk continued to make a special request, asking if His Excellency would allow the leadership team of that corporation and wondering if I could influence him. Yul Chang-ho looked at him skeptically. Do you plan to take over that huge mountain-like corporation? Be careful not to choke, son, Moo Hee-uk calmly replied. My friends are watching over it. I won't get involved. Hearing that, the director firmly agreed, okay, then I will start the investigation from within the organization. Moo Hee-uk looked deeply into the other's eyes and emphasized that the role of the director will be extremely important because this economic crisis will not end easily. He outlined a bleak scenario. Once corruption is exposed, many businesses will go bankrupt, leading to a society flooded with economic crimes. At that time, you will face a lot of pressure from the political circle, but as long as you stay firm in your stance, everything will be fine. Ian Chang-ho asked confidently, you said the economic crisis wouldn't end easily? Moo Hee-uk firmly states that yes, it will lead to the worst situation. If at this moment the director maintains his stance and proceeds with an unrestricted investigation, his position could reach even greater heights in the future. Director Yoon Chang-ho chuckled at Moo Hee-uk's bold words. This kid is always talking nonsense. His mind started to drift toward the greenhouse. Seeing the director off to his car, Moo Hee-uk confidently announced that before coming here, he stopped by the market and already caused a fuss. The apples are clean, guaranteed free of pesticides, so you can eat them right away. This box of apples cost several $1 billion. Yoon Chang-ho looked at the young man with emotion. You keep helping me over and over again. I really don't know how to repay you. I owe you so much. Moo Hee-uk bowed his head and confirmed. I am willing to pave a path of flowers for you. As long as you walk along that path, I guarantee you will become the owner of the greenhouse. Watching the car leave, Moo Hee-uk smiled cunningly. He definitely had to get into the greenhouse to cause trouble for me again. He knew he could control both the prosecutor's office and the political circle through Yoon Chang-ho, but he still needed to prepare more carefully for the post-YMF phase. Not long after, at a gathering of wealthy tycoons, Chairman John T. San appeared among the elders. An enthusiastic chairman exclaimed, Hey, how long has it been? President John, you're still strong, right? The old man replied casually. Yes, I'm still strong, and everyone is healthy. Lately, I've heard that you all are handing over full authority to your children to handle things and live peacefully. Someone else chimed in. Now it's time for us to step back and enjoy the benefits. I also heard you've given all the power to your granddaughter. I hear people say that your grandson isn't someone to mess with either. The chairman next to him also added that, from what I hear, Chairman Jung of Wonbo has already become a fan of your boy. Grandpa chuckled proudly, ha ha ha, knowing you'd be curious, so I brought the kid here to say hello. Immediately, Moo Hee-uk stepped in and bowed politely. Hello everyone, my name is Kim Moo Hee-uk. I am honored to meet the chairman, the people who have led an entire era. Moo Hee-uk looked at the faces in front of him and realized they were all owners of the biggest newspapers in Korea. In an era before the internet, what people knew was decided by these men, and if they said it was good, the public wouldn't dare complain, which meant public opinion was completely controlled by their views. Even if an economic crisis occurs, the media still remains strong because they serve as the voice of the military government and cater to personal interests. That is the mindset of those who consider themselves the ruling elite controlling the entire country. If they criticize you, no one can easily stand up to them. For example, the recent economic crisis was completely covered up by them, who blinded and silenced the people.
But Mu Hyuk saw another opportunity. If he could manipulate them, he might steer public opinion in his favor and prepare to hire the original CIDR team. Mu Hyuk stood up, clear and confident, saying that he asked his grandfather to arrange this meeting because he wanted to continue the good relationship that his grandfather had with them. Although these old men outwardly smiled, deep down they secretly thought that their era was over and now they were only retreating into the background. Mu Hyuk continued to speak tactfully. Our great nation has remained safe until today, thanks to you all. Even though you have withdrawn from the front lines, the achievements you have made will never disappear or be diminished. He bowed politely, so I truly hope for your favor. A cheerful boss responded, "Oh, you're the successor of Chairman Chanma, of course it's natural to support you." Others also agree, "We just need to support each other since we've met, might as well exchange business cards, call me whenever you need." Mu Hyuk took the cards but couldn't help but be surprised. "My name is the name of the newspaper. Looking at the logo, even a young man like you can understand the underlying meaning. These people don't need to explain themselves. A true symbol of power doesn't need a name because their existence is already strength. These 5 business cards represent their absolute authority." Mu Hyuk's eyes turn cold. He silently recognizes this as the most powerful weapon to change public opinion. A future vision of arrogance forms in his mind. "One day, you will kneel before me. Until that day comes, I will exploit you thoroughly." During the hearing, an official sharply questioned, with testimonies from executives stating that his company had received additional funding from the government. "Government funds are like salt poured on the ground. What are you doing that's so quick to destroy it?" Sitting in the defendant's seat in prison uniform, Chairman Zhang maintained his haughty attitude and calmly replied, "The source of capital is something only someone like me in charge would know well. Employees are just workers. How could they possibly understand?" This condescending remark towards subordinates reflects the mindset of major group leaders who see themselves as the true owners of the company, while their employees are merely servants. The arrogant statement made live during the televised parliamentary hearing immediately sparked a wave of public outrage. Watching the events unfold on the TV screen, Chairman Song of Jiahalun Corporation sighed and commented, "Tisk tisk, those Jiang guys still haven't woken up." Mu Hyuk sat calmly across and said, "Maybe even until the moment he dies, he'll still be like that." Chairman Song nodded in agreement. "That's right." He then turned to "I'm sick about the current situation, the construction project, and the steel supply. How are they doing now?" Mu Hyuk calmly reports that both Samseong and Dong Woo were kept in the dark by the government throughout the negotiations, and in the end, they had to accept the debt restructuring without having their debts forgiven. Hearing that, Chairman Song let out a small sigh of relief. "I already told the creditors and the government not to worry too much. If Samseong or Dong Woo refuse to accept the debt restructuring, I will step in and take responsibility." Deep down, Mu Hyuk knew that according to the historical timeline, Jiahilun should have been the one to settle the steel company's debts. At that point, the corporation would have had to buy back the steel company with a debt of over 5,000 billion won and gradually be consumed by that very debt. Now, that debt has shifted to heavily burden Samseong and Dong Woo. Mu Hyuk smiles reassuringly. "Chairman, just sit back and enjoy the show." President Song burst into a bright, satisfied laugh. "Ha ha ha. Anyway, without Mu Hyuk, I would probably have gotten into big trouble. Mu Hyuk, you owe me a debt of gratitude." Unexpectedly, the chairman calmly asked for your opinion. "By the way, I heard that Kia Group is also in a difficult situation. What do you think about this? Kia Group is a giant corporation with tens of thousands of employees, owning numerous subsidiaries in fields like automobiles, heavy industry, and electronics. Although it is a large corporation, they have built a professional management system rather than traditional family management. However, this has become a major weakness as they face fierce competition from other corporations." Mu Hyuk silently observes, knowing well that recently, due to the tightening of capital sources, rumors of Kia's bankruptcy have been spreading widely. He told Chairman Song that Samsung is playing dirty, cutting off Kia's lifeline to gain the upper hand, pressuring both politicians and banks to block funding support, and everyone knows that Samsung has long targeted Kia. Chairman Song quietly admitted that he knew it was trying to seize power, but felt powerless, wondering if he should just watch it take Kia. Mu Hyuk calmly affirmed that in the end, Kia cars would still belong to Da Hyoen, so there's no need to worry. For now, just let Samsung do as they wish, but I am planning a bigger move. We will act when the government changes hands. Isn't the presidential election coming up soon? Hearing this, Chairman Song wondered anxiously whether the ruling party was sure to win. Mu Hyuk analyzed that. Of course, the ruling party will support Samseong and will be divided. The split votes will give an advantage to the opposition party. His confidence surprised the old man, who asked again, "What do you mean?" Mu Hyuk continued explaining, "Isn't the presidential candidate also competing against the current president? So I think the current president probably won't support at all." Still, Chairman Song remains cautious. Changing the government is still a difficult task. Even in the first presidential election after the 5 republics, many believed the opposition would surely win. But in the end, the result was different. Chairman Song was psychologically affected, and Mu Hyuk immediately countered that it was because the opposition votes had been split at that time. "If the stakes are high, I believe this time the opposition will win."
Moi Hyuc's statement made Chairman Song fall into contemplation. Is changing the government really the answer? Moi Hyuk added a psychological blow, suggesting that other major corporations are also expecting the ruling party to win. The confrontation should happen as soon as possible, and even if the chairman makes a choice, don't forget my advice. After a moment of thought, the old man nodded and said, "All right, I will think it over carefully." Suddenly, the chairman changed the subject with a question about personal life. "So how are things between you and Hyunji lately?" Moi Hyuk politely replied, "We also meet often." The old man smiled meaningfully. "Meeting often, youth passes and will never come back." Moi Hyuk nodded slightly. "Yes, sitting in the car, Ma Seok D-A-E. I was curious and asked, "May I ask you something? Why do you care so much about Da Hyun?" Uncle Ma is eager to hear family gossip. Mr. Tram Ngom analyzes, "I know there is a good relationship between your family and Da Hyun, but there are many other businesses as well. Yet it seems you still favor Da Hyun especially." Moi Hyuk calmly replied, "I need a horse that can travel long distances. This is preparation for that time. I also want to maintain a good relationship with the chairman. Besides, having more connections like this would be even better." He quietly calculated, of course not without reason, that the relationship must generate real value. Moi Hyuk knows well about Da Hyun Semiconductors. In a few years, this company will merge with Lucky Semiconductors to become a formidable competitor of Samsung. However, ultimately due to a liquidity crisis, this company will be separated from Da Hyun Group. Moi Hyuk silently resolves to nurture Da Hyun for Beldy, so that later his nephew can take over the semiconductor business for himself, all in preparation for the upcoming semiconductor war. At this time, the economic crisis was still unfolding with complex developments. Jinbo Group and Sangbo Food Company, the largest bread producer in the country, were gradually being dissolved and declared bankrupt. This caused a series of major corporations to collapse in the first half of 1997. Moi Hyuk predicted that insurance funds would soon start attacking Dongbot Tai. He immediately called Hank Yong-yang to give instructions, probably. He should also start attacking alongside them, just as they said. Moi Hyuk directly asked how much money could be raised immediately. Hank Yong-yang reported $5 billion, and the rest had already been invested in stocks. He suggested that we use stock collateral to increase our capital, aiming to generate another $10 billion. Seeing Moi Hyuk agree, Kyung-yang asked again, "Okay, are we following the insurance funds this time?" Moi Hyuk confidently affirmed that our basic position will be similar to theirs. "I will align with the other entities to hold different positions, just leave it to the staff and wait for my instructions." Moi Hyuk confidently ordered Hank Yong-yang over the phone, "I three, you three. We will mobilize all the funds from these 6 entities." Hearing about the risky plan, Kyung-yang broke out in a sweat and asked again, "So you're going all in? Is your courage made of steel? Aren't you afraid of losing money?" Moi Hyuk calmly admitted, "I'm still talking smoothly, but if I don't take risks, how can I hit the jackpot? You understand that there is no such thing as a safe investment just because you can predict the future, because your own interventions can also change the course of history." While in New York, the financial tycoons are already preparing for a new currency attack. A partner asked nervously, "George, the one leading the charge in this attack and the main player is her." George Solis, the confident CEO of the hedge fund, affirmed, "Of course it's me, just follow my lead." George Solis was a legendary investor who made $1 billion in a single day by accurately predicting the British pound's devaluation in 1992. As a financial genius, he always understood the flow of the economy and human psychology. However, he still couldn't help but be concerned about a stranger, someone who steals from Mexico and Japan with such professionalism. Who exactly is Dream High? Mentioning this name, George Solis slammed his hand down on the table in anger, roaring with fury. "Those bastards have sneaked into our game and cleaned out the money. They're opportunists, and this time they will definitely follow us." Seeing George get excited, the partner reassured him that it was just kids trying out business and not worth paying attention to. When asked about the true mastermind behind Dream High, a operations report indicated it was probably handled by a guy named James Hahn, but according to the information I have, 99% of it is controlled by a guy named Charlie Kim. George Solis quietly admitted that besides being Korean, I have no detailed information about Charlie Kim. Despite trying to find out, I couldn't uncover any significant details. Even the CIA system is beaten by him. This surprises the partners, another Korean. "Are there any investors in Korea who are powerful enough to get involved in this game?" George Lin sensed that something was bothering him, and he decisively ordered everyone to monitor Dream High for him, as he felt there was something off here, and he would personally handle this love affair. Because if they hold a different position, we need to have precautions in place. Seeing how cautious he was, someone asked, "Hey George, why are you so serious?" He is the one who blew up the Bank of England, after all. George Solis explained broadly, "Because he always beats me by a step." The answer made the whole room gasp. The old man reminisces about past failures. The silent defeat before, during the Mexico peso crisis, or the Italy-Japan exchange. He always moved in before me and always retreated earlier than I did. The old man's eyes show a flicker of surprise when mentioning Charlie Kim. I want to know what kind of person he really is. Meanwhile, in another space, Moo Hoo-uk suddenly feels something strange. He raises his hand and wonders quietly, "Who's talking behind my back? And why do I feel this itch?" His face hardened, as if he had sensed the trap being set against him from across the ocean. You might think this is a simple game, and that you have the right to choose. But in reality, it's like a casino where people buy and sell time, betting on each other. In this game, whoever makes money will definitely lose money, and the casino is where we can trade everything we have. At Dream High office, Han Kyung Yang is reporting the situation, and our Dream High staff will face a similar downturn in the city. Somewhere around 1 billion, and as for you, use 3 entities to bet in the opposite direction to take 2 billion. The Australian team immediately made a decision. The whole world wants it to collapse, so the descendants bet against it to reflect and make a fortune. You know that the attack on the Thai currency will start from the stock market. The hedge funds in the city, led by George Soros, will ignite the battle. At that point, the Thai stock price will drop more than 10%, and investors will start to be overwhelmed by fear of losing their footing. After threatening the market, the famous hedge fund managers on Wall Street will coordinate with organizations from major financial institutions like Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, and 30 banks to launch a massive attack on the dollar. After betting heavily on the downward trend of the currency, they will simultaneously sell off billions to push its value down uncontrollably. Han Kyung Yang urgently reports that the currency has already started to decline, and it is still dropping from the 26 baht level.
The people from the city are really launching their attack now. Choli Han is almost at OC, guys. Moi Hyuk asked thoughtfully, but I tell you, will it really be okay?
The opponent is the people from the military district. Han Kyung Yang warned seriously that the real danger is the next wave following this attack by the hedge funds. Other speculative financial institutions are closely watching. They will follow the trail of those hedge funds and swarm like a flock of sheep. If the flow of money is small, it will multiply several times. If large, it could reach dozens of times the initial capital of the hedge funds. In the international financial market, daily currency exchanges can reach or even exceed $1 trillion. Compared to that enormous figure, the few billion dollars that hedge funds throw around are ultimately insignificant. However, when the next wave hits, the betting amounts will skyrocket tenfold. Those predicting the white currency's collapse had already prepared to celebrate, but they didn't expect this. Mui-uk calmly reassures Han Kiem over the phone. Don't worry, the dollar won't easily collapse. Indeed, Thailand's measures exceeded all expectations of the financial world. The Southeast Asian coalition flooded the market with large amounts of silver, helping to stabilize the price remarkably. Mui-uk quietly smiled with confidence. Get ready to pop some popcorn, brother. Those street thugs are about to taste some bitter medicine. On May 22nd, the Thai government officially approved the dual exchange rate system, even implementing strict measures such as banning foreign bank branches in Thailand from selling the baht abroad. Thanks to these decisive actions, the baht's value not only did not decrease, but actually rose slightly. Mui-uk quietly concluded that this was the bitter defeat the coalition of hedge funds had to face, and that the victory of everything would follow the direction he predicted, if the Thai government acted so decisively. Mui-uk quietly affirmed that the Bangkok battle was just the prelude to the 1997 Asian financial crisis to come. He silently observed everything unfolding exactly as he had witnessed in the previous chapter. Mui-uk confidently ordered to liquidate all long positions and go all in on the short side. Mr. Yang was stunned and shouted, "What, this time? You want to go all in on the short side while the Bokdong still remain strong and stable?" Mui-uk calmly concluded, "There's no point in resisting anymore. Sooner or later, they'll have to give up." While the coalition of hedge funds is preparing for the next attack, fear has already begun to paralyze most of them. Financial institutions are panicking and rushing to sell call options at half price to cut losses. And the great chaos has truly arrived as everywhere is dumping put options into the falling dollar, to the point that now even at half price, no one wants to buy. On Gone Street, a financial expert stubbornly shouted, "Don't lead them. The dollar will definitely plummet badly. Just buy everything. Buy as much as you can." However, his subordinates could only report in despair that we are suffering huge losses now. Our financial capacity is almost gone. At the office of the Coalition of Hedge Funds, a financial expert was deep in thought when the phone rang incessantly. His assistant hurriedly answered and exclaimed in shock, "Who dares to outdo me? Causing the options to collapse right now." The shocking news made the old man excited, and the assistant stammered to ask, "What? Who is it?" The answer on the other end of the line made both of them hold their breath. Dream High Invest. Meanwhile, Han Kyung happily reports to Moo Hyuk that just as you predicted, the hedge fund has proactively proposed a partnership with us. From today, we will also join the coordinated attack. Moo Hyuk stands in the darkness, smiling and congratulating himself. He has now become a member of the powerful underground alliance in the Poker City. That is a position of glory not everyone can reach. Moo Hyuk understands that Fogon is a closed world more exclusive than we imagine. People there don't easily allow new members to join their underground alliance. Setting aside profits, just establishing a connection with them is already a great achievement. Kyung Yi-ing reminds you, it's not me who bought in, it's you. They will definitely be curious about your identity. When do you plan to step out of the shadows? Moo Hyuk calmly replied, "No secret lasts forever." If they really want to find out, it's not that hard to get in. Anyway, I plan to drag things out a little longer so they find out about my identity as late as possible. The teacher has made his decision. Kyung Eong asks about the next step and reports, "So what should I do next?" For now, I estimate the total bet on Thailand's victory is $4 billion. The profit margin exceeded 500%, earning $20 billion. The money printing machine is called Moo Hee-uk. Moo Hee-uk confidently ordered him to invest all the raised capital into a short-selling position. Immediately after, Thailand's financial situation was transformed. The new minister, Thusnung Bidi, a 49-year-old young economist, proposed a drastic remedy to revive the Thai economy, bankruptcy, and the elimination of weak banks. But studying without applying it in practice can lead to even more disastrous results when implemented, causing harm to the entire nation. The Thai government, after exhausting all foreign exchange reserves in its efforts to defend the baht, ordered the suspension of 16 financial institutions, but by then it was already too late. Coup d'etat. This is the victory of a new financial empire, not a military one. Kyung Young on the other end of the line is stunned. "No way, this really is hard to believe." Moo Hee-uk calmly asked, "How is the situation now?" Kyung Young reported, "It's currently at 30 bars. The options profit rate has already exceeded 600%. I think now is the time for us to liquidate." But Moo Hee-uk remains firm. "Stay calm, the rice is still green, let them fight each other until they're exhausted, and then I'll come in and make a fortune." Kyung Yang panics. So if we don't handle the position, what? Moo Hee-uk asserts that it is not the climax yet. He knows full well that the battle between the coalition of hedge funds and other trading organizations is still ongoing. After the Thai government surrendered, the following wave of speculators bet on the rising position of the baht, and they are fighting each other to claim the spoils. In the end, the Thai exchange rate battle concluded with the victory belonging to the hedge funds. But deep down, Moo Hee-uk knew that the real winner was only himself. Kyung called back to report that Moo Hee-uk had liquidated everything exactly as you instructed, 3 hours before the market closed.
You know, with the put options we bought at the face value, the expected profit skyrocketed, and the amount we made was $100 billion. This figure stunned Moo Hee-uk. He realized they could even drain the Thai bank entirely. He silently thought to himself that he had never imagined the outcome would be this terrible.
Thanks to Moo Hee-uk's intervention, the decline of the baht was much greater than usual, doubling the initial profit estimate. Moo Hee-uk sincerely thanks his partner. "It's all because of you. You really threw everything away. Remember to give the full performance bonus to the staff and your share as well." Moo Hee-uk thought to himself that he had taken half of the profits that should have gone to the hedge funds. With the enormous amount of money far exceeding the initial plan, he realized he needed to change his strategy a bit. For the upcoming attacks on Malaysia, Taiwan, and the Philippines, Moo Hee-uk decided to temporarily step back to give hedge funds another chance to profit. "I told myself that during this time I would focus on Korea because what happened in Thailand would soon happen again in Korea. And as I predicted, the financial storm began to sweep through my homeland as Kia officially went bankrupt. Although a debt delay agreement was signed, in reality, this empire had already completely collapsed. The bankruptcy of one of the 10 largest conglomerates caused shockwaves not only for the government, but also for the people. However, the government officials are still too self-interested, while politicians and businessmen only care about protecting themselves. The government is solely focused on winning the upcoming presidential election and is obsessed with the achievement of a $10,000 average income per person that they have fabricated. Living in illusion despite the national crisis, their main action is to pour all their foreign currency into defending the exchange rate. Amidst the chaos, Eva Ju has officially arrived in Korea. Seeing Moo Hee-uk waiting at the airport, Eva was surprised and exclaimed, "Oh, boss, it's been a while since we last met." She immediately rushed over and embraced him warmly. Moo Hee-uk smiled and greeted her. "How's the lawsuit going? All settled now?" Eva exhaled heavily and replied, "Thanks to you." She bitterly remembered that he must have been happy to see the old men at HBC then. All scheming, blaming everything on me to send me to jail for those old men. Eva looked mischievously at her boss and suggested, "Where are we going now, boss? I'm not really hungry yet. Maybe we should go straight to the hotel." Moo Hee-uk blushed briefly, but quickly nodded. "Let's get in the car first. I'll take you there." When Eva wondered where they were going, he took her straight to Daeji-dong area. Standing in front of a modern and majestic glass skyscraper, Eva couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. Oh my god, where is this place? This brand new building. Sis has truly changed her life. Moo Hee-uk casually explained that it's not fully finished inside yet, but part of it is usable, and confirmed that Eva will be working here in the near future. "Yes, Eva, everything that can be sold will be taken, from the core to the entire corporation, leaving nothing behind. The skyscraper on the over 3,300 square meter land in Daeji-dong is the result Moo Hee-uk has achieved. From Wonbo's chairman Dung, his plan is to use this place as a base to buy up everything in Korea." During the live appearance, he pushes Eva, the girl he brought from Hong Kong, to the front line, standing on a high floor looking down, and Eva exclaims in amazement, "Wow, Seoul has developed a lot too."
The night scene here is no less impressive than in Hong Kong. and she gazed thoughtfully through the glass, never expecting that a country like this would soon face a crisis so severe that it would have to sell everything.
Moo Hee-uk calmly replied, "Just look at Thailand and you'll see, once it becomes the target of a hedge fund, even if you have some doubts, the economic scale of Thailand and Korea are completely different. In fact, at that time, South Korea's economy was about 3 times the size of Thailand's. If Thailand was the second Asian country to join the OECD, then South Korea was a rising emerging economy with many remarkable achievements in the Han River. However, Moo Hee-uk understood that this was only the surface of the Dai-Cat cargo ship. Looking inside, it was hollow, built on a mountain of debt. Not only Korea, but Indonesia, Taiwan, and Hong Kong will also struggle to stay safe. This year, the city's spirits will gradually devour each region across Asia." Ava asked in surprise, "Hong Kong too?" Moo Hee-uk explained that initially, they didn't plan to target Korea. But when they saw how easily Korea responded to the Southeast Asian economic crisis, they adjusted their strategy and Korea would become their final target. Let's put aside the macro issues for now. Eva, out of curiosity, what's the name of this wonderful building? Moo Hee-uk looked at her and suggested, "I haven't decided yet, Eva. You should give it a name." Eva smiled, leaning affectionately against his back. "With a building this grand you want me to name it, are you planning to be the CEO in a movie?" She thought for a moment, then decisively said, "Just call it Maya Thao so it sounds impressive, so that everyone who hears the name will be in awe." Moo Hee-uk nodded with satisfaction. "Those names sound good. Now about the personnel planning to start work at the end of this year, we will probably need more support. Have you thought about who might help you?" Eva confidently affirmed, "I have a few people, and you said I can choose who joins." Moo Hee-uk smiled, affirming her authority. "I will entrust everything to you entirely. As for the money, you don't need to worry. Just recruit those you see capable, no matter how many." Eva looked at Moo Hee-uk with satisfaction and softly said, "Perfect, exactly what I wanted." Moo Hee-uk looked ahead, reminding her of the busy days ahead. "You'll be very busy. Even though we're in Korea, we probably won't see each other much, and attracting attention from others isn't really beneficial." Eva didn't mind. She pouted, "Really? But that can wait. Can you stay with me tonight?" Moo Hee-uk gently smiles and nods. "All right, I will stay with you tonight." That night, the Mia Thao Tower in Lunglin at the heart of Zeeun marked the beginning of a new financial empire. The next morning, Moo Hee-uk returned to discuss major matters with his grandfather. He asked directly, and the old Minister of Finance confirmed that the minister had called him directly, saying they would flood the market with dollars because the current foreign exchange reserves are decreasing rapidly. Moo Hee-uk was taken aback and quickly calculated how to respond faster than expected, wondering if the reason was that the dollar was falling even faster than he thought, dropping freely beyond his expectations. He knew that at that time the government aimed to keep the foreign exchange reserve at $30 billion. But they must have already begun to feel the sharp decline in this reserve. "So, will you meet their demands?" The old man sighed thoughtfully. "If I can use the current dollar reserves to prevent this economic crisis, why not seize this opportunity to make the government owe me forever? I'm just hesitating because this seems no more than a temporary fix." Moo Hee-uk quietly agrees with his grandfather's words. Given the current situation, even if he spends all his dollars to support, it won't make much difference. I think it's better to hold on to the reform until the end and pressure more profitable businesses. You know, that minister spoke as if he was forcing me to hand over everything I have to save this country. He even said it was a command from a VIP. Mr. Nguyen Jang cursed. "Those fools, no VIP is worth more than cash." Moo Hee-uk quietly assessed that for those running a country's economic policies, this was inevitable. But the government made overly political judgments. They even ignored the warnings from the central bank to engage in pointless power struggles and completely disregarded reports from frontline officials. This government has bet everything on joining the OECD with the goal of reaching an average per capita income of $10,000. Only for the sole purpose of reestablishing power for the government, they allowed innocent banks to rush in, attracting short-term foreign debt from the US, Japan, and other places. But they had no idea that this money was being lent to domestic and Southeast Asian companies. South Korea's collapse is not only due to the attack from hedge funds on Kwon Street, but also from the bomb already planted deep within the city. When it counts down and explodes, the country will simultaneously fall into self-destruction, and now the countdown on that bomb has begun. Moo Hee-uk turned to ask his grandfather, "So the big companies have no connection with you at all?" The old man replied thoughtfully, "Currently none of the top 10 leading companies have contacted us." Moo Hee-uk confidently said, "So in a few days, the big corporations will start lining up to ask for your help." The confidence of the young man surprised the old man. Could this be the moment he mentioned? Moo Hee-uk carefully outlined the strategy. When they come to ask for loans, let him lend them money, but require shares of their core businesses as collateral, or have them issue convertible bonds. Especially for Samsung Electronics, I think we need to own as many shares of that corporation as possible, ideally the majority, because lending in this way could only lead to losing the company. Grandfather asked in surprise. Samsung Electronics Moo Hee-uk urgently, "Yes, please help." He added a bold request. "The officials are running out of time. Just ignore them. There's no need to fear that collapsing seat." The old man hesitated. "Is it okay?"
Facing the government won't bring us any benefit.
Mu Hai-uk reassures him, don't worry about that. The current government is about to end, an economic crisis is approaching, and the presidential election is only 3 months away. Mu Hee-wak continued to assess that with the current situation, it would be very unlikely for candidate Kim Tae-ak from the G-gu party to win. Grandfather remained silent, handing over power after more than 40 years. Truly a major upheaval. He revealed his preparations. If I had known, I would have bought insurance for Kim Hak's side. Still, today the ruling party's chances of winning are still very high. Even if the economy is divided by crisis, people's hearts are not so easily changed. Grandpa still doesn't believe in the power of an empty stomach. Mu Hai-uk looked straight at his grandfather and confidently affirmed this time will be different. The opposition party will win the presidential election. He silently thought that history must follow exactly what he knew. That night, Mu Hee-wak made an important call across the ocean, while on the other end, Han Ki-eung-yang yawned loudly and sluggishly answered the phone. Or, is something wrong, Mu Hee-wak? Mu Hee-wak calmly replied, over here the girls still haven't arrived. Sorry to wake you up. How much money does our agent in Bam Uda have now? Ki-eung-yang asked in surprise. Pump Uda, right? He quickly regained his composure and reported the figure, around $10 billion, or maybe a bit more. So where do you want to invest? Mu Hee-wak confidently states the order. Then invest that amount in Korea as soon as the market opens. Ki-eung-yang asked again in surprise. So in Korea, why suddenly now? Mu Hee-uk revealed an unbelievable plan. We will bet on the exchange rate maturing in January next year. It will be around 1,800 won, and stock prices will drop below 400. Buy back all the options and futures contracts on the market now. Ki-eung-yang shouted in shock. Are you crazy? If the exchange rate hits 1,800, our country will be destroyed. Are you planning to end the world? Ki-eung-yang sweat profusely and questioned, but currently the exchange rate is 1,000, and the stock index is only 600. If in 3 months the exchange rate is 1,800 won and the stock price is 400, then Korea will be completely destroyed, right? He exclaimed in shock. Are you telling me to bet everything on Korea's destruction?
Mu Hee-uk calmly confirms, yes, South Korea will fall into a crisis. The U.S. will lead the IMF and impose all kinds of demands and theories.
Mu Hai-wak foresaw the scene of continuous bankruptcies causing mass unemployment, with businesses being sold off to foreign capital. He firmly said, we will have a lot of work to do. Now is the real moment to start. I've also prepared everything domestically, but Ki-eung-yang still feels uneasy. Hey, are we sure this is okay? Even though I hold American citizenship, I am still Korean. Mu Hee-uk reminded him sternly. Have you forgotten our original promise? We agreed that you would follow all instructions and invest unconditionally. Mu Hai-uk's eyes turned cold as he declared the brutal truth. If I don't take the profit, the street thugs will clean it out. Better to keep the money for myself first. Meanwhile, at the upper echelons, we know Korea won't collapse easily. But if such an opportunity arises, of course we have to seize it. If my nephew doesn't, someone else will step in and make the money. The old man affirmed that this is the economy. When someone suffers a loss, someone else makes money. Not everyone can benefit. You two really are each doing your own thing. Under Mu Hai-uk's decisive stance, Han Ki-eung-yang sighed and accepted. Fine, I understand. Tomorrow morning, as soon as the market opens, I will buy the options. Mu Hee-uk nodded softly and replied, all right, thank you. He silently walked away, quietly reflecting on his helplessness last time. Last time, I missed the opportunity because I lacked information, experience, ability, and even money. Mu Hai-uk calculated carefully, estimating that as of October 1997, the current foreign exchange reserves were about $20 billion. With 2 months until the IMF bailout, this time I absolutely have no intention of giving up to anyone. I will definitely swallow everything, my eyes burning with ambition as I prepare for another seismic move. But first, there is something I must do. Before attacking Korea, I will strike the United States first. Indonesia's rupiah has also started to plummet due to the aggressive attack by the hedge fund. Starting from Indonesia, then Malaysia, the Philippines, Southeast Asian countries, and even Taiwan, all are collapsing one after another. Due to the impact of the Asian financial crisis, the U.S. stock market is also declining continuously. Han Ki-eung-yang reports with concern, this impact is greater than I expected. Mu Hai-wak calmly replied, that's something we predicted already, so why are you still worried? Ki-eung-yang sighed, probably because the employees are anxious, and I've caught the same feeling. Our company holds so many stocks after all. Mu Hee-wak reassures him. Don't let fear swallow you up. Forget those worthless papers. Let's pack up and go to Hong Kong to watch the show with the kids. Ki-eung-yang said the hedge funds have already made direct requests. I hear that next they will attack Hong Kong. Mu Hee-wak quietly whispers. It's finally starting. The currencies and stock markets across East Asia plummeted sharply due to the impact of the Asian currency crisis, allowing hedge funds to make huge profits, and their next target is Hong Kong. However, this place still maintains a defensive wall of the fixed exchange rate regime tied to the US dollar, so risk funds have launched an attack by shorting large amounts of US dollars and selling short. If the Hong Kong government suddenly raises the interest rate again to defend the exchange rate, stock and real estate prices will collapse, and they will profit from selling futures contracts. Yang asked, "This is my official first battle as a member of that organization. How much do you think I should invest?" Mu Hyuk calmly said, "You don't need too much. Just about $5 billion is enough. Just $5 billion. And he says it so casually. Yang was stunned. What? Just $5 billion only? $5 billion you say just like that? Currently, in Korean won, it's nearly 5,000 billion. Seeing I misspoke, he quickly apologized. And I apologized too. Sorry, it's just that lately I've been throwing billions out the window, so my sense of money has kind of disappeared. Mu Hyuk has issued a clear directive. Tell the staff to proceed according to the hedge fund's plan. And you and I will act separately. You reveal the final move. Our target this time is not Hong Kong. Hong Kong was just the beginning. But there is still a market even bigger than Hong Kong. At Dream High's office in New York, Hang Ki-Eung reports the situation over the phone, revealing that the alliance of hedge funds and global speculators has launched an attack on the Hong Kong dollar. But it remains unmoved. The Hong Kong government trusts China and is mobilizing all resources to defend the foreign exchange reserves. The hedge fund alliance even demanded that Dream High invest an additional $5 billion into this campaign. Mu Hyuk pondered silently, knowing that Hong Kong differs from other Southeast Asian countries by holding onto foreign currency reserves, which still keeps it stable, but everything is gradually reaching its limit. According to the course of history, the Hong Kong Monetary Authority is surely about to make a strong move. Looking at the October 1997 calendar, Mu Hyuk's gaze turns cold, and he understands that the moment has come. He decisively orders Han Ki-Eung to immediately invest all the branch's capital in the plunge of the US, European, and Japanese stock markets, with no exceptions, not even a single dollar. Ki-Eung stood up in shock, shouting into the phone, "What? What are you saying now? You didn't invest in Hong Kong but in the US, Europe, and Asia. Are you crazy?" Assistant Han is about to need it, confidently smiles and asks back, "I've never let you lose money, so whatever I tell you to buy, just do it first," showing the unwavering decisiveness of a partner. Han Ki-Eung can only sigh helplessly. "Fine. Even though I don't understand what you're thinking right now, I'll follow your instructions." Mu Hyuk gently smiled, knowing that if history remained unchanged, he would prepare for another huge breakthrough. The unusual move by Dream High Invest immediately caught the attention of the city's military bosses. Is Dream High Investment making unusual moves at the main site? The assistant reported urgently since yesterday that they suddenly bought all existing positions to bet on the stock price decline. Everything, not missing a single detail. From America, Europe to Japan, the chairman pondered, his eyes showing clear suspicion about what he was thinking. Before the global stock market crashes all at once, there would be no profit to be made otherwise. For the first time, the boss saw someone more reckless than himself. Inside the hedge fund alliance office, the chairman attacking Hong Kong was still proceeding as planned. The assistant confidently confirms that the foreign exchange attack is being carried out in sync with the plan. The old man pauses for a moment, then slams his hand down on the chair and orders, "First, we need to keep monitoring and follow the steps of that Dream High enterprise." The assistant nervously reports that all futures options betting on a stock market decline have been completely taken over by Dream High, sir. The opponent's boldness excites the chairman, who advises not to buy too much, just enough to try. "I want to see what's happening. Even the sharks are starting to follow your lead." Meanwhile, Mu Hyuk was sitting quietly in the laboratory when his phone suddenly rang nonstop. As soon as he answered, he heard the frantic voice of Han Ki-Eung on the other end. "Mu Hyuk, it's all over now. Hong Kong's going crazy. Short-term interest rates have skyrocketed from 9% to 300%. Ki-Eung shouted in despair, "The hedge fund shorting Hong Kong dollar has failed." The surge of short-term interest rates to 300% was an insane move that both the financial circles of Hong Kong and global economic leaders couldn't have foreseen. Despite heavy losses on the stock market, Hong Kong successfully halted the hedge fund attack. Ki-Eung panicked and asked what to do now, as all the money invested with the hedge funds was at risk of being wiped out. In contrast to Kong Su's panic, Mu Hyuk remained eerily calm. He firmly ordered, "Don't worry too much. When the market opens tomorrow, sell all your stocks." Ki-Eung was stunned and asked again, "What? At a time like this, you want me to sell all my stocks?" Mu Hyuk continues to outline a brutal plan. If you don't have enough stocks, borrow from other brokerage firms and sell everything to cause a sharp drop in stock prices. Mu Hyuk knows that the global stock market is about to face an unprecedented crash in history. He smiled menacingly and said, "Let the stocks fall freely. The deeper they drop, the bigger my options wallet grows." On October 27, 1997, in New York, a financial earthquake truly erupted. GM Han frantically reports over the phone that due to the suspension of trading in New York, the Dow Jones Index has dropped more than 7%, equivalent to 554 points. Mu Hyuk calmly observes that not only America, but Europe and Japan are also experiencing sharp declines. He quietly watches the numbers dancing on the screen, the profit margins of the put options they bet on the crash soaring wildly. GM Han, with a calm tone, asks again, "Are you a person or a prophet to have predicted this market collapse so accurately?"
Mu Hyuk understands that for investors who are anxious due to the escalating Asian financial crisis, the sudden increase in interest rates in Hong Kong caused a major shock, and the attack on Asia by hedge funds triggered a sharp decline in global stock markets.
However, this crash is happening much faster than any history he knew, and Mu Hyuk quietly realizes that the fear he unleashed has pushed them to sell off their stocks more quickly than ever before. He advised his colleagues that the market decline wouldn't last long. Starting tomorrow, they should gradually buy back the stocks. GM Han could only reply tiredly, "I know." Mu Hyuk smiled encouragingly, congratulating him, "In just a few days you will become a legend on the trading street." The investment war. God, GM Han. His words made GM Han flustered. He scratched his head and shook his ears. "Stop praising me. I'm about to fall out." Mu Hyuk quietly calculated that the New York stock market had only fallen 7% in history before, but now it had plummeted by 15% due to his intervention. This is the largest drop since the U.S. stock market opened and the second biggest decline in the stock index since the Breck-Manday event 10 years ago. Every time the stock index drops another 1%, the profit dream high Thu gains keep soaring. Mu Hyuk decisively orders, "The market opens tomorrow, liquidate everything." GM Han confirms, "Okay, but since there's so much money, it might take quite a while." He nervously asks about the final result, how much profit is expected. With a cold and sharp gaze, he announced an incredible number, don't be surprised, about $500 billion. 500 billion? After hearing that, I want to rush to the emergency room. He sighed that with this huge amount of money, Mu Hyuk could now easily buy out 1 or 2 middle-sized countries. Mu Hyuk sneered arrogantly and affirmed, "I've succeeded. The winner in this gamble is me." However, he knew this was only the beginning. Standing atop the towering city of New York, Mu Hyuk declared that with unmatched wealth as his weapon, he would remain above everyone else. "That is the future I desire." At the same time, in a powerful office, an official from the royal court asked, "Is that true?" His subordinates confirmed that even though it's just a rumor, it's almost certain. We focused on Hong Kong and now we're empty-handed. Who are these people really? This shocking incident has reached the White House. President Fink Lin of the United States asked his assistant in a contemplative tone, "Is it really because of one person that stock prices dropped so sharply?" And the assistant, very serious, replied yes, revealing a shocking detail about the mastermind behind it, a young man from Kimchi Land. A file appears with the name Charlie Kim and a photo of Mu Hyuk. President Fink Lin gazes intently at this person's dossier. Charlie Kim, Robert Rubin, former chairman of Goldman Sachs, quietly reports on this stock market crash. Most investors in the financial district suffered heavy losses. Only this person gained enormous profits. It is estimated that this person has earned nearly $500 billion. Hearing this shocking figure, the U.S. president subtly smiles with satisfaction. "Really? Impressive. I also want to earn that much money once." However, Rubin immediately warned with a very serious expression, "Mr. President, the situation is now very serious. Americans' assets are now in the hands of someone from a small country in Asia." The president calmly asked back, "So what?" He illegally seized that money. In response to Rubin's hesitation, President Steele firmly states, "Listen here, Rubin. America does not take responsibility for what happens within the bounds of the law. If the profit was made from legal investments, it wouldn't be considered an issue." Rubin worriedly analyzed further, saying that the money was enough to destroy an entire country's economy. And the problem is that the person holding that money is not an American citizen, but someone from another country, a foreigner. The president slightly frowns and then offers a cunning, simple solution. "Then just make him a U.S. citizen." Rubin continues to report on the rising wave of anger on Quan Street. As investors, they are on the verge of exploding due to this failure. They are requesting a plan to recover the lost funds in the Hong Kong market and the stock exchange. He emphasized that the purpose of the meeting is to accelerate the plan he previously discussed with the president. After a moment of deep contemplation, the president nodded and said that since it was necessary, it would be better to handle it quickly. In the White House, decisive actions to change the course of events were beginning to be implemented, and Kim Hyuk quietly observed everything. Deep down, I was surprised. What I didn't expect was that the huge profit I made from the military district had become a catalyst, causing Korea's foreign exchange crisis to arrive sooner. My intervention is gradually changing history. In a luxurious villa surrounded by lush greenery, Chairman Jon Tyson was deep in thought working on his phone. He coldly ordered, "I understand, just do that," then decisively pressed the end call button, his face showing a serious expression as he softly muttered, "Huh." The door to the office swings open, and the secretary respectfully enters to report that the candidate Choi Jang-ji EUNE of the Patriot Party has arrived. Immediately, Choi Jang-ji EUNE steps in and bows politely. "Sir, are you still well?" Jon Tyson got straight to the point. "It's been a while since we last met. How is the preparations for the presidential election coming along?" With a grateful expression, Choi Jang-ji EUNE bowed and replied humbly, Yes, with the chairman's support, I have established the party and have a chance to become president. I am once again very grateful to you. He continued to affirm his determination, saying that even though I failed in the Conservative Party's primary, I will definitely defeat the Conservative Party in the upcoming presidential election to repay the chairman. His words were interrupted once again as the female secretary appeared. Chairman, Conservative Party candidate, Sung Dae-gyu has arrived. Choi Trang-ji, Aune, was stunned and sweating profusely as he saw his political rival appear here, stammering in shock. Chairman. The atmosphere in the room grew suffocating as both presidential candidates sat facing each other in front of Chon Tae-sung. The powerful old man looked directly at Sung Dae-gyu and said in a low voice, "Listen carefully." Sung Dae-gyu. Now, you are a candidate for the presidency of the Conservative Party, but you told me you received no support from the previous president, Sung. Dae-gyu lowered his head in regret and shame. Yes, I am very sorry, sir, for that. Chon Tae-sung turned to the other side and coldly questioned, Chang Gyun-ae, since you founded the party, your approval rating hasn't budged at all, right? Chang Gyun-ae, sweating profusely and looking embarrassed, hesitantly replied, Yes, that's correct. But if I just put in a little more effort. Chon Tae-sung looks directly at the two politicians with a serious expression and warns that if they keep fighting each other, the ultimate winner will be candidate Kim Hak, the opposing party's army. He firmly stated that if the government fell into the hands of the opposition, both of them would have to live under the ridicule of the people for the rest of their lives. The room fell into a tense silence as the two men could only remain silent under the pressure of the powerful chairman. Chon Tae-sung sternly declared that division would surely lead to failure and reminded them that what they were doing was no different from past mistakes made against the opposition during the era of the Five Republics. Old man suddenly issues a final ultimatum. Now the unity revolves around the DAEGU, D-gun. This decision shocks Trang Geun. He exclaimed in shock and amazement, Boss of the association. He stood up abruptly, desperately questioning why the old man helped him establish the party, and now is forcing him to give up just as the election race has just begun. The anger of the chairman erupts as Tae-sung glares fiercely at the one daring to disobey orders and step close. Now you're arguing with me, Geun. His cold, commanding gaze and absolute authority make Geun tremble. His soul leaving his body, his face drained of all blood, he immediately knelt on the floor, bowing his head to confess in utter fear. No, I don't mean that. Sir, I deserve death. Looking at the person trembling at his feet, Tae-sung quietly doubts the resilience of a presidential candidate easily swayed and coldly orders him to stand up. For Geun, he nervously apologized as Tae-sung turned to ask Sung Dae-gyu for his opinion. Since this candidate seemed confused by the unpredictable moves of the chairman, who previously claimed he wouldn't switch parties but now insisted everything revolve around him. John Tae-sung subtly pursed his lips, his cold gaze confirming that the power struggle was nothing to Lao. The old man warned both that without the president's support, they might at least secure his backing to have a chance to win. Faced with John Tae-sung's stern gaze, Geun. Humbly, I ask, what do you suggest I do? The powerful old man calmly gives his order. This time, you take your share and leave the decisive move to that money. The old man emphasized that just following a few conditions would be enough, leaving Geun stunned and hurriedly bowing to his subordinate, I will follow your advice. However, Tae-sung still warns that even with unity, defeating the opponent Kim Hak remains a difficult challenge amid the chaos of the economy. Tae-sung continues analyzing the flow of dollars being drained, threatening a decisive blow to the national economy. The old man offers an enticing bait. If you become president, I will help you secure a large amount of dollars from Japan. The old man painted a vision of GEA being remembered in history as the president who saved Korea from the brink of collapse caused by his predecessor. With such a calculated promise, how does it sound? Just hearing it already feels reassuring, doesn't it? Geun could only exclaim in amazement. Geun declares, Then I will be very grateful to you, Chairman. Meanwhile, in another development, Kim Heun is closely watching the shocking press reports about the sharp decline in foreign exchange reserves. With this pace, the foreign exchange reserves will run out by October instead of December as planned. Moy Hoo-uk realizes South Korea will need IMF aid much earlier than what happened in the original history. On the phone, the other end announced that the military police of Dangzhou were rapidly withdrawing all investments from Korea. The Australian officer pondered whether his intervention had caused history to change, leading the economy to collapse faster than expected. At the end of September, the stock index plummeted below 400, and major banks and corporations declared bankruptcy one after another. Amid the financial storm, the government stubbornly announced it would resolve the foreign exchange shortage on its own without seeking IMF assistance. But when foreign exchange reserves dwindled to just $2 billion, the Korean government finally had to give in to the financial pressure and officially request $20 billion from the International Monetary Fund, IMF. At the end of October 1997, South Korea officially requested emergency aid, a development that happened much faster than Kim Moo-hyuk had ever seen in history, more than a month earlier. President Kim Mon-sam appeared before the entire nation to declare the national emergency. The U.S. government and the IMF imposed humiliating conditions for financial aid, including opening the financial market, liberalizing foreign investment, easing import controls, reducing tariffs, restructuring large corporations, and mass layoffs. These measures, while stabilizing the foreign exchange crisis, also triggered a wave of terrifying unemployment, increased informal labor, and worsened the wealth gap in society. In this context, the IMF demanded presidential candidates to clearly commit to fulfilling the bailout conditions. Without a firm promise from those in power in the future, no support will be granted. As tensions escalate, an unexpected obstacle appears in politics, and candidate Choi Chang-jae-eun steps up to the podium. The traitor publicly declares to the media that I, Choi Chang-jae-eun, will fulfill the people's wishes and the demands of the era and will unite with conservative candidate Sung Dae-gyu, asserting with determination that I will step forward to lead and secure victory for the Conservative Party. Images of candidates Choi Chang-jae-eun and Sung Dae-gyu raising their hands in unity are broadcast live, shocking the public. Cheers and applause echo everywhere through the TV. In the quiet room as Moo Hyuk and Grandpa Chon Thi-san watch this unexpected event unfold. Moo Hyuk thought to himself with a look of amazement. This surprised me. Sung Dae-gyu and Choi Chang-jae-eun, who had become enemies after the party split, are now working together. According to the history you know, Choi Chang-jae-eun was supposed to join the Progress Party after Kim Ha-kak-kun's victory. Even though the ruling faction was divided, Kim Ha-kak-kun would still become president according to the natural course of history. However, unifying the party at this moment would completely change the election landscape and overturn the future Moo Hyuk once knew. On live television, Sung Dae-gyu responded, I will not forget Choi Chang-jae-eun's support, nor will I forget the personal sacrifices made for the common good of candidate Choi Chang-jae-eun. Mr. Tan Song-jak pledged that he would restore South Korea's economy, which is facing an unprecedented crisis, to its former glory, while Sung Dae-gyu revealed a shocking move. As soon as he is elected, he will go to Japan with a large amount of dollars. Hearing this, Moo Hyuk narrowed his eyes suspiciously. From Japan? Meanwhile, Chairman Chon Thi-san watched silently with a deep gaze, and Mr. Tom quietly assessed that the situation was becoming increasingly interesting. The person behind this is probably Than Fong-hoi. The experienced old man understands that complex political games like this always bear the mark of that mysterious organization. Ignoring the government to directly secure support from a foreign government is something only Than Fong-hoi dares to do. Moo Hyuk broke out in a sweat as he realized that his interference and Than Fong-hoi's actions were completely overturning history. Moo Hyuk quietly reviewed the data. According to the original history, Kim's AK army would win narrowly with a margin of 500,000 votes. But with the current bipartisan situation, Kim AK army's victory is no longer guaranteed. For Moo Hyuk, a change in history is the worst-case scenario because if Sung Dae-gyu wins, the power of Than Fong-hoi will escalate beyond control. Moo Hyuk's eyes suddenly turned cold, burning with a threatening blue hue. He clenched his teeth and muttered to himself, Than Fong-hoi, if you plan to change the president, fine. Then I'll just invest money to rewrite the name. The IMF's emergency bailout caused South Korea's reputation to collapse completely, with the country's credit rating dropping to the level of developing nations in Africa or South America within just a few weeks, leading to a sharp plunge in stock prices. The exchange rate quickly surpassed 1,701 and continued to soar to new highs as the fluctuation margin widened. The country's credit rating was downgraded to a level that caused foreign capital to leave Korea even faster. Amid the financial storm, My-sen Kamdasos, the Director General of the International Monetary Fund, personally arrived in South Korea. When questioned by the press about her presence despite the signed agreement, Kamdasos straightforwardly stated, I am here to verify whether South Korea is truly keeping its promises as committed in the agreement. He criticizes the South Korean government for ignoring the immediate crisis and openly states that there is a close relationship with corporations and financial organizations. Kamdasos demands harsh reforms, insisting that weak conglomerates be eliminated and bank shares sold off to foreign investors. State-owned enterprises are required to privatize, reduce welfare spending, and cut public sector staffing. Kim Woo-hyuk quietly sat in the room watching the news as the CEO emphasized the need to implement layoffs and labor dispatch policies. Kamdasos threatens that if these conditions are not met, our IMF will absolutely be unable to help South Korea. The news continues to report on Kamdasos meeting with President Kim Man-sam to discuss the terms, and also announces that he will meet with the leading presidential candidates tomorrow. Woo-hyuk clenched his phone tightly and calmly said, This is no joke. This isn't financial aid. It's like they're trying to swallow our entire country. You immediately order the person on the other end of the line to come back to Korea quickly. There are many things to discuss. Han Ki-young is very surprised and asks, right now, Woo-hyuk is definitely insisting that you appear as grand and spectacular as possible. Just instruct them to leak the news to the press that the investment genius James Han will visit Korea. Han Ki-young's image immediately floods the magazine covers with the title of the investment genius, who just conquered the New York Financial Center. Dream High Investments chairman was immediately surrounded by a swarm of reporters, bombarding him with questions about his success secrets and investment goals in Korea, leaving him feeling dizzy. Han Ki-young wiped the sweat from his brow, politely declining, saying, "Sorry, I'm still not used to the time difference. My mind is a bit foggy. We will hold a press conference or a private interview later." However, the crowd had no intention of letting go. They kept pressing him for his opinion on the economic situation falling into the hands of the IMF. Faced with his people's expectations, Han Ki-young adjusted his glasses and his eyes suddenly became extremely sharp. The general announced a shocking figure. 3 years, just 3 years, for Korea to rise again. He affirmed that although the economy is currently in serious trouble, everything will soon come to an end. Han Ki-young expressed his strong belief in the power of the people who once created the Han River miracle, emphasizing that his return was to invest in his homeland and stating that opening the capital market is an inevitable step for development to avoid isolation. He advised that I believe this foreign exchange crisis is a time for both the government and the people of Korea to be more vigilant. Once overcome, Korea will rise again and develop into a stronger nation. Just as he was about to leave, Han Ki-young was suddenly stopped by a powerful group of strangers. A man in a long coat approaches and asks Mr. Han Ki-young to come with them. Faced with the CEO's suspicion and caution, he immediately reveals his identity, saying, "We are from the presidential office." He said he wanted to meet with you. James Han was extremely shocked when he heard about the president. "The president? I had never heard of this before coming here." Even though he tried to refuse because he had a prior appointment, the men in black suits surrounded and forced him to go with them. As he was being dragged away weakly protesting, a loud shout suddenly rang out, "Hey, stop!" A tall man in a long coat wearing sunglasses along with 2 muscular bodyguards appeared to intervene, confidently declaring, "We are James Han's bodyguards. Let him go." This man firmly questioned the authority of the agents. James Han is clearly an American citizen. On what basis do you try to forcibly take an American citizen away? He didn't hesitate to threaten, "If you force us like that, we won't show mercy." Faced with that coercion, the spy could only stammer, "That. Take off your sunglasses." The man introduced himself. "I am Eric Clark. I am assisting with the establishment of BMC. He stepped closer to James Han and confirmed, "During your time in Korea, we will take care of your protection. Let's go." James Han walked away in confusion. Huh? BMC. Night falls at a high-rise building, with a newspaper on the desk featuring Han Ki-young's photo and a headline about his shocking return. Han Ki-young took a sip of water and softly said, "Huh," leaning back on the sofa. Kim Moo-hyuk quietly put down the newspaper and asked, "You threw it in already? You must be surprised." Han Ki-young couldn't help but worry about the chaos at the airport. "Hey, stop talking. Why did you invite so many reporters, not to mention the president's people?" Moo-hyuk politely apologized and explained, saying he only pretended to call to check on the newspaper editors, but didn't expect so many reporters to show up. Still curious about the armed group's appearance, Han Ki-young pressed further. "But what is PMC? Does your company need a whole military force too?" Moo-hyuk calmly reveals the plan. "I'm preparing because I think we just need some protection, and it's almost time to officially expand our business." Ignoring the recent troubles, Han Ki-young calmly moves on to the main issue. "Okay, forget about that. What was the reason you called me back? What should I do to help our homeland on the verge of collapse?" In the luxurious room, the man wearing glasses pondered and said, "I know this is a great opportunity for us. But when Moo-hyuk calmly gave the order, I used money from the New York branch to invest in stocks and Korean companies. I will make a separate list for you. You emphasize strongly, but from now on you are only allowed to make investments transparently and openly. Those are the things you will do." Seeing the other person seem curious, "What about managing the money from the paper companies set up in tax havens?" The man smiled subtly and revealed that Eva Du is already involved. She will assist us in that part. The image of a beautiful woman came to mind as he explained further, saying she will buy everything and move flexibly between legal and illegal activities. There will be no connection between him and her, so no one will think they are on the same side. He insists on the absolute secrecy of the plan. Even Eva doesn't know that he is one of us. And of course, she also doesn't know that I am the true owner of Dream High Investment. Moo-hyuk quietly pursed his lips. "Okay, I understand. I am the good cop, and that person named Eva is the bad cop, right?" Moo-hyuk nodded affirmatively. "Yes, now that he has returned to Korea, the government will definitely get in touch again. They will make many demands, so be prepared." Moo-hyuk continued analyzing the situation because, according to IMF's request, restrictions on foreign investment will be lifted. You stare straight at the TV screen and declare arrogantly, "Okay, now the real game begins." Suddenly, a phone rings, breaking the tense atmosphere. "Hello, this is Charlie Kim. I am Myson Camden Search, the CEO of the IMF." Moo-hyuk was stunned to see that the man on TV was also the one calling her. She asked sharply, "How did you find out my personal phone number? Can we meet privately to exchange information? I also have a few messages from the US government to deliver to you." Mu Hyuk quietly assessed that uncovering my identity for the US government was not a difficult task at all. He quickly made a decision. If so, then fine. Avoiding it won't solve anything. If you can't escape, then face it directly. Mu Hyuk hesitated briefly before heading to Square Hotel, where the fateful meeting was about to take place. As soon as he saw your figure, Camden Search warmly greeted you. Very pleased to meet you, Charlie Kim. Finally, I have the chance to meet the owner of Dream High Investment. The two of them shake hands firmly, and Mu Hyuk secretly erases the information about this man. I am Mycen Camden Search, the Director General of the IMF. This person is the head of the IMF and also the commander of the occupation forces sent to Korea by the United States. Camden Search quietly took out a yellow envelope and said, "This is a letter signed personally by President Clinton. Please open it." All right, first I want to hear the reason you wanted to meet today. Once we are seated at the negotiation table, Camden Search begins relaying the orders from the White House, all right. So I will deliver the message from the US government first. His eyes suddenly turned icy and threatening. You must not help South Korea overcome the foreign exchange crisis. Camden Search finally issued a warning. If you do, you will bear all the responsibility, Charlie Kim. In the quiet meeting room, Kim Mu Hyuk sat facing Mycen Camden Search at a long table. Mu Hyuk silently thought that Camden Search was beginning to convey what Minister of Finance Robert Rubin had instructed him to relay. He smiled confidently and smugly. Mu Hyuk quietly observed, constantly calculating in his mind that as long as the US wanted, they could easily uncover the connection between the paper companies and Dream High. You understand the huge risks and could freeze the funds or find an excuse to seize them all. The image of stacks of dollars chained up appears as a warning of the power of the city's underworld. Mu Hyuk stepped back, but if I concede now, it's no different than offering myself as bait to Lin Kao. I looked directly at the opponent and asked sharply, "Are you threatening me?" Camden Search immediately waved his hand, forced a fake smile, and leaned back. He calmly persuaded, Minister Rubin's words are quite reasonable when you think about it. It's just that you don't need to help Korea. Camden Search leaned in and whispered seductively, "This also doesn't really benefit you, does it?" Mu Hyuk silently crossed his arms, deep in thought, not helping the Korean government, that's all. He pursed his lips. Originally, I didn't intend to help, but being threatened like this makes me want to go against it even more. After a moment of silence, Mu Hyuk confidently declared, "Fine." His response left Camden Search speechless. Mu Hyuk asserts that he will not interfere in South Korea's foreign exchange issues, but immediately sets a condition that the US government must also refrain from interfering in anything he does in Korea. Are you planning to swallow Hong Kong all by yourself just like that? Camden Search looked at Mu Hyuk thoughtfully before speaking. Regarding Hong Kong, I no longer intend to invest against the policies of the military district. I will now observe the situation and make a different choice. Seeing the calm expression of the young man facing him, the General Director YMP secretly assessed that this young Southeast Asian was indeed no ordinary person. He suddenly burst into a cheerful laugh. Haha, I was just joking. I already understand Dream High's aggressive investments. Camden Search stood up, gathered the documents, and confirmed I will clearly convey Mr. Kim's conditions to the US government. Kim Mu Hyuk approached to shake hands firmly. Very pleased to meet you, Marcia Camden Search. Watching the IMF Director General walk away, Mu Hyuk quietly smirked. It's quite interesting. The IMF Director General personally came to see me as a messenger for the US government, which makes sense. They understand the power I hold. Meanwhile, under the silent night at the greenhouse, the South Korean government remains completely unaware of the pawns Mu Hyuk is placing. In a private room, Mu Hyuk quietly watches the news report. The IMF has finished all negotiations, but has yet to start financial support. They issued a strict demand, requiring all presidential candidates to sign a commitment to implement the agreement as a prerequisite. Candidate Zeong-D Aeju from the Conservative Party immediately accepted, while his opponent Kim Hak, Progress Party's troops believe this is a rushed negotiation, and no official response has been given yet. With only 10 days until the election, support is diverging, as Mr. D Aeju leads with 44% of the vote. At this moment, Mu Hyuk's phone started ringing nonstop. On the other end, Han Kyung YV. As you said, Mu Hyuk, the greenhouse called me wanting to arrange an official meeting. Mu Hyuk remained expressionless and calmly issued the order. So just go meet them and exchange some pleasantries to build a good relationship. Right now, the greenhouse can hardly help us, so that's enough. Mu Hyuk's eyes burn with determination as he makes his final request. After the meeting with the greenhouse ends, I must meet someone who will serve our cause in the future. A few days later, when Mu Hyuk and Han Kyung YV arrived at a peaceful traditional house, as soon as they stepped into the yard, the assistant quickly approached to greet him. Mr. Han Kyung YV. Please excuse my rudeness. Please wait a moment. Mu Hyuk stands silently beside, expressionless. The assistant approaches the main room and respectfully announces, "Minister, the guest has arrived." A deep, clear voice responds from inside, telling him to come in. The sliding door opens, and Han Kyung Yifab and Mu Hyuk step into the room with a lavish banquet table already set up. Han Kyung YV bows politely, expressing regret for the meeting. "I am Han Kyung YV." The man sitting opposite calmly smiled and responded, "Very pleased to meet you. I am Kim H.A.K. Kwan, the leading candidate of the Progress Party. Seeing this man, Moy Hui-uk quietly assessed him as a living witness, a testament to South Korea's political history, someone who survived the struggles against the dictatorship. For Moy Hui-uk, surviving in South Korea's politics is almost a miracle. Kim H.A.K. Kwan has not only faced political attacks, but was also repeatedly targeted for assassination by the authoritarian regime, with his political comrades and family members losing their lives multiple times. Having overcome all those challenges, he survived and has now become a leading presidential candidate in Korea. But now, with the destination just ahead, he faces danger once again as his ship gets caught on the reef called Opposition Unity. Noticing the presence of the young man accompanying him, Kim H.A.K. Kwan asked curiously, "There is Moy Hui-uk," who gently bowed and introduced himself. "I am Kim Moy Hui-uk, grandson of Chairman Jon Tae-san." Kim H.A.K. Kwan nodded in confirmation. "Chairman Jon has helped our campaign a lot. I am always grateful for that." He looked at Han Kyo-eung-yi and continued, "When Chairman Jon said that Han Kyo-eung-yi wanted to meet me once, I was very surprised." Kim H.A.K. Kwan appeared very surprised by the close relationship between Moy Hui-uk and Han Kyo-eung-yi. He secretly assessed that Moy Hui-uk is both the grandson of the Shark Myeong-dong and a friend of the powerful street legend. After thanking him for bringing Han Kyo-eung-yi to meet, Kim H.A.K. Kwan suddenly asked Moy Hui-uk to step aside so he could speak privately. Moy Hui-uk subtly pursed his lips, quietly realizing that this candidate still hadn't fully understood, as he showed displeasure at the presence of a figure from the underworld beside the legendary investor. Seeing Moy Hui-uk being looked down upon, Han Kyo-eung-yi immediately spoke up with a cold expression. He insists he came only because Moy Hui-uk mentioned a way to help Kim H.A.K. Kwan, but it seems he was not pleased to see both of them appear. Han Kyo-eung-yi firmly declares that if Moy Hui-uk does not ask for help, he will never come to see him again. Without a hint of respect, he stood up and affirmed that he was a businessman, not a politician. Before turning away, he casually wished for a successful election, causing Kim H.A.K. Kwan to panic and call him back to question his attitude. Kim H.A.K. Kwan almost whispered, but Han Kyo-eung-yi remained firm. He turned to Moy Hui-uk and said there was no need to make any deal with ungrateful people, not even the smallest one. He emphasized that he was an investor and that the concept of loss never existed in his vocabulary. Even if Moy H.A.K. asked for help, he remained firm in leaving, witnessing this intensely dramatic scene. Moy H.A.K. secretly admired Han Kyo-eung-yi's acting skills, as he had added much more pressure than what he was initially instructed. Kim H.A.K. confirmed the source, and Han Kyo-eung-yi reminded that, unlike in America, funding politics in Korea is illegal. He exposed the truth that Moy Hyuk's grandfather was risking doing those wrongdoings to help Kim H.A.K. Kwan, but he still appeared dissatisfied. Seeing the terrified and horrified expression on the candidate's face, Han Kyo-eung-yi concludes with a bitter remark. Even if he helps, someone like Kim H.A.K. Kwan will never know what gratitude feels like. Don't you think this guy is taking his role a bit too seriously? If he keeps going like this, he might actually mess things up. When Mr. YY turned to the candidate and clearly declared, "I know very well how my grandfather collaborated with the military government in the past and how he accumulated his wealth. But my grandfather and I are not the same. I am here not as his representative, but as a supporter, because I firmly believe that Kim H.A.K. Kwan will become the president." Faced with that decisiveness, Kim H.A.K. Kwan paused for a long time before suddenly lowering his voice and saying, "I apologize for my shallow thinking." He explained that recently he has been under a lot of stress due to the rivalry between the opposing factions and numerous other troubles, which has made him more sensitive. To show my remorse, I sincerely apologize for the candidate bowing to the person in front of the two young men. If I have caused any displeasure, I am truly sorry. Sorry for the discourtesy. The opposing teacher has surrendered, so Mr. Hang invited him to sit down and start negotiations. Kim H.A.K. Kwan eagerly asked about the assistance methods, and Mr. Y immediately got straight to the point. After the opposition united with candidate D.A.E. Ju, his support rate was reversed, and that's making him worried, right? He warned that if the situation doesn't change, the chances of losing the election are very high. To turn the tide, Mr. Y announced that tomorrow he will hold a large press conference attended by major domestic newspapers and international media. He confirmed that this was the first time James Han, the man rewriting the history of the city, officially spoke to the press. There, Hang K. Mr. Y. Mr. promised to help Kim H.A.K. Kwan increase his support rate by at least 5%, and in the face of this weighty declaration, the candidate could only gape in amazement. Mr. Y stands confidently on the podium, facing a barrage of media questions. A reporter immediately asks about rumors that Mr. Han's representatives have teamed up with hedge funds to launch an attack on the Hong Kong stock market. Faced with that pressure, he calmly stated, "I am an investor." He thought the confrontational wording was a bit too harsh, even though he admitted to having invested in Hong Kong and initially suffered significant losses. Mr. Han, so why did you choose to invest in Korea at a time when foreign capital is rapidly withdrawing? K. Mr. Y. Mr. replied honestly, "Just like I said, I came to Korea to bet on people's fears. He explained that when the people are overwhelmed by fear and gradually abandon their country, that is the moment he will invest in his homeland, the Republic of Korea. When questioned by someone in the hall whether he was American, he admitted he was American but affirmed that Korea is where his family, friends, and fellow countrymen live. Mr. Y confidently declared, "And I believe in the potential of the Republic of Korea. I am certain that this country has the strength to overcome the crisis in due time." When asked who could save the economy and his opinion on this presidential election, he was very cautious because it is a sensitive topic. He emphasized that South Korea is a democratic country where the people themselves overthrew the long-standing military regime. Mr. Y affirms that worldwide, this is the only case where a military regime has been ended by the voice of the people. For investors, who holds ultimate power is an issue of utmost importance. So, in the end, who do you support? Mr. Y. Mr. K no longer avoids the question and openly states his position. Personally, I believe that if there is a change in government with candidate Kim H.A.K. from the Progressive Party, and if that becomes a reality, South Korea will become an even more attractive country to invest in. You end the press conference with a firm statement. If I had the right to vote, I would cast my ballot for candidate Kim H.A.K. In response to the shocking proposal, candidate K.H. asked again, "Are you saying you will help increase support by another 5%? YK Mr. Y calmly confirmed that he must. At the press conference, I will publicly declare my support for candidate Kim and also announce a large-scale investment plan in Korea. Witnessing the legendary figure's decisiveness, he trembled and sweat profusely from the excitement. Really? You're actually going to do that? Kim Hugh quietly observes, secretly assessing that the current economic issues are the country's biggest hotspot. He understands better than anyone that gaining the support of HK Ong at this moment is a matter of life or death for a political career. HK Mr. Y began analyzing the tactics. He mentioned Mr. DAE's car. Hugh from the Conservative Party announced he would borrow money from Japan. With a sharp gaze, he exposed the true nature, but after all, it's still foreign money, essentially no different from an IMF bailout. Our Korea does not need to take on debt. I affirm that Korea is a country with the potential worth investing in, and that is what we must make our people see clearly. Feeling like he had found the light at the end of the tunnel, candidate Kim H.A.K. confidently declared, "Yes, as long as you agree to help me, I have nothing more to wish for." However, Han Ki-young immediately set a prerequisite. But first, there is one thing he must clarify. You must accept the IMF's demands to ensure the commitments are fulfilled. Faced with this strict requirement, Kim H.A.K. hesitated, his face showing clear concern. Han Ki-young explained that he is a U.S. citizen and his company is based in the U.S., so he cannot ignore the directives of the U.S. government and arbitrarily invest in Korea. He strongly demanded that he be given a commitment to fulfill the agreements with the IMF. After a moment of deep reflection, Kim H.A.K. Jun sighed and admitted, "I understand. Now I also know I have no choice but to accept the IMF's demands." He explained that his hesitation was only to reserve the possibility of renegotiation because those demands were too harsh. Han Ki-young and his team continued to encourage him with a honorable promise. If he successfully negotiated with the IMF, I will invest in Korea as much as I can, even though I am an American citizen. I was born and raised here in Korea. This cooperation immediately caused a media sensation with a series of shocking headlines, claiming that the legendary investor Han Ki-young and his partner would invest if Kim H.A.K. wins the presidency. Since that press conference, all eyes that previously focused on the Conservative Party quickly shifted to Kim H.A.K. Kwan, and December 1st, 1997 went down in history. With 50.4% of the vote, candidate Kim H.A.K. officially won and became the new president of South Korea amid supporters' cheers. At the luxurious mansion, Chairman Jon Tae-son leisurely flipped through the newspaper, glancing at his grandson sitting opposite and remarking that the support declaration from the Ki-young-Y family had indeed paid off. The old man slightly pursed his lips, seeing through Moo Hyuk's mind and asking with subtle meaning, "Everything went according to your plan, right?" Moo Hyuk was stunned in shock, only managing to say, "You knew everything, huh?" Tae-son sips his tea, smiling brightly, thinking this old man is too old to know anything. But he reveals he even knows about Moo Hyuk, asking the HA director. "I also know about the secret plan to send him to the US, although I don't know the details of how Moo Hyuk managed that huge sum." Tae-son confirmed that he used the $4,000 billion entrusted to him by his grandfather to turn Ki-young's business into a successful investment on Kwan Street. The old man admitted that thanks to that bold move, the entire presidential election outcome had completely shifted in his favor. Tae-son nodded in approval and said, "Well done." Seeing that his grandfather seemed so relaxed, Moo Hyuk hesitated and asked, "Don't you want to know more?" Tae-son looked at him with absolute trust and believed that Moo Hyuk could handle everything on his own, because even without his help, he would still succeed. Perhaps he only helped to shorten the process a little. Moo Hyuk nodded slightly and admitted that it was both true and not entirely so, humbly saying that without his grandfather's strong support, building and expanding the business would have taken a lot more time and effort. Moo Hyuk bowed his head in gratitude, saying that he hadn't achieved much on his own and that his success was thanks to his grandfather's help. Jon Tae-son stood up, deciding to step back and saying, All right, I'll help you one last time and then withdraw. But before leaving, his face suddenly turned very serious. He looked Mu Hyuk straight in the eyes and issued a stern warning. But you must be very careful with Thanfang Hoi. Tae-sun firmly confirmed the danger of this mysterious organization. They have deeply infiltrated this country, more than you can imagine. John Tae-sun stared intently at the person opposite and asked if there was a hidden meaning. You understand what I mean, right? On the TV screen, the image of the current president Kim Hak Kwan celebrating his victory was being broadcast. Seeing this scene, Chairman Thanfang Hoi angrily slammed the table, his face showing clear tension and fury. The committee has officially transferred power to President-elect Kim Hak Kwan. In the luxurious office, Dong-yu Group Chairman Bak Dae-ho was there early to offer his congratulations on the election victory. Kim Hak Kwan smiled brightly and replied, "Thank you, Chairman Bak. I hope you will continue to support me in the future." The president praised his partner without hesitation, saying that compared to my knowledge, you are the real economic expert. Bak Dae-ho confidently said, "Ha ha ha ha, of course, I will do my best to support you." However, the joy of winning the election was short-lived. Just after being elected, I received reports that businesses were going bankrupt one after another. He shared his concern that not only large corporations but also small and medium enterprises were in dire straits, with hundreds of companies closing every day. Kim Hak Kwan asked about the situation of the other party, how Dong-yu Group was doing, and Bak Dae-ho confidently assured us that we have no problems at all. The president reminded everyone that it was Bak who called for globalization and early investments in Eastern Europe, Bak Dae. Ho admits that his greed has caused him a lot of worry, but he believes those are just words from paper sellers who don't understand the reality on the ground. He affirms that no business exists without debt, and the current issue is only a short-term liquidity problem that can be resolved eventually. To save other struggling businesses, North Dae-ho proposed a bold idea. What do you think about launching a nationwide gold donation campaign? To Kim, Hak, and Cool's surprise, Bak explained that gold can be easily sold for dollars anywhere in the world. He analyzes this as a two birds with one stone plan, both mobilizing resources to overcome the national crisis and fostering unity among the people. Kim Hak. Cool pondered silently. The gold contribution movement was not a bad idea. Seizing the opportunity, Bak Dae. Ho suggests that Jung Ugrup take the lead if entrusted with this responsibility. Faced with the president's hesitation about the name Jung Ugrup, Bak affirms that commerce is his main profession, with branches all over the world. He pledged that the group would not retain the profits but would sell gold at the best possible price to help the country. President Kim. Hak. Cool openly praised Chairman Jung Group as someone capable of selling ice even in the North Pole, then officially appointed the deputy to oversee the gold contribution, Dae. Ho humbly accepts the order, promising not to disappoint you but requests support with capital instead of retaining profits. The president immediately agrees, promising that once the funds from YMF are dispersed, they will prioritize supporting Jung-yu as it is the leading enterprise during the nation's turbulent times. Leaving the meeting, Bak Dae-ho smiled cunningly, having seized both the public funds and the gold selling rights. Then, at a traditional house, Mai Eung-hun sought out the head of the department for Chairman Chon Tae-san, who was enjoying his second golden age. With a cold and determined gaze, Mai Eung-hun looked directly at the opponent and made a shocking proposal, asking him to take action and crush the Jung-yu Corporation. At the luxurious villa, an underground deal has just concluded. The chairman of D Group bowed slightly to Chon Tae-san and whispered, thank you, Sir Chairman Chon Tae-san. Thanks to you, I was able to eliminate the urgent threat. I owe you this favor. I will repay it." As soon as the black car from the other side drove away, Mai Eung-hun wondered if the person who just left was really the chairman of D Group. Chon Tae-san sneered silently. The former tycoons who used to pretend not to notice now willingly abandoned their dignity, kneel down, and wag their tails to beg him for a little money. The old man continued to observe that those who came to him were mostly young men pretending to be tycoons, or old executives from large corporations always on edge, afraid of offending him. However, Chon Tae-san was especially impressed with Chairman Song, who always maintained a proud and relaxed demeanor, withdrawing money as if he were his own final authority. When Mai Eung-hun asked about the conditions, Tae-san confirmed that since the other party had run out of money, he accepted convertible bonds with a 1-year conversion period and a 10-year maturity. Mr. Letke, the acquisition list, took bonds in the electronics sector from Samsung, cars from Jia Hyun, and the semiconductor industry from Yuan Seung as Moo Hyuk expressed his gratitude. Tae-san, moved by the moment, shared that, thanks to him, an old man who seemed to be past his prime found joy in his later years, as if reliving his glorious past, but as Moo Hyuk predicted, the Dong-yu Group ultimately never came to him. Tae-san wondered who was backing them up to make them so confident, while Dong-yu held lucrative businesses like automobiles, heavy industry, and construction, making even the chairman envy. Recalling Dae-ho, Tae-san remembered the days when he used to come to his house all the time, but now he's grown bold and arrogant, as if he doesn't know what the ground is. Moo Hyuk looked at his grandfather with a determined gaze and confidently declared, "Grandpa, don't worry, I already plan to take over Dong-yu Group.
Facing the opponent, Mu Hyuk firmly made his final request. Please go ahead and dismantle Dongyu Group.
My Eung-hun hesitated before repeating Mu Hyuk-see's request. Dongyu Group? You told me to take down the third largest conglomerate in the tycoon circle, right? Kim Moo-hyuk confidently affirmed that sooner or later weak corporations must collapse and believed that Dongyu was the most likely to fall first.
You know, Mu Hyuk calmly asked back, but isn't he already under investigation? My Eung-hun was stunned by this information.
He chuckled softly, proud. There's really no beating you in front of you. I can't even pretend to act. My Eung-hun began analyzing the current state of the group. Dongyu has been accused from all directions for a long time. However, this is not a joke. To be frank, there is still a lack of evidence to arrest them. They have numerous hidden violations, with accounting fraud being just the basics. And there are also embezzlement, black fund creation, unauthorized capital contributions, and violations of anti-corruption laws. My Eung-hun looks serious. So is it only Dongyu Group that's involved in all this? Major domestic corporations, they all have their hands dirty to some extent or another. No company is clean. He expressed concern about public opinion. But even so, in the current serious economic crisis, would the people stay silent if a large corporation like Dongyu was targeted? Moyuk confidently dismissed it. Now is not the time to look at the people's pain with prejudice. The meat is already rotten but still left intact. When it decays completely, they might have to cut off healthy limbs. And if it's already spoiled inside, it has to be cut decisively. My Eung-hun is worried about the political situation. This will likely become a significant burden for newly elected President Kim Ha-kwon, and there may be people trying to stop the investigation. Moyuk confidently declares that he will bear the pressure, including the president and the media. I will take care of it. Minister, just handle it according to current laws and regulations, and deal with it thoroughly so that there is no room for escape. Look straight at my Eung-hun and make a heavy promise. Rest assured, I bet you'll have another major achievement from this, and you should also think about what comes after retirement. I add a practical reason. You're still young, staying outside politics forever would be a bit of a waste. Seeing Moyuk's determination, my Eung-hun pressed for the timing of the action. So when can I start? He further analyzed the current obstacles, explaining that the current period is the transfer of power committee stage, when the influence of the elected official is strongest, and I fear it's very difficult and risky. Moyuk nodded firmly. I understand that. When the time comes, I will let you know. My Eung-hun decisively raised his glass. Okay, let's try a toast once. Damasente. The two clinked their glasses firmly, officially beginning a shocking plan to overthrow the Dongwu Corporation. During the official meeting at the office, President Kim Ha-k expressed his gratitude, saying, I heard Chairman Jon provided dollar rolls to businesses when they were in desperate need of money. Please pass on my thanks to him. He doesn't hold back in praising Chairman Chon's heroic actions, which even major banks can't perform amid the financial storm. Helping the country in some way reassures us. Suddenly, the president turned his attention to Kim Woo-hyu with admiration. I know about this a bit late. I heard you scored perfect on the proficiency exam and got into Korea National University. He was amazed by the young man's talent, a prodigy before my eyes that I almost overlooked. Let's meet more often. Immediately after, the president turned to James Han and earnestly asked, Director Han, I hope you can also lend us a hand. James Han calmly analyzed the current situation. The foreign debt of financial institutions has been resolved, but the real issue lies with the businesses. He frankly expressed the viewpoint of a city investor, the president, that even with investments, you can't pour funds recklessly into a company. At the very least, it should be investments that our clients can understand and accept, while Kim Woo-hyu silently observes this tense confrontation. To persuade the genius investor, President Kim Ha-kwon made heavy commitments. I know that, but if you step forward, wouldn't others follow suit as well? If you invest actively, the government will make many demands at the national level. James Han skillfully replied, I will discuss with the clients and soon provide a satisfactory answer for you. Receiving the promise, the president sighed in relief and thanked him. In the brief moment of silence, he couldn't help but feel overwhelmed by the weight of power. After 35 years in politics, now he must bear the responsibility for a country in crisis. And I can feel the weight of it now. Breaking the tense silence, Kim Woo-hyuk suddenly spoke up. Mr. President, may I speak frankly, though I worry it might make you feel uncomfortable. Woo-hyuk's attitude made Kim Ha-k very interested. Of course I do. I just want to hear words like that. Those girls still talk about vague things, listening then forgetting. But it doesn't help at all. Woo-hyuk stood up hesitantly, with a cold gaze delivering a shocking prophecy. South Korea will overcome the IMF faster than other countries. It's not because the government or businesses are doing well, but because the people will voluntarily tighten their belts and step up to pay the debts. The president was stunned and exclaimed, My God, you call those words sharp? But Woo-hyuk immediately poured cold water on the harsh reality. The foreign exchange crisis would be overcome through the sacrifice of the people, but in the end, the big corporations would swallow everything. Woo-hyuk's assertion left President Kim Ha-k stunned, standing frozen before the brutal truth of the power game.
When Moo-hyuk looked directly at the new president, Steel Black observed that while restructuring forces the people to sacrifice, the large corporations are being revived with enormous public funds that are incomparable to before. He firmly stated that the government should not spend money recklessly, but should know what to cut and what to preserve. Moo-hyuk urges, but this time I think you need to force the businesses to fundamentally change from the root. Faced with this determination, President Kim Hak hesitates and asks, but if the big corporations go bankrupt, where will the people find jobs? Moo-hyuk immediately retorted that it is precisely because businesses have always relied on taxes pumped in by the government that led to the current loose and wasteful operation. He emphasized that this is the last chance to cut off the link between politics and tycoons and deeply penetrate the leader's conscience. The question made President Kim Hak reflect deeply, and Moo-hyuk continued, saying that although this is a humiliating situation where economic sovereignty is taken away, a good opportunity for reform will not come twice. He painted a vision that if you can help the country overcome the IMF crisis and reform corporate culture during this term, you will be remembered as a great president.
Moo-hyuk advised him to use the IMF as an excuse to boldly propose the policies he desires, despite fierce opposition from the conglomerates. However, Kim Hak suddenly smiled with relief and admitted that his thoughts were not much different from Moo-hyuk's. He sighed in relief, sharing that while other advisors were busy defending the big corporations, Moo-hyuk hit the nail on the head, which made him feel much better. Just then, the secretary entered to inform him that the preparations for the management committee meeting were complete. Before leaving, President Kim Hak offered warmly, "Moo-hyuk, let's meet more often." The president nodded sincerely, and Moo-hyuk respectfully replied, "Yes, Mr. President, it is truly an honor for me." The two exchange a confident handshake before Moo-hyuk leaves the mansion. As soon as he gets into the car, Moo-hyuk immediately pulls out his phone and asks about the progress of the EBR preparations. The other end confirmed that everything is progressing well after recruiting all the influential figures from finance, politics, and the executive directors outside the board of 10 OFER. Moo-hyuk coldly ordered, first, any properties currently for sale that she liked. Just buy them all. Don't worry about the money. The other end happily replied, okay, understood. While sitting in the car, Moo-hyuk ordered over the phone to proceed as quickly as possible. I still need to buy many more things. He asked for an update on the mission, and Eva immediately reported, of course, just as her boss instructed. She revealed the rumor that Peregrine in Hong Kong is about to go bankrupt. Peregrine was once Asia's leading investment bank, growing 40-fold over 10 years, thanks to connections with Chinese forces. Moo-hyuk nodded firmly, saying she should go to Hong Kong, and if Eva agrees, she can buy the place. Ava, are you surprised? I mean Peregrine, right? Not me? Is it really okay to do that? Fully trusted, she was excited. Zep, oi, I love you so much. I'll book a ticket to Hong Kong right now. This major bank scandal marked Eva's triumphant return to the Hong Kong financial scene after she was nearly forced out of HSB. Soon after, she was in Hong Kong on a luxury car. Daniel, your friend, worriedly asked if Eva was still doing well. He said he was so worried when you suddenly disappeared. She replied briefly, I'm going to Korea to start a new career. Eva quickly focused on her goal and then just let it go. Daniel, have you looked into Peregrine yet? Daniel confirms that the risk of bankruptcy is certain, but the information is being kept secret. Eva urged, I will reward you handsomely, so please investigate quickly for me because I don't have much time left to delay. Daniel asked in amazement, Eva, which wire have you finally managed to get into? Eva smiled subtly, revealing that he is a sharp executive, the genius grandson of the shark boss. Amidst the dazzling neon lights of Hong Kong, Eva begins her plan to approach the target at an upscale bar. Seeing the man sitting alone, she walks over and softly calls out, Andre. Surprised to be called by name, the man turned around in shock. Eva smiled and asked, Are you Mr. Andre, the director of Peregrine Investment Bank? The other person confirms, yes, that's me. Eva introduces herself proactively. Hello, I'm Eva. Andre blinked in suspicion and asked, Do you know me? This is our first time meeting, isn't it? Eva replied smoothly. In this Hong Kong financial circle, who wouldn't know Peregrine's director, Andre? This compliment made Andre proud. He smiled charmingly. Being recognized by a beauty truly made me feel a bit shy. Eva suggested I could buy him a drink and quickly received the director's approval. With the drink in hand, they began to find common ground as Eva asked about his background, and his mother was Korean. Andre didn't hesitate to share that my father is also Korean. Eva gently chuckled and said, Wow, so we do have something in common. However, the friendly atmosphere was quickly broken when Andre asked about her true purpose. So, beauty, what brings you here to see me? Already spreading throughout Hong Kong's financial circles, Andre's face turned pale in shock. Eva continues to expose the truth and the person directly pushing the company to the brink of bankruptcy due to excessive bond investments in Indonesia. Isn't it also you, Andre Ledechao? Hitting his vital point, Andre erupts in fury, sweating profusely, and roars, Who are you really? Journalist, damn it, Eva still maintains her calm, softly saying, Even speaking Korean well, huh? Andre grits his teeth and threatens, If you don't want to hear words more difficult to swallow, get out of my sight now. That's not true at all, Eva reminds him. Wait, listen to my proposal first before making any decisions. Maybe I am the golden life raft you need. Andre hesitates and asks again,
Then Eva begins to use psychological tactics, affirming, I acknowledge your abilities. It was you who made PREGRINE the most reputable investment company in Asia in just 10 years. However, she also honestly pointed out the mistake. Perhaps you didn't expect that the Southeast Asian financial crisis and its aftermath would push PREGRINE to the brink of bankruptcy.
Are you here to joke with me or what? Eva calmly offers to buy back Peregrine. Andre, shocked, asked why she wanted to buy a company on the verge of bankruptcy. Eva confirmed that all they needed was the Peregrine name. She advised him to sell the company to have money for a vacation instead of letting it fade away uselessly, then offered a price of $1 million. Andre stammered, repeating the $1 million figure, then asked about the conditions. Eva demands all internal documents, from debt details to shareholdings and the weaknesses of TOS's chairman. She offers a higher price if she receives exclusive information. After a moment of calculated silence, Eva leaves her business card and asks him to contact her later. She quietly walks away, leaving Andre sitting dazed by the bar with the business card in his hand. His face shows clear tension and determination before the pivotal decision, as the scene shifts to a vibrant neon-lit night at a lively nightclub where a sudden brawl erupts, with Markfest's men being thrown back into chaos and a man shouting loudly to ask the identity of the attacker. Immediately, a group of heroes rushed in. The gang leader declared himself as the boss's brother and violently attacked with a wooden stick, leaving the opponent unable to resist. Under the dim glow of the streetlights, exhausted bodies and labored breaths after the brutal purge, Gongsu's boss stood tall before the defeated enemy, beginning to proclaim that Seul was now in his hands. All the old men have surrendered, but what about the company? The defeated ones have no choice but to bow and surrender, as Gongsu's cheers celebrate the unification of Seul. The scene shifts to a towering skyscraper glowing brightly in the midnight city. Inside the luxurious office, Kim Moo-hyuk is sitting leisurely on the sofa, discussing work over the phone. The purchase of PREGRINE will soon be finalized. On the other end, Eva, the gang leader, reports, I will proceed as quickly as possible, sir. Moo-hyuk asks cautiously. All right, Eva, you take the opportunity to go and come back. Okay, I have work to do now. Just as Moo-hyuk hung up, Gongsu and his men entered the room and started teasing. Hey, who's that? Hey, who is it? Bring woman A here to introduce to me. Your eye for women is truly impeccable. Looking north at Gongsu, Moo-hyuk advises, Gongsu, I think it's about time you start thinking about settling down. With a nonchalant look, Gongsu casually dismisses it, saying he prefers to live like this, free from worries about death, and that he created this life so he can't blame it on the young ones. Moo-hyuk smiles faintly and congratulates his senior for officially unifying the entire martial world, leaving no gangs capable of challenging him now. Gongsu admitted that there are still a few small gangs left, but they are completely unqualified to be his rivals. Moo-hyuk then moved on to the main issue, announcing that the brothers who were imprisoned after the Tiger Gang incident are about to be released. Gongsu nodded slightly, grateful for his younger brother's concern, and admitted they were released earlier than he expected. Moo-hyuk mentioned Yang Soo-hyung's name and suggested that if that person is released, he could send him to Busan. Gongsu immediately agreed because besides that person, he had no one else capable or trustworthy enough to handle the important Busan region, as both of them had weathered all storms together since their youth. Moo-hyuk sternly warned about the distant threat. Busan is very important, and the Yakuza will soon move in. He analyzed that removing the interest rate cap would allow Japanese loan sharks to collude with the Yakuza to tighten their grip on the market, using Busan as a stepping stone to conquer Korea. Gongsu trusted Soo-hyung to do well, and praised Lee Sangye-yulner, who is running the company extremely effectively, thanks to his sharp mind, to the point that people rumor Gongsu is just a puppet being manipulated behind the scenes by Sangye-yulner. In his heart, Moo-hyuk considers Lee Sangye-yulner to be a highly skilled manipulator who coordinates complex interests to make the unification of Kaishin process smooth. However, he still wonders if everything is truly okay. Gongsu calmly asserted that as long as his subordinates do well, he doesn't care, and he admitted that the title of boss isn't really for him. He's happy just being a small gang leader managing a corner of Busan. Moo-hyuk countered, saying he's being too modest. Ruling the night district in this country is no easy feat. Gongsu quietly reflected that all current power comes from money. No need for swords. As long as there's food, subordinates will come and bow their heads behind your back. If he set aside his pride and crawled in here, it might take him several decades to unify the entire country. Gongsu began to feel confused by the changing nature of society. Moo-hyuk silently agreed that the era of ruling through violence was over, and now it was an age where money governed everything. On the TV screen, the inauguration ceremony of the 15th president is taking place solemnly. The new president, Rong Jake, declares to the people that overcoming the IMF crisis with national strength will help the country rise again. He pledged to develop both democracy and a market economy, while also declaring he would cut the link between politics and business to create a transparent and fair competitive country. Watching the news, Moo-hyuk took out his phone and called Prosecutor General Yul Chang-ho and firmly said, Minister, this is Kim Moo-hyuk. Tomorrow we will proceed with the Dunggu Corporation case. Mu-hai Yusi's eyes burn with determination as he silently affirms that the war of currencies has officially begun, with the Donggu building standing tall in the cityscape, suddenly illuminated by the arrival of Supreme Prosecutor's Office officials. They stormed the headquarters of the corporation with a resolute attitude. The police announced, "We are from the Supreme Prosecutor's Office." Based on charges of accounting fraud, embezzlement, and black fund creation, an immediate search and seizure warrant was executed at Donggu's main office. Furthermore, prosecutors issued an arrest warrant for Chairman Bak Daeho. Relaxing with a drink in his pajamas at home, Bak Daeho was stunned when asked to accompany the investigation team, only able to gasp in surprise at the unexpected turn of events. Meanwhile, my Eung-hoon quietly monitors the situation on his phone, confirming that starting tomorrow morning, news about Donggu will flood the newspapers. He orders his subordinates to be at Donggu's headquarters early in the morning to stay informed. On the other end of the line, a prosecutor also confirmed that the arrest warrant would be issued immediately, as all arrangements with the court had been settled in advance. At a luxurious villa, Kim Moo-hyuk was making a secret call. "You politely greet, Your Honor of the Supreme Court. It's been a long time. Are you doing well?" On the other end of the line is Chief Prosecutor Oh Dong-suk, who responds warmly as well. Moo-hyuk gets straight to the point, saying the matter I mentioned last time seems set to begin tomorrow. "Please have the court contact us." Oh Dong-seok's security chief confirmed. "I understand. I will issue the necessary directives." Moo-hyuk expressed respect, affirming that in the coming years, the judge will be remembered as a hero who prevented the national capital from flowing out during difficult times. In response to such excessive praise, he modestly said he was simply doing his duty. At the headquarters of the Supreme Prosecutor's Office, the plan to dismantle the Donggu Corporation is being publicly and systematically presented. Although Prosecutor Oh Dong-seok cannot act directly, close current and retired judges will be embedded in key positions within the Donggu Group and the soon-to-be-acquired companies. In the suffocating interrogation room, Bak Daeho sat motionless with a bewildered and anxious expression, unable to understand why the search, seizure, and tax inspection were all happening suddenly at the same time. Bak Daeho quietly wondered that this could definitely not happen without the president's approval, but he couldn't figure out why the president was treating him this way. Gianjang wondered who was really behind this. At that moment, the dry sound of the door opening startled me as I turned around. "It's truly a pleasure to meet you. I am Prosecutor Oh Huyen-gu." Bak Daeho immediately erupted in fury, full of contempt when he saw a young kid standing in front of him. He frantically demanded to meet the head of the Special Investigation Department instead of talking to someone he called a rookie. Oh Huyen-gu remains calm and smiles as he announces that the director is currently very busy, so he will personally handle this case. Under the strict surveillance of camera aiming, Oh Huyen-gu quietly opened the file and began listing Bak Daeho's shocking crimes, from accounting fraud and embezzlement to illegal borrowing and black fund establishment. The prosecutor continued to expose violations of foreign exchange management laws and many other serious crimes. Looking at the carefully prepared evidence documents in his hand, Oh Huyen-gu couldn't help but feel that compared to this case, the downfall of the Guanbo Corporation last year was still too mild. Bei Daeho roared arrogantly. "Hey, don't you think this is enough already? Do you know who I am? Hand me the phone. I need to call the company immediately because of that aggressive attitude." Prosecutor Oh Huyen-gu calmly replied that Donggu Group's legal team was definitely overwhelmed, because the entire group and its subsidiaries are under full tax inspection. Huyen-gu sneered sarcastically. "I doubt they still have the capacity to take care of you, Mr. Chairman." The sweat pouring down like a shower, Bak Daeho desperately requests to contact the renowned law firm EUN and Jang. Oh, Huyen-gu calmly agrees. "I can help you with that." "Hello, uncle. This is Huyen-gu speaking. How have you been lately?" Bak Daeho was stunned and stammered in disbelief, repeating suspiciously, "Are you okay?" Oh, Huyen-gu. The person on the other end is lawyer EUN Hyu-min, representative of EUN and Jang, then hands the phone to Bak Daeho. Immediately, the chairman shouts into the receiver, "Lawyer EUN, this is Bak Daeho of Donggu. These people are crazy. How dare they loot Donggu like that? If this keeps up, the country will fall apart." In contrast to his panic, lawyer EUN coldly refused. "Ah, Chairman, I'm very sorry, but this time we won't be able to assist you. We are handling a very important case, and representing you would cause a conflict of interest. I'm sorry. I will get it back to you later." The call was suddenly disconnected, leaving North Daeho speechless, only able to shout in despair. "Hey, lawyer EUN Chairman Donggu is completely overwhelmed and stunned, holding the dead phone in his hand. Meanwhile, in another space, Kim Moo-hyuk casually picks up the phone and says, "Hello. It's been a while." On the other end, lawyer EUN politely asks if Moo-hyuk has had an interesting conversation with the representative of future investment yet. Moo-hyuk laughed and replied, "Ha ha ha, she's straightforward and as impressive as her beauty suggests." Lawyer EUN reported that the costs exceeded expectations because foreign capital is always on a different level. Moo-hyuk decisively orders us to launch a series of lawsuits against Donggu and to fully support future investment.
Lawyer EUN confirms that he has assembled a specialized team of the best experts, and even certain losing cases can be prolonged at will.
Moo-hyuk leaned back quietly watching his phone screen and thought to himself that it's hard to swallow up Korea's big corporations with just money. He understood that even foreign hedge funds in history could only acquire a few companies. Moo-hyuk believes that in Korea, indirect methods often yield better results than purely legal measures, as shown by the image of a purple hand manipulating a bank building, symbolizing a sophisticated takeover. Moo-hyuk recalled how the Lone Star Investment Fund quickly grasped this reality by lobbying and bribery to take over the Korean Foreign Exchange Bank. Standing by the window looking down at the bustling city, he confidently declared that, back then, they didn't really understand Korea. But I am different. I know the future well. Moo-hyuk turned back with a sinister smile. Now all we have to do is get started. Eva Ju sits beside her mysterious boss, softly smiling and affirming. All right, boss. Immediately after, the scene shifts to the majestic greenhouse. Here, President Kim Hak-kun is angrily questioning Prosecutor General Yoon Chung-ho. If something like this is about to happen, you should have reported to me first as the president.
Yoon Chung-ho bowed his head and apologized. We are conducting an internal investigation, but the media leaked the information beforehand, leaving us no other choice.
You continue to emphasize how dangerous the case is, with many accusations, but accounting fraud is especially serious, Mr. President. If we leave it alone, it will become a ticking time bomb capable of sinking the country with a single blow. The tired president sighed and looked up at the director, asking, Are you planning to arrest him? Yoon Chung-ho explained thoroughly. If he is released, he will try to destroy evidence and pressure those involved. There is also a risk of fleeing abroad. Hearing that, the president still hesitated. Chairman Baek still has a lot to do. Is there really no other way? Yoon Chung-ho confidently replied that if you order, we will comply, but the political burden will be enormous. President Kim Hak pondered silently. Having just taken office less than a week ago, this should have been the most favorable period. You give the final order, let Chairman Baek do as he pleases. For now, I'm not asking you to stop the investigation, just slow down. Suddenly, an anxious assistant rushes into the room to alert, Mr. President, you should see the news right now. On the TV screen, Eva Ju, CEO of Future Investment, clearly states that we are preparing to acquire the core subsidiaries of Dongwoo Group. Ms. Dan Thep affirms that this decision was made because we can no longer tolerate Chairman Baek D, AEHO's misconduct. We will begin a public tender offer for Dongwoo Corporation and its core subsidiaries. The news report is continuously updating on how the foreign investment company, Future Investment, suddenly announced the acquisition of Dongwoo's subsidiaries. The reporter commented that this is the first time a large-scale corporation has been targeted since the IMF crisis, which caused South Korea's economy to shake once again. President Kim Hak. The soldier exclaimed in horror, What the hell is going on here? The assistant continued reporting the situation as extremely urgent. Leading American investment firms are demanding that the South Korean government clarify its stance on the Dongwoo Corporation, warning that depending on the government's position, the IMF bailout could be canceled. Shocked by this information, the president shouted, What? Tell the finance minister to see me immediately. After his subordinate left, he tried to compose himself and told Yoon Chung-ho to calmly consider what to do about Chairman North. Please update me on the progress of the investigation. His face grew very serious as he asked one last time, how severe was the accounting fraud? In the office, the official reported that the amount of violations had exceeded 25 trillion won, and confirmed this was only the tip of the iceberg. President Kim Hak exclaimed in shock, 25 trillion? The official continued to reveal that this was a sophisticated accounting fraud method created like a textbook by dozens of experts, and exposing the whole truth would take a lot of time. The president rubbed his head wearily. At the greenhouse meeting, the finance minister warned that to warn large corporations, the government would find it very difficult to inject public funds into Dongwoo. He emphasized that if they try to save Dongwoo, the Korean economy could collapse, especially since the IMF would not stay silent. Faced with the president's deadlock, the minister affirmed that intervening to save a company with leadership issues would scare away all investors from pouring capital into Korea. The president half-heartedly inquired about the background of Future Investment, and the official reported that CEO Eva Ju is a former Hong Kong banker who founded the company just before the IMF agreement, with enormous funds believed to originate from Hong Kong and the United Kingdom behind it. The president nervously asked about the possibility of hostile takeovers, and the finance minister noted that it would be very difficult due to the cross-shareholding structure among Dongwoo's subsidiaries. But over time, nothing is guaranteed. He pointed out that although it appears stable, Dongwoo's control structure has many vulnerabilities from an international perspective. Furthermore, the debt and toxic assets are so large that domestic corporations hesitate to intervene easily. Even ignoring acquisition costs, the scale of debt and unprofitable loans make it difficult for major corporations to make decisive decisions. They might only care about potential subsidiaries and definitely ignore the weaknesses. The president sighed helplessly, pressing further, so there really is no way out. The Minister of Finance looked directly at the president and confirmed that there was only one person left who could help. He reminded him, you know that too. The president remained silent, lost in thought. At a mansion while Mu Hyuk was answering a call from Hung Kiaojiang. Yes, Mr. Kiaojiang, just as you predicted. They asked if I could come to the greenhouse as early as tomorrow. Kiaojiang also informed me that you are invited too, Mu Hyuk. Mu Hyuk subtly smiles with satisfaction upon hearing he's been invited to the presidential residence. He confidently asserts that it seems the president is truly desperate now, and everything is unfolding exactly as planned. The towering building stands against the early morning sky as they plan to take over the rival. Looking at the scale of corruption within Dongwoo Group, one member commented that even selling all the subsidiaries wouldn't be enough to cover it. I hear that other conglomerates have already entered the race to acquire those subsidiaries and are pouring all their resources into the bidding. Chairman Jon Tae-san, observing the scene quietly, then asks, "So what do you all think among Dongwoo's assets? Which business should we focus on here?" Director Ha Sung-hun of Samsung Motors immediately proposed that since acquiring Shin Motors has become difficult, we should switch to purchasing Dongwoo Motors instead, which would have a greater impact and synergistic effect. Hearing that, Jon Tae-san clearly looked displeased and snapped, "Samsung Motors hasn't even developed properly yet, so how can we take over another car company? I think you know better than anyone how Samsung Motors has been doing these past few years." Despite the criticism, Ha Sung-hun still stood up to defend his opinion, which is why I proposed the acquisition. We need to take over Dongwoo Motors because they have a higher international market recognition than us.
However, Chairman Tae-san firmly rejected that, I know, but the losses and weaknesses of Dongwoo Motors are now too serious. Now is the time for us to be selective and focus all our efforts to overcome this crisis. We can leave the car manufacturing for later.
Right now, CEO Seo Jae-hoon, the eldest son of the group, spoke up, saying that if what the chairman said about choosing and focusing is correct, then I think we should acquire Dongwoo Electronic, as the synergistic effect with our Samsung Electronic would also be enhanced. Jae-hoon continued analyzing that the group could leverage Dongwoo's manufacturing plants built around the world, especially in Eastern Europe. He reiterated that if it weren't for the foreign exchange crisis, they had already planned to build a factory in Europe. Jae-hoon affirmed that even if they had to downsize the group, their main electronics business must continue to grow. Seeing his son's decisiveness, Chon Tae-san nodded in agreement, all right. Then Director Seo, step up and take responsibility. Think carefully and come up with a plan to acquire Dongwoo Electronic. Chairman, moving on to the next issue, the old man inquired, how is the restructuring progressing? The representative reported that we plan to lay off more than 30% of the employees and staff in the subsidiaries. Chon Tae-san showed a cold expression and ordered, fine, no need to look around, just act decisively. He emphasized that this was an emergency situation and warned the directors that they could be removed from their positions at any moment if they did not understand the situation. The chairman decisively ordered all management to treat Director Seo's judgments as direct instructions from him, and in the presence of the chairman's authority, the entire Dongtan Hall echoed with applause, led by the chairman. The meeting ended, and the Samsung building still stood tall against the sky, marking a new chapter in the company's takeover strategy. In a luxurious office, the dark forces are aggressively restructuring the ownership, and Manager Lai reports that all personnel have been mobilized to plan the strategy, taking advantage of the foreign exchange crisis to arrange everything in favor of Director Seo at the lowest cost. However, the biggest obstacle now is Chairman Jon Tae-san's shares in the company. To get the dollar amount backed, the old man pledged all the convertible bonds and core shares of the group. This is the fatal weakness, because if Chairman Jon gets involved in a lawsuit, his voting rights will be immediately restricted. He confirmed that most of the shares had been transferred to his grandson Kim Moo-hee-uk. Soo-man couldn't hide his contempt when mentioning Chairman Jon's payments, admitting that his actions were only driven by that enormous fortune and not out of any respect for him. Upon hearing the report that Hik-young and Miss Jisoo are managing the hotel division very well, with over 100% growth in revenue, Soo-man subtly reveals a satisfied smile. He proudly affirms that Jisoo has been clever and capable since she was young. Immediately, Soo-man ordered Jisoo to return to the group and leave the hotel division to Hik-young to manage. A ruthless plan was devised, with legal documents prepared for inheritance disputes, ready to seize all shares as soon as Chairman Jon Tae-san took his last breath. Soo-man instructed Director Xiao to have Jisoo work under him, and also to teach his son a bitter lesson about the betrayal within blood ties. Director Xiao confidently assured he would not let the father worry. Just as the tense atmosphere was calming down, the female secretary rushed into the room to deliver shocking news. June announced that Kim Moo-hyu and CEO Hang Ki-young had officially entered the Blue House today. Hearing the news, John Soo-man was completely stunned, his face contorted with shock and speechless. The news of Moo-hyu entering the Blue House immediately became a shockwave. Here, the current president warmly welcomes the two distinguished guests with a broad smile, expressing his pleasure and humbly acknowledging that he is honored. My greeting might be a bit awkward, thanks to both of you. Someone like me, still full of shortcomings, can sit in this position. In response to the country's leader's praise, Director Hang Ki-young politely replied, "Not at all, sir. Isn't this the result of the president's lifelong dedication to public service? I will definitely do well one day. No more wasting time on pleasantries. Let's get straight to the point. Mr. Hang, what do you think about the John Woo Corporation?" Mr. Hang calmly analyzes the current state of the company. Yes, the debt is indeed too high, but it still remains a good season for the business. Isn't it true that Dream Investment and many other private equity funds have already expressed their intention to acquire it, sir? You emphasize the external threat, especially Dream Investment, which seems to be aiming to buy the entire John Woo Group. Hearing this, the president's face became very serious, and he firmly stated that John Woo could never fall into the hands of foreign companies. Director Hang continued to clarify the enormous scale of the target, not to mention the debt. Just the size of John Woo was already too large. So far, they are still a young investment company mainly focused on real estate, but I have heard that their financial strength is very solid. However, the president seems very concerned about the transparency of their opponent, but I have seen reports indicating that their cash flow sources are unclear, and if their funding causes problems, it could become very serious. Suddenly, he looked directly at Hang and made a decisive offer. So, are you considering taking over the John Woo Group? The president continued to persuade, yes, if Director Hang steps in to buy John Woo, I would feel more at ease. Amid the tense atmosphere of the negotiation, he remembered his boss's earlier advice. No matter what the president asks, don't give a definitive answer right away. Whatever he says, just consider carefully before responding. I trust you, so consider this as my request. For now, to overcome the crisis, the government will support you to acquire it at a favorable price. Director Han Ki-eung honestly pointed out the enormous burden of the John Woo Group, as their books were inflated and corruption and embezzlement by officials had become too severe. Even as a risk taker in investments, he still believed this time the danger was truly too high. The president convinced him to temporarily oversee the management to normalize operations, then allow a domestic company to buy it at a fair price. Han Ki-eung was and quietly wondered if he was truly being asked for help. Then the president declared that if he joined this takeover battle, he wouldn't just buy and sell for profit, but was determined to make John Woo a top global corporation with Seul. However, he also realistically believed that John Woo was not as attractive as the popular pet companies in the US. Although he claimed he was not someone who didn't love his country, he was an investor, not a philanthropist. Han Ki-eung and request the president to make a convincing proposal so he would risk this huge amount of money instead of just relying on patriotism. The president falls silent before the opponent's tough condition. At this moment, Kim Moo-hee-uk, sitting behind, suddenly spoke up to request permission to contribute his opinion and received the president's approval. The president agreed and admitted that this was exactly why he approached Director Han. Moo-hee-uk continued to analyze, saying that Director Han is not the type of person who doesn't want to help his people, but if he only mentions temporary management, no investor would want to get involved. He sharply pointed out that the YMF crisis is the price paid for loosening control under the state's oversight and affirmed that in an era of free competition, excessive government intervention is poison rather than medicine. Moo-hee-uk questioned whether John Woo should be handed over to Dream Investment and foreign private funds, only for the company to be endlessly bought and sold. But you also admit that at this point, it's the best option available. The president sighed helplessly, pressing him to confirm if Dream 2 really couldn't do anything to help. Director Han revealed that the total debt has exceeded $50 trillion, a figure that Dream 2's investors would never accept. Faced with a deadlock, the president pledged to try to reduce domestic debt as much as possible and proposed a final deal. Ownership rights would be transferred to Han Ki-eung, but the management must be entrusted to a Korean. The advisor, with a cautious expression, said, "I'm afraid it's very difficult to give an immediate answer right now," and continued explaining the complexity of the situation. "I will contact the Americans and try to provide an answer as soon as possible." In response, the president nodded and gave instructions. "Remember me." At the greenhouse, the atmosphere becomes extremely tense. Smell-in Wing-heem's office, President Kim, HAK, orders the Choli to meet with the creditors tomorrow and to thoroughly check the total debt of the Jong-yu Group for me. He emphasizes the importance of financial cleanup and assessing how much can be reduced. The assistant asked suspiciously, "Are you planning to transfer it to Dream High?" President Bain-thon confirmed, "Yes, after all, the future won't be fixed there. You can't trace the source of the money, right?" The assistant reports helplessly that they cannot determine who the actual owner of that investment company is, Mr. President. All the shares are divided into small portions and held by a legal entity based in tax havens. He further analyzed the opacity of the information, making it impossible to determine whether the money came from China, Japan, or even North Korea's black funds. However, the assistant also provided an objective piece of information. At least Dream High is an investment company with its main office in the US, isn't it? President Kim Chae-K pondered for a long time before deciding to wait for their response for now. Get everything ready. Suddenly, he issued a shocking order that made the assistant director gasp and instructed the Central Intelligence Agency to investigate everything about Kim Moo-hee-uk for me. The president narrowed his eyes, his face showing suspicion. "I've been thinking a lot, and it seems that little Kim Moo-hee-uk is holding something we don't know about." He confidently confirmed his suspicion. "I bet Kim Moo-hee-uk has already taken control of Hunky's top position. Otherwise, the owner of Dream High and that kid must have a very close relationship." With a cold gaze, the president issued a final warning. So please have someone investigate thoroughly and completely everything about Kim Moo-hyuk for me. Remember, investigate from start to finish without missing a single detail, no matter how small. Sitting in a luxurious room at the Prestige Hotel, Dream High looked at Moo-hyuk and directly asked about his intention to take over the U.S. corporation. He seemed skeptical that there's no need to spend money to buy a heavily indebted company in Korea when there are many stronger businesses in the U.S. Moo-hyuk calmly replied that Dream High doesn't truly understand the power of the major conglomerates here. You explain that in Korea, having a lot of money doesn't mean you're involved in corruption. These conglomerates are tightly linked with politics, law, academia, and media through marriage alliances, forming the highest upper class. In other words, they are not just simple economic corporations. Dream High wonders if the ultimate goal of the IMF is to dismantle Korea's conglomerates. Moo-hyuk insists that dissolution is impossible because, in the eyes of Americans, it would be seen as injustice. But in Korea, chaebol is a form of power that never yields. When a country is defeated and torn apart like Japan, it becomes very difficult to eliminate them. Moo-hyuk looked straight at the council and declared that he intended to take over its heavy reputation. James Han nodded in agreement. If Moo-hyuk thought so, then just go ahead. Moo-hyuk further analyzed that Jong-yu has many talented people, and most of the leadership there can keep their positions or even be promoted if they avoid major scandals. James Han then started discussing the figures, asking how much the president's side should propose to reduce or forgive from Jong-yu's 50 trillion debt. Moo-hyuk firmly replied that there was no need to erase the debt, and James Han just needed to declare he would take on the entire debt to take over the whole group. Hearing this, James Han was so shocked that he choked on his drink. Moo-hyuk pursed her lips and made a shocking condition, daring to buy only 100 soldiers. Sensing James Han's disbelief about its feasibility, Moo-hyuk assured him that the presidential office would be the one to propose such a plan. James Han could only secretly marvel at how truly crazy Moo-hyuk was. Meanwhile, at the Supreme Prosecutor's office, the atmosphere was extremely tense. An official inquired about the situation inside, and the other reported that the division of the Jong-yu group was becoming complicated as not only domestic tycoons, but also foreign private investment funds had jumped in. When asked if they had contacted the presidential office, he said he had reached out to the secretary's office but had not received a proper response. In the suffocating prison cell, Bak Di-ah-iho anxiously asked about the bail application, only to be met with a cold splash of reality from the lawyer. I did apply first, but the chances are very low. The chairman sighed helplessly, singing AA. Why do I have to end up like this? The old man secretly calculated, convinced that only Kim Hak was needed. If the army rises to become president, the path ahead will open up. So now I must find a way out to stop everything. Hearing the lawyer mention the judge in charge, who is a former acquaintance, I can be completely assured. It seems my superiors have already taken action to address this. At this moment, the door swung open. Prosecutor Oh Hyun-woo strode into the room with a stack of documents and coldly declared, Chairman Bak Da-iho, now it's time to start. Bak Da-iho cowered and begged, I am the CEO. Please have mercy on me. All that's left is a sigh of resignation from Oh Hyun-woo. With both of them exhausted, what power do they have to say such things anymore? The stubborn chairman still warned that if I remain detained like this, the Jong-yu group will be destroyed. Oh! Hyun-woo looked directly at the old man and pointed out that the founder of Jong-yu group was Chairman Bak Da-iho. I know, but the one who caused its downfall was also you, wasn't it? The sharp words left North Da-iho stunned in shock as the prosecutor continued to present staggering figures, revealing accounting fraud, totaling over 50 trillion on one. I don't know how well you've hidden it, but the experts had a hard time uncovering it. You insist that even if you liquidate all the chairman's stocks and real estate, it still wouldn't be enough to cover it. Oh Hyun-woo leans in close to Bak Da-e and delivers a final warning. Even the heavens won't save you now. You should let go before it's too late. As soon as the prosecutor's office announced the investigation results, pressure from all sides, both domestic and international, began to mount on the government. The newspapers all reported on the 50 trillion won accounting fraud scandal involving the Jong-yu group. In the face of the upheaval, major American private equity funds, including DAE Investment, immediately suspended their takeover plans and shifted to a watchful stance. All shares of the subsidiaries of Jong-yu Group, which had soared after Eva announced a public buyout, are now being rapidly sold off. The stock prices continued to hit the floor for several days, spreading fear throughout the market. In an emergency meeting, President Kim Hak roared fiercely, accepting all the conditions proposed by the EONG Group. So, when your assistant worries about the controversy over special treatment, you're so generous, so you're planning to hand it over to DRREA Investment? Even the president exposed the cowardice of foreign funds as the first to withdraw once the scandal broke, despite their earlier bold claims of takeover. He also didn't hold back from insulting the tycoons just waiting to take over the president. All the officials in the room listened carefully. I don't care what you do behind my back, whether you collude with foreign capital or shake hands with the warlords. But right now, you are all members of Kim Hak's government. He suppresses his anger and issues a final warning. Everything must be done within limits. My patience is running out. We must quickly start the plan to transfer the entire John Woo group to Dream High, or else, if we delay any longer, everything will spiral out of control.
Immediately, the domestic tycoons led by Sam Seong mobilized their forces. The Sancher group received orders from the major players to officially act and exert pressure on public opinion.
Facing the sea of reporters' cameras, Han Hyung-hee calmly admits that Dream High Investments funds indeed come from the US. He quietly observes the haul and then asks in return, is there any other domestic source of capital capable of taking over a giant corporation like John Woo besides him? Amid the tense atmosphere, someone in the hall stood up with options to transfer outstanding companies to major domestic conglomerates to save the situation. Han Hyung-hee pursed his lips and replied that it was also a way, but in reality, the tycoons were demanding to use as taxpayers' money to write off their debts. He boldly announced that Dream High plans to acquire the entire John Woo, without forgiving any debts, a statement that caused a stir throughout the hall. Han Hyung-hee calmly declares that if the government objects, he is ready to withdraw at any moment, because he is simply complying with the demands of his own country. A man angrily questions whether he is threatening the people. Han Hyung-hee casually remarks that everyone is being too aggressive towards those here to help him, and warns that if he is ostracized just because of foreign capital, he will act like other foreign investment funds. He points out that the hotels in Seoul are crowded with representatives of foreign private equity funds, who see the Korean industry as cheap goods to buy. Han Hyung-hee confidently states that Dream 2 has no reason to negotiate with the government, and can simply use money to settle the takeover hostily. He firmly stated that the economy is a battlefield where the weak will be swallowed up, and that South Korea is no different from a fat, juicy prey. When asked about what sets him apart, he affirmed that he returned because this is his homeland, and he is willing to accept losses to pay off debts. To minimize the damage to the people, Han Hyung-hee launched a decisive move to buy back the public shares at 150% of the closing price on the day the agreement was signed. The entire hall trembled with stunned whispers as Han Hyung-hee declared war, challenging the tycoons to propose alternatives if they truly wanted to see the power of money unleashed. In the quiet darkness of night, the central skyscraper blazes with lights, where financial schemes are secretly being decided. Eva sat silently on the sofa, her face showing clear displeasure, thinking to herself that I played the entire script, yet someone else took all the applause. Seeing her colleague look unhappy, Moo-hyo spoke to reassure her that there's no need to worry. Eva still has many other things to do. Moo-hyo then directly asked, is Eva's side collecting all the assets that the tycoons are selling? Eva nodded slightly in confirmation. I am still buying real estate according to my boss's orders. She excitedly showed off the file folder in her hand. This is the building in Gangnam that Sam Si-hong just announced, and this is the area planned for redevelopment that Da-hoon also announced. Moo-hyo nodded thoughtfully. It seems like the land has basically been fully acquired. Eva, with curious eyes, asked, do you want to buy anything else? Without hesitation, Moo-hyo confidently declared the next target, the bank. Eva smiled confidently and signaled her agreement, revealing a secret. I hear Yuan Bank is actively seeking investors. There are also rumors that they've started negotiations with an investment bank in Germany, and I've heard GSEON Bank is also close to selling to foreign buyers.
Moo-hyo repeats confidently that Yuan and GSEON are not on his mind and asks for Eva's opinion. She says that director Baek Se-hong Din, who was recently hired as chief accountant, is the one who proposed this plan.
Knowing Moo-hyo's group has taken over Penegrin, Baek Se-hong Din insisted he would help at all costs so they could buy back those banks. Moo-hyo immediately recognized the opponent. Is Baek Se-hong Din someone from the Ministry of Finance? Boss knows everything, Eva couldn't help but praise. Truly the boss who knows everything. However, Moo-hyo immediately issued a serious warning. Eva, you must be careful with those from 10OFER. They are people willing to exploit anything just to strengthen their own power. Eva still maintains her confidence, asserting that she can completely control such individuals to exploit them thoroughly. She thinks that owning a bank in Korea at this time is a good move, and even wants to use this opportunity to send a strong warning to the government. Moo-hyo asks for the required amount, and Eva decisively proposes around $10 billion as an investment from Penegrin. Moo-hyo immediately agreed, fine, go ahead then. I will transfer $10 billion into Penegrin's account. Excited by the boss's generosity, Eva rushed over, grabbed Moo-hyo, and loudly cheered, thank you, boss, you're the best. She leaned close to Moo-hyo's ear with a knowing smile and said, boss? The John Woo case is wrapped up. Tonight, Moo-hyo skillfully kept his distance and reminded her, for now, our relationship must not be exposed. No matter how strict the security is, I can't stay for too long. Standing by the window looking down at the city, Moo-hyo silently warns of an impending danger. Not just for her, but maybe even for me. We're all under surveillance. In the imposing office, the director of the Central Intelligence Agency begins reporting on the complex relationship surrounding Moo-hyo. According to investigations, Moo-hyo and Han Ki-eung became close after he stepped in to settle a black credit debt for him. Shortly after, Han Ki-eung went to the US and founded Dream High. The director, suspicious, asked how someone who was once overwhelmed by debt could now achieve such great success in Gyeongju in such a short time. Is this even possible, and where did the funding come from? We've already requested cooperation from the US government to clarify, but Korea has yet to receive any response. The report continues to shock as the director reveals that Eva Zhu, the representative of Dream Invest, and Kim Moo-hyu seem to have known each other beforehand. Hearing this, President Bang Hwang looked surprised and asked, "What did you say?" It turns out that the ownership of the Dream Invest building is now held by a construction company owned by Mr. Nam-do, but the real owner behind it is Kim Moo-hyu. Evidence shows that Moo-hyu has been in contact with Eva Zhu in Hong Kong, and recently, they even met here in the country. Furthermore, a clue suggests he secretly met with INMF director Candace Seuss at a hotel just one day before the government discussed the bailout. President Bang Hwang wondered, did he meet privately with Candace Seuss? What exactly is their relationship? Although the purpose hasn't been fully investigated, the report confirms that he was inside for a long time before leaving. President Tram Ngam, worried that both Dre and Dream High are connected to Kim Moo-hyu, realizes that right now we are like fish flopping in the palm of that kid's hand, and no matter who takes over in UD, everything seems to be unfolding exactly as Kim Moo-hyu intends. A feeling of fear began to take over the leader's mind as he pressed for more information. The director revealed a shocking detail. Moo-hyu seemed to have interfered in last year's gang turf war in Gangnam District. Notably, the gang that was wiped out was actually under the protection of Than Phong Hoi. President squinting in surprise upon hearing the name Than Phong Hoi, the director confirmed that, based on the current situation, it seems Than Phong Hoi and Kim Moo-hyu are at odds. He analyzed that Yang's support for him in the recent election was also part of Kim Moo-hyu's plan to block the conservative faction backed by Than Phong Hoi. The reason Moo-hyu supported him without asking for anything in return was to confront that underground force, the president thought to himself in confusion. To face Than Phong Hoi, he started looking for gaps in the opponent's defenses, probing to see if Moo-hyu had any weaknesses that could be exploited for control. However, Director Thuan-yan currently has no evidence that Kim Moo-hyu is involved in illegal activities. For now, let's push the Jong-yu group into Dream Heidi's hands. His eyes cold, he orders his subordinates to continue a deeper investigation into Kim Moo-hyu and gather everything about his movements. Shortly after, Han Ki-ong-yang and the main creditor banks officially signed a memorandum, marking the beginning of the normalization of Jong-yu Group's operations. Under the agreement, the parties agreed to gradually repay the debts held by the creditor banks over 5 years, and all subsidiary shares would also be transferred, with the condition of assuming all enormous debts. The total amount to acquire Jong-yu Group was just 100 troops. That was the historic moment when Jong-yu, the company once led by Mu Do, officially fell into Dream Heidi's hands. At the greenhouse, an urgent meeting was convened with the participation of the top company chairman. Amidst the solemn atmosphere, an official congratulates Mr. Kim H.A.K. on becoming president and pledges full support to the new government to shoulder the heavy responsibilities. But in response, the president remains cold and simply thanks them for their congratulations. But it seems that these chairmen still haven't realized the crisis. He emphasized that John Woo's downfall was a huge shock to the people, and public opinion is extremely angry, saying we can no longer ignore the lax and irresponsible management of these corporations. President Kim H.A.K. clearly announced that the government will take the lead in promoting the merger of subsidiaries of major corporations. Seeing the chairman start to murmur, Mr. Steel Iron affirmed, "If you don't want to, you don't have to participate." However, he also issued a chilling warning that during his term, those who refuse will receive no support from the government at all. His eyes burned with fury as he directly scolded those sitting there. All of this is caused by your octopus-like business practices and reckless expansion by the chairman sitting here, criticizing the widespread and risky investments despite continuous warnings from the previous government. But have you changed anything? On the day the president roared in fury, he affirmed that the entire country suffering from this foreign exchange crisis was all due to the mistakes of the financial sector. The government will discuss and make the final decision within the next week, issuing a final warning that no one is allowed to recklessly interfere in this matter. With a cold expression, President Kim H.A.K. The army issued a final warning directly to those whispering behind their backs. Any company caught bribing officials or influencing their decisions will be driven to bankruptcy. Is everything clear now? Before the government's major negotiations, the financial circles could not resist at all. Without support from the public fund, they would be forced to sell off their core subsidiaries, leaving the conglomerates with no choice but to submit. The government has just demanded that Jong-yu Group restructure all its subsidiaries. In the private room, GM Han straightforwardly expressed his intention. I want to sell off the electronics and automotive divisions, which are huge debts. 30% of the debt and accounting fraud are all concentrated in these two areas. You think Samsung is aiming for one of those two targets? Moo Hee-wook calmly makes a strategic move, sacrificing the automotive division to Samsung if needed. But in return, we must secure Lucky Semiconductors at all costs. GM Han wondered if Jia-yeon also planned to take over Lucky Semiconductors, but Moo Hee-wook insisted that their rival was no match because the AXIN car takeover had already left them reeling. The results of the restructuring went as planned, with the semiconductor division merged into Jong-yu Electronics and the household appliances division integrated into Luksao Electronics. The scattered business sectors such as petrochemicals,
aviation, power generation, and ship engines were transferred through the establishment of 6 new companies.
During the negotiations, Jongyu's subsidiaries naturally shed many bad debts, especially most of the debts being transferred to Samsung, the unit that will acquire Jongyu's automotive division. Thus, the takeover of the Jongyu Group gradually reached a successful conclusion. On television, President Kim H.A.K. announced that the restructuring would eliminate long-standing lax management and enhance the company's credibility on the international stage. Following the news, a powerful man with graying hair ponders quietly. Reforming the finances so quickly. Did he already take decisive action at the start of his term? Just then, the secretary enters to report a visitor from Japan. The man couldn't help but be surprised to see the young guest personally appear. I received the message from Ms. B, but I didn't expect the young lord himself to come here in person. The mysterious young lord with dark blue hair coldly declared, I hope you understand that we are truly serious about this operation because the current situation in the homeland makes it impossible to carry out any further business activities. Watanabe Soru smirked cunningly and ordered, It's time to mobilize all the talented personnel of Thanfong Society for our cause. You understand that, right? You. Facing the powerful young man, Renoi meekly replied, Yes, sir, Watanabe. Watanabe continued outlining the plan to dominate the financial market. I heard that South Korea recently abolished interest rate caps, right? But this opportunity, we must seize control of the usury market in South Korea. He demands that Renoi act quickly and come up with a brutal strategy, maintaining an exorbitant interest rate of around 70% per year to wipe out all competitors and then abolish that law. You're the best at handling this, right? Yes, sir. Please let me take care of it. However, Watanabe's eyes suddenly turned cold as he began to question the repeated failures. Why is it that the tasks I have trusted and entrusted to you keep failing so miserably? He clearly shows his displeasure that an important target still hasn't been dealt with, and you haven't handled that old man who keeps blocking our Thanfong Society. Hung, have I perhaps placed too much hope in you? Renoi, sweating profusely and bowing his head in remorse, I have no more words to defend myself. Meanwhile, Watanabe silently drew his sharp sword and coldly warned that if he continued to make such mistakes, my father's patience would soon run out. Do you understand clearly now? Facing 1,000 enemies, Watanabe sheaths his sword and coldly declares he will handle the stubborn witnesses himself. He ordered Renoi to focus all his efforts on negotiating with the Korean government to clear the way for the Thanfong Hoi army to advance without any obstacles. Watanabe looked directly at his opponent and issued a final ultimatum. Remember this. If he repeats such a mistake again, the lifelong bond from the ancestors of the military line may come to an end here. Is that clear? Renoi, go ahead. Renoi bows deeply to the ground, confirming loudly and clearly. Yes, Sir Watanabe Soru. At the head office of Myeongjong Capital, Kim Ho stepped forward to shake hands with Kim Moo-hyuk and greeted him warmly. It's been a while since we last met. Chairman, are you still well? Moo-hyuk quietly calculated. Even before the foreign exchange crisis approached, he had already started gradually withdrawing funds from the black credit market of Myeongjong to carry out his restructuring. He established Myeongjong Capital in his own name as the parent company, then built 3 more subsidiaries to gradually stabilize his position by focusing solely on collateralized clients. Sitting in the luxurious office, Kim Ho-shich comments, These days the director Kim looks much better. He smiles softly and explains, It's just that I haven't had much to do lately, going with the flow, so you see me like this. Ho-sik says that while he is relaxed, another loan shark with high interest rates is secretly celebrating because small businesses and households are turning to the black market for survival despite the exorbitant interest rates. Moo-hyuk understands well that when the economy faces difficulties, the black credit market is always the first to react. Once banks tighten credit, ordinary people are forced to turn to this place, even though they know it's a path straight to hell. Looking at the family photo on the table, Ho-shich confesses that now he feels relieved because he can finally hold his head high in front of his wife and daughter. Moo-hyuk nodded affirmatively, saying from now on he would no longer have to work in the shadows. He hopes that in the future his opponent will no longer be Kim Ho-shich Song Down, but will live as the director of Kim Ho-shich at Myeongjong Capital. Ho-sik respectfully bowed to the person, thanked the chairman for this opportunity, then asked about my brother. Is he still doing well? Moo-hyuk looked at the car where he was buried in work and replied, He is still studying very diligently. Moo-hyuk predicts that when the interest rate cap law is lifted, foreign financial companies will flood into the domestic market, bringing along many cash holders to establish lending companies. Therefore, seizing the market first is the top priority. Moo-hyuk ordered his subordinates not to worry about the capital and to lend money at the lowest interest rates in the market, warning that many forces would soon enter this market and they would definitely not fight fairly. Moo-hyuk sits upright, confidently declaring that he will mobilize all his strength to confront and win at all costs. At another meeting, my Eung-hun asks casually, You've been busy lately, haven't you? No, sir, this is the path I have chosen. To serve the establishment of the financial company, Moo-hyuk has handed over the recoverable loans to Kim Ho-sik. As for the OXC client, the one who declared to stick to the illegal lending market, you have handed over all bad debts and difficult to collect loans to him. However, due to the aftermath of the foreign exchange crisis, collecting the money is not at all easy. After settling the bad debts, Mr. Kim Moo-hoo-uk decisively issued the next order. After clearing the bad debts, move the office to Gangnam. The director sitting across was stunned and exclaimed in amazement, "Gangung?" Moo-hoo-uk calmly explained the new strategy, asking him to focus on those starting up in the tech industry and the big players in Gangung who urgently need large amounts of cash. Sitting on the sofa facing the director, Moo-hoo-uk clearly explained the operating method. Just apply compound interest with high interest rates as the standard, and there will still be many people lining up to borrow. With a visionary outlook on the future, he affirmed that the IT startup fever originating from the US is about to explode in Korea. However, with no genuine investors in the market yet, these startups will be forced to borrow hot money from underground lenders to keep going. Moo-hoo-uk predicts that soon, the high-interest personal lenders pushed out of the market by financial companies will flood into Gangnam. Currently, the black credit industry hasn't yet established a foothold in this area, so you are determined to be the first to stake your claim on this unclaimed land. Moo-hoo-uk emphasized that this place was never meant to be a legal market, so even if loan laws are enacted or interest rate limits are set, it doesn't matter. You're sure that many people will need to borrow hot money in a very short time. Seeing Moo-hoo-uk's decisiveness, the director respectfully agreed, "I understand now. I will follow your instructions." Moo-hoo-uk nodded slightly. "Thank you, sir, director." The upper-class world and startups in Gangnam are facing enormous financial pressures from real estate tycoons needing money to pay taxes and startups needing funds to pay their employees. They will soon find themselves at a dead end, and besides turning to loan sharks, there's no better option if they want to survive. After finishing work, Moo-hoo-uk got into the car to go home, and when the driver asked, "Young master, are you heading straight home?" Moo-hoo-uk replied softly, "Yes, you wait for me to come back. It's been a while since I last had a meal with my grandfather." The car, moving along the vibrant sunset-lit street, suddenly encountered a traffic jam. Ahead, a line of cars is stopping and parking chaotically, with many men in black suits getting out and causing a commotion on the street. Seeing the unusual situation, the driver worries, and I go to check it out. But Moo-hoo-uk immediately stopped him. "Wait a moment, sir," then quietly lowered the window to observe. Amid the noisy cityscape, a man with slicked-back purple hair and a sinister smile suddenly appeared right beside the car window. He looked at Moo-hoo-uk and asked, "Are you Kim Hoo-wok?" Moo-hoo-wok narrowed his eyes in suspicion, and the man calmly introduced himself. "My name is Watanabe Saru." Kim Moo-hoo-uk froze, instantly recalling the terrifying memories associated with this name. He silently recognized the opponent, Watanabe Saru, a name he had heard before in a previous mission. The heir to Ayamaguchi Gumi, Japan's largest Yakuza organization, who slaughtered hundreds of members to pave the way for his succession. The so-called Kobe killer appears in Bloody Memories. Watanabe Saru smirks and speaks up. "I'm here on behalf of Thanfang Hoi to ask you. I heard you're planning to start a new business in Myeongjong." The name Thanfang Hoi made Kim Moo-hoo-uk gasp in surprise. He silently wondered what kind of devilish scheme they were up to now. Moo-hoo-wok narrowed his eyes with suspicion, for in the previous scene, he clearly had no connection at all. In the silent night, at an ancient tower with traditional architecture, the fateful encounter between the two powers began. Watanabe Saru casually spoke. "It's truly an honor for me to meet the boss of Myeongjong in person." Moo-hoo-uk responded sharply, "I never expected I would have the chance to meet the successor of Japan's underground world." Saru gently smiles. "Nothing is decided yet, so just consider me the most likely successor." Moo-hoo-wok quietly observes and then concludes, "Isn't the overall situation already leaning in your favor?" The Yakuza guy was pleased and said he didn't know me, but in fact he's been involved in everything. So let's get straight to the main issue, shall we? Because I am planning to expand into the Korean market. I originally planned to meet Chairman Chonko, but I heard that Moo-hoo-uk now has full control of the chairman's position, so I came to see you instead. Moo-hoo-uk skillfully denies it. "It seems your information is a bit mistaken. Our chairman is still very clear-minded and healthy." Saru dodged the issue and mentioned the organization behind it, saying he heard that Thanfang Society, which we support, had insulted Chairman Chon and Mr. Moo-hoo-wok. He leaned in and said with a hint of meaning, "But as a businessman, you should also understand the importance of fairness and justice." "Oh, I'm just worried that unnecessary conflicts might lead to pointless bloodshed." Moo-hoo-wok replied coldly, his words sounding like he's demanding I hand over my territory. Saru smugly remarked, "Indeed a young person, quick to learn." He pressed further to see if Moo-hoo-wok would agree to let him advance into the market for the role. Moo-hoo-uk's lips curled into a sarcastic smile. "Unfortunately, even if you go there, there's nothing left to seize." He analyzed the harsh reality in Japan, where the government has tightened interest rates through laws and also has anti-violence regulations, making illegal debt collection very difficult. Saru immediately retorted with a sneaky smile, "But Korea is different, isn't it?" "That's right, Korea is not like Japan. There are still many good opportunities there." Moo-hoo-uk looked straight into his opponent's eyes and declared sovereignty. "But is there any reason I should give up the Korean market to you?" he confidently concluded. "Because this is a piece of the pie that I can claim for myself." Watanabe Saru narrowed his eyes at Moo-hoo-wok and challenged him, asking if he would give in if he were in his place. Seeing the unwavering silence from the other side, he suddenly burst into wild laughter. Saru chuckled as he confirmed he understood your thoughts. But with his competitive nature, whatever he set his sights on, he had to seize it completely to be satisfied. He threw down a challenge, telling Mu Hu-Wuk to try all his tricks to fight back. Mu Hu-Wuk secretly resolves to use all his strength to stop the opponent's evil plans. Saru sighs, and concludes that the negotiation has completely broken down. I apologize because I used to think Mu Hu-Wuk was more reasonable than Chairman Jon, but now I realize I was mistaken. Mu Hu-Wuk coldly replied, "Do you think this can be negotiated?" Despite the tense confrontation, Saru maintained a polite facade and expressed his pleasure at meeting. He extended his hand for a farewell handshake, warning that next time they meet, neither of them would be able to smile like this again. Mu Hu-Wuk calmly took the other's hand and assured that he also felt very pleased. Under the dim glow of the night, the two powers exchanged a calculated handshake. A metaphorical image of blood flowing from clenched hands signals an upcoming brutal and sorrowful confrontation. As soon as he leaves the meeting, Mu Hu-Wuk gets into the car and immediately orders the communications director to urgently contact Director North Gyeong-soo. He demands that everyone be prepared in the highest state of emergency because no one knows what terrible events are about to unfold. Mu Hu-Wuk continues to instruct contact with Eric Clark and urges Masiak DAE. Quickly establish a PMC, especially emphasizing the acceleration of domestic personnel recruitment. Seeing the scene of the brightly lit convoy, Mu Hu-Wuk firmly confirms that the other side has officially declared war and a bloody battle will soon begin. Under the dark, ominous sky surrounding the luxurious villa, Kim Mu Hu-Wuk sat silently in deep thought when suddenly the ringing of the phone broke the silence. On the other end, Reborn, North Gyeong-soo hurriedly reported the news. "Gyeong-soo, listen to me." His urgent voice came through the line.
Mu Hu-Wuk, all our business locations in Busan have been attacked simultaneously. It turns out the Yakuza gang has officially revealed itself, forming an alliance with local gangs in Busan to carry out a large-scale assault targeting Feta.
Mu Hu-Wuk's face darkened as his long-held bad feeling finally became reality. Nguyen Jiang decided he had a bad premonition and needed to go down there himself. As Mu Hu-Wuk analyzes the opponent's move, a subordinate rushes into the room interrupting the conversation, and Mu Hu-Wuk's face hardens as he realizes their target isn't just business Busan. The real news hits when the bodyguard stammers that his grandmother is in danger. Under the pouring rain at the hospital, Mu Hu-Wuk desperately rushes through the doors, breathing heavily and shouting out, "Grandma!" Seeing her grandson appear, the grandmother lying in the hospital bed was stunned and called out his name, gently grasping Mu Hu-Wuk's hand and whispering to ask, Mu Hu-Wuk, is that you?" "Oh my god." "Mu Hu-Wuk, you're busy upstairs? What are you doing down here?" "Stay calm, Grandma. The doctor said you'll be fine after just a day or two in the hospital." "Don't worry about her." Mu Hu-Wuk looked at her with a look full of sorrow and regret, only able to call out in tears, "Grandma." The truth about the tragic incident is gradually being revealed through the account of the subordinate. I heard that a security guard was seriously injured while trying to stop the approaching car. The tragic scene unfolds as the bodyguard sacrifices himself to shield her from the oncoming car. Standing silently in the empty hospital corridor, Mu Hu-Wuk is stunned upon receiving the final report. He still hasn't regained consciousness. Kim Mu Hu-Wuk quietly told Myung-hoon to contact his family and take good care of them on his behalf. Looking at the hospital shrouded in pouring rain, he thought to himself that maybe they should just take her back to Seoul until everything is safe again. The mourning hall is filled with grief, where the memorial photos of a fallen brother are displayed. The men in black stand silently before the altar, one speaking out in anger, saying that while damage to businesses is understandable, too many of our brothers have fallen. The scarred man took the puff of his cigarette and bitterly recounted how, when they were laying the bodies to rest, he looked into their faces and saw that nothing was intact anymore. Those bastards used barbed wire to tear apart the little ones' bellies. All of them were childhood friends and his closest family. Now he has no face left to look his mother in the eye. He gazes out at the pouring rain, reporting on the dire situation. Currently in Busan, every step you take you encounter a Yakuza. They are pouring in from the east, and even the gangs in Busan have joined their side. Faced with that scene, Mu Hu-Wuk coldly asked, "So what do you plan to do now?" The man's eyes burned with hatred as he loudly declared, "Debt of blood, blood paid." Suddenly, a loud noise rang out, startling everyone at the funeral. A subordinate rushes in to report, "Boss, the enemies are here again. They're over there." The enemies have boldly come all the way to the funeral home to start a fight. Mu Hu-Wuk and the scarred man immediately took fighting stances as a bloody brawl erupted in the corridor, with both sides attacking each other fiercely. Amidst the chaos of the three-way battle, the scarred man delivered powerful kicks while swiftly dodging deadly strikes from the enemy forces. The fierce clash between gangs and the Jakuzan erupted violently, with impacts so forceful that opponents could no longer resist, and some were even thrown out the window amidst shattered glass. News of the mass riot quickly dominated the headlines, forcing the police to secure the scene. Amidst the wreckage, Kim Mu-hyuk, with a face full of wounds, quietly picks up the phone to call the commander-in-chief. "Yes, sir. Please speak to the Busan prosecutor's office on my behalf." "Yes, as soon as I return to Seoul, I will meet with you." Sir, I have finished dealing with the Jikuzan and our organization's people. I warn you in a low voice, but if this situation continues, the prosecution and police won't be able to sit idly by forever. So for now, you should hold back from direct attacks and focus on defense. With the economy stagnating and gangs causing chaos like this, both the prosecution and police are under immense pressure. Pak Jong-soo nodded in agreement. Your brother knows already I've received intelligence from my friends in Daegu and Masan to strengthen the defenses for the old boss's agencies, but my friend, remember this. The debt of blood must be paid back by my own hand, understood? Upon Moo Hyuk's approval, yes, of course, Pak Jong-soo drained his glass and unexpectedly shared his future plans. After this is done, I will retire. I can't hold on any longer either. I guess I have to hand everything over to Sang-moo and retreat. Sitting in the car, Moo Hyuk attentively listens to the report on Jakarta's internal situation. The Yamaguchi Gumi headquarters is in Kobe, but currently, the Kodokai faction in Nagoya holds all the key positions. Moo Hyuk nodded thoughtfully. So Nagoya's faction controls all the key positions, then the organizations in Kobe must be very dissatisfied. The associate explained that due to intense police surveillance and Nagoya's control over profits, the organizations find it difficult to resist. Yes, however, with the police closely monitoring and the Nagoya faction controlling most of the profit sources, they find it very difficult to resist. Moreover, Watanabe Saru's successor is becoming more secure, making the factions in Kobe feel increasingly threatened. However, Takai Yamagumi, a core organization of the Kodokai gang, mainly consists of Koreans living in Japan. Moo Hyuk paid special attention to this loyal faction that specializes in assassinations and terrorism. His eyes burning with determination, he turned to his subordinates and ordered them, help me with this and reward the head of the Yamaguchi Gumi boss. In front of the police, Moo Hyuk coldly announced that the bounty for the Yakuza boss's life was 100 million yen. Moo Hyuk coldly ordered the organizations in Kobe that the British side would make it impossible for the Japanese government to intervene in the Yakuza conflict. With his face bandaged, he assured them that money or police protection were unnecessary, and they could freely demolish the Nagoya faction. A few days later, at a luxurious high-rise building, James Han appeared confidently in a blue suit. He smiled and greeted everyone, saying this was the first time we met. I am James Han from Dream High. The representatives of the Kwang Kwan Investment Fund immediately expressed their admiration, and we're very pleased to meet you, Mr. Han. At last, we have the chance to see the Asian tiger who has shaken the entire Kwang Kwan district. James Han wasted no time and directly addressed the main issue of the meeting. I know I can't keep the representatives of the city's investment fund here for long, so I will get straight to the point. This time, Dream High plans to launch an attack directly targeting Japan. You analyze that over the past period, investors have gained significant profits from many Asian countries such as Thailand, Indonesia, Hong Kong, and South Korea. However, James Han affirmed that the scale of those places is nothing compared to Japan. He made an attractive proposal. In this attack, we will take the lead and create a pretext for you to recover the losses suffered last time. Immediately, a representative named George slammed the table in anger and disbelief after stabbing us in the back last time and now daring to suggest cooperation in an attack, fearing that targeting Japan is too risky since it remains the world's second largest economy still in recession. George doubted it, and besides, you think Washington will turn a blind eye to attacking Japan? James Han calmly replied, on behalf of the Clinton administration, I will personally stand to explain. You don't need to worry about that, George sneered, pointing a finger at James challengingly. Huh? Based on you guys, who do you think you are to think you can sway Washington? In response to that attitude, James Han coldly issued a final warning. If you don't believe it, you're free not to participate. Even though just the two of us from Dream 2 can carry out this attack, all the profits will belong to us, right? Seeing a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, another representative spoke up to stop him. Hey, George, put your emotions aside. If Washington has given the green light, then there's no more tempting target than Japan. We should quickly agree, that's right. Take this opportunity to show Japan our strength. George Solers coldly affirmed that everything is about profit and money, which has no emotions. He claims he only accepts investments and risks without taking on any moral responsibility, seeing through the opponent's true nature. Isn't that what he always says to the media, George? So now you're hesitating just because of what we did last time. George Solers, I want you to be the one to take the lead. We will provide backing and monitor the funding, even arranging a meeting with Finance Minister Rubin next week. Standing by the window, he quietly wondered whether the clean government would allow an attack on Japan. But Moo Hyuk quickly dismissed that concern because he had previously agreed to turn a blind eye to their attack on Korea, so this time they had no choice but to follow his demands. All preparations for the attack have been completed. Moo Hyuk calculated that once the exchange rate worsened, the Japanese government would no longer have the capacity to focus on the Yakuza's war. He clinched the communication device, ready to send the signal to start the battle to wipe out Yamaguchi Gumi and the Than Feng Hoi supporting them at the same time. Suddenly, a man rushed into the room asking Moo Hyuk if he had seen the morning paper. Moo Hyuk still didn't understand what was happening until he held the newspaper in his hand. The bold headlines immediately caught his eye, revealing the dark shadow of Myeongdong in the Korean underground world. Who is the real mastermind behind the loan shark Kim?
The newspaper confirms that the prelude to a counterattack aimed at him has already begun. Moo-hyuk stared at the words, his face tense and clenched. The newspaper this morning sensationally revealed the true nature of the shadowy figure, My Ong-dong, in the Korean underworld, raising the big question of whether the loan shark Kim was truly involved in the bloody payments in Busan to fight for market dominance. Manager Ma sternly concluded that although he didn't name names, the article was revealing details so clearly that anyone paying attention would know the target was Kim Moo-hyuk. He calmly put down the newspaper and stated that since they hadn't explicitly named him, they would not respond for now to avoid causing unnecessary suspicion among the public. Moo-hyuk immediately changed the subject, asking Director Ma to investigate the chairman's granddaughter at Goseong newspaper. When asked about his purpose, he coldly revealed information related to illegal substances, leaving the director stunned. Deep down, Moo-hyuk remembered rumors from his past about a woman named Komi Junai. She was once arrested during a crackdown, but then mysteriously walked out of the police station unscathed. At that moment, a group of men in suits entered the restaurant, straightforwardly confirming Kim Moo-hyuk's identity. The leader produced an ID card, claiming to be from the Seoul prosecutor's office and inviting him to accompany them. Moo-hyuk squinted and asked about the arrest warrant, but the other side admitted there was none and pressured him to cooperate for everyone's benefit. Amidst the murmurs of the surrounding diners, Moo-hyuk calmly questioned what charges he was being accused of. The prosecutor openly revealed that they received information linking him to the disappearance of Mr. In's son, a notorious loan shark in Myeongdong. He issued a final warning that if Moo-hyuk refused to cooperate voluntarily, they would return with an urgent arrest warrant. Moo-hyuk realized that this is a familiar tactic used by the prosecutor's office to illegally detain people. He quickly analyzed that the internal situation of the prosecutor's office is divided into two factions, the one led by Minister Eun and the one by BAE. Byam-gyu, the head of Seoul prosecutor's office. Moo-hyuk is well aware of BAE. Byam-gyu is a member of a Thanfong society, and the Seoul prosecutor's office is where the power of Minister Eun is hardest to influence. To avoid giving them a reason to attack, Moo-hyuk decisively agrees to follow. Sitting in the moving car, the department head nervously asks if the boss really intends to face the prosecutor's office. Moo-hyuk calmly confirms and asks him to proceed as planned. Moo-hyuk sat calmly in the car, flipping open his flip phone and saying, "I need to make a few calls before we arrive," as the vehicle sped up and then stopped in front of the imposing prosecutor's office building. Inside the interrogation room, Moo-hyuk sat composed, quietly watching the clock and calculating in his head that voluntary cooperation would only last a maximum of 6 hours. You understand their goal is definitely to obtain the arrest warrant within that time frame. Moo-hyuk thought to himself that if they couldn't, they would resort to the legal loophole of urgent detention. But without clear business reasons, that method would also be a burden on the other side. The door swings open and a prosecutor enters with a fierce expression, slamming a stack of files onto the table and shouting loudly. Moo-hyuk remains calm and unshaken, replying smoothly, "Prosecutor, take your time." When my lawyer arrives, it's not too late for us to start. The prosecutor begins to lose patience and repeats threateningly. Moo-hyuk calmly affirms that his lawyer will be here soon. Offended, the prosecutor slammed the table and growled, "You arrogant bastard Kim Moo-hyuk. Do you think this is your living room?" Moo-hyuk narrowed his eyes and asked again, "Hey, prosecutor, am I here as a suspect or as someone involved for consultation?" The crazy prosecutor is so furious, this spoiled brat is really bold. Once you step in here, everyone is a suspect. Moo-hyuk quietly observes and silently judges. Truly a worthless type. Someone who knows nothing and was just assigned to come here to pressure me, it's not interesting at all. I firmly request that they stop acting and bring in someone with authority. The prosecutor jumped up, ready to attack. "What did you say, you bastard? How dare you?" At that moment, the door opened again, causing him to stop in shock and call out Director. A middle-aged man is about to step in and give orders. "Prosecutor Lai, go outside and let me take over here." After the prosecutor angrily left, the new person sat down, clasped his hands together, and introduced himself. "Hello, Mr. Kim Moo-hyuk. I am Ha So-jin, head of Criminal Unit 3. He went straight to the point. Do you know Director Shin Seong-in, the loan shark in Myeongdong?" Facing the question about Shin Seong-in, Kim Moo-hyuk calmly admits, "Yes, I met him a few times because of my grandfather's affairs." Director Ha Seo-jin looked at the young man with suspicion, suggesting that their encounters were definitely more than just a few meetings. He revealed that Shin Seong-in was one of the 4 executives under Chairman Chon Tae-sun in Myeongdong, and now Moo-hyuk was the heir to that entire organization. Ha Seo-jin continues to present unfavorable evidence, recalling the bloody clash between the Jiangsu gang and the White Tiger gang in Myeongdong on the last day Shin Seong-in was seen, emphasizing the witness testimony that confirms Moo-hyuk was the true leader of the Jiangsu gang, and subtly questions whether all these events are just a coincidence. Moo-hyuk quietly observed, fully aware that the prosecution was deliberately trying to bait him into slip-ups because they had no concrete evidence. He confidently affirmed that he had never left any traces related to himself anywhere. Moo-hyuk calmly replied, "I also heard the news, but to say I am involved in Director Shin Seong-in's disappearance is too much of a stretch." Just as the tense atmosphere was about to snap, Moo-hyuk whispered, "Wait!" And immediately, the interrogation room door swung open with a bang.
A confident man in a blue suit walks in, causing Ha Seo-jin to startle and shout what's going on. The newcomer clearly states, "I am lawyer Eun-hee Young-min from Yoon and Jiang Law Office, appointed as the legal representative for Mr. Kim Moo-hyuk." He bowed his head slightly to apologize for being late. Moo-hyuk nodded slightly in return. "It's okay," I called urgently, "so it's good that you could come." Lawyer Yoon immediately turned to question Ha Seo-jin about bringing his client into the interrogation room, even though this was only a voluntary cooperation. In response, the chief confirmed that the charges against Moo-hyuk were already clear. Lawyer Yoon pursed his lips and retorted, "If it's so clear, why not request an arrest warrant instead of relying on voluntary cooperation?" He firmly demanded that the prosecution specify the main charges. Ha Seo-jin calmly lists multiple charges: forming a criminal organization, inciting murder, violating foreign exchange regulations, and threatening. Moo-hyuk secretly feels shocked, not expecting them to accuse him of such serious crimes. The prosecutor's office accuses Moo-hyuk of being the mastermind behind financing North Gyeongsu to unify the Underworld gangs, and he is also suspected of inciting them to cause conflicts with the White Tiger Gang. Lawyer Yoon sternly demands concrete evidence for the charge of establishing a criminal organization. Ha Seo-jin coldly reveals they have testimonies confirming Moo-hyuk's involvement in harming Shin Se-ong-in and Moon Tae-byum. According to the investigation, during the fight in Myeongdong, the White Tiger Gang clashed with Gyeongsu's gang to prevent Shin Se-ong-in from being kidnapped. Later, Shin Se-ong-in and Moon Tae-byum were taken to an abandoned factory and then mysteriously disappeared. Ha Seo-jin confirms that Bak Jung-ji, the leader of the White Tiger Gang currently in prison, completely matches this account. Moo-hyuk secretly thinks that their suspicion about the disappearance was part of the plan, but based solely on the testimony, they absolutely cannot convict him. Moo-hyuk firmly declares that he has no idea who those people are and doesn't understand why he's being targeted. Lat Soo-il adds that if there were evidence, the prosecutor's office wouldn't have needed to resort to voluntary cooperation to bring his client here.
Moo-hyuk sees through their plan to quickly arrest him and then use the media to stage accusations to approve the official arrest warrant. Ewell looks directly at Ha Seo-jin and sharply asks if the prosecutor's office intends to pressure someone who voluntarily cooperates based solely on the testimony of gangsters.
Ha Seo-jin firmly states that the prosecutor's office has clear evidence of foreign exchange management law violations. He takes out a file pointing out signs of illegal money transfers abroad by Kim Moo-hyuk. Ha Seo-jin continues to probe deeply into the ongoing disappearances of the two loan sharks under Chairman John Tae-san, emphasizing that everything only started happening after Moo-hyuk appeared. He eyes them suspiciously and questions whether all these events are truly just a coincidence or not. In front of the documents, lawyer Eun-hee Young-min calmly admits to the violation of foreign exchange management laws, but immediately counters that this offense is only subject to a fine, according to regulations. Ha Seo-jin firmly states that the decision rests with the prosecution, but lawyer Yule sharply responds that it is actually the court's authority. He concludes that with these reasons, his client does not need to stay here any longer. Moo-hyuk looked directly at the other person and asked, "Can I leave now?" Ha Seo-jin, sweating profusely, tried to delay, reminding that there were still 4 hours left in the cooperation period. Moo-hyuk quietly concluded that they must have filed for an arrest warrant and are waiting for the results. Lawyer Yule and Mr. Min confirmed that although the maximum voluntary cooperation time is 6 hours, they have the right to leave at any time they wish. Ha Seo-jin should slam the table and shout loudly, but he still can't. He insists there are many things left to investigate and clarify. Suddenly, a deep voice from the door asks, "So can we join that investigation too?" The sudden appearance of a group of people left Ha Seo-jin stunned and speechless as he recognized Yule's representative from the EU Law Office and the renowned Jiang. The senior representative Min explained with a smile that since Kim Moo-hyuk had requested his company to be their legal representative, he had sent his son ahead, but then decided to come in person after all. Ha Seo-jin was stunned to learn that the lawyer was actually the son of the EL representative. The powerful representative asked Ha Seo-jin to repeat the main accusations once more. Ha Seo-jin, sweating profusely and looking humble, introduced himself as Prosecutor General Ha Seo-jin. Just then, a middle-aged man wearing glasses with a commanding presence stepped in and ordered, "Stop right there, Representative Yule." Moo-hyuk quietly observed and immediately recognized the opponent as Prosecutor General Yule Bae Byum-gyu. The boy's eyes were full of suspicion as he silently affirmed that this was indeed a member of the Thanfong Society. Bae Byum-gyu entered the room with a calm expression, and Yule's representative immediately greeted him, saying congratulations to Director Bae Byum-gyu on his promotion to Prosecutor General of Seul, who would have thought they would meet again under such circumstances. Seeing the Yule representative himself, who is known for being difficult to sway, appear directly, Bae Byum-gyu quietly thought that the prosecution seemed to have caught the right person. The AUL representative silently patted his son's shoulder and explained that because his youngest son insisted on taking on his friend's matter, as a father, he couldn't just stand by and watch. Understanding the situation, Bae Byum-gyu decides to concede, so let his son handle this and invites him to my office for a chat. Both leave the interrogation room, leaving behind the tense legal confrontation behind the closed door. In the room, the young lawyer confidently challenged, If you have anything else you want to investigate, just say it now. Otherwise, I kindly ask the HACO-PG director to hold back his anger and coldly request the other side to wait a little longer. Han quietly checks his watch with a calculating look, waiting for the court to come. But the truth is, there won't be any orders coming. In front of the bewildered prosecutor, Kim Woo-hee-oots gently smirked with confidence. He calmly pointed out that the prosecution was deliberately stalling for time to wait for an arrest warrant and advised them to give up soon. Just before that, Moo-hee-ook quietly made a call to his friend Hyun-hak and his grandfather, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, to intervene in the case at the court. At that moment, HACOPG was feeling triumphant when an anxious subordinate rushed into the room shouting, "Department head." This guy quickly reports shocking news that leaves HACOPG stunned. As soon as the arrest warrant request was submitted, the court immediately contacted to inform that the request had been rejected. Moo-hyuk calmly stood up, quietly adjusted his clothes, and declared, "We're ready to go now. Moo-hyuk, let's go." Anger erupted as HACOPG slammed his hand on the table, roaring wildly. "Who gave you permission to stand up on your own?" He glared at Moo-hyuk with furious eyes and boldly announced the urgent arrest of the suspect at exactly 3:30 p.m. HACOPG lists serious charges of inciting murder and violating foreign exchange management laws under the Criminal Procedure Code. The lawyer immediately counters, asserting that the murder accusation is entirely unfounded and that the violation of foreign exchange laws does not meet the legal conditions for an urgent arrest. Despite those ironclad arguments, HACOPG still smiled menacingly, asserting that the final decision belonged to the procuracy. He stepped closer and ordered Moo-hyuk to sit down before he was forced to use handcuffs. With a fierce look of hatred, HACOPG pointed at Moo-hyuk's face and declared loudly, "From now on, you are no longer a cooperating witness but a suspect." Clear enough? In response to the prosecutor's betrayal, Moo-hyuk's accompanying representative angrily shouted, "We clearly agreed to cooperate voluntarily with the prosecution, yet you suddenly detained us without warning, and we absolutely do not accept this." In response to that anger, the bespectacled prosecutor calmly challenged, "Go ahead and complain or do whatever you want." Anyway, within the next 48 hours, he won't be leaving this place. Han half approached and coldly ordered, "Hand over all your personal belongings, including your phone. I will take good care of you." Kim Woo-hee, Australia, quietly observes, quickly analyzing the situation in his mind. "After the urgent arrest, they will have the right to search my residence and office within 24 hours without a warrant. During that time, they will surely use every trick to find evidence at all costs." The prosecutor kept shouting to break his spirit. Everything was perfectly in order. "Hand over your belongings and sit down quickly, you bastard with a heavy debt." Meanwhile, at the director's office, another tense confrontation was unfolding. The director quietly sipped his tea and then said, "I didn't expect Mr. EUN himself to step in." Lawyer Hi. "Why," Mr. Min replied with a slight sarcastic smile. "I also didn't expect the prosecution to take such a harsh step against an honest businessman." That remark made the director half smile. "Honest businessman, you really don't know anything about Kim Woo-hyuk." "Eun. Hi, why?" Mr. Min still remains calm, "So I don't really know much about my son's friend. But I am well aware that the reason the director is playing such a risky card is because of Then Fong Hoi's influence." Mr. Thang Thon admitted that he has been involved in this circle for many years, and always maintains good relations with Then Fong Hoi. However, Mr. Min emphasized that my son is so passionate that no parent in the world can beat their child. That's why I had to come here myself. Seeing that the other side has already grasped the situation, the director finally admitted, as expected, "If you say you know everything, then I won't beat around the bush anymore. What Then Fong Hoi wants is to confine Kim Woo-hyuk for 3 months." He tried to convince them that this was a good opportunity for Moo-hyuk to leave behind his shady past and that the detention would only last 3 months. However, Mr. Min firmly rejected this, saying that negotiating sentences was our specialty, but this case was not something to be negotiated. The director started to lose patience and snapped, "Representative EUN, why did you make everything so serious in the end? Don't you know who's backing Then Fong Hoi?" "EUNE, fight!" Mr. Min smiled confidently and affirmed, "I know well, of course I do. Why wouldn't I? My career has owed a lot to the support of Then Fong Hoi all this time, but my long-standing intuition tells me otherwise." Bellum Gill was so focused on calculating that he was startled when he heard the call from the director of BAE. Immediately, Minister Eun Chang-ho and his subordinates strode into the BAE office. Bellum Gill was stunned and asked, Minister, what brings you all the way here?" Eun Chang-ho coldly remarked that Bellum Gill, being of age, should think ahead for his career. He warned clearly that if you intend to target me, do it openly and honestly, not sneakily from behind. Eun Chang-ho confirmed he knew Then Fong Hoi was backing Bellum Gill, but still decisively ordered Kim Woo-hyuk to be released immediately. BAE Bellum Gill firmly refused. "I can't do that. Kang believes Kim Woo-hyuk is a dangerous criminal with charges of establishing a criminal organization and conspiracy to murder." Eun Chung-ho questions the evidence and criticizes Bellamgil's self-serving approach, which is tarnishing the reputation of the entire prosecution office. Amid the argument, a subordinate approaches and hands Bellamgil the phone. Answer it. BAE. Bellamgil pressed the phone to his ear and said, "Yes, I'm listening." Immediately, he froze in shock upon hearing the commanding voice on the other end, BA. "It's been a long time, Bellamgil. I am John T. Sanday." Bellamgil stammered in horror. Sir. John T. Sanday calmly announces that he holds a document listing prosecutors who received money from Than Phong Hoi, with BAE Bellamgil's name at the top, and firmly states that all the money in Bellamgil's possession actually belongs to him. As a seasoned trader, he never forgets what he has bought and sold. John T. San issued a stern ultimatum, telling Lai Eon Hyon to either release my nephew or fight until one of us is dead. He coldly finalized, "Go ahead and choose." BAE Bellamgil sweating profusely, face drained of blood under the threat of the old man's authority. In the interrogation room, the prosecutor on the phone also paled, stammering, "Yes, sir, Director." After receiving the order, Han slowly put down the device, grinding his teeth in frustration. Despite feeling extremely agitated, he had to give the command for Kim Woo-hyuk and the lawyer to leave. The lawyer adjusted his outfit, without forgetting to leave a sharp warning that if such an incident happens again, please contact the Eon and Jang law office first. The furious prosecutor shouted behind them, "Got it, get out of here and settle your debt." Kim Woo-hyuk quietly steps out of the interrogation room with the demeanor of a victor. The black convoy speeds through the city streets, and inside the vehicle, his subordinate anxiously asks Han, "Boss, are you still okay?" Kim Woo-hyuk calmly replied, "Yes, I've only been here a few hours." The driver's eyes were cautious as he inquired about the next move, wondering if the enemy would attack again. Woo-hyuk softly smirks and confidently says, "I owe everything to you, uncle. First, I need to make those barking dogs shut up." He immediately asked about the whereabouts of the girl from Gozeong newspaper that he had asked to investigate. The subordinate handed over an envelope and reported that they had collected enough evidence related to the illegal substances. However, he calmly warned that during the investigation, I discovered something even more terrifying. Immediately after, Woo-hyuk went to the headquarters of the Gozeong newspaper to meet Chairman Ko Ho-seong. The chairman looked at him with curiosity and said, "All right, what is it that you want to tell me privately like this?" Woo-hyuk quietly pushed the envelope across the table and calmly said, "I just found a hot piece of news that I thought would be useful for Gozeong newspaper, so I brought it here hearing the words, hot piece of news." Ko Ho-seong eagerly opened the envelope to see, but as soon as he saw the photo capturing him in a compromising situation with a young girl on the bed, he was so stunned that he dropped his cigarette. Ko Ho-seong roared wildly, "Do you know what you're doing?" Faced with that fury, Kim Woo-hyuk remained as cold as ice. His eyes burned with determination as he silently declared, "From now on, I will return what I have received." "Oh no, you need to add a few hundred times the interest, maybe even more, to truly reflect usury. Go." Ho-seong slammed the table wildly, shouting, "What the hell are you doing? You call this a power move?" Faced with fury, Kim Woo-hyuk remains calm and composed, simply replying yes. "Luckily, I managed to get it before anyone else. Not only the photos, but also the video." Woo-hyuk warned seriously that if this falls into the wrong hands, even you, the chairman, won't be able to stop it from spreading. Oh, Hosei was stunned for a moment, then suddenly burst out laughing arrogantly. "Ha! Do you think there's anything in this world I can't block? Do you really think there's something in all of Korea I can't stop?" Old man glares, the ruthless gangster asserting his power. "If I, Go Hosei owner, am determined, I can turn any AI, even Jesus or Buddha, into the worst villain. That's what we, Go Daily, do." The old man smugly smiled, knowing I took care of you because you're Zhot Aesan's nephew. But everything he taught you was completely wrong. Moo-hoo whispered softly, and with a smile, he delivered a fatal blow. Your nieces also share the same rebellious streak, just like him. They had fun with some men at Gangnam Hotel, even using drugs. Go Ho-seong was stunned and shocked, then stood up suddenly, growling in fury. "You bastard! Do you want to die? How dare you mention my secret YGOO name in front of me?" After a moment of losing control, Go Ho-seong sat silently and asked with a deep gaze, "What do you want? Since you brought this here, just state your demand." Moo-hoo-wok looked straight at the opponent, calmly presenting the condition, revealing the truth about Acer Wind Society, the English name of Than Phong Hoi Anin M. Let the world know about its existence, which has been around since the liberation, and put it on the front page. The newspaper chairman's face changed in shock at Moo-hoo-ui's demand, and the young man firmly declared, "From this moment on, I want to destroy Acer Wind Society once and for all." His eyes burned with determination.
Go Ho-seong stands up and warns with intense pressure, "Maybe because you're still young, you really don't know how terrifying this world can be, do you? Acer Wind Society is not just an ordinary name, you know."
The old man exposes the terrifying infiltration of the mysterious organization, even within our own newsroom, which is filled with informants from Acer Wind Society. You think only we are affected? Most media outlets in Korea are already under their control. when Woo Hoo-wook looked straight at Go Ho-seong and questioned him softly. But didn't he just say that with a single command he could influence any article? Facing the deafening silence from the other side, Woo Hoo-wook decisively issued a final ultimatum. Please make your choice. Are you going to join forces with me to destroy Acer Wind Society or let Go Daily take them down first? The decision is yours. Cornered and desperate, Go Ho-seong gritted his teeth and shouted, So you came here just to threaten me with these few photos? You don't think you can defeat me, do you? Rage boiling over. Go! Ho-seong stood up and roared threateningly. I can publish your identity on the front page tomorrow.
So you're going to reveal my identity, huh?
I want to see that. Immediately, Woo Hoo-wook delivers a decisive blow straight to the hand of the newspaper office. Starting tomorrow, all corporate advertisements on Go Daily will be cut. First, I will remove Jungle Group's ads. He coldly asserts that cutting off most of his other sources of income is extremely easy and challenges him to try if he's curious. Woo Hoo-wook quietly observes and realizes the true nature of the old man in front of him. He fears losing advertising more than he fears losing himself and his granddaughters. He continued to pressure Go Ho-seong, saying that if it wasn't Go Daily, he would take this huge profit to rival newspapers like Daily Central or Dongsung Daily. Woo Hoo-wook looked him straight in the eye and retorted, Do you think all media outlets in Korea, which rely on advertising, would refuse? With his will completely shattered, Go Ho-seong hesitated and questioned Woo Hoo-usi's confidence in the face of the AG Wing Society, which was fiercely opposed by Jakoza. Woo Hoo-wook calmly dismissed it, saying there's no need to worry about that now. We don't have the mental capacity to care about the AG Wing Society outside Korea. Woo Hoo-wook coldly ordered Go Ho-seong to announce the existence of AG Wing Society to the world on the front page next Monday, demanding the headline and content be truly provocative to outrage the Korean public. I will handle the photos and videos after reviewing the results from Go Daily. I no longer need to dirty the chairman's eyes. Seeing Go Ho-seong trembling in cold sweat, Woo Hoo-wook quietly left the office. In the car, he received a call from his subordinate, Hyung, negotiating smoothly. Woo Hoo-wook presses the phone to his ear, preparing for the next steps in his cleanup plan. Oh, Woo Hoo-wook, I just finished a meeting with Finance Minister Robert Rubin. At first, he refused outright, but when he heard that the golf course banks would benefit the most this time, his attitude completely changed. Instead, he warned Woo Hoo-wook to act very carefully. Woo Hoo-wook sat quietly in the car, contemplating. Japan is an important political and economic partner of the US. I don't want it to fall completely. He decisively ordered over the phone to speed up the progress and to carry out the plan with the cooperation of the golf course side by the end of this week. When the opponent was surprised and asked back, Woo Hoo-wook almost firmly confirmed that it was they who had struck first, and that the only right thing now was to retaliate, hitting where it would hurt them the most. In New York, the progress of the plan has been accelerated to the highest level. In the office, George noted that although he had been contacted by Washington, he believed Japan's dollar influence was on a completely different level compared to Southeast Asia or Korea. He affirmed that it is not a country easily shaken. In response to that confidence, the Australian representative calmly said, But it will also not surpass the strength of England, which you have already destroyed. George, the statement made George smirk with a full smile. When asked about the funds for the attack, George confirmed he could start as early as tomorrow. He pointed excitedly and said, Fine. First, use credit rating agencies to downgrade the country's credit rating and start from there. Next Monday, as soon as the Japanese market opens, we will bomb their stocks. A few days later, a small bomb exploded in the military district, throwing Japan into chaos. That bomb was a new type of weapon called credit rating. The U.S. International Credit Agency, UDIS, downgraded Japan's government bonds from AAA to AA1 one notch lower. This is the first time in Japan's history that the country's reputation has been seriously damaged. The exchange rate, which had remained steady at $100,000, jumped by 20 points in a single day, and the Nikkei index completely collapsed as the market closed. Japan, once proud as the world's second largest financial power, now finds itself in chaos. The Japanese government, as the largest creditor of U.S. Treasury bonds, urgently contacted the White House. But the response they received was not what they expected. The United States announced that the global economy is in danger and the U.S. Treasury is considering demanding accountability for this. Woo Hoo-wook quietly reads the newspaper at Myeongdong Capital Office, watching the developments. On the other end of the line, a frantic voice rang out, Woo Hoo-wook, it started. New York is completely chaos. As Woo Hoo-wook hands the phone over, Bintan believes that Japan's economy is too big for the IMF to intervene like it did with Korea, and eventually the Japanese government and the White House will reach an agreement. However, Deonthep insists that before that happens, we need to stir things up as much as possible. At the same time, ASEAN Wind Society, the shadow organization of pro-Japanese factions, and the dictatorship manipulating Korea from behind the scenes, was officially exposed. Go Daily's articles revealed the true nature of the organization, implicating 120 prominent figures in politics and business. In the office, Woo Hoo-wook ordered interest rates at all branches nationwide to be lowered to 20%. He specifically emphasized that for customers repaying loans to companies operated by ASEAN Wind Society and Yakuza, we should advertise an additional 5% interest reduction. Mu Hyuk is determined to completely eliminate the rival's lending companies and drive Yamaguchi-gumi out of the market. BNP has accepted the proposal, and 13 organizations here have withdrawn from Yamaguchi-gumi to form a new group, ready to act on FETA's signal. When Mu Hyuk inquired about Eric Clark, the formation of the PMC army, called Blackbeard, and the selection of domestic personnel were completed. With a full black bear emblem symbolizing power, the 3 overseas special forces teams were also ready for orders. Mu Hyuk orders. Good. Keep the domestic forces on standby so they can be deployed at any moment. You instruct the Blackbeard teams abroad to move into Korea as soon as possible because the crackdown operation is about to begin. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious villa, the Acer Wind Society is in utter chaos. A member anxiously reports that Go Daily no longer listens to them and everyone planted there has been dismissed. The leader with the wild silver-streaked hair slammed his hand down on the table and roared with hatred. That bastard Go Hosong betrayed us after pretending to be loyal? The situation worsened as more people cut off contact to erase the traces before their names were tarnished by the media. The leader gritted his teeth, accusing the traitors and vowing that they would all regret it. He blames everything on Kim Moo-hyu. It's all because of John Tesson's nephew, that bastard. We should have dealt with the problem from the start. Someone else admitted to using BAE. Beongyu easily realized that the situation over the past few months had been futile from the start. Despite the intense tension, the leader remained calm and declared that it was not too late to confront John Tesson and Kim Moo-hyu even now. At the brightly lit Myeongdong capital headquarters in the middle of the night, Kim Moo-hyo quietly stands by the window looking down at the city. Behind him, a subordinate approaches to report, "Sir, I have gathered everyone." Kim Moo-hyo gently turned his head, his cold eyes replying, "Yes, let's go." As he entered the meeting room, he leisurely sat on the sofa and thanked his partner, saying thank you for helping him gather everyone. He looked around the room where the most influential figures had gathered and confirmed that everyone was the strongest elite force they currently had, so I think we should all meet and introduce ourselves. The introductions start with BJ. From the Sashong, he is accompanied by Lee Sang-gae Yulner, a key member of the company. Following that, Eric Clark from the Breckbearer organization appears, introduced alongside V. Oliver Green, the leader of Breckbearer Team 1 in Korea. Kim Ho, speaking clearly from Myeongdong capital, and finally Park Hoon-sung appeared. When the atmosphere was sufficiently heated, Moo-hyo suddenly became extremely serious, his eyes blazing with a threatening blue light. Moo-hyo clearly states the reason for the meeting. I will explain why I called everyone today. Tonight, I plan to put an end to the entire clubhouse. The declaration of war shocked everyone present. Moo-hyo began assigning tasks. First of all, I want the Sashong gang to eliminate Watanabe Saru. Trenan, Park Jong-soo, don't worry too much about the enemy's whereabouts or where the Jakusa are hiding. I have it all under control. Moo-hyo ordered to mobilize all available forces to encircle the target tightly, so not a single ant can escape. When it comes to old blood debts and personally avenging Ian Suhai, he decisively ordered to bring him before me, leaving the decision to General Bae Tuo-yi to handle the situation on the spot. Baek Jung-soo quietly nodded in agreement. All right, I understand. Turning to Myeongdong capital, Moo-hyo orders to continue tightening the grip on the Jakusa's financial companies as they are now. He affirms that once Watanabe disappears, they will surely be unable to hold on any longer. Breakbear forces and Ma department will raid Lee Eun-hyeon's mansion, the leader of Thenfang Hoi. Kim Moo-hyo firmly states that unless this organization is completely eradicated, they will remain a thorn in his career for a long time.
Moo-hyo's eyes burn with determination as he declares that this action is not just for personal revenge, but for the future ahead. Amid the collapsing night of Hyeon, Moo-hyo orders, now is the right time. We must eliminate them.
He scheduled the operation for the 2nd and demanded that the entire plan be kept absolutely secret until the last moment. At the estate, Chairman Chon Thee-san looked pensively at his grandson and asked, "Are you really confident you can do it?" Moo-hyo confidently stated that he had prepared thoroughly for today. He looked directly into his grandfather's eyes and asked back, "Wasn't it also your intention to completely eliminate the Thenfang Society?" Chon Thee-san sighed and admitted that he used to believe that full-scale war should only be launched when there was more than a 70% chance of victory. Moo-hyo pressed for the current success rate, but he calmly admitted he didn't know the exact number. However, Moo-hyo firmly asserted that his forces would never be outmatched by any opponent. Seeing his grandson's determination, Chon Thee-san called out loudly, "My Eung-hun!" As soon as my Eung-hun received the order, the old man decisively instructed him to see how many more people he could mobilize and ordered Moo-hyo to command the maximum force possible. Moo-hyo was stunned in shock and quickly tried to stop him, knowing that the security team from Havon School was the core force protecting his grandfather's safety. He emphasized that no matter what happens, the guards must remain here to ensure safety. However, Chon Thee-san simply calmly reassures him, "Don't worry, at worst, this old man will die." The old man's eyes suddenly turned icy cold when mentioning the relentless enemy, affirming that his greatest wish in life is to see that bastard Limey Eung-hun pay for his crimes with his own eyes. Thee-san bitterly thought that if he saw that scene, he could die peacefully knowing he had done his duty. He looked at Moo-hyo with a remorseful expression and said, "I'm sorry, Moo-hyo." The Isan gradually felt helpless for not being able to settle this himself sooner. Now the burden weighed heavily on his young nephew. Mu Hyo gently reassured his grandfather not to worry too much, as he would arrange a team of people to stay here and protect them. He further analyzed that because Trangdong is the area where the mansions of the country's top CEOs are concentrated, with police constantly patrolling day and night, any minor incident would immediately trigger a swift response from the authorities. My Ong Hwan looked at Kim Mu Hyo with a trusting gaze and affirmed, "Of course, I am here to protect the chairman. You can rest assured and carry out your plans." Mu Hyo nodded softly, placing her last trust in him. "Thank you, Uncle Trong Fong Ha. I rely on you. Please take care of my grandmother." As night fell, amidst the brightly lit skyscrapers of the capital, Mu Hyo went to meet her close officer. The boss appears tired, and the girl quietly comments, "I haven't seen him in a while, but now he looks much more exhausted." Mu Hyo ignores the remark and immediately gets to the point. "How is the GSEO bank doing?" The girl sighed and reported that the situation was worse than expected as the bank's debts continued to escalate daily. She estimated that Peregrine was still relatively stable. If it had been in Hong Kong, it would have gone bankrupt ages ago. Mu Hyo calmly analyzed that South Korea's financial system has been heavily influenced by government intervention, but things will gradually change once they get approval for public funding support, with the government buying bad debts. The girl excitedly announced that she had finalized the negotiations to acquire 51% of the shares for $500 billion. When Mu Hyo asked about the merger between GSEO and AE Hwan banks, she confirmed that the progress was going very well thanks to his efforts, and the government was also very pleased to hear that the two sides were merging into a single legal entity. But the girl immediately refused because she wanted to handle this exciting big contract herself. She envisioned GSEO and AE Hwan, Korea's two largest banks, merging into a giant bank that would rank among the top in Asia. When asked about the new bank's name, Mu Hyo paused thoughtfully before confidently declaring Tet San Bank. Deep down, Mu Hyo considers this his gift to his grandfather, who has spent his life in the shadows of the underground lending world. He understands that for Mr. John Tet San, this name holds a very special meaning, marking the rise of a rival against Than Fong Hoi. All the gifts for the final confrontation have been prepared. Mu Hyo looks down at the brightly lit city street and quietly thinks that now is the time to celebrate. "Smell inside the car," sang Ji Yooner. The man beside him immediately respectfully replies, "Yes, boss." Inside the car, the man with dark red hair sternly orders his subordinates, "After this, you should take control of the company." The man wearing glasses sitting next to him looked surprised and asked, "Boss, what are you saying?" He nervously explained that the company's smooth operation is all thanks to the boss's backing. However, the leader remained resolute. "No, your uncle can do it alone. I've decided that a long time ago." He quietly applies medicine, massaging the tattoo with full focus. "Once revenge for that Soo Hyung is done, I will hang up my sword." Then he picks up the phone to contact Kim Mu Hyo. "Yeah, Mu Hyo, everything on my side is ready." Receiving a brief confirmation from the other end, he confidently steps down from the vehicle and clearly announces to his loyal subordinates standing in full readiness. The leader looked over the crowd and the surroundings. "If we finish this today, there won't be any more scenes of stabbing and fighting like this in the future. Just treat this as the final battle. Don't hold back and fight to win. Raise your weapons high and shout loudly to boost your comrades' spirits. Don't let us be humiliated. We absolutely cannot let those Yakuda take over our territory. Understood?" With a clear shout of battle, the full-scale attack officially begins under the silent night of the city. A large truck rushes wildly, crashing into the ground. With the leader burning with determination, he shouts fiercely, "Sweep them all away, flatten them for me." The henchmen, like a black whirlwind, storm into the enemy's hideout, beginning a ruthless sweep to clear all obstacles ahead. In Kobe, 13 gangs have officially left the Yamaguchi organization to establish a new power. Meanwhile, Nagoya is also in a state of emergency and cannot send reinforcements. Inside the office, a middle-aged man slams his sword onto the table and shouts loudly as rats spread everywhere in his absence. "Once I return, I will kill them all, not sparing a single one." Suddenly, a loud noise shakes the entire room. A subordinate rushes into the room shouting loudly, "Watanabe? Watanabe?" Watanabe turns back and shouts, "What's going on?" The terrified subordinate reports that it's an ambush. "We are overwhelmed." He urgently demands that you retreat immediately. But Watanabe, furious, shouted to evacuate. "No, call Lee Young-heon and tell her to send reinforcements immediately." He gritted his teeth in fury, his eyes burning with hatred. "Those bastards, how dare they attack me?" Chaos erupted in the hallway as gangs clashed wildly. Someone shouted loudly, "Kill them all! Avenger for Sukio Enji Hee-eung." Amidst the chaos and clashes, a clear voice points the way. The path is open now. "Everyone, this way." A subordinate, just turning around in shock, was immediately sliced apart by a brutal slash. Watanabe Soru appeared confidently with his sharp knives, wearing a sinister smile and challenging, "Come on." The gang members charged forward with weapons in hand. But North Jong-soo quickly threw a heavy punch that sent opponents flying back. Amid the chaos, he stood tall among the fallen as they looked up when the two of them turned back. At the end of the alley, Watanabe Soru appears with a sinister smile, holding a sharp knife in his hand. His intimidating presence makes the remaining henchmen tremble in fear. Pak Jong-soo confidently ordered his men to fall back and move out. He stepped forward boldly, facing Watanabe Soru in the quiet corridor. Staring coldly at the enemy in front of him, he asked, "Are you Jakuza, Warabasi, or Watanabe or something?" Watanabe slightly sneered and replied with contempt, "You came to kill me and don't even know what I look like? Idiot Yaro, idiot Aziko, you just met and you've already turned against me?" Pak Jong-soo quietly checks his knife and tells his team, "I will take down this Watanabe." The remaining gang members immediately, Watanabe Soru rushes forward wildly. The harsh clash of blades echoes as both sides' sharp knives finally enter a deadly battle. Pak Huidong and Watanabe Soru clash with each other in a fierce sword fight, sparks flying every time their sharp blades collide in midair. Both of them step back, their sharp gazes locked on each other, breaking the silence. "I hear you use a Japanese style. Quite impressive." Watanabe, with his tattoos covering his arms, sneers maliciously and responds, "I didn't expect Korea to have someone so skilled. I was just praising you." But immediately, he transformed completely savage and charged like a tornado. But enough is enough. His face hardened as he dodged the powerful basic strikes of the Yakuza. Watanabe, brandishing his knife, exclaimed excitedly, "That was a great fight. Great." Suddenly, Han launched a deadly strike into Zongshu's side. Watanabe leaned close to his opponent's face, smirking triumphantly and arrogantly, "But I won." But Zongshu blinked, grabbed his own head, and forcefully pulled Han in, while he was still dazed. Zongshu quickly lunged forward but was blocked by Han's hand. Despite the pain from his wound, Zongshu finally summoned all his strength and made Han go sell salt. After the deadly battle, Zongshu collapsed on the floor, his body exhausted and breath ragged. Just then, a frantic subordinate rushed into the room and shouted loudly, taking the boss to the hospital immediately. Even though the wound on his side was bleeding dark viscous fluid, Zongshu calmly ordered everyone to focus on the injured first. "You also need to deal with the remaining enemies." He tries to suppress the pain, leans against the wall, and whispers, "I need to rest for a bit. Just give me some medicine and leave." The younger brother nervously called softly, "Boss," but Zongshu still confidently replied, "I'm fine." He forced himself to stand up, though his steps were unsteady, and urged, "Hurry up." Seeing my subordinate leave to continue the mission, "All right, Z, I will handle this quickly and return immediately." Zongshu quietly leaned against the cold wall, his hand clutching the phone as he called his close friend. The other end quickly answered with a calm voice, "Kim Moo-hook, here." Zongshu kept the phone and announced firmly that it's him. "Watanabe is dead." The other end responded sincerely, "Thank you for your efforts. Leave as soon as possible. I will handle the aftermath." Immediately afterward, Kim Moo-hyuk anxiously asked if he was hurt. At this moment, North Dongshu was sitting against the wall with serious injuries, admitting that the opponent was indeed very tough. Moo-hyuk sighed, "So you are Bak Dongshu from Sa Seong Busanma. You called him here, fought him, and he died with your faint cry." Seeing the danger, Moo-hyuk urged him to leave, but Bak Dongshu seemed to want to say goodbye, softly calling out, "Hey, Kim Moo, do you remember? When they first met on the hospital rooftop, you called him Ajinshi and refused to say his age. Oh my god, what a proud kid." Bak Dongshu smiled faintly and said that because his aunt raised him, he asked Moo-hyuk's age out of affection, but he wouldn't listen at all. His breathing gradually slowed as he left his final words. "No matter what, live your life the way you want." "Got it." Moo-hyuk hesitated before calling out loudly on the phone, he said softly. Bak Dongshu's hand suddenly relaxed, the phone falling to the floor beside the scene of the tragedy. Bak Dongshu quietly collapsed, having taken his last breath after summoning all his strength to defeat the enemy, and leaving a heartfelt message for his close brother. Night falls over the luxurious villa where guards are on high alert, while outside, a security guard patrols casually and communicates via walkie-talkie. Bak Dongshu couldn't make any sound. The raid happened so quickly and silently, with the guards being taken down one after another on the spot. In the control room, the security officer begins to notice something strange, as all the surveillance screens suddenly display white noise. The guard exclaims in panic, "Huh?" Realizing the camera at the main gate wasn't showing any images, Ga immediately grabbed the radio and ordered to check. But at that moment, a dark gun was coldly pointed straight at his head from behind. In the vast corridor, a tall man approaches the guarded door, and a sudden gunshot causes the guard to fall instantly, while the witness nearby can only scream out. The glass door shatters as a special forces agent kicks it open and rushes inside. Amid the chaos, Chairman John Tisane remains seated silently with a very serious expression. "Sorry, I can't assist with that request." However, the special forces quickly stormed in, firing to subdue him, completely preventing any resistance. Outside the mansion, Kim Moo-hyuk quietly watched the scene unfold in the silent night. "Boss, they say they have taken control," Moo-hyuk replied softly. "All right." Then he slowly stepped inside. The scene inside is a tragic mess, with subordinates sprawled on the bloodstained floor among shattered glass, as Moo-hyuk stands majestically over the helpless man sitting on the sofa. Facing the bruised and wounded face of the opponent, Moo-hyuk coldly said, "I'm very pleased to meet you. At last, I've met the chairman of AG Wing Society." Lee Young-hee-eun glared at Moo-hyuk and asked cautiously, "You are John T. Sansao's grandson?" Moo-hyuk confidently confirms, "Yes, I am the son of John Mi-suk, the man you ordered to be killed. My name is Kim Moo-hyuk." The horrifying memory of the accident from years ago vividly resurfaced, with a car crushed under a truck amid a haze of smoke. The image of the culprit chasing after his mother, who desperately held her young child close to protect him, filled Moo Hyuk with pain. Back in the present, Lee Young-hee-eun suddenly burst into maniacal laughter. Ha 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 ha. He sat arrogantly on the chair, facing Kim Moo-hee-ok's burning eyes filled with hatred. Lee Young-hee-eun collapsed, his face bruised from injuries but still bitterly insulting himself. I was too stupid. He glared at Moo-hee-ook and whispered, I should have killed you along with that woman. Moo-hee-ook still kept his cold expression, questioning sharply, Did you kill her just to turn John's brothers into your pawns in exchange for stealing my normal life? Lee Young-hee-eun burst into mad laughter, bitter and mocking that normal life. He looked at Moo-hee-ook with contemptuous and sly eyes. The old man continued to dig into the harsh truth. So you finally got all of John T. Sand's feelings, right? Shouldn't you be grateful to me because it's all thanks to me? Moo-hee-ook stands imposingly among the Blackbeard agents and coldly responds, Is he trying to maintain the dignity of the Arthur Wynn Society president until the very end? He's quite confident for someone about to die, only to be met with the hoarse, bitter laughter of a defeated foe. He sneered and said, Yeah, John T. Sand will be quite an interesting companion on that journey. Moo-hee-ook's face suddenly changed, and he asked sharply, What do you mean? Lee Eon-hyo sneered, You've underestimated me too much. There are too few guards around you. Don't you find that strange? He exposes a deadly flaw. Don't you see how easy it was to defeat them? Moo-hee-ook gleefully realizes he's fallen into a cruel psychological trap. The old man shouted in madness, You can't easily cut off your bond with John T. Sand. This is the real destiny that both of us share. Isn't it? His savage laughter echoed throughout the room. Moo-hee-ook panicked and shouted loudly, Ma, manager, call Pyeongchang Eastong. What the hell is that? In front of them, a large truck is blocking the entire path, cutting off the road leading to the mansion. In the quiet room, Mi-eung-hoon anxiously asks, Do you think Moo-hee-ook's plan will succeed? Chairman John T. Sand quietly assessed that Lee Young-hee-eun is not an easy opponent. Mi-eung-hoon reassured him that Moo-hee-ook has been prepared for a long time and instructed him to stay close to the chairman. Breathing deeply with a mixture of worry, the old man softly muttered, Ha! Now I worry for Moo-hee-ook again. T. Sand nostalgically recalled the first time he met Mi-eung-hoon at the orphanage and marveled at how quickly time has passed. He certainly deserves blame for taking away his normal life. Mi-eung-hoon affirms that he is still alive today thanks to the kindness of the chairman, Misiki. T. Sand softly advised, I'm sorry, Mi-eung-hoon, but after I die, please continue to help Moo-hee-ook. It will be very lonely. Mi-eung-hoon nodded and affirmed he would always be the chairman's person. Suddenly, a panicked subordinate rushed into the alarm room to report that several strange vehicles were approaching the alley near the estate. Mi-eung-hoon immediately took action, ordering the security forces to ensure not a single ant gets inside. Standing by the window, Chon Ti-san gazes into the night and senses the storm approaching. Tonight will be very chaotic. Outside, a large-scale battle erupts right at the mansion gates as two groups clash fiercely. Inside, the defenses are crumbling as the henchmen lie unconscious at the foot of the stairs. Amid the chaos, a cold-blooded masked assassin with a silenced gun approaches, his eyes burning with deadly intent, aiming straight at Chon Ti-san. Tonight will be your last night. Outside the mansion, a bloody battle erupted in the night, with harsh sounds of clashes echoing, as two groups fought fiercely. Suddenly, a truck sped in, blocking the way to make room for masked assassins to jump out. The sharp crack of gunfire tore through the air, causing the mansion's defenses to quickly crumble. A panicked bodyguard shouted out, They are armed immediately! He ordered the entire team to move forward at once. Inside the room, deafening explosions continue to echo just outside the window, while Chairman John T. Sand sits silently in his chair, his face completely calm despite the chaos around him. He couldn't help but be amazed and think to himself, Is there really a gunfight happening right in the neighborhood where Korea's most powerful people live? His old man's eyes grew deeply serious as he realized how serious the situation was. I never thought this place would turn into a battlefield. In the silent hallway, hurried footsteps shattering the silence, a guard rushed past the rooms but then froze in horror when he saw his teammate badly injured and lying motionless on the floor. The bodyguard stared in horror at the tragic scene before his eyes, hurriedly drew his gun and prepared to fight, but a sudden shot from the darkness knocked him out instantly. In the office, John Tessin was stunned to see a looming figure appearing menacingly behind him. A masked assassin quietly wipes a dark liquid off his sharp knife and coldly mutters, How troublesome and annoying. He hesitantly approaches the tightly closed white door and quietly wonders if John Tessin is hiding inside. The gloved hand slowly grasped the doorknob to finish off the final target, but his eyes suddenly shrank back as he sensed a strange aura emanating from inside. The blonde assassin dropped his hand and stepped back, staring intently at the door with a suspicious and wary expression, trembling and sweating as he wondered what kind of monster was inside that house. A chilling sensation enveloping his mind as he silently confirmed that something was there. The assassin quietly approaches, thinking to himself that he's waiting for the moment to step through that door. Inside the room, Mi-eung-hoon is crouched behind the sofa, tense and ready with his gun in hand. I quietly report, Chairman, it seems like suspicion has arrived. Suddenly, the door to the room opened slightly, startling my Eung-hun in shock. The deafening gunfire echoed repeatedly as the intruders were shot and fell one after another into pools of blood. Hoa used the security guard's appearance to block the shots, taking the opportunity to shoot back, and his gun also fell to the floor. The masked assassin stands before him, surprised, and says, I was the one who shot first. He coldly looks down at the fallen figure, recognizing the opponent's identity, and purses his lips. You must be Mr. Ha. I've heard a lot about you. He continued to stare directly at my Eung-hun and confirmed I always knew we would meet if you still protected Jon T-san, but I didn't expect us to face each other like this. Seeing that the situation was becoming increasingly unfavorable, the police would arrive here at any moment. Retreat now and I won't pursue you. Ha ha ha. Just listen to the dying man's words, and as the assassin is still stunned, a sudden gunshot tears through the air from behind him. Chairman Jon T-san hesitated for a moment before raising his gun and opening fire. The assassin quickly spoke in a cold, calm tone. What a pity, to think I have to kill both his daughter and his father myself. The statement revealing the horrifying truth about his daughter's death leaves Jon T-san stunned and speechless. As the assassin smirks and continues to dig into the old wounds of the chairman, why are you looking so surprised? Maybe at that moment it was just a few henchmen firing their guns, but did he really think the chairman would entrust such a task to a bunch of amateurs? He aimed his gun straight at the seasoned chairman and delivered a cruel farewell. Goodbye, when you meet my daughter in the afterlife. Remember to send my regards. Suddenly, a powerful shot tore through the air, hitting the assassin in the head and causing him to collapse to the floor, completely unable to resist. At that moment, the door swung open. It's the chairman. Witnessing the tragic scene, Jon Tae-san desperately holds tightly onto the severely injured Myung-hun, frantically shouting to call an ambulance. Get the first aid kit quickly. The news of the raid is rapidly reported, and Mr. Trang-dong has been attacked. A serious officer reports the situation to Moo Hee-uk. We have gained control, but Lord Ha was injured. Moo Hee-uk anxiously asks, and what about you? Are you okay? After receiving confirmation of safety from his subordinates, Moo Hee-uk quietly observes Lee Young-hoon lying weakly on the floor. The scar-faced old man suddenly burst into crazy laughter. Ha 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 ha, this is just absurd. He bitterly muttered about his ancestral battle after decades. Finally, Lee Young-hoon and Jon Tae-san faced each other, and it all ended with Myung-hoon just being injured. As Moo Hee-uk stood confidently in front of Lee Young-hoon, he coldly declared, the moment you killed my parents, you signed your own death sentence. You and the Azo Wind Society are finished. Despite the dire situation, the old man still smirked menacingly, warning not to underestimate the Azo Wind Society. Even if I die in Korea, my allies in Japan will surely avenge me. Moo Hee-uk leaned in close, delivering a heavy psychological blow. If you are relying on Watanabe, he has already gone ahead to prepare a place for you in the afterlife. Lee Young-hoon stared in horror as Moo Hee-uk added the shocking truth. It was I who orchestrated the internal conflict within the Yamaguchi Gumi clan. Even your trusted allies in the Japanese government can't save you now. The old man trembled, blood covering his face, unable to believe his own hands. There's no way. You're saying all this was your doing. A Korean loan shark could single-handedly cripple the Japanese economy. Moo Hee-uk pursed his lips sarcastically. Believe what you want. It won't change the truth. He sealed his own fate the moment he dragged the prosecutor into our affairs. Moo Hee-uk turned and ordered Ma Seok-dae, the demon manager, to give him the gun. Ma Seok-dae nervously suggested, let me handle this, boss. But Moo Hee-uk firmly declared I must be the one to do it. This matter is only finished when I am the one to end it. Seeing your hesitation, I understand your concerns. Give it to me. Ma Seok-dae closed his eyes in pain and begged for forgiveness, my dear. Suddenly, a decisive gunshot rang out. Lee Young-heon barely managed to cry out in pain before falling backward, lying motionless with a fatal wound right in the middle of her forehead. Moo Hee-uk looked at Ma Seok-dae with a cold gaze and warned him, I know you did this for me, but never disobey my orders again. You quietly looked down at the defeated enemy's body, completely unable to resist. The story ends here. Thank you all for watching.